Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic and the new Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo present The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you're back in town.
So am I, Effie. So am I. Confidentially, I didn't think I'd make it. Confidentially, that is.
Was it dangerous, Sam?
I should say it was. Why, for the past 24 hours, I've been at it hammer and tongs over hill and dale, through shot and shell. It was enough to turn any ordinary man's blood to ice and his hair pure white.
Oh, that sounds terrifying, Sam.
I wish it had been only terrifying, Effie. It was blood-curdling, spine-chilling, hair-raising. I was bored. It was also rural and countrified.
Well, what happened, Sam? Tell me.
You've heard of the Monks and the Coys?
No.
And the Boston Massacre?
No.
Custer's Last Stand?
No.
Well, put them all together and they spell what I'll shortly begin to dictate, a report which I call in a burst of clever literary plagiarism, The Farmer's Daughter Caper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, starring Howard Duff. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. To look your holiday best, friends, be sure to use Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. What's more, it's non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. Get Wild Root Cream Oil in the big family-size bottle or handy tube. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter very first chance you get. For the holiday and all year round, use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie,
I'm right here, Sam.
pull up all the shades.
All right, Sam.
Now, turn on every light in the place.
But it's daylight.
Do what I say.
All right, Sam.
Now, check the closets.
But what for?
For snipers. What do you think?
All right, Sam. Nobody here.
Okay. I guess it's safe to come all the way in.
Oh. What's this all about, Sam? I don't understand.
Effie, it's just that I don't ever want to be caught in the dark again, especially when people are shooting at me. I want to see every nook and cranny of every square foot of land that surrounds me.
Sam, who was shooting at you? Where?
They were shooting from the left, from the right, from up above, down below, everywhere. Death was winging in on every breeze that blew, and they all blew my way.
Oh, Sam, now stop this. I'm just dying of curiosity.
When my time comes, I hope that's all I ever die of. Ready?
Yeah.
Date this week to Mr. Elliot Parson, Parson Drive Yourself Garage, 1618 St. Charles Street, San Francisco, 13, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the farmer's daughter caper. Dear Mr. Parson, I feel you have an explanation coming, one that you can pass along to your insurance company as to why the car I rented from you last week appeared as late as it did and in the condition it did. As you know, I rented said vehicle to drive to Middletown to bail a client out of the drunk tank. On the way back, a native showed me a shortcut, and I'll get him if it's the last thing I do. Dusk was falling, and so were my eyelids, when I saw a sign that said tourists invited. Behind it stood a ramshackle farmhouse in a surly woodland setting. I should never have knocked on that farmhouse door, but then I wouldn't have had any story to tell, would I?
Good evening, young man.
Good evening, madam. I'm afraid I need a room for the night.
Well, of course you do. Land sakes, you're tired. I can tell by your eyes. Been on the road long?
Too long.
Land sakes, of course you have. Come in, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
You'll find this is the homiest tourist home in California.
Really like mother's, eh?
Like your grandmother's. No electricity, no phones, just quiet.
I see.
Now, I have two rooms, a $3 one and a $5 one. Which one do you think you'd like?
What's the difference?
One less blanket, one squeaky spring, and with the $3 one, you might have to take a walk.
I'll take the $5 one, thank you.
I'm Mrs. Elkins. Mrs. Bert Elkins. Who might you be?
Sam Spade.
Spade? Land sakes, that's a very unusual name. And who are you traveling with, Mr. Spade?
I'm alone.
Oh, I mean what company? We only accept traveling salesmen. You realize that.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm traveling for the makers of Mouton mustache wax.
Oh, use it all the time.
You are well groomed, madam.
You will go far, young man.
Yeah, but before that, I'd like to go to bed.
Well, come on. This way.
She led me upstairs to my $5 room and left me. As lumpy as it was, the bed invited me, but I decided to shave first and thus facilitate an early start in the morning. I poured myself a drink out of my traveling bar kit and then stepped in to shave. It wasn't easy because all I had for light in there was an oil lamp. When I came back to the bedroom with the lamp in one hand, I stopped short in utter surprise. I'd heard about these things in traveling salesman stories, but I never expected to see it. She was sitting in an armchair, smoking a cigarette. High heels, silk stockings, light rayon dress, and a face right off the cover of Cosmopolitan.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Mary Smith.
Huh?
Hope you don't mind me just barging in.
Well, no. Well, no, that is,
Afraid I'll bite you?
It never entered my mind.
Well, I might. I'm so tired of talking to myself, I need someone like you. You know, you're not bad to look at.
Who, me?
Where do you live? What do you do for a living?
Well, I guess you'd call me independently wealthy. I wish someone would.
How nice. San Francisco?
There must be some fog on my lapel.
Look, Sam, I'll give it to you straight. I want to get out of here, go to San Francisco. Could you take a passenger tomorrow?
Well, what would your mother say?
She's my aunt. What do I care what she says? I don't belong on a farm. Out in a wet pasture ruins my nylons. I'm a city girl, Philadelphia.
Why did you leave?
My parents died. Look, Sam, I won't be a burden to you. I just want to get to San Francisco. After that, I'm on my own. Sam, take me with you. Please take me with you. You won't regret it.
What am I going to do with this lamp?
Who cares? Oh, Sam.
What?
I thought I'd find something like this going on in here.
Aunt Maud,
Get out of here. Go back to your room, young lady. Go on. Now, Mr. Spade.
It does look bad, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Spade. Land's sakes, it's her. She ain't responsible for what she does. She's like this all the time.
I see.
Now, when I go out, you just lock your door. Just keep it locked.
But, ma'am, this is a $5 room. A sleepless hour later, I heard something slide under my door. I looked and found it was a note that read, Mr. Spade, Sam, please unlock your door, and when the house is quiet, I'll come and see you. I'm desperate, terribly, terribly desperate. Don't leave me. Give me a chance to tell you what it's all about, please. Stupid me, I unlocked my door, dressed again, and waited. An hour and a half later, I heard my doorknob turning in the dark. The door opened quietly and quickly.
Sam, the things that go on in this house, they're insane.
Oh.
I've been here 3 months. When my father died, I had no money, and because Aunt Maud was my only relative, I came here. And ever since I came, they never let me out of the house for more than an hour. They never let me see anyone or do anything.
Why?
I wish I knew. 5 days ago, Uncle Bert left early one morning. He hasn't come back since. Aunt Maud says he's away on business. He doesn't have any business.
Yeah, well, even so, that doesn't seem strange to me.
Then there's my dog.
What about it?
It disappeared the same night Bert did. They told me it ran away. I know it didn't. I've had it for 3 years. It never ran away.
Well, what do you think?
Well, I was sure I could hear it howling somewhere for 2 or 3 nights. Then the howling stopped. I think I know where it is, but I don't know why. It scares me.
Well, where do you think it is?
Sam, you're going to think I'm crazy right out of my mind, but, well, about 150 yards behind the house, there's a hillside with an old cave in it.
Oh, an old cave.
I don't know what it's used for, but yesterday I saw the whole front end of it closed with dirt. Sam, they buried that dog alive in that cave. I know it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Did you ask Mrs. Elkins?
Yes. All she said was the dog ran away and mind your own business. She told me to leave the cave alone. Sam, let's go out there and look. Please.
Well... So big, brave, stupid Sam, idiot boy, allowed her to show me the back way out of the house, and we sneaked to the barn together. She found a shovel, and we walked to the cave. When my eyes got accustomed to the dark, I saw the entrance had been covered with dirt, and recently. I took the shovel while she stood watching. I cleared half of the dirt away and worked as quietly as I could, but apparently not quietly enough. A flashlight suddenly hit both of us in the face, and a shotgun barrel flashed in the beam.
Get away from there before I shoot your head off.
Point that thing someplace else, please, ma'am.
Just what do you think you're doing, mister?
Digging.
Mary, you get back to the house.
No. Aunt Maud, I won't.
Get back to the house before I count 3, or I'll put a load of buckshot right through you. Now, 1.
Aunt Maud, my dog is in there.
2.
All right, I'll go.
Now, Mrs. Elkin, suppose you put that gun down and tell me what this is all about.
I got one thing to say to you, mister. Get in your car and get out of here, and don't waste any time doing it.
But, madam,
your suitcase is in the car, and your $5 is with it.
Yeah, but...
Now get, before I shoot you as a trespasser. And I could do it, mister. Land sakes, I could do it. Now get.
So I got under guard to my car. I got in and drove off. And this is in the driveway with the shotgun still pointed at me until I was out of sight. I turned left at the first crossroad, parked the car, and cut through the woods back to the farm. I could see a light in the living room. Nobody was in or near the barn. And when I got to the cave, there wasn't a sound anywhere. I picked up the shovel I dropped and started digging again. 30 minutes later, the shovel broke a small hole through into that cave, and a stifling blast of fetid air rushed out, and something leaped out at me in the dark. And it wasn't the dog. It was a human hand on a human arm.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of America's favorite private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who actually purchased Wild Root Cream Oil were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Farmer's Daughter Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In a night already full of surprises, I should have been ready for the next one, but I wasn't. The loose earth, which had blocked the entrance to the cave, suddenly fell away, and I fell with it. Then I heard something like nothing on earth. Nails dragged across my face, taking skin and flesh with them. I twisted and went down, and something went down with me. The snarl became a voice.
Bury me alive! Bury me alive! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
And he did his best, which was pretty good. Finally, I got a good hold on him and sat on his chest. After that, I lit a match and looked at a tall, thin man in his middle 40s. He was caked with mud from head to foot. His hands were impossibly torn and bleeding. I could guess why. Judging from the stubble on his face, he'd been bottled up in that cave at least 5 days. How he was still alive, I didn't know. He acted like a madman, and he had every right to. But surprise, when his eyelids fluttered open again, he read a very sane line.
I'm all done in. You got a drink, friend?
Not on me.
They hit me on the head and left me there. They thought I'd stay in there forever. Forever.
Who put you there? Who did it?
But they couldn't get me there. I dug my way out, didn't I? Didn't I? I dug my way out. Didn't I?
The force of the bullets knocked them halfway back down the incline to the cave. All I could do was hit the dirt. Finally, when it seemed safe, I broke cover and ran smack into somebody carrying 2 bags.
Oh, no, please.
Let's have a look at you.
Sam, it's me. Sam, I knew you wouldn't go away without me. I knew it. I couldn't stay in that awful house any longer.
None of that now. Who was that shooting at you?
I don't know.
Where's your aunt?
In the house, I suppose. I slipped out the back way.
Any visitors tonight?
No. What is it? What is it?
I think I found your Uncle Bert. Come on. I led her back to the cave entrance and showed her the body of the man I'd dragged out. I watched her face a long time as she looked at him very carefully.
It's not Uncle Bert, Sam.
Really?
No. It's Mr. Linden, a jewelry salesman. Came to the place a few nights ago.
5 nights ago?
Yes, come to think of it.
The same night your uncle disappeared. Tell me, did you ask Mr. Linden to take you back to San Francisco the same way you asked me? Did you?
Yes. He said he would. He got up early and left without me.
He didn't get far. What kind of car was he driving?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you drive a car?
Yes, but
Here. Mine's down the road about 500 yards. Go to the nearest phone and call the highway patrol, a sheriff, anybody who represents law. Got that?
Yes, I know exactly what to do.
To make sure we were both thinking of the same thing to do, I followed her in the dark, watched her get into the car I rented from you, and drive off. Then I turned around, put a new clip in my gun, and walked back to the old homestead. It was still very homey. By the light of an oil lamp, Mrs. Elkins was peacefully knitting what looked like a shroud.
Why, Mr. Spade?
Why, Mrs. Elkins?
Land sakes.
Land sakes. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get down to business.
If you're here to make trouble, young man, believe me, I can handle trouble. My kind of stock know about trouble.
Well, suppose you tell me about the trouble I just had, or haven't you heard all the shots that were fired around here tonight?
Shots? My.
My.
Seems I would have heard gunshots.
Seems you would. Look, I've got a sheriff on the way.
Have you, Mr. Spade? Why?
I suppose you didn't hear the shooting.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Was anyone hurt?
A man named Linden. He's dead.
Linden. Now, that sounds familiar.
It should. He stayed here 5 nights ago. He was a jewelry salesman.
Yes, now I remember. You say he's dead?
Somebody tried to bury him alive in your little cave.
How awful. I do declare.
I thought you would. Well?
You must be joshing, Mr. Spade.
I'm not joshing at all, Mrs. Elkins.
Well. Buried alive, you say?
Look, let's talk just like plain folks. Where's your husband? Where's the jewelry samples you probably stole from Linden? Is there anything else you want to say?
Gunshots, eh? Well.
I left the sweet old thing knitting and rocking and made my way through the house looking for guns, jewelry, and killers. I got downstairs in time to see Mrs. Elkins disappear out the front door. When I tried to follow, I stumbled over the rocking chair, which was indeed a lucky thing for me. After a few minutes of silence, bravely crawling on my stomach, I followed the shadows of the house until they blended into the shadows of a large, hulking building, which happened to be the barn. Inside, I bumped my head on the radiator of a car. Naturally, I didn't find any keys in it, but I did find a familiar jewelry salesman-type mud-soaked corpse. I was trying to remember how to cross ignition wires. I heard the hum of a motor and saw 2 headlight beams swinging up the driveway. They lasted as long as any other lights. The car came to a lurching stop, and a thick-set figure in a Stetson hat stumbled towards me, tugging at a gun.
That burned gall-blame cuss thing,
Undo the flap.
Oh, thanks. Huh? Put your hands up, whoever you are.
You be the sheriff?
You're dead blame right on the sheriff. You're dead blame right on the sheriff. Who are you? What's the idea of shooting the lights out my car?
My car.
Oh, you Slade?
Spade.
Well, I'm Homer Pickett, sheriff of this county. The girl come, woke me up, said all sorts of funny things going on around here. Said there'd been a murder. Now, who's killed? What's going on, Stan?
Sam. Well, for one thing, somebody's been trying all sorts of ammunition on me for size.
You don't say.
I do say, Mr. Sheriff.
Why?
Because I found a man in a cave who'd been left there to die.
Want to look at the corpse?
You can look at him right here. He's sitting in this car.
So, yeah. How did he get here?
Somebody moved him here.
Shouldn't have moved a corpse till the police examine it.
I didn't move it.
Huh?
Now, listen closely. Listening?
Huh?
I found the man. He was still alive. Then somebody shot him.
Shouldn't have moved him.
Then they tried to kill me because I found him. When they didn't kill me, they decided to hide his body.
Illegal.
They probably intended to drive away and dispose of it so there'd be no evidence when an efficient, smart, alert, courageous police officer like yourself came around to ask questions.
That sounds reasonable. Who's behind all this?
Well, Mrs. Elkins threatened me once and tried to kill me once.
Morgue! land sakes.
Well, that's her, yes.
I want to talk to her. Where's she?
Roaming the countryside with a gun, no doubt.
Well, we'll have to clear all this up, see what it's all about. Now, who's this fellow in the car?
His name's James Linden.
Got a pencil? Better write that down. Tilden, huh?
Linden.
Well,
By any strange coincidence, Sheriff, do you happen to know a man named Dundee, San Francisco homicide?
Lieutenant Dundee, old Tom.
Old Tom, yes.
Shucks, I learned everything I know about police work from him.
Yeah, well, that figures.
And law's law. Dundee always said.
Yeah, I've heard him say it, Sheriff, but...
And I aim to enforce it around here. One side, Mr. Slade.
Spade. Hey, you'll be sorry. Well...
Now look here, all you Elkins. This is Homer Pickett talking, and I ain't no small-town constable. I'm the sheriff of this county. You'll get a square deal from me, but first I order you in the name of the law to throw down your guns. Well? My.
You all right?
Nothing but my feelings hurt. Oh,
I warned you.
I thought that'd do some good.
Well, now you know. Hey, look, maybe it did do some good.
I'm giving up, Sheriff. I'm giving up. It's me, Mrs. Elkins.
She came across the farmyard as the first light was showing in the eastern sky. Her hands were above her head. One held a shotgun.
Maud! Get back where you belong, Maud!
We could hear, but we couldn't see him. Maud stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then began running towards us. She almost made it. I ran out to drag her back, expecting any second to be the target for the night. There was a sudden and curious silence as I pulled her into the barn. She was still alive.
Sakes. That man's been missing everybody all night. Never thought he'd be able to hit me.
Easy.
I come from good stock. I'm no criminal, Mr. Spade. Sheriff, you know that.
Yeah, I know, Maud. I know.
Let me take a look at you. You'll be okay.
Don't blame Bert too much. He wanted to have money once in his life. So when this man came along with all the jewelry, Bert went out of his mind, I guess. He put the man in the cave. And the dog, too. So the dog wouldn't call attention to him. And then he took the man's car, went into San Francisco to try to sell the jewels and the underwear.
No luck, huh?
Bert says they laughed at him. The jewels was just paste. Stampos.
And he came back and found me at the cave, and he figured he had to knock us both off.
I just stuck by him all the way. Now he's like a tiger that smelled blood. No telling what he'll do.
We'll have to get help, Spade. Roadblocks, bloodhound.
No, this is his land. He won't run. He'll hide here.
Where?
Why, in the cave.
Well, I reasoned, one, that no matter how much a man loved his land, he was not going to let himself be trapped in a cave with only one exit. And two, it followed, therefore, that if he did hide in the cave, there was more than one way out, which the late Linden hadn't found. Sheriff Pickett volunteered to watch the front of the cave while I looked around for a rear exit. After a 20-minute search, which netted me nothing, I remembered the car parked inside the barn and how quickly Elkins had carried Linden's body to it. I went back there and took a look around. In a corner of the barn, I found a trail of dirt leading to a bale of hay. When I moved the bale, I found, you guessed it, a trap door. I pulled it open, caught a familiar whiff of used-up air, and lowered myself into a black hole that turned out to be a passageway. I cautiously made my way forward in the darkness for a few yards.
Who is it? Who is it?
I pressed back against the dirt wall, listening to him approach. When I figured he was close enough, I threw a cloud of dirt toward him across the passageway. His gun flashed and lit up the whole place for a second, and I fired 3 times at the silhouette. I waited, then I went towards him. He was lying on his back. I kicked his gun away, and when I bent over him to feel his pulse, he suddenly came to life. Something crashed against the side of my head, and everything became darker than the inside of a cave. The next thing I knew, I was looking at a pair of red-rimmed eyes. Several minutes had gone by.
Thought you was a goner for sure. You ain't used to this country fighting, are you?
Is this country liquor, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Give me.
Here.
Yeah, country liquor. Tell me, Sheriff, Did you by any
Why,
chance?
sure. Of course I did. I got him, Slade.
Period and a report.
Sam,
Hmm?
do you mean to tell me you let a little country sheriff outdo you?
Well, Effie, Homer Pickett's coming up for re-election next fall, and besides, you might think I was egotistical if I told you how it really ended.
But your reputation. You're the greatest private detective of them all.
And so I can afford to be generous. Now, not another word. Scoot, type that up.
If your supply of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is getting low, better make a note to get some more tonight or first thing tomorrow. Remember, Wild Root Cream Oil is the famous hair tonic that grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Always keep a big bottle or tube on hand. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Here it is, Sam.
Let me see. Let me see here. F. You rewrote the ending.
I had to, Sam. You're much too modest.
And Sam Spade, with a knot of cold fury in the pit of his stomach, a vindictive fire in his eyes, stepped wearily over the loose rocks on the cave floor to do battle with the thing that loomed up in the darkness ahead.
Mm-hmm.
The thing's roar filled the night with terror. But Sam Spade, dauntless and knowing not fear, stepped up to the monster, laughed in its hairy face, and with one quick convulsion of his powerful shoulder muscles, dropped the thing in its tracks. I see. Well, is that the way you think it ended, Effie?
Oh, Sam, I guess I was being a little foolish. I'll change it.
No. No, as long as you've done it this way, we'll leave it this way. Can't waste paper.
No, I'll change it, Sam.
Leave it!
Oh! Sam,
Yeah?
I copied that ending out of an old Black Mask magazine.
You what?
Yes, Sam. Don't be mad.
Come here. Come here! I copied that of an old whiz-bang.
Oh, Sam. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Pierre and Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when producer William Spear presents another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy speaking. Here's an exciting new shampoo that's grand for all the family. And here's our own Squeaky to tell you about it.
Look at your hair. Is it stringy and dull? Does it only cover your skull? The Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo is just the thing for girls like you. Gleams your hair, know what I mean, and leaves your hair squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean?
Squeaky clean. Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo.
Stay tuned for the Summer Symphony with Katherine Grayson on NBC.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson. Come on, Mallard. Stop pouting. Enjoy yourself. It's earlier than you think.
Monterey at Christmas time is delightful. Carmel is most enchanting. Salinas I enjoyed. But to haul us way over to some unexplored cannibal country is too much.
Did you hear that, Rembrandt? Cannibal country, he calls it.
Mallard, me boy, this may come as a shock, but San Juan Batista was founded by the Franciscan Fathers in 1797.
I remember it as though it were yesterday.
Don't let him bother you, Ducky. Mallard can't stand this wonderful air. He misses the gas fumes of the big city.
That's not that candy, but I do want to get back.
Relax, Max. You had a chance to take 2 days off, so make the most of them.
What's the name of this town again?
San Juan Batista. You'll love it, Mallard, dear, really. The mission, all the old buildings still standing.
Oh, you'll adore it. Honestly, you will.
Look, Rembrandt, old friend, I may like a thing, but I'll be hanged if I'll adore it.
As you will, minion.
How much farther, Candy?
We're just entering the town now. I thought we'd take a look at the mission first.
Okay. Hey, this is a cute little town at that.
That's my boy. I knew you'd warm up once I got you over here. You know, strictly from a police angle, you might be interested in knowing that Joaquin Murrieta visited here more than once. So did Three-Fingered Jack.
Where's my shooting iron? I'll get the varmints.
Take it easy, Hopalong. We're approaching the mission.
Oh, for golly's sakes. It's a big one.
Isn't it beautiful, Mallard? And don't you get a whole flood of thoughts going through your head when you look at it?
Yeah.
With a little imagination, one could almost see the native Indians walking back and forth, coming into town for the evening vespers.
I only hope the mission's open.
Well, let's find out.
Good idea.
I think I see one of those fathers around the front, Candy. You can ask him.
Thank you, Ducky. Yes, let's go. Good afternoon, Father.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good afternoon, young lady.
Can you tell me if the mission is open this afternoon?
Oh, yes, most certainly. Do forgive me if I appear somewhat startled. I was picking these red berries, and I failed to hear you drive up.
I'm sorry, Father.
Oh, that's quite all right. I fear my thoughts were wandering.
Pardon me, may I introduce Mr. Watson?
How do you do, Father?
And this gentleman is Lieutenant Mallard.
How are you, sir?
Lieutenant?
No, not military, Father. I'm with the San Francisco police.
The police?
No, Father, we're not here on business.
I was wondering. I thought for a moment that Father Philip might have reported me.
Reported you? For what, Father?
At lunchtime, I made a frightful mistake. By, error, I ate his apple. Right under his very nose, too. Oh, pardon me. I'm Father Paulino.
I'm very happy to know you, Father. My name is Candy Matson.
I have some free time. I would be pleased to show you about. May I?
We'd be delighted, Father Paulino.
I think we can start with the yard. It gets dark so early this time of year.
Father Paulino! Father Paulino!
Why, it's Miguel Torres. What could be wrong?
Oh, Father Paulino, it is there.
Miguel, my son, what is it? What has happened?
Oh, the most awful thing you ever hear of. Vicente, he just shoot himself.
Merciful heaven. Is he badly hurt, Miguel?
Oh, I think he is dying, Father.
No. The poor boy. Where is he?
At his house.
Excuse me, Miss Matson. I must leave immediately.
Would my car be of any help, Father?
The car. Yes, thank you.
From Studio A in San Francisco's Radio City, the National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Tragedy in the sleepy little California mission town of San Juan Batista. But it wasn't the first time. If you look around the side of the mission, you'll see that the place marks the mass grave of 12,000 Indians who died in a smallpox epidemic years ago. San Juan has seen knifings, too, and other shootings. It had lived a rowdy life in the dim years gone by, and obviously the rowdiness was still alive in a minor sort of fashion. We got in the car, and with Miguel directing us in broken English and Latin gestures, we made our way out on a dirt road about 3 miles outside of town near the granite quarry. We finally pulled up in front of a one-story wooden house that must have been built before the turn of the century. We went inside, and there was the prone form of a Mexican boy of about 21 or 2.
There he is, Father. Is he all right? I don't know, Miguel. I'll have to see.
He's gone, isn't he, Father?
Yes. May his soul dwell eternally in peace. He is dead? Miguel, listen to me. His flesh is cold, yes, but his soul still lives. Do you understand what I'm saying, my son?
Yes, Father Paulino.
Wait a moment. Mallard, look. Here where he was shot.
Well. If Vicente knocked himself off, he certainly did it the hard way.
You're not kidding.
Miss Matson, would you mind very much if we brought the body back in with us to the mission?
I'm afraid we can't, Father. Would you step over here? I have something to tell you.
Certainly, Miss Matson. You wear a look of concern. Is there something wrong?
I'm afraid there is, Father Paulino.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks very much as though this wasn't self-inflicted.
What? You don't mean that... Miss Matson, are you sure of what you're saying?
Reasonably so, Father. You see, a gun held at close range leaves powder marks. Vicente's wound is as clean as a whistle.
Well, I don't know what to say.
I'm sorry, Father, but that's why we can't remove the body. We'll have to call the sheriff's office in Hollister. Can you tell me where I can find a phone?
Yes, there's one at the mission. If you don't mind, I'll stay here. I have work to do.
Father Paulino was right. He had work to do. The ecclesiastical kind. And he did it in a simple and impressive way. San Juan Bautista, with a population of a little over 600, and we run plop into a murder. Mallard said he'd go back to the mission and make the call, and left. 45 minutes later, the undersheriff of San Benito County drove up with Mallard. He asked the standard questions, but learned nothing. We went over the house with a fine-tooth comb, but we came up with a blank. There being nothing else to do at the moment, the men put the body in the sheriff's car, and he drove back to Hollister, and we returned to the mission.
Would you care to take a stroll about the gardens, Miss Matson? It's most peaceful. Makes a wonderful place for clear thinking.
Well, yes, Father, I'd love to. Mallard?
You go ahead, Candy. I promised the sheriff I'd take a look around town for him.
Oh, sure.
Want to come along with me, Rembrandt?
Yes, I believe I will. If you don't mind, Candy.
No, not at all.
One thing before you go. You will be my guests for dinner, won't you?
That's most gracious of you, Father. What do you think, Candy?
I think it would be charming.
Okay. We'll see you back in a little while, then.
This is a tragic thing, Miss Matson. Vicente was a splendid lad and a good Christian.
I know how you must feel, Father.
I never could understand why there must be things of this sort in the world. Not only between individuals, but countries and nations as well.
It is hard to comprehend. The more I try to reason, the more confused I become. About Vicente, Father, who do you suppose could have done it?
I don't know. I really don't.
How about Miguel?
What? Oh, no, Miss Matson. Why, he and Vicente were like brothers.
Brothers sometimes quarrel, you know.
Not in this case. Miguel is a good boy. Why, he works here at the mission.
You'll pardon me, Father, but in my business I find I have to be doubtful at times.
What is your business, Miss Matson?
I'm a private investigator, Father.
How very curious.
Yes, I suppose it is, but in a sense you're a policeman too, Father.
I?
Yes. You police the soul, don't you? Ride herd on the thoughts and actions of men?
Why, yes. I'd never thought of it that way before. Yes, in a sense, I suppose I do wear a badge. I wear the badge of righteousness, the star of God.
Father Paulino was a wonderful man. As we walked about the mission gardens, he spoke of many things, but in parallels, all connected in some way with the killing of poor Vicente. The time passed swiftly. I was so engrossed in listening to the kindly voice of the man, and before I knew it, Mallard and Rembrandt had returned, and it was time for dinner. Miguel did the cooking and waited on the table. The dinner was a masterpiece of simplicity, and if it hadn't been for the tragedy of the afternoon, I would have been enjoying a serenity I'd never known before. Did Vicente live out there all by himself, Father?
Yes, the house belonged to him. He's a descendant of one of the original families of San Juan. His great-great-great-grandfather owned one of the largest ranchos in California. It stretched from here to the Pacific Ocean.
That's a lot of property.
Indeed. You see, it was given to him by the King of Spain under one of the original Spanish land grants. I understand there still are some in existence.
Yes, I believe there are. But they've all been chopped up and sold in much smaller parcels.
Did Vicente work, Father?
Oh, yes, he was a good worker. Seasonally, in the artichoke fields and the lettuce fields. In the off-seasons, he did odd jobs about the town.
Speaking of town, Father, do you know a woman named Rose Taylor?
Why do you ask that?
Do you?
Yes. Why do you mention the name?
There's a little bar down the street.
Yes, I know. The frailties of mankind.
The fellow who runs the place says there's been talk about Vicente being kind of loco over the Taylor girl.
I'd heard something of the sort, too. I was going to speak to him about it on Sunday.
How long has she been here, Father?
She arrived about 2 months ago. I'm afraid she's been a disturbing influence on our little village ever since.
Did you talk to her, Mallard?
No.
Where does she live, Father?
In a small cottage over on 2nd and Polk Street.
I think we ought to take a little walk over there, don't you, Mallard?
Right as rain, Cupcake. I dropped by her place before dinner, but she wasn't in.
Oh, you know where it is, then?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Please don't think it's rude, Father, but it's something we have to follow through on.
I understand, Miss Matson.
We got up from the table and went outside the mission. We pulled our coats closely about us, and little jets of steam came from our mouths as we breathed the crisp evening air. We'd only gone about a dozen steps or so, and we were stopped by a voice from behind.
Please, Senorita Matson, senor.
Huh?
Why, it's Miguel. What is it, Miguel? Something wrong?
I hear you talking inside. You are going over to see Senorita Taylor?
That's right.
Oh, please, no. The Senorita Taylor, she is a good girl. She would not to hurt anyone.
That's not what Father Paulino seems to think.
Oh, the good father, he does not know much about the outside. All his life, he live in the mission. He is, how would you say, secluded?
The good father may be secluded, Miguel. But I have a strong hunch he knows more about what's going on around here than anyone in town.
Oh, but please, you believe me? Senorita Taylor, she is a good person.
Look, Miguel, you want to find out who killed Vicente, don't you?
Oh, see?
Well, that's what we're trying to do. Now, you be a good boy, Miguel, and don't get yourself all in the stew. We left Miguel and walked over a couple of blocks to 2nd and Polk Street. We found the cottage and saw a light in the front window. Mallard knocked. And what opened the door would have been a delight on any movie screen, if you like your beauty the hard way. Rose Taylor, it was obvious, could raise an awful lot of havoc with the local swains.
Something you wanted?
Yes, we'd like to talk to you for a moment, if you don't mind.
Yes, I do mind. I'm kind of busy.
I'm sorry, Miss Taylor, but you'll have to unbusy yourself. This is the police.
Police. Always the police. Why can't you let me alone?
You've been in trouble before?
Nothing serious.
Might be this time. You know a kid named Vicente?
Yeah, I heard what happened. These crazy kids. They have a yen for knifings and shootings.
Don't they just? This is Lieutenant Mallard. He tells me he was by here this afternoon and you weren't in.
That's right. I went into Salinas to do some shopping.
We can prove that, can we?
Absolutely.
Well, well, what have we here? A very cozy little .32 revolver, and also nicely cleaned and oiled. You always keep it this immaculate, Miss Taylor?
Certainly. When some character gets too much tequila under the belt, you don't know what's going to happen.
And the suitcase on the bed. Are you getting ready to go somewhere?
Wait. If you're trying to make out that I knocked off Vicente, you're just whistling Dixie in 4 flats. Look, a telegram. If you'll take the time and the courtesy to read it, you'll find that my sister in Los Angeles is a very sick girl. I was going down to spend a week or so with her. What is this, a convention hall? Come in.
Buenas noches, senorita.
Miguel, beat it. I'm busy.
I am sorry. I am sorry. I have a message for Senorita Matson and for you, senor. Father Paulino sent me.
A message? What is it, Miguel?
The sheriff in Hollister just called on the telephone. He said to tell Senor Mallard that the bullet that killed Vicente was from a .32 caliber gun.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Well, now, a .32 slug had killed Vicente, and Miss Taylor owned a .32 gun. It looked practically tailor-made. However, I've seen coincidences like this before that have gone up in thin smoke. Mallard plucked the rose and asked her to return to the mission. And right there, I got me a king-sized idea. I excused myself, went to the little bar, and from the owner, I found out where the local banker lived. 5 minutes later, I was in his living room talking to him, a gentleman named Banta.
Yes, it's terrible. I only heard about it a half hour ago. Vicente was a splendid lad.
That's what I've heard. Well, the reason I'm here, Mr. Banta, is to inquire about his financial status. Did he do any banking at all?
Oh, yes. Up to about 5 or 6 weeks ago.
Uh-oh. Can you tell me more?
Well, he had a savings account of approximately $2,800. Suddenly, he began making withdrawals. 200, 300 at a time. Yesterday, he made another withdrawal. He'd left a total of $400 in his account.
Well, what do you know about that?
Well, he said he was having trouble with his crops this year. The rain and all that.
Mm-hmm. What about Miguel Torres?
Now, that's a very strange thing. He had an account of $900. That's practically gone, too. I assumed he was helping his friend Vicente.
I smell a very well-shaped rodent. Name of Taylor. Thanks, Mr. Banta. You've been a great help. Things seem to be taking shape. It looked like the old story of a no-good playing both ends against the middle. Both ends being Vicente and Miguel. The no-good? Rose Taylor. Scattered pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall in place. Father Paulino. At first I couldn't believe it. And I wondered what his reaction would be. Next step, the bartender at the village pub. I walked in and caught him at a good time. The place was empty.
Good evening. What can I do for you?
A package of cigarettes, please.
Sure. How are these?
No, the others, if you will.
All right.
Thank
there you are. Anything else?
Mm-hmm. Information.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Miguel Torres and a kid named Vicente. Did they come in here often?
Who are you?
Private investigator. Here. My merit badge.
Yeah, that's a new one, a lady cop.
Ah, the world is ever-changing, Buster. Now the answer.
Yeah, they used to come in about once a week. Usually on Saturday nights.
Drink much?
Nah, good kids, both of them.
When were they in here last?
Well, let's see. Yeah, night before last.
Any arguments?
They're so soft-spoken, those kind of guys, it's hard to tell. But now that you mention it, I think there was a bit of a rhubarb going on.
Who was taking the lead?
Torres. I gather he was sort of griped about something. Not too loud, not much fire.
That's when it gets dangerous. And they weren't drunk?
Nope. And I can spot a lush at 40 paces. They each had a beer and left.
Thanks, mister. Here, buy yourself a cup of Christmas cheer.
Well, thank you.
click, another piece of the puzzle in place, and all roads led right back to the mission. With the exception of the late Vicente, we had the full cast of characters front stage center. And a neat little bit of intrigue it was, too. As I drew near, the warm lights of the mission were streaking through the windows, contrasting greatly to the thoughts that were going around in my head. I walked in. Father Paulino was sitting over his desk, his head buried on his arms. Mallard was leaning back in a chair watching Rose Taylor, who in turn was smoking a cigarette and pacing the room. Rembrandt was reading a copy of the National Geographic. All heads snapped to me as I entered.
Hi, Cupcake. Have fun?
Of sorts. What's new here?
Oh, waiting for the sheriff from Hollister. He's going to book the Taylor lady on suspicion of murder. That way he can hold her.
I think I have somebody else for him to hold. Father Paulino?
Yes, Miss Matson.
I think you know what I'm about to say.
Yes. Yes, I think I do.
Where is he?
In the next room. I'll call him. Miguel, my son.
Si, Padre.
Come in here, please.
Si.
Miss Matson wants to talk to you.
You're here in the mission now, Miguel. You're standing right under the cross. You can't lie. You killed Vicente, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
I love her. I give her everything I have. My love, my heart, my money, everything. She tell me that she is mine, all mine. That we will be married right here in the mission by the good Father Paulino. Then last week, I find she is also making the pretend love to Vicente. I almost went crazy.
You told Vicente to stay away.
See, that is right. But last night, I stand across the street from Senorita Rose's house. Vicente was there. And as they say goodnight on the front porch, she kissed him and pat his cheek, just as she did to me.
And so you shot him this afternoon. With a .38. And when the sheriff called, you told us it was a .32, knowing that Rose also had a .32.
See, that is right. But you will never get me for it.
Mallard, Father, come on, don't let him get away.
There he goes, up on that wall.
Miguel, stop. You can't run away for the rest of your life.
I have no life, Father.
Miguel, watch out. You're going to...
He's done for. Broken back.
Is the pain bad, my son?
No, Father. Am I dying?
Yes, Miguel.
You see, I told you I had no life left. The bells, you hear them, Padre?
Yes. They're ringing, Miguel.
Time for the compline. You will pray for me, Father Paulino?
Of course. Merciful Jesus, all-knowing, all-seeing, look down upon us this night, so close upon thine own natal day. This boy I'm holding in my arms, Miguel Torres, he has trespassed upon thy commandments. In thine infinite mercy, I seek his forgiveness.
Thank you, Father. Thank you.
He's gone, Father Paulino.
Yes. Requiescat in pace. May his soul rest in peace.
Amen.
Where is she, the Taylor woman?
I'm right here, Father.
Look upon this boy I'm holding here, the second death in a matter of hours, and all because of you.
I know.
In the eyes of the law, you are guiltless. You pulled no trigger to cause the death of Vicente. Miguel fell off a wall to his death, but it was because of you.
I realize that now.
Do you really?
Yes, Father.
And Perhaps in this hour of dark tragedy, something has been salvaged after all. This is the Yuletide, the anniversary of the birth of Christ. In his infinite wisdom, the Almighty is charitable. Rose Taylor, seek his forgiveness. Leave San Juan Bautista. I'm sure Miguel and Vicente would want it that way. Start anew. Lead a penitent life. It is not too late. Tell me, child, do you recall Mary Magdalene?
I do, Father.
Need I say more?
No.
Someone help me with Miguel. We will carry him back to the chapel and finish the compline there.
I will, Father.
Thank you. Yes.
There's a remarkable man, Candy.
More than you know, Mellor, dear. Peace on earth, goodwill toward man and woman. In these troublesome times, there is a brilliant, shining example of what we have to hold on to.
You know, I wish there was a Father Paulino in every country of the world. We'd have more time for raising kids than for killing them.
My point exactly. Come on, Mellor, dear. Let's get back to San Francisco. I have a special star to put on my Christmas tree tonight. For all the Father Paulinos that ever lived.
Listen again next week at this same time. Just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209. And a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Featured in the story were Hal Burdick as Father Paulino, Lou Tobin as Miguel Torres, and Jane Bennett Carnell as Rose Taylor. Henry Leff is Lieutenant Ray Mallard, and Jack Thomas plays Rembrandt Watson. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. Our engineer was Clarence Stevens. The characters in the story were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. The program comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's December and the winter has caught hold, Broadway comes up with a miracle. Silver trees grow out of the sidewalks. Men with beards and red velvet suits suddenly appear from out of the Bowery and dedicate themselves to being jolly. And reindeer roam the tundra of the spectaculars. It's a time of Crosby records, noses against department store windows, and wishing you'd kept up the Christmas Club payments. Everybody's happy. Even the finance company sends you season's greetings. The atmosphere hadn't touched the alley, littered and dark except for a stark cone from a flashlight held by a policeman.
Up here, Danny. Shot twice in the back. Still breathing.
Come on, Doc. Take a look, Doc.
Let's put him on the stretcher. I don't think this one's got much time. Give me a hand here. Easy. We'll have you in the hospital in 5 minutes.
Know who he is, Muggavan?
Yeah, his wallet says Ben Justin. Here it is.
The ideas of what happened?
I think he knows who shot him, Danny. He was saying he'll get even.
Any names?
No. Easy with him now. Just slide the stretcher in here.
We'll ride with him. Let's go, Muggavan.
Yeah. Okay, Joe, let's get this ambulance on the road.
Kill him with my bare hands.
Who are you going to kill, Ben?
Watch it, Danny. Flat him out. Here, hold the bottle up like this.
Yeah. Is it all right if I talk to him?
You better hurry.
Who shot you, Ben? Can you hear me, Ben? Ben.
Wait a second. Hey, Joe, you can take it easy. Take your time. He's dead, Danny.
Then the slow ride through swarming avenues, the slow tolling of the ambulance bell, because the rhythm of death is slow. And through the windows of the moving car, the procession of fleeting faces, of melting forms scurrying from the bitter touch of an unknown wind. Then suddenly, at a stop, because death in the city must wait its turn, the face peering in, avid for a furtive glimpse at pain, seeing only the shroud-covered man, turning away in regret. The ambulance moves again, and within it, silence, because there are no more questions that can be asked of the dead. At headquarters, the setting up of a file on Ben Justin. The word murdered, neatly typed in triplicate. Then the fragments of his life drifting in to be pieced together, to be entered under the correct heading, on the correct line. Ben Justin lived in an apartment on West 86th. He was married to a woman named Evelyn. Go there. Ask her the question the dying man wouldn't answer.
Ben didn't tell you? He was bleeding to death and he wouldn't tell you who killed him?
No, Miss Justin.
I like him for that. For a lot of other reasons, but this one's the best.
Then you will want to help us find his murderer.
No, that's your job. That's what you get paid for.
They shot him down in an alley.
Sorry, but that's how I feel about things. You get what you work for in this world. No one can do it for you. You want Ben's killer? Find him. That way he'll belong to you, just you.
If you know something, Mrs. Justin, we can hold you.
Now, wherever did you get an idea like that? How would I know who killed Ben? It's his secret. He's taking it to his grave with him.
Maybe I didn't tell you. Ben's last words were that he would kill him with his bare hands.
Ben can't do that now, can he?
But you can do something, Mrs. Justin. You can tell me about Ben. You can tell me who wanted him dead.
Tell you about Ben? That could take my lifetime. But I'll brief it down for you. Ben did good by me. Dressed me in fancy clothes, showy. Showed me off to his friends. Didn't mind if one made a play for me. Grinned it off. Grinned about it when we got home. Cuffed me a little, and we go to sleep laughing. That's about Ben.
Doesn't help us much.
Then try this. Ben used to work for the Imperial Insurance Company, an investigator. Go ask them about Ben. I bet those insurance people knew more about him than even his wife knew. It's their business.
Imperial Insurance?
On Lower Broadway. You can excuse yourself now, Mr. Clover. I want to go over my wardrobe, pick out a black dress for Ben's funeral. Silk? Yeah, silk. He liked me in it.
Yeah, it's very intriguing what you tell me, Mr. Clover. Look, why don't we go downstairs and chat about it over a cup of coffee?
Now, Mr. Cogan.
You don't understand, kid. I haven't had my breakfast. How can I do my best for Imperial Insurance without something hot in my stomach?
We're trying to find out who killed the man.
For this, I have to miss my breakfast? I tell you don't understand. My wife sleeps in the morning. She doesn't make
Ben Justin
me
used to work for you. I want you to give me what you know about him. Now. Because it won't wait.
Ew. On an empty stomach? All right. All right. Yeah, he worked for us. One of our hottest cases. A year ago, he kissed us goodbye.
You don't know anything about him after that. You're just...
Look, kid, did I say that? I know a lot about Ben. Let me open my mouth a little, huh?
It's open.
A year ago, we put Ben on the Colton murder case. Remember it? Who doesn't? Mrs. Colton found murdered, shot to death in her house on Long Island. That one cost us, the company, $100,000.
The police were handling it. Why did you put a private investigator on it?
Oh, don't let it bother you. Justin flopped, too. He said he couldn't find a thing to prove that Mrs. Colton's nephew and his wife committed the mayhem. Remember Johnny and Dottie Reed? The lovable kids that all of us thought were the murderers? The state, us, till they were acquitted? No evidence, not even from our own boy, Ben.
And after that, Ben quit.
How did you know? Oh, I told you, yeah. He turned in a memo that we should pay the kids the $100,000 insurance the aunt left the boy. Shook hands all around, resigned. Then right away we find out he was making merry with the Reed kids, all over town, in their home.
How do you know that?
It was a password in our office, how Ben and his wife were always in the company of the kids.
Why? The kids were acquitted? They have the right to make their own friends?
For $100,000, we keep trying. Do I get coffee now?
Yeah. Here's a dime. Let it be on me.
Hello. What can I do for you?
My name's Danny Clover from the police.
Yeah.
Is your name Reed?
Yeah, that's right.
I wanted...
You got the look in your eyes. You want to talk to me, don't you? Come on in. And here. I know that look, Mr. Clover. The police and I have been chummy before.
Is your wife here?
Vacuuming the rugs in the dining room. Dottie! Hey, Dottie!
Yeah, what do you want, Johnny?
Turn off the loo and come in here. We got a caller. I hope you don't mind the way Dottie looks. Holiday cleaning.
What'd you say? Oh.
This is Danny Clover, Dottie. He's from the police.
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Clover. I'm busy.
Well, just a few questions about Ben Justin.
Guess I'm right, Dottie, huh? Soon as I saw this morning's paper, I told you a policeman would be twirling his hat at the door.
Then you talk to him, Johnny. I've got to get my work done.
I'm afraid you'll have to hold it off for about 5 minutes, Miss Reed.
Do you have a warrant?
I don't need one. All I want...
Dottie gets all mixed up. Ever since the cops scared her to death last year, well, she just could be lost, and the only person around a cop, and she wouldn't ask him which way was home.
Johnny isn't kidding. Cops.
How well did you two know Ben Justin?
We're not going to his funeral.
Not even flowers, Mr. Clover.
Funny. I heard you were pretty good friends.
2 weeks ago, Johnny and I took turns yawning in his face. He still wouldn't go home.
Then he used to drop in here often.
Maybe a couple times a month. When I shook his hand after we were acquitted, he took that to mean buddy. He couldn't get through his head I'd have shaken anybody's hand.
Ben Justin tried to send you to the chair. I don't understand.
Neither did we.
You inherited a lot of money when your aunt was killed, didn't you, Mr. Reed?
You people can't leave us alone, can you?
Hey, you shouldn't have asked that, Mr. Clover. Dottie's going to be upset all day.
It's going to be like this for the rest of our lives.
Dottie.
No matter what we do, where we go, it's going to be the same way. Get him out of here, Johnny. Get him out of here.
You heard him, Mr. Clover. You better get out. Dottie's busy.
Mind if I turn on the radiator, Danny? It's cold in here.
Huh?
How can you stand it? There. Danny, you've been over and over the transcript of a year-old trial maybe 100 times. You want something juicy to read? Here, try this pulp.
It's good, huh?
Tells me the thrilling things detectives have happened to them. For 2 bits, it thrills even me. The things that go on.
Mrs. Colton was killed with Johnny Reed's gun. Our ballistics man proved it. Brought it in evidence. Exhibit A.
But no fingerprints.
No fingerprints.
And if you read the transcript another 100 times, there still won't be any. What are you trying to build,
It
Danny?
bothers me. You mind, Muggavan?
Danny, listen to me. The kid had a right to the gun. Messenger boy for a brokerage house. Briefcases full of stocks and bonds, sometimes even money. A boy needs a gun in a career like that. They present him with it, courtesy of the house.
And it killed his aunt, endowed 2 kids with $100,000.
The gun could have been stolen from him, just like he said. His wife put her arms around him. He felt different somehow to her without the gun. That was the first they knew it was missing, just like they said in court.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're after, Danny. The kids were acquitted.
I know.
They said they spent the day picnicking on the Jersey Palisades. Nobody could prove different. Nobody could prove they were at the murder house that day. They were acquitted.
I told you I know Muggavan.
Then what's with you? You think you found a free and easy way to solve Ben Justin's murder? I take it back, Danny. I didn't mean to say that.
Why so chummy with the Reed kids?
You mean Justin and his wife?
You care about anyone else?
Justin was a top insurance investigator. He couldn't find a thing to prove that the kids were anywhere else but eating ham and cheese sandwiches on the Palisades. That cinched it. When an insurance company...
Danny, you gotta go. You just gotta. Here, I brought your overcoat. I'll help you into it.
There's not too much to Taglia. Where am I going?
To the residence of one Mrs. Evelyn Justin. She just phoned in, Danny. She was crying, then screaming. In between said cries and screams was sandwiched that someone was trying to kill her. I made her go slow so I could take her down in shorthand. Here, Danny, her very words.
Yeah, get your coat, Muggavan. It's a cold ride. Down this hall, Muggavan. Come on.
Right behind you.
Wish I'd taken that call. Sounds real quiet in there.
Locked, Danny.
Lean on the bell, Muggavan.
Yeah. Danny, something happened.
Kick it in. Mrs. Justin!
Watch it, Danny. The place is a furnace.
Mrs. Justin!
Danny, you can't go in there. Don't be crazy. Yeah. I don't understand. What happened?
We ring the bell, we blow the place up.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There should be plenty of action on CBS Hopalong Cassidy show tomorrow night. Hoppy will be invading the land of the Gunhawks, and though this may not sound full of action at first, he'll finally play dead to capture a band of vicious marauders. Hopalong Cassidy, starring Bill Boyd, comes your way every Saturday evening on most of these same CBS stations. Join him in the land of Gunhawks tomorrow night.
On the eve of the holiday, Broadway opens wide its loudspeakers, takes last year's tinsel off a back shelf, considers its tarnish, shrugs and hangs it in a doorway, in a shop window, just above the summer resort sports shirt sprinkled with artificial snow and decked with dust-covered holly. It makes glints in the winter's sun, sways gently in the winter's wind. It makes you all warm inside, doesn't it, kid? The warm-eyed women walking by, hugging the warm fur close to them. Makes you merry. And the music floating out of the metallic throats. Good, huh, kid? But turn it up. That way you won't hear the dissonance of death. That way it won't intrude. That explosion uptown. Anyone killed? No one knows yet, but when they do, it'll be given to you. Hot off the presses, shining from the Translux. Gift-wrapped with red ribbons. But before that happens, they've got to clear away the charred litter, hold the crowds back, assure the lady her kid wasn't in there. You don't know where he is. And then finally a man comes up to you.
It's all clear now, Danny. We can go in.
They find anything?
Uh-huh. They said in the kitchen. They said to watch ourselves. The walls are still smoldering.
Okay, let's go, Muggavan.
Yeah. He said in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
Watch it, Danny. Doorway don't look any
Come on.
Not much left, is there, Danny? You were here before. Not much left, huh? Broken, up in smoke. Hey.
Yeah.
Mrs. Justin?
Yep.
Explosion must have done it, huh, Danny? The way she...
She was beaten up first. Slugged. See? Here. Here.
Yeah. They made sure, huh, Danny?
If we hadn't rung the doorbell, maybe they... Call it in, Muggavan. To homicide.
carrying gifts from the boys in technical to you.
You thanked them for me, Gino.
Goes without saying. Christmas is coming, Danny. Courtesy is the motto of the season. A fella has to...
Goes without saying. What have you got?
Gift number 1. You are confirmed in your deduction that Mrs. Justin was slugged, left unconscious well, you were there, Danny. I don't have to spell it out for you.
No, Gino.
For this pearl, my thanks. This, a poet once said...
Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny. Gift number 2. The doorbell was rigged to a booby trap of a type commonly used in the last... What am I saying? Ring the doorbell and boom, blast, poof.
It was that professional.
To the contrary, wise is Mr. Gordon from Technical. He says it was a clumsy imitation.
Gordon didn't like it, huh?
He sniffed his nose at it. However, in the matter of an inferno machine, what matters clumsy, huh, Danny?
Anything else?
Nothing else. Except an itching in my brain.
Huh?
Yeah. I am making out my Christmas list, and it itches me. What to give Mike Schreck, the bald-headed miracle detective from Philadelphia, for Christmas? The joy he has brought me. I should return it with a likewise. You got a suggestion, Danny?
Only a question, Gino. How did you know it was Mrs. Justin you talked to on the phone?
Well, she told me, Danny. Several times she told me. Well, what reason would I have to disbelieve what a lady tells me? You're trying to make out I'm a Gulliver, Danny? You know...
Pardon me, Gino.
Likewise, I'm sure. When they tell you their name, see if you...
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Swifty Crenshaw of the 34th Street Post Office, Mr. Clover. They referred me to you.
Why?
Oh, because I'm holding some undelivered mail for Mrs. Evelyn Justin. Bet you'd love to get your hands on it.
Yeah, I would.
Fine. Just ask for Swifty Crenshaw. Everybody knows me. Bye now.
Who was it, Danny?
A Swifty Crenshaw from the post office.
Cren? See? See how you two can be a Gulliver, Danny?
You Mr. Crenshaw?
You bet.
My name's Clover. I spoke to you on the phone a little while ago.
You bet. Just wait here. Here you are. The mail addressed to Mrs. Ben Justin.
Uh-huh.
There's not much there. Circulars, a few Christmas cards from people who heed our message to mail early. One there that's sealed, and the sender tried to mail it third class. Postage due on that one, but I guess we can forget it, huh? I can save you trouble turning over that postcard. It's for a free grease job with 15 gallons of gas. That other is for a book overdue at the library.
You've been having yourself a time, haven't you, Mr. Crenshaw?
Hey, you bet.
What's in this envelope?
How do I know? It's no use holding an envelope like that up to the light. It's manila.
It's postmarked yesterday. Addressed to Mrs. Ben Justin. P.O. Box 626, 34th Street Station, New York, New York. Return address? The same.
She addressed it to herself? What's in it?
You bet, Mr. Crenshaw.
Hold on, please. Mr. Jasper is looking up the records now.
Okay. Tell him to hurry.
Mr. Jasper will speak to you.
Good.
Mr. Jasper on the phone.
What about it, Jasper?
You say you have a carbon copy of a subscription form for today's Lady magazine? Where did you get it?
In an envelope. Come on, your girl said you were looking it up, Jasper. The form is used by your company, signed with the initials DF. Who is DF?
Donald Fraser. He would have gotten 400 points if he'd handed the subscription in. But why didn't he?
Where does Donald Fraser live?
19 West 16th. He's a pretty good...
Yeah. Thanks. You better come along, Muggavan.
Right. You ring the bell this time, Danny. No, I'll ring it. I read someplace if you crash in an airplane, the first thing to do is to go up in another one. Nah, you ring the bell, Danny.
Thanks.
What do you want?
You Donald Fraser?
So, what do you want?
We're from the police.
Didn't you hear, Donald? We're from the police. Let's go inside.
Sit down, Donald. You want a cigarette, Donald?
I don't smoke.
You drink?
No, I can't stand the taste.
He's got refined taste, Danny.
You signed this magazine subscription form, didn't you? Well, didn't you?
I don't know.
You know. You know, don't you?
I signed it.
All right. You took a magazine subscription on November 2nd, 1949. That's the date on this form.
It's also the date Mrs. Colton was shot to death.
So, what's that got to do with anything?
It's got this to do with it. It's a magazine subscription for Mrs. Colton. You took the subscription. Who signed it?
I'll tell you.
You're not kidding.
Let him alone, Margaret.
I came by Mrs. Colton's that morning selling subscriptions. Mrs. Colton said to come back later. She wanted time to make up her mind.
When you came back, Johnny Reed was there with his wife.
I said leave him alone.
Yeah, that's right. They were there that day. The girl yelled up to her aunt that I'd come back. Mrs. Colton said to take the subscription. The girl signed for her.
That does it, Danny.
Not quite. Donald, then Ben Justin got to you, didn't he? He was investigating the murder and tracked down a lead that a magazine salesman was on the Colton block that day. That right?
Yeah, the very next day. Before I had a chance to turn in the form in to Mr. Jasper. I shouldn't have done it. I know I shouldn't have done it. For $1,000, the trouble I'm in. I didn't mean to do anything. He talked me into it.
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Let's go inside, Mrs. Reed.
Remember how busy I was yesterday? I'm busier today.
That's too bad. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to your husband.
All right, come in. I've got an idea Johnny's going to throw you right out, and I want to watch. Johnny! Johnny!
Yeah?
Look who's here, Johnny.
Huh? Oh. Hiya, Mr. Clover. Can I get you something? I just broke out a quart of beer.
No, thanks. I want to talk to you alone.
Sure. My pleasure. Go make us some coffee, Daddy.
I told him you were going to throw him out, Johnny. You're making a liar out of me.
Just get the coffee, Daddy.
Then you'll throw him out?
If he annoys me.
All right, Johnny.
Now, what's a good word, Mr. Clover?
What have you been doing with yourself lately, Johnny?
Oh, this and that. I got enough money. I'm lucky with the horses. The money gets used up and replenished.
I envy you.
Yeah, got a system.
That's fine. I'm glad to hear of it.
Is this what you come all the way out here to talk to me about?
You impressed me the last time I talked to you.
You kidding?
No, I'm not. Say, you think Dottie needs any help with the coffee?
Probably. She's all thumbs. But she doesn't like you, Mr. Clover.
Maybe if I help her with the coffee.
Yeah. Why don't you do that? Help her with the coffee. Mine's with cream, Mr. Clover. 2 sugars.
What do you want?
I just came in to tell you to get your hat and coat.
That sounds familiar.
That's right. You're under arrest.
Hey, you're doing all right, Mr. Clover.
You're under arrest for murder.
Let me tell you why it sounds familiar, Mr. Clover. Because it's happened before.
What happened before?
A year ago, when Johnny and I were arrested for the murder of his aunt, the police separated Johnny and me. Then one cop came to me and said Johnny confessed. That way I was supposed to break down. They did the same thing to Johnny. Oh, as a policeman, you're a real nothing, Mr. Clover. A real nothing.
Hey, let me laugh with you, huh?
Say, you remember what they tried on us before, Johnny, trying to make us confess? Well, your friend Clover just tried it again.
Oh, Clover. All right, you had your fun. Don't you think you ought to go home now?
I haven't had my coffee yet.
Daddy makes such lousy coffee. It really isn't worth it.
I don't understand you.
Throw him out, Johnny.
That's what I mean. I came here to give you something for Christmas. Maybe I'm a little early. Maybe I should come back.
If you're giving, we're receiving. What do you got?
This. The magazine subscription form that your wife signed last year in your aunt's house.
Where'd you get it?
From Mrs. Justin's post office box at 34th Street Station.
You got it figured, huh, Mr. Clover?
Sure. It's proof that the two of you were at Ms. Colton's the day she was murdered. The piece of evidence the DA didn't have at your trial.
Johnny, they can't try us again, can they?
You, planning to reopen the trial with new evidence, Danny?
It won't be necessary. Justin bought this subscription form from the salesman. He was blackmailing you with it. Then a little while ago, he got afraid of you two, passed it on to his wife.
That's where she had it, huh?
That's where she mailed it for safekeeping after you killed her husband. You thought you destroyed it when your wife called headquarters and had me set off that booby trap.
And now you got it. Merry Christmas, Danny. How much you want?
How much were you paying Justin before you killed him?
Don't bargain. How much?
All of it. Everything you got. I want you to sign a confession, you and your wife.
Let me sit down and think about it. Serve the coffee, Daddy.
You gonna stir it with that gun?
No. I'm gonna kill you with the gun. You want one slug or two?
Johnny!
This will put you out of your misery, Johnny.
You can have half of it, Mr. Clover. All of it. You can have anything you want.
I've got what I want. Let's get your coat, Mrs. Reed. In the midnight cold, Broadway echoes with sounds you hear only in darkness. The fleeting whispers that speckle places where there's no sun. People pass and touch you. You look down, there are fingers of dust on your shoulder. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Anthony Barrett, Sam Edwards, Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Sidney Miller, and Jack Crucian. Now, here's Larry Thor.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's program concludes the present series of Broadway's My Beat. We thank you for listening and hope to return to the air in the near future when Danny Clover will bring you more adventures along the Great White Way.
Next week at this time, most of these same CBS stations will bring you a new program featuring Edward R. Murrow, Columbia's famed news reporter. This new program will be called Report to the Nation. And during its 60 minutes, Mr. Murrow will bring you not only important war and political news, but also summaries of all that's bright and new in the world of music, the theater, sports, and the other colorful, varied fields of American life. You'll hear recordings of great speeches and great events in the week preceding each Friday night broadcast. Report to the Nation will report the news for CBS listeners in this unprecedented series of broadcasts. Be listening for Report to the Nation next Friday evening on CBS. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, the Stars Address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Here we are once more in Dr. Watson's firelit study. The wind is howling outside, but inside the heavy red curtains have been drawn across the windows, and the only sound we can hear is the cheerful crackling of the logs in the fireplace. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
You don't know how lucky you are that you don't have to go out on a night like this.
Yes, it's one of the advantages of having retired from active medical practice. You know the old adage, man works from sun to sun, but woman's work's never done. It's a base libel as far as doctors are concerned. You never know when Mr. Smith is going to acquire a black eye or Mrs. McTavish, they decide to present her an addition to the clan.
Never a dull moment, eh, Dr. Watson?
Oh, dear me, no. That's one thing I've never complained of. If it wasn't a patient who disturbed what little routine I had, it was Sherlock Holmes. I remember one bitter February evening. It was the second winter after my marriage. I just settled down to my after-dinner pipe when the doorbell rang. It was a note from Holmes. It said, "Come at once if convenient. If inconvenient, come all the same."
And you went, of course.
Now, Mr. Bell, you'll hear all about that in good time, but haven't you something to tell our listeners?
Yes, Dr. Watson, I have. Men, attractive, well-groomed hair does a great deal to give a man self-assurance, to say nothing of helping his appearance. And I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing more about this modern trend in hair grooming, which has become such a nationwide favorite among America's most successful men. It's called Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a combination of hair grooming ingredients which has never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. Yes, that's exactly why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look and keeps it in place longer. Keeps every hair in perfect order from morning till night. Yet Kreml never gives hair that greasy, patent leather look. Kreml keeps hair looking mighty handsome with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet it always feels and looks clean on your hair and scalp. No other hair tonic keeps hair more handsomely groomed, yet it never looks greasy. So men, for better groomed hair, change to Kreml. Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, when you received the mysterious message from Sherlock Holmes, you at once went round to Baker Street, I suppose.
Yes, curiosity has always been my Achilles' heel. Well, when I arrived at Baker Street, I found Holmes huddled in his armchair, his knees drawn up and his pipe in his mouth. He was sunk in a profound reverie, and I'd been in the room several moments before he became aware of my existence.
Oh, so there you are, Watson, there you are.
Obviously. I've been here for 7 minutes, as a matter of fact.
Unimportant, completely unimportant and uninteresting. Watson, have you ever speculated on the importance of a knowledge of dogs in detective work?
Dogs? Well, naturally. Bloodhounds, sleuthhounds...
No, I'm not interested in that phase of the subject. It's too obvious. There is another side, far more subtle.
I suppose there is, but I'm dashed do I know...
You recollect in the case you so sensationally wrote up as The Adventure of the Copper Beeches?
Yes, but the case was sensational. In that instance, it wasn't the dog. It was the fact that the master of the house was willing to pay a sizable sum to...
Don't prattle, Watson, don't prattle.
Prattle?
I was about to point a moral. In the case of the Copper Beeches, I was able, by noting the actions of a rather vicious child, to draw some startling deductions as to the criminal instincts of its father, who was considered a thoroughly respectable citizen.
Oh, of course, yes, I remember, but what's that got to do with...
My line of thought about dogs is analogous. Whoever saw a frisky dog in a gloomy family, or a sad dog in a happy one? Snarling people have snarling dogs. Dangerous people have dangerous dogs.
Surely, Holmes, you didn't rout me out on a night like this to discuss the temperaments of dogs?
Not in general, no. What interests me is why Professor Presbury's faithful wolfhound Roy endeavors to bite him.
You mean Professor Presbury, the famous Camford physiologist?
Quite. The dog, until recently a most devoted animal, has attacked his master twice.
Huh?
What do you make of it?
The dog is ill.
Possibly. But he attacks no one else. Nor does he molest his master save on very special occasions. Curious, Watson, very curious. Ah, that must be Mr. Bennett, Professor Presbury's assistant. He is before his time. His appointment was 8:30. Come in, come in. Ah, good evening, Mr. Bennett.
Good evening.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. I couldn't consider undertaking a case or solving an enigma without his invaluable aid.
Oh, Holmes, really, pay no attention to Mr. Bennett. He's pulling my leg again.
Delighted to meet you, sir. I hope you'll forgive me arriving so early, Mr. Holmes, but Edith is so worried about her father, and naturally
Quite so. Edith, my dear Watson, is Professor Presbury's daughter, to whom Mr. Bennett is engaged to be married. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I have that honor.
Oh, congratulations, young man, congratulations. Ideal state matrimony.
Watson, stop chattering.
Oh, I was only going to say that I've only been married.
Now then, Mr. Bennett, I believe you gave me the salient points of the case in your letter, but I've not had the opportunity to relate them to Dr. Watson. So if you will be good enough to go over the matter again...
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. The professor, as you may know, Dr. Watson, is a man of splendid reputation.
Yes, indeed he is.
A trifle positive, I might even say combative, but there has never been a breath of scandal. At least until a month ago.
Dear me, don't tell me that old Presbury has started to sow his wild oats at his age. I always considered him the soul of respectability.
Well, you see, early last fall he became attached to the daughter of Professor Morphy. It was not the reasoned courting of an elderly man, but rather the passionate frenzy of youth.
In short, his family considered the infatuation rather excessive?
Exactly. And so I gathered did the young lady, although her father, Professor Morphy, favored the match.
Yes. Presbury is fairly well-to-do, I understand.
Yes. About a month ago, Professor Presbury did something he's never done before. He left home without telling anyone he was going. A fortnight later, he returned rather travel-worn.
Oh, where'd he been?
Well, he refused to say. By chance, however, I received a letter from a friend of mine in Prague, saying he'd seen the professor at a distance.
And now comes the remarkable part of the story.
Oh?
Yes, Dr. Watson. From that time on, a curious change came over the professor. Those around him had the inexplicable feeling that he was under some influence that darkened his better nature.
You don't think that he was hypnotized, possibly, or mentally unbalanced in some way?
No, on the contrary. His lectures were more brilliant than ever. His mind was singularly alert. But there was something new about him, something sinister. His daughter tried again and again to penetrate the mask he had put on, but in vain.
Extraordinary.
He behaved to her almost as though she were a stranger. In fact, all of his friends and co-workers noticed a rather singular change of personality.
And the incident of the letters, Mr. Bennett. Don't forget that.
I was just coming to that. You see, Dr. Watson, the professor has never had any secrets from me. I handled every paper which came in to him and opened all his letters.
Yes, of course.
Shortly after his return, all this was changed. Certain letters began to arrive, marked with an X under the stamp. These I was in no account to touch.
What was the handwriting like?
Decidedly illiterate. The envelopes had the EC mark.
East Central, eh? Not exactly the portion of London one would expect the professor to be in touch with.
The letters were curious enough, but not more curious than the little wooden box.
Wooden box?
Yes. One of those quaint carved things one associates with a visit to Germany. I discovered it one morning in the drawer of Professor Presbury's desk. He had sent me into his study in search of a cannula.
I put it on my desk, Bennett, in front of the inkwell.
It's not here, Professor Presbury. I'll try the drawers. It's usually in the upper right. No, not here. Perhaps the left one. No. I say, Professor, what a curious box. I've never seen that in here before.
What box?
This one with the carving. You must have got it on your trip to Germany.
What trip to Germany? Who said I was in Germany?
Professor Presbury, I didn't mean to...
You sniveling little cad. You contemptible snooper.
I didn't...
What do you mean by poking about among my things? Put that box down.
Let me explain.
Put that box down, I say. Go. Now get out of here. Get out before I break every bone in your body.
Jolly chap, the professor. Sounds as if he were heading for an apoplectic fit.
Do you remember the date of that outburst, Mr. Bennett?
It was December the 2nd. It was on that very day that Roy the Wolfhound made his first attack on the professor.
An attack? Do you mean that the dog actually bit him?
Well, he certainly tried to.
When was the next attack?
December the 11th, and again on December the 20th. After that, we had to banish Roy to the stables.
Singular, most singular. Those dates were new to me.
There have been some even stranger developments since I wrote you, Mr. Holmes.
Yes?
What I speak of occurred the night before last. It was really a terrifying experience.
Yes, go on.
I live with Professor Presbury, as you know, Mr. Holmes. I had retired rather early and was correcting the papers of a lecture I was to deliver in the morning. At 11:30, all was quiet, and I blew out my lamp and went to sleep. A little after midnight, I was awakened by a curious shuffling and muttering in the corridor. It was followed by a series of dull knocks on what I took to be Edith's door. I heard her open the door. There was a gasp, and then she uttered a terrible scream.
Edward, help!
It's all right, darling. I'm coming. What's the matter? Don't look so terrified.
Oh, Edward. Edward, it was horrible. Like a nightmare.
What was? Oh, darling, don't tremble so. I'm here now. Tell me what frightened you.
I thought I heard someone knocking at my door.
I heard it, too.
I got up and opened the door, and there it was.
leering up at me.
It? What do you mean? Was it a man?
I don't know. I only know it was something dark and crouching. I screamed and it hurried down the hall, not quite on its hands and knees, with its face sunk between its shoulders.
How awful. You lock yourself in and I'll have a look.
No, don't leave.
But, darling,
Shh. Do you hear anything?
No. Nothing that...
There it is again. In the ivy outside the window. As though someone were climbing up the wall.
But that's impossible. The window's a good 20 feet from the ground. Nobody would dare.
Look. On the windowsill. A hand. It's drawing itself up.
Here comes the head. Good heavens, what a horrible face. The eyes that leer.
Oh, Edward! It's Father!
Well, Watson, what do you make of that? The professor crawling about in this curious fashion.
Lumbago, probably. I've known it to double a man up.
Oh, rubbish, Watson. Did you ever hear of a man with lumbago scaling a 20-foot wall?
Well, now that you mention it, no.
Mr. Bennett, how did Professor Presbury explain his actions the next morning?
He seemed to have no recollection of them. No recollection of them at all.
When did you say this happened, Mr. Bennett?
The night before last.
The 4th of February, huh? That rather complicates matters. And last night, did anything further happen?
The only unusual thing I heard was Roy, barking furiously a little after midnight. Poor fellow, he's been chained down to the stable. I must confess, if anything else happened, neither Edith nor I would have known it. You see, we both had a feeling of impending danger and slept with our doors locked and the shutters barricaded.
Very sensible procedure. I would suggest that you get Miss Presbury out of the house for a few days. Send her away until we can clear this matter up.
I've already persuaded her to pay a visit to her aunt in Cambridge.
Splendid. Now, as to the dates of these seizures, you will say the first was December the 2nd, the next December the 11th, and the third...
Here's a list of the dates. When I first observed abnormality in the professor's behavior, I felt it my duty to obtain all possible data about the case.
Excellent. Let me see. Yes, as I thought, the intervals are regular. Putting 2 and 2 together, let us say that every 9 days the professor takes some strong drug, which has a passing but highly poisonous effect. He learned to take this drug while in Prague, and is now supplied by an intermediary who resides in the East Central District of London.
Yes, but the dog and the creeping man in the passage. Holmes, the thing's too fantastic to be explained by simple addiction to drugs.
It's not simple, not in the least. But patience, Watson, patience. We've at least made a beginning. Our next step is to obtain an interview with the professor himself. What is the best time to catch him in, Mr. Bennett? When would he be free to see us?
About 11 in the morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good. You may expect us at that time tomorrow.
In just a moment, we'll keep our appointment with the professor. But first, men, remember, if you want your hair to look healthy and handsome, one of the first requisites is a hygienic scalp. And when you buy a hair tonic, be smart. Enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml. Kreml contains a combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky or dirty. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive your scalp feels, how it tingles. And if your hair is so dry it breaks off and falls, start using Kreml at once. Because Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling softer, more pliable, makes it look as if it had some body to it. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Dr. Watson, what happened next in the strange case of Professor Presbury?
Well, early the next morning found us near the town of Camford, approaching a large, Rather gloomy house.
This must be the house, Watson. Notice the ivy vines reaching up to the bedroom windows. See? Some of the leaves have been torn away. The vines look decidedly the worse for wear.
But surely no man could possibly climb up that way.
No normal man, Watson. No normal man. But look, I fancy that is the professor peering at us from behind the curtains in that second window. Doesn't seem to be too well pleased at our presence.
Fierce-looking chap. Tremendously vigorous for his age. I say, Holmes, do you think we ought?
Ought what?
Well, I mean, what excuse are you going to give for our call?
Assuming that Professor Presbury's memory is a trifle defective during his bad spells, how is he to know that he didn't send for us himself?
Well, isn't that rather skating on thin ice?
Possibly, my dear Watson, possibly.
I must say, I don't relish this interview at all.
Shh! Someone's coming. It's Presbury himself. For heaven's sake, Watson, pull yourself together. You look as though you'd been caught stealing sheep. Good morning. Professor Presbury, I believe?
Yes.
I'm Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, the detective.
Oh, yes, I believe I've heard of you. Won't you come in?
This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Oh, all right.
Come this way, gentlemen. To my study.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. What a charming room. Delightful, eh, Holmes?
Pray sit down, gentlemen. Now, what can I do for you?
Why, that was the question I was about to put to you.
To me, sir?
Yes. Apropos of the communication you sent me.
A letter? I sent you a letter?
No, not exactly a letter.
A telegram, then? Have you got it with you?
No, I can't say I have.
No, I dare say not. Because I sent you no telegram.
Impossible. Why, then, someone's been playing a practical joke on us both.
That statement, Mr. Holmes, is highly questionable.
Really, Professor Presbury, I can only apologize for this needless intrusion and hope that you will forgive me.
But that is hardly enough, Mr. Holmes. What kind of fool do you take me for?
Why,
You know I didn't send for you. You can't get out of this so easily.
I say, steady, sir,
I'll
steady.
show you, you scoundrel.
Put down that paperweight, Professor.
I'll show
Consider your position. You can't afford a scandal. After all, I'm rather well known. You cannot possibly afford to treat me with such discourtesy.
I should think not.
Come on, Watson. The interview's closed. Good day, Professor.
Phew. What a narrow escape. The professor was certainly in a dangerous mood.
Yes, our learned friend's nerves are somewhat out of order. Highly inflammable temper.
Maniacal, I should say. And yet his mind seemed perfectly clear.
Too clear. That was my miscalculation. His memory is quite reliable, unfortunately. Strange. Very strange.
I must say, Holmes, I'm a bit disappointed in you. All that trouble for nothing.
Not quite for nothing. We have seen the gentleman and have gained a personal contact. We have also discovered the address of the intermediary in London.
Have we? Well, how in thunder...
The professor wrote to him this morning. I deciphered the name from the blotting pad on the professor's desk.
I say.
The gentleman's name is Dorak, and he lives in the Commercial Road. And now, Watson, I'm a busy man. We will drop this case until next Tuesday evening.
Tuesday? But why Tuesday?
On that date, if my calculations are correct, the professor should have another of his curious spells. We must be on hand to notice the developments and to prevent a catastrophe.
Mr. Holmes, this isn't my idea of the way to spend a pleasant evening. Look at those clouds cutting across the moon.
Yes. I told you to bring your greatcoat. I suspected it might be a trifle draughty.
Draughty? My legs are quite numb from crouching behind this gooseberry bush. Why did you have to pick this particular night?
If the cycle of 9 days holds good, we shall have the professor at his worst tonight. Moreover, I ascertained that he received a packet from the man Dorak this morning. Yes, we shall see. We shall see.
Look. Someone has lit a light in the corner bedroom.
That must be the professor. So I was right in my calculations. Things are beginning to happen. I warned Bennett not to try to interfere with him, but to follow him at a safe distance.
Safe? You don't think that he's as dangerous as that, do you?
I don't think so. I know it.
What?
Have you your revolver handy?
Well, yes, but you don't think I should be obliged to use it? Huh?
Oh, control your nerves, Watson. I can hear your teeth chattering.
It's not nerves, it's a cold.
The professor's symptoms are particularly interesting. Apart from these fits, he has more energy and vitality than ever. And then his knuckles. Did you notice his knuckles?
No, I can't say that I did.
Thick and horny, quite unusual for a man. Very curious, Knuckles, that can only be explained by the mode of progression observed in... Knuckles. But of course. And the dog. And the ivy. Why didn't I think of that before?
Holmes. Look. He's opened the side door. There he is. Standing in the doorway, leaning forward with his arms dangling. Of course. Now he's coming down the drive. Wait, he's not walking, he's crouching, running and skipping along on his hands and feet. Holmes, it's uncanny. It's almost as if he were possessed by some strange, unnatural force.
There he goes, round the corner of the house. Quick, Watson, we must follow him.
Here comes Bennett.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, have you seen him?
Yes, he went this way. Come along.
He's worse than usual tonight. I could hear him through my door, chattering and jabbering to himself.
There he is. He's crouching at the foot of the ivy.
Now he's climbing. Actually springing from vine to vine. His dressing gown flapping in the wind.
How horrible. He looks like some huge bat glued against the side of the house. It's uncanny.
Now he's swinging himself over to that tree. He's coming down again. He's heading for the stables.
Come along. We mustn't lose sight of him. We can't let him get away from us.
The dog has caught sight of him.
Oh, you'll kill him if you can get at him.
No, the professor's staying out of reach. Look at him crouched on the ground like that.
He's teasing the dog. He's throwing stones at it. Oh, this isn't human.
Quite, Watson, quite. Professor Presbury isn't human.
Great heavens, Holmes, what do you mean?
Look out. Well, his leash is broken. He's after the professor. He'll kill him.
Come on.
He's got him by the throat.
Drag them apart. Come on, drag them apart.
Down, I say. I've got him by the collar.
Watson, help me carry the professor into the house. His throat is badly mangled. Come in, Watson, come in. I've been looking over the professor's laboratory while you were treating his injuries. How's he coming along?
As well as can be expected. He pulled through, I fancy. The wound was dangerously near the carotid artery. The hemorrhage was rather serious. But, I say, what's that you got in your hand?
The professor's little German box. Curious, isn't it?
Yes, but it's open. You've broken the lock. Really, Holmes, you think that you ought to go...
Probably not. But not being deterred by your scruples, I've gone ahead. The contents are quite enlightening, if your conscience will permit you to look.
2 files, one empty and one nearly full. And a letter with a cross under the stamp.
Yes, that's from our Mr. Dorek, the London intermediary. It contains another note that completely solves the mystery. Here it is. It's signed H. Lowenstein.
H. Lowenstein? But I say, that's the Lowenstein.
Obviously, Watson, obviously.
I mean, it's Dr. Lowenstein, the famous Prague physician, who claims to have discovered a serum that will rejuvenate people. It's been tabooed, of course, by the medical profession because he refuses to reveal its source.
And for a good reason. Here, read the letter.
Let's have a look. Honored colleague, since your visit, I have thought much of your case. I beg you report fully to me on the results of my treatments. It is possible that the serum of anthropoid would have been better. I have, as I have explained, used black-faced langur because a specimen was accessible. The langur is, of course, a crawler and a climber, while anthropoid walks erect and is in every way nearer to man. But I say, Holmes, this is beastly. The langur is an ape.
Quite. It is found on the slopes of the Himalayas and is the biggest and most human of the climbing monkeys.
Then that serum explains the professor's recent peculiarities. He used it in an attempt to regain his youth.
Yes, giving himself a dose at 9-day intervals, with the curious results we've witnessed. It's dangerous to trick nature, Watson. When man tries to rise above it, he is liable to fall below it. Even the highest type of man may revert to the animal if he leaves the straight road of destiny.
What a curious story, Dr. Watson. But did Holmes manage to stop the treatment?
Indeed. He wrote to Dr. Lowenstein and told him that he would be held criminally responsible if he continued to circulate his poisons. And that was the end of that.
Why do you suppose the dog noticed the change in his master before anyone else did?
His sense of smell told him. It was the monkey and not the professor whom Roy attacked. Just as it was the monkey who teased the dog.
It's fantastic. I didn't know such things were possible, Dr. Watson.
Oh, dear me, yes. Both in detection and in medicine, things are apt to happen that it is difficult for the lay mind to believe.
And between you and Mr. Holmes, you covered both fields. Yes, 221 Baker Street must have been an exciting place to reside when you both lived there.
Yes, Mr. Bell, as you remarked a few minutes ago, we never had a dull moment.
Dr. Watson will be back in just a moment to tell you about next week's story. Here's some sensational information for our lady listeners. I'm sure we all know or have heard how divinely beautiful Powers models are. But did you know these famous beauties make up to $35,000 a year?
Which shows they have brains as well as beauty. But seriously, Joe, what impresses me most is that Powers models can afford to spend a fortune on their hair. Yet when they wash it, they rely on inexpensive Kreml shampoo.
Which proves how wonderful Kreml shampoo really is. Powers models were among the first to discover that no other shampoo leaves hair more shining bright with natural gloss and luster.
But under no circumstances does Kreml shampoo ever dry the hair.
Kreml shampoo is not a drying detergent. Kreml shampoo is entirely different.
And you know, after a Kreml shampoo, the hair actually radiates natural, brilliant highlights. And Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base, which helps hair from becoming dry or brittle. It rinses out so easily, and positively never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, always wash your hair with Kreml shampoo. It leaves hair a vision of shining, sparkling beauty, yet in no way hurts its texture. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week. Next week, I think I'll tell you a story about international intrigue in Paris and how, in a vile Apache den, I met a beautiful, glamorous spy and almost...
Almost what, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, Mr. Bell, you'll have to wait next week to find out. I call this story The Adventure of the Scarlet Worm.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Creeping Man. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Scarlet Worm. There are 80,000 patients in our veterans' hospitals. Your Red Cross contribution helps place the volunteer efforts of the community at their service. This is just one part of the Red Cross story. Give generously to the Red Cross. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that murder can strike any place in his county at any time. This case started on a rainy afternoon on an almost deserted highway west of the city. A man is sitting in a stalled car. His face brightens as a tow truck pulls off the road beside him. Painted on the door of the truck are the words, Joe's Garage.
Hello.
Oh, you having trouble?
Yeah, wires got soaked coming through that low spot back there. She chugged and spluttered a ways and then conked out on me.
Well, I guess we can get you started again. Get the squirt gun, Rusty.
Okay, Joe, you want the tarp, too?
Yeah. Raise his hood, then tent the tarp over it so the rain can't beat in while we're working. I'll give you a hand. You just stay there and keep dry, mister. We'll have her perking in a minute.
I'm sure grateful to you. What are you going to do?
Squirt a little carbon tetrachloride on the ignition wires. Better release your hood.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Rusty. Lift her up. You handle it all right?
Sure. You fellas sure you know what you're doing?
What do you mean?
Well, I can't see how you can get them wires dry by squirting them wetter.
That's a mechanic's trick. Squirt them with carbon tet. Carbon tet cuts through the water and runs it off. Then the carbon tet evaporates, and there you go. Dry wires.
Well, it's okay with me if you say so.
Don't worry. When it rains like this, I do more business along the highway than I do at the shop.
Wires are all sprayed, Joe.
Okay, close the hood.
Okay to try it now?
No, you give it a second to dry out good.
Oh, boy. A couple of drops of water ran down my neck.
Oh, it's only a mile up the road to Wally's Cafe. We'll stop and warm up after this fella gets moving.
Good.
I think I'll stop up there myself. I've been sitting here for more than an hour. Only other car that came through barreled right past.
Where are you bound for?
Just back to town. I'm a real estate agent. Just closed a sale on a piece of property up at Hilldale.
Hey, that thing ought to be ready to go now, huh, Joe?
Yeah. You can try starting her now.
Oh, good. Here's hoping.
Try it again.
Well, that trick of yours really works, doesn't it?
Never missed yet.
You may splutter a little while until you get moving, but watch the puddles. You'll be okay.
I sure wish there was some way of thanking you fellas.
Well, that won't be hard to do. The charge is $15.
$15?
We don't stand out in the rain for fun, mister. You were stuck, weren't you?
Yeah, I was stuck, but $15 seems like a lot of money for 3 minutes' work.
Now, look, I got a nice warm garage where the prices are regular, but working out here is a little bit different. Charge is $15.
I haven't got $15.
What are you, a wise guy? You told us you just sold a piece of property.
$5 is all I have on me that's my own. The real estate money belongs to somebody else.
Well, then you can borrow it until you get home.
All right. But don't think I'm not going to report this to the sheriff's office.
You report it any place you want. You just pay me.
Except for the 5, all the money I've got's in hundreds. You got change?
You being funny.
I'm telling you, it's all $100 bills. That's the way I was paid. You want your money, I'll meet you at that cafe you mentioned and get change.
Wally wouldn't have change for 100 in that crummy joint.
The change ain't the problem, Joe. The problem is whether or not this guy's really got $100 to begin with.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see the color of your money, mister.
You're not seeing anything. I've decided to go to the sheriff's office first before I pay you.
You think we're going to stand here in the rain and argue with you?
Hey, give me those car keys.
Come on, mister. Out.
Let go of me. Let go of my throat.
Pay up. Never mind the conversation, Joe. You got hands and he's got pockets.
No.
Stop this kicking, Rusty.
Yeah, I'll stop it.
No.
Hey, look. He has it, all right. Must be close to $1,000. Well, what do you say, Joe?
He'd report it when he comes to.
We can fix it so he won't. Look, he's going to sign a complaint against us anyhow, that wise guy. Where's your nerve?
Got as much nerve as you got.
All right, then grab his feet and let's take him into the bushes.
Still mighty wet from that rain yesterday, Chief. Yes, muddy, I reckon. You should have taken those boots Corbett offered you.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well, here's the body.
I thought you should see it before it was moved into town.
You checked the body for identification?
Mm-hmm. License description fits. Name's William McShane. He was a realtor. What are you looking at?
What's left of those footprints around the body?
Oh, the lab says they're puddled up too much to help. Rain washed the edges away.
He was carried in here by two men.
Oh, walked in with one.
No, Harrington, he was carried. If he walked, there'd have been some mud on the soles of his shoes, especially at the joining of the heel. His feet never touched the ground after he left the pavement.
The ignition keys to his car were lying right there beside him. Good thing the state trooper investigated when he found the car abandoned this morning.
Any sign of a weapon around? There must have been one, with his head the way it is.
Well, the lab boys figured it was a large rock they found over there. Some indications of blood on it. It was almost washed clean by the rain, though. They didn't want to leave it here, so they wrapped it up and took it in for examination.
It doesn't sound like it'll help much. Some of the blood might have held, but the prints won't. Now, let's get back to the car.
All right. There it is. Just the way the trooper found it. Door on the driver's side open. Seat and steering wheel soaked with rain.
Well, he might have gotten out to fix something. Tires are all okay.
Well, if he did, he finished it before he was killed, because the car runs. I checked it.
He stopped for something. Pull the hood release. Let's have a look at the motor.
There's no sign of any fresh tool marks. Wires haven't been taped anyplace.
No, but look.
Huh? What?
Sort of a thin white film on the wires. Distributor and coil connections, too. I want the lab to check that.
Morgan's still here with the mobile unit.
He'll be able to work better indoors. Have him tow the car to the nearest garage. What was the name of that cafe we passed? About a mile up the road.
You mean where the trooper met us? Wally's.
Good. When Morgan finishes, he can radio his findings into the office, and Miss Miller can relay them to us at the cafe by phone. Meanwhile, you and I can get some breakfast.
Right.
Well, what'll you have, gents?
How about ham and Chief?
Sounds good.
Not to me, I'm out. You settled for bacon?
Yeah, sure. Okay with you, Chief?
Fine.
Excuse me a second.
Never mind. I'll take it. We're expecting a call here. Hello?
Hello, is there a Mr. Garrett or a Mr. Harrington there, please?
This is Harrington, Miss Miller.
Oh, I just called to tell you that Morgan is taking the car to a place in Hooperville, about 2 miles closer in, Joe's garage.
Okay. We may be in there before he's through.
The medical examiner's report just came in, too. He says McShane was killed sometime yesterday afternoon.
It's a long time. Okay, Miss Miller. I'll tell the chief. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Anything?
Yeah. Medical examiner says McShane's been dead since yesterday afternoon.
Not long.
So he says.
That car was standing out on the highway for a long time then. I think somebody would have stopped seeing the door open in that downpour.
Yeah, you know how people are sometimes. Everybody's in a hurry.
Yeah. How about the car?
Morgan is towing it to Hooperville, 2 miles. Place called Joe's Garage.
Here you are, gents. Say, I hear you mention Joe's Garage.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
You going in there for anything?
Possibly. Why?
Mind doing me a favor if you do?
Sure. What?
Ask Joe to bring out a fan belt for my pickup next time he passes this way, huh?
Fan belt. All right.
That's why I ain't got no ham. I couldn't make a trip in for supplies this morning. Tried to get him on the phone a couple of times yesterday, but I didn't get no answer.
Well, rain might have kept him busy.
Yeah, I guess so. I just missed flagging him down on the road yesterday afternoon. I saw him coming around the curve. I expect him to stop, but he didn't. Just went barreling by in his tow truck.
Yesterday afternoon, you say?
Yeah, about 4 o'clock, headed for his garage. I should have run out and signaled him. I sure didn't have nothing else to do. The darn rain. I bet I didn't shove 3 blue plates across this counter all day. Big breakfast trade this morning, though. Excuse me while I get on them dishes.
Yeah, sure. That garage tow truck must have compassed the spot where McShane's car was found, Chief.
Yes. Ordinary drivers might have passed the car with the door open like that. Seems to me that a mechanic would stop, though. Doesn't it to you? Especially in that rain.
Yeah. Of course, maybe the car wasn't there yet. Medical examiner couldn't fit the exact time of death. But he'd been there too long before he got to it.
Well, if the garage man didn't see the car, it'll be some help anyhow. We'll know McShane was killed after 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I was one... Could that be Miss Miller again so soon?
You want to get that?
Yes. I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, Miss Miller.
Mr. Garrett, we located McShane's wife. She just came into the office. I think you'd better come in and talk to her.
Do you know anything?
McShane sold a piece of real estate yesterday. He called her after he closed the deal. He was carrying $1,200 cash and $100 bills.
We'll be right in. I have to skip breakfast now, Harrington, and get back to the office. McShane's wife is there.
Oh? She give any line on a motive?
$1,200 he was carrying.
Ah.
Here's your money, Wally.
Oh, but you didn't eat nothing. What's wrong with it?
Oh, just a rush business call. We'll see you next time around.
Well, hey, you'll remember about that fan belt, won't you?
You better try reaching the garage on the phone again. We're not stopping there after all.
Oh, well, thanks anyhow. Hurry back.
$1,200 in cash. You know what it sounds like to me, Chief?
What?
Somebody who knew he had that money followed him and forced him off the road.
Yes. That's the way it's beginning to look to me, too. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the murderous Good Samaritans, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had been murdered and his car abandoned at the side of a rain-drenched road. His wife gave us our first indication of a motive, $1,200 in cash that the dead man had been carrying. We questioned her further at my office.
How did you know your husband was carrying the money, Mrs. McShane?
He telephoned me from upstate after he made the sale.
Wasn't a cash transaction a little bit unusual?
Not with the Atherton sisters.
Mrs. McShane, did your husband have anything else of value on him? Anything of his own, I mean.
I don't think so.
Jewelry of any kind?
Oh, wristwatch. That's all.
There was no watch on the body, Chief.
Do you know what make it was, Mrs. McShane?
No, I just know he had one, that's all. He wore it all the time. I never gave it no special notice.
Well, could you describe it?
Gold. Leather strap. I don't know. All men's watches look the same to me.
Well, would you know it if you saw it again?
I don't think so. I don't know. Can I go now?
Yes. Thank you for coming in.
Here, let me get the door for you. Oh, Miss Miller. I didn't mean to close the door in your face.
Oh, it's all right. I knew she was upset. I didn't want to come in until you'd finished with her.
What is it?
Morgan just called about McShane's car, that film on the ignition wires.
Well, what was it?
He said carbon tetrachloride residue.
You have any ideas how it got on there?
Yes, sir. He said the car must have been stalled with wet wires and the carbon tet was sprayed on to dry them off.
Where would he get carbon tetrachloride on a highway?
Was there any in the car? Did he carry a fire extinguisher or anything like that?
Morgan said no. He said somebody must have helped McShane spray the wires, somebody who had the equipment like a mechanic.
Chief, that guy at the roadside cafe, Wally, he said
I know. The tow truck from Joe's garage. Go to the teletype room. Get out that query to the Atherton sisters on the serial numbers of those bills. And then meet me down at the motor pool in the basement. We're going to visit a guy named Joe. Is that all you got to do, Rusty? Throw playing cards into a hat?
What would you like me to do?
Well, give me a hand with this fender.
No, thanks. I'm no grease monkey. I only work for you when it's raining.
Oh, you're a sweet guy. A real sweet guy. When it comes to taking the gravy.
So what?
Well, I think it's a good idea to keep working, that's what.
So who's stopping you?
You!
Hey, here's another customer. Work yourself to death.
Which one of you is Joe? Me. What can I do for you?
County Lab brought a car in here this morning.
Oh. Yeah. That's it over in the corner. Gray sedan.
I know. My name is Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney. Sometime late yesterday afternoon, during the rain, that car was parked off the road about a mile past Wally's Cafe out on State Highway 27. It was stalled with wet ignition wires. Somebody fixed it with tetrachloride spray.
Wally said he saw your tow truck pass out that way at about 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he did.
Did you see that car out on the highway yesterday?
Well, I can't say for sure. Yeah, maybe.
I guess you're going to be busy for a while, huh, Joe? I'll call you later.
Sure. Sure, Rusty, you go ahead.
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like you to wait just a second, please.
Sure. I don't work here, though.
Just wait. You keep saying maybe about that car, Joe. How about making it yes or no?
Well, I did stop for a gray sedan out on 27. Yeah, I guess it might have been that one. Lots of gray sedans around, no?
Not yesterday, there weren't.
Then you did get that car started.
Yeah.
Was the driver all right when you left him?
Well, yeah, he was all right.
You still want me to wait?
Oh, I almost forgot about you. No, I was just wondering if you might have been with Joe when he fixed McShane's car.
Oh, no. I'm hardly ever around here.
He just happened to stop by today.
I see. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. So long.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah?
I think my watch has stopped. What time have you got?
Just 20 past 2.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a good-looking watch. Keep pretty good time?
Yeah, right on the dot.
Looks like you've had it for a long time.
Yeah, quite a while.
You must have gained a lot of weight since you bought it.
Huh? I don't get you.
The strap is getting too small for your wrist. Badly worn mark on the leather band there where you used to hook it through the 4th hole. You're wearing it hooked through the 2nd hole now. So long.
Yeah, be seeing you around, Joe.
Well, Harrington, I guess we might as well get back to the office. So long, Joe.
Gee, what the devil were you
Never mind. Did you pick up those playing cards I signaled you to get?
Yeah, I had a tough time figuring what you wanted for a minute, though. All I could get was a few of them while they were talking to you. They're in my pocket.
Don't touch them any more than you have to until we get them to the lab.
But what's the idea?
Well, those cars are greasy. They'll be covered with clear prints. Joe's and that other fellow's who just happened to stop by. I want to know if either or both of them have records.
Ah, now I get it. And that wristwatch business.
Well, that wasn't his watch. And from the size of him, I figured that his wrist would be just about 2 notches bigger than McShane's. I want McShane's car moved to the police lab.
How you making out, Chief?
Prints on the playing cards were good. They're running the codes through the machines now to see if we can match them. Car in yet?
Yep. Morgan's got it down the garage in the basement. No, here comes Miss Miller. She has a couple of identification cards, all right.
Here they are, Mr. Garrett. Both men have done time, all right. Good mugshots, too. Robert, Rusty, Allison, and Joe Fowler there.
Good. Get these down to Morgan in the basement garage right away. See if he's getting anything like these from under the hood rim of McShane's car. Especially Rusty Allison's prints.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Chief, what about the serial numbers on the currency?
Here. The Atherton sisters had a complete list, much to my surprise.
Has that gone out yet?
To every bank and store in the city, and all the transportation companies, in case anybody decides to run. Let's go up to the office and wait for Morgan's report.
Mr. Garrett.
I wanted that stuff to go down right away.
Well, I didn't have to go down. Morgan was coming up when I reached the elevator. He found what you wanted.
Rusty Allison's prints on McShane's car?
Yes, sir. Right where you told him to look. The rim of the motor hood.
Well, that does it, Chief.
Yes. What time is it?
It's only 4:35. Why?
I just wanted to be sure we could get to Joe's garage before he closes. Tonight we'll close him for good.
Place looks like it's shut down, Chief.
Get out and look around.
Yep. Locked all right. Only 5 after 5.
The service truck is gone. You wouldn't make a run in that.
Yeah, wait a minute. Sign on the door there, written in pencil. Out on service call. An emergency. Phone Elmwood 4677.
Elmwood. 4677. I've seen that number before, earlier today. And so have you.
Huh? When?
When we answered the phone calls from Miss Miller at Wally's Cafe.
Hey, that was the Elmwood Exchange.
And Wally wanted a new fan belt for his pickup. Come on.
I hope he's still there.
I hope more than that. I hope Rusty is with him.
Yeah, that does it. All I got to do now is tighten the generator, and she's fixed. Hand me the wrench, will you, Rusty?
Now, why don't you keep things where you can get at them?
Oh, never mind. I'll get it myself.
Okay, get it. Just don't look to me for free labor.
Drop dead.
Say, you two ain't in some kind of trouble, are you?
What makes you ask that?
Well, just the way you're acting, that's all. 2 fellas here this morning wanted to know all about you passing on the highway yesterday during the rain.
Yeah, and you had to tell them, too, didn't you, you big-mouth hair-slinger? Why don't you go out in front and tend to your cooking?
Don't you go calling me names, jailbird.
What was that?
You heard me. You're an ex-con.
Who told you that?
I hear things.
Well, you keep hearing all you want, but if you ever tell anybody, especially the 2 guys that were here this morning...
Why? Because of the guy who was killed up the highway?
Oh, Joey. This guy needs a little lesson.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
What? That's a pretty interesting conversation you boys were having.
I thought you weren't with Joe when he came by here yesterday, Rusty.
I wasn't.
Then how did your fingerprints get under the hood of McShane's car?
Get something, Joe! Look out, Chief! You all right, Chief?
Yeah, just dizzy.
I had the fire. He'd have split your skull open.
He's dead.
I had nothing to do with this.
We know you didn't, Wally. Just get out front and call for a police ambulance.
Yeah. You're going to pin this on me, aren't you? You killed him, and now it's all on me. Look how'd he get a break. It was his idea.
Sure. It's always the dead man's idea. He can't contradict you. But you were there, weren't you, mister?
What did they do to me?
Can't you answer that one for yourself?
Huh?
Yes. What did you do to McShane? This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
With Robert Rusty Allison dead, Joe Folliday made a complete statement and agreed to enter a plea of guilty to a charge of murder in the 2nd degree. He was sentenced to prison for the rest of his natural life. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, welcoming you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we believe in the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company and confidently recommend them to our customers. A good example is Plenamins, Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. Handy, economical Plenamins give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drug stores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Guard against throat scratch. Enjoys smoother strangling.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I'm disgusting.
No, only when you're too busy to stop by and see me.
Well, I was just going to call you, Helen, baby.
Oh, I'll bet.
Cross my heart. Hope to lose my skate key.
You mean New York's gift to the detective world was really thinking about rural me?
Rural you is a mighty interesting subject for rural me to think about.
Well, why don't you stop being so spiritual and give your thoughts the benefit of some action?
And just what exactly do you suggest? Spend the bottle? Post office? A romantic ride through Central Park in a hansom?
Yes.
How'd you like to go to the theater tomorrow night?
Inside, or are we going to stand out in front and get a between-acts descriptions from the usher?
I only made you do that once, and from all reports, it was a pretty bad play.
What's the one we're seeing?
Very bad, but I was given 2 tickets.
I refuse to sit in the back of the balcony again. I keep getting the bends.
Oh, 4th row center.
Must be a bad choice.
I got a couple of friends working at it. Going to close in 2 days.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. People are running in.
My name is Diana Campbell.
Client?
Well,
Rick?
It was hard to say. That's a wonderful thought. I'll see you tonight.
I'll bet it's an attractive girl.
You win, hands down. Bye. Now, Miss Campbell, what can I do for you?
Mr. Diamond, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by coming here, but I had to do something.
I'm sorry, Miss Campbell. Now, if you'll put the symptoms in alphabetical order.
You must promise not to go to the police after I've told you.
Oh, one of those.
It's for her sake, not mine.
Whose sake?
Promise me first.
I promise to say goodbye if I'm not interested.
Mr. Diamond, my aunt is Mrs. Martha Campbell. You've probably heard of her.
Martha Campbell? Oh, isn't she the old gal who sells all that silver to Fort Knox?
Yes, that's right. Martha Campbell is my aunt.
Well, goody for you.
She's been kidnapped.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Oh, no, we can't do that. They threatened to kill her. I received the ransom note early this morning. They want $50,000 left at a location in Central Park tonight.
Why'd you come see me?
My fiancée, Ira Stewart, has offered to deliver the ransom.
Oh, I see. You're afraid that Ira might try to get his name in the papers and wind up under obituaries. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid. He has a gun permit, and, well, I've never seen a man get as furious as Ira did when this happened. I want you to go with him and see that he comes back safely.
Yeah. But tell me, why is this Ira so concerned over Aunt Martha's welfare?
Well, you don't understand. Ira loves Aunt Martha as much as I do. And now that he's practically part of the family, will you go with Ira and see that he does nothing foolish?
No, the truth is, the whole thing is a little foolish. Miss Campbell, if you told all this to the police, they'd reserve a few cells in Sing Sing, and the rest would be routine.
I'm not interested in the money or catching the kidnappers, Mr. Diamond. Can't you understand? I just want Ira and my aunt safe and alive.
I'm sort of shy around people who aren't interested in money. In fact, when she dropped 5 new $100 bills on my desk, I positively blushed. She briefed me. I was to be at her aunt's home by midnight, ready to squire Ira Stewart around Central Park. Then she explained exactly where the payoff was to be made. Of course, I had to promise all over again not to tell the police. I promised. Diana Campbell left, but her perfume lingered on. I could have sat around and let that odor drive me to a cheap neurosis, but there were things to do. And the first thing I did was to break my promise to Diane. Well. If it isn't Sergeant Otis, and I'd be happy if it wasn't. Otis. Wake up, Sergeant. Up with the buttercups. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, hello, Shamus.
Otis, you'd make a hibernating bear look like an insomnia victim.
Well, I'm tired. I've been working hard.
I guess you got a right to be tired. If I had to drag those 2 feet of yours around all day, I'd have a nervous breakdown.
No.
Hiya, fatty.
Who's dead?
Well, there's been a nasty rumor going around about your sergeant.
No, stop clowning. It's too hot. What's on your mind?
No, well, it's not your department. I need somebody I can trust. Kidnapping. Martha Campbell.
The Martha Campbell?
Yep, she's been snatched, and the retail price is $50,000. The old dame's niece hired me to take care of her boyfriend when he makes the payoff tonight.
Where?
Central Park, 2 in the morning. Come as you are.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring me a map of Central Park. Get Lieutenant Davis. Tell him I want every detective available tonight. Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute.
Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute. What should I do first?
Resign, melonhead. Get that map.
Walt and I went to work on the map. We circled the payoff area and set up watch points for an army of plainclothesmen. Nobody going into the area before 2 a.m. would be stopped. But anybody coming out after that time was going to need a good story. It looked great on paper, but Walt was sadder than a Scotchman being held up. If anything went wrong and the news broke, the kidnapping of a woman with Mrs. Campbell's prestige would really upset the commissioner. I left Walt, taxied over to Park Avenue in time to have half of Helen's dinner, spent the rest of the time before midnight with her, and then left to keep my date at a Greystone mansion on the west side.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm glad you're here. Come right in. My fiancé's in the study.
What did he say about my coming over here?
Well, I haven't told him yet. I thought it might be better if...
Well, don't you ever do anything the easy way?
Ira, I'd like to have you meet Mr. Diamond.
What? Oh. Diane, tonight of all nights to have a guest over. Mr. Diamond, I'm very glad to meet you, but, well, you'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Ira Stewart was a blonde, well-built young guy in loose brown tweeds. He seemed to have trouble finding a place for his hands, and I half got the idea he'd like to try my jaw.
Ira, Mr. Diamond is here to help us.
What?
I hired him to go with you tonight. He's a private detective.
Even my best friends don't know. Glad to meet you, Mr. Stewart.
Diane, have you gone mad? Do you know what would happen to Aunt Martha if those men found
Oh,
out?
relax, Stewart. Nothing's going to happen to anyone unless you force me to make an exception.
Diamond,
Ira, please, darling. I couldn't stand the thought of you going to see those men alone. We didn't know how many there are or what they might do.
I've got all the protection I need right here in my pocket.
Famous last words. Look, Buffalo Bill, I'll give you a clue. The kind of guys you got a date with tonight don't take 10 paces before they turn and shoot. You could be buried in that suit, gun and all.
Now, look here, Diamond.
It's getting late. I'd better get the money.
We followed Diane up a winding staircase and into Mrs. Campbell's bedroom.
This little nook was somewhat smaller than Grand Central Station, with an acre of bed in the middle. The bed had talent, because all Diane had to do was push a little button, and it slid about a yard away from the wall and exposed the neatest little wall safe this side of the First National Bank. Diane fingered the combination, and a minute later, I found out whose picture is on a $1,000 bill. There were 50 prints. Here, Diane. Put the money in this bag. It's 1:30, Stuart. I'm ready.
Ira, please be careful. Please, both of you.
Glad I made the team. Let's go. Central Park by moonlight. Bad night to be stag. Well, we're almost there. I'll have to park here. Must be among that clump of trees up ahead. Now, keep close, Stuart. And don't get any ideas about shooting anybody. It might turn out to be me, and I'd squeal on you. We both went into a crouch and edged forward. There was a small clearing between the trees, which the moon had turned into a silver pancake. I might have enjoyed it, except that Stuart was as nervous as an old maid looking at a calendar. Did you hear anything? Oh, sounds like a revolution in the insect world. You stay here. I'll go through this hedge and have a look. Maybe I'd better come with you. No. You stay here.
Diamond!
Ooh! Something caught me hard and neat behind the ear, and I jackknifed into a face full of Mother Earth. Don't let anyone tell you it's nice to get away from things for a while. I didn't like it a bit. I was far, far away. I don't know how long my beauty nap lasted, but the first thing I felt was an elevator starting around my heels and roaring up. When it burst through the top of my head, I awoke. For the next few minutes, I felt like my head was a ball and the rest of me was a drunken seal trying to keep it balanced. Then I saw Stuart, stretched out the way I had been. The copycat. He was bleeding from what was going to be a nasty scar on his forehead. A hunk of pipe was lying nearby. I went to work on him. All right, Stuart. Rise and shine. Oh, come on. You're just not used to it. I make it a point to have my head cracked at least once a week.
What happened?
Last one out talks first, and that's you.
Yeah. Now I remember. There were two of them. One started for you, and I yelled.
Check.
Then I heard one of them say, "Get him, Bob." And then you were shaking me. Diamond, the bag. The money's gone.
So it was. It was time to give Walt part of my headache. Stuart and I stumbled back to the car. There was someone in the front seat. I pulled the door open and found myself face to face with the kidnapped Mrs. Martha Campbell. She was dead.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
There are two important facts I'd like you listeners to remember about Rexall aspirin. First, each Rexall aspirin tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. And second, there's no faster-acting aspirin made.
But what exactly do you mean by fast-acting?
Well, ma'am, aspirin itself is too fine to hold together in tablet form. So it has to be bound with an ingredient that will quickly disintegrate. That is, break up the tablet. So the aspirin itself will immediately be free to do its job.
You mean the aspirin doesn't do any good until it's free from the tablet?
Right. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content, it begins to break up the very second it touches water. Now that means that when swallowed with water, the aspirin in a Rexall tablet is free to go to work for you, even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's fast enough for me.
And it's fast enough for 10,000 family druggists. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Finding Mrs. Campbell dead in the front seat was the ugly end of another beautiful day. I hadn't known the little gray-haired woman personally, but from her reputation, I had the hunch that some of this town's best charity groups would be in mourning come tomorrow. And just in case I wasn't feeling bad enough, Stuart was right in there to help me.
I never should have let you come. It's your fault she's dead. You did it. You did it.
Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. Now shut up.
You were going to protect me. You were going to...
I slapped 5 fingers of artificial sunburn into his face and shut him up. Then I checked Mrs. Campbell's corpse. She'd been murdered at least 24 hours before. I lifted her featherweight body and stretched her out in the back seat. Ira was still rubbing his cheek when I pushed him into the car. Now, what about those 2 guys, Stuart? Oh, now I slapped you back there for your own good. Did you get a look at those guys?
It was too dark. One was big and heavy, the other was thin.
Could you identify them if you saw them again?
Yes, I think so. What's that on the road ahead? Someone's waving a light.
That's the police.
Just step from that car quietly, you.
Otis, it's me, Diamond.
Rick, that you? No sign of any kidnappers yet.
Not kidnappers, Walt. Murderers.
Huh?
Exhibit A is on the back seat.
Come on, Otis. Open the door. Oh, vicious. Head bashed in.
What are the police doing here, Diamond? I thought...
Don't brag. You didn't think. Otherwise, you'd have gone straight to the police in the first place.
What about the money?
I don't care about the money. Mrs. Campbell is dead, and that's all that matters.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Stewart. Look, it might be a good idea for you to be with your fiancée, Miss Campbell, before she hears the news on the radio. We'll take care of things here.
Oh. Yes, of course, Diane. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, about my behavior. You understand. And Mr. Diamond...
Oh, forget it. I've got a head that knows just how you feel. Once Stewart was gone, I gave Walt the lowdown, and we settled down to work. We gave the 2 killers an hour to try a break, and then Walt passed a signal along to his men, and the ring began to close in. We beat the bushes, turned lights in the trees, and kicked over rocks, even the small ones. But by the time we reached the payoff spot, we'd found nothing out but each other.
Now, that's impossible. Are you men sure you didn't miss anything?
Double-checked all down the line, Lieutenant.
They couldn't have gotten through.
Take it easy, Walt. Time now for cool heads and dull little dragnets.
Otis, I want you to start picking up mugs wholesale.
Right, Lieutenant.
Anybody who even thinks twice before he answers, bring him in. I want this town covered from the Harlem River to the Battery. Now do it.
Otis waddled away, and I drove back to police headquarters with Walt. Soon, Manhattan Island was tucked under a blanket of blue as the biggest police force in the world went to work. The next day, I took a stroll through Central Park for another look at the spot where Stewart and I had been slugged. I found one possible witness, but he wouldn't talk. Probably because he didn't know how. He happened to be an English sparrow. Late in the afternoon, I dropped back to see Walt. He was in his shirt sleeves, hunched over a desk piled high with notes, reports, and cigarette butts. Neither of us had gotten any sleep the night before, but he was advertising it.
Oh, Rick, I could kick myself. I ought to turn in my badge. We should have had those guys.
Nothing in the lineup?
No, I've been looking at drunks, ex-cons, and 2-bit hoodlums all day, and they're all clean. If someone tried to sell me an invisible man routine, I'd be willing to listen.
Walt, if you keep banging your head against a stone wall, your eyes are going to register tilt. You need a breather on this case. Look, I got 2 tickets for a play tonight. What about it?
Are you kidding? I've got work to do.
Oh, but Walt, the play is a musical murder mystery. The cop on stage is bound to have more troubles than you.
Yeah, I bet. Well, maybe you're right. Sure, I'll go. Thanks, Rick.
I'm glad Walt didn't ask any more questions because my supply of answers was down to one sorry shrug. However, this last maneuver didn't go over too well on Park Avenue when I dropped in to tell Helen she was being stood up.
Rick Diamond, this time you've gone too far.
Now, would it help any if I said it was business?
No.
Well, I suppose there's nothing I can do.
I spent all day buying a new dress and getting my hair done, and then you walk in at the last minute and tell me you...
Helen, baby.
Now, you stay away from me, Rick. Rick, let go of me.
No, in a minute.
Rick. You dog.
Walt was ready when I dropped in at the precinct, and we took off to the theater. After the show was over, we meandered backstage to see my friends of the cast. Turned out to be an interesting evening. The next morning, I called up Ira Stewart from Levinson's office.
Yes?
Hello, Stewart. This is Diamond. I'm calling from the 5th Precinct Police Headquarters.
Anything turn up?
It looks that way, yes. The police picked up 2 guys who may have killed Martha Campbell. Can you get on here right away?
Certainly. I'll leave right now.
Well, then run. Do not walk. When Stewart showed, we took him into the lineup room. The 2 suspects had their backs against the marked wall. Under the hot lights, they looked about as ugly as a draft notice on a honeymoon.
What do you think, Stewart?
They look like the men, Lieutenant.
We didn't do nothing.
This is the parade.
On you guys, it looks good. What do you want to do, live forever? Now, Stewart, these guys are Willie the Knife Foster and Bloody Bob Ferguson. They've been indicted on 3 kidnap raps, but always managed to get off. Now, if you recognize them, you're an eyewitness, and they're cooked.
Well, tell the big one to say, get him, Bob.
Say it, Bob.
What for?
For the sake of your dear old mother in Alcatraz.
Never mind what for. Say it.
Get him, Bob.
Now the other.
You heard him, Ferguson.
Get him, Bob.
That's the man, Lieutenant. I'm sure of it. Let me get my hands on him. I'll kill him.
Now, Stewart, calm down. State of New York will take care of them.
This is a lousy frame. You can't pin this on us. He was babysitting that night.
Okay, lock him up, Otis.
Right.
Book him on suspicion of murder. Stewart, come into my office. I want to get your statement.
After getting his statement, Walt told Stewart the case was closed. We congratulated each other and shook hands all around. Then Stewart walked out. We gave him enough time to get into his car and start away. A moment later, Walt and I jumped into an unmarked police car and played Follow the Leader.
Rick, this case turned right side up too quick to suit me. What made you tag Stewart and plant your actor friends in the lineup?
Walt, the trouble with you is that you're too modest. You set an airtight man trap for 2 unknown kidnappers and then blame yourself because the net came up empty.
Well, he had you fooled, too.
That's true. I'm ashamed to admit. But Stewart had a good plan. He kidnaps the lady himself, sends Diane a phony ransom note. Then with a reputable private detective present, that's me, he gets the $50,000 and even bops himself on the head to make it look kosher.
You'd have made a perfect alibi for him, Rick. But where did the old lady's body come from?
He probably had it in the car trunk when we drove into the park the night of the supposed payoff.
Hey, he's turning at the park.
Mm-hmm. Soon comes the part we don't know yet.
We should have nabbed him back at the station. I'd like to sweat him for a few hours.
On what? The identification? So he claims it was a mistake. Could happen. A jury would think so. No, Walt. He's put on too big an act to fold under questioning. He's been acting ever since he made Diane believe he loved her, just to gain Martha Campbell's confidence.
He's parking up ahead.
Yeah. Now let him answer the $50,000 question. And where did he hide it?
He's heading toward that same grove of trees.
We took off at a fast trot until we reached a hedge not too far from where we expected to find Stewart. We saw him all right. He was standing around right under the same tree he'd led me to a couple of nights back. A family of picnickers were close by, so he was acting like a guy out for some air. We ducked behind the hedge to watch, though I had to hold Walt back a few times. Finally, Stewart tipped his hand. He reached up past the nest of my sparrow friend into a hollow of the tree. It wasn't eggs he was after. The stuff he pulled out had that fascinating color known as currency green.
That's enough for me, Rick. Okay, Stewart.
Duck, Walt. Are you hurt, Walt?
Yeah. One of his shots creased my shin. Hurts like blazes, though. Let's get that guy.
He's running for the zoo. I'll get him, Walt. Put a tourniquet around your neck and sit tight.
Oh, watch out for the crowd, Rick.
What the shooting did to that crowd, a skunk couldn't do in a bargain basement. They suddenly decided there was no place like home. Stewart was dodging between the animal cages now and still using his gun to discourage me. I sprinted after him, but he disappeared. That bullet went right through my only hat, but I saw him now. He was climbing along the rock barrier that backed up the bear pits. He made a lousy target because those jagged rocks and overhanging ledges gave him plenty of cover. He was trying to reach the road on the other side, and if I didn't do something about it, exit Mr. Stewart. I took aim. My shot clipped a hunk of rock just as he was reaching for it. Stewart pulled back too quickly and tried to step on some air, which never does work too well. He went over and down. He never hit the ground because down in that pit, waiting for him with open arms, was a giant polar bear that had never forgiven the man who brought him from Alaska to New York.
Rick, I'm glad you and Helen could make it to the cast party.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks also for the great acting job you and Willie pulled off at police headquarters.
Anytime, Rick. Glad to help out.
Yeah, that's a nice tune. Is that a song for the show?
Nah, just fooling around. After a show flops, there's nothing like a little get-together to bolster one's spirits.
Well, I certainly like the taste of your bolster. Thanks. I'll mix myself another later.
Rick, what are you doing by the piano as if I didn't know? You don't want to look bad in front of all this talent, do you?
Oh, honey, not a chance. Just happens that Bob's playing around in my key.
Well, let's do it.
Let's do it then. Count every star in a midnight sky. Count every rose, every firefly. For that's how many times I miss you. Heaven knows I miss you. Count every leaf on a willow tree. Count every wave on a stormy sea. Count every star, and darling, when you do, you know the times I have cried for you. Thank you. I'm sorry, but due to previous commitments, I'm only available for stage, screen, radio, television, and parade.
Rick, you are becoming a ham.
Me? Becoming a ham? Oh, my dear. Really?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you suffer from acid indigestion, remember that Bismarex often neutralizes excess acidity in less than 1 minute. But more than that, Bismarex gives relief that's continuous and prolonged. Its scientifically balanced ingredients work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Joe Morheim and Hal Bloom, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Mary Shipp, Dick Ryan, and Hy Averback. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Incidentally, Dick's turned writer this week. Pick up a copy of the August issue of Radio Mirror from your dealer tomorrow. Read The Adoption Racket by Dick Powell.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go stag.
Go stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Sarah Berner will delight you with Sarah's Private Caper tomorrow on NBC.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, the St. Louis Blues.
I was trying to wake up over a second cup of coffee in my Cafe Tambourine, glancing through the morning paper. A picture on the front page didn't mean much at first, but a second look and I recognized the face. It was Ted Polanski, an old friend. I hadn't seen him since the early days in St. Louis. The printing underneath brought me wide awake. U.S. naval hero found lying near the Mahouder Canal with knife in back, victim of an attempted murder. Victim seemed unable to identify assailant. No relatives or friends to be found. Polanski was taken to the Cairo General Hospital. Well, maybe I was just curious, or maybe I wanted to recall old times. Anyhow, I went to the hospital right away to see Polanski. The nurse showed me into a hot little room that had an overhead fan. I found Polanski's bed behind a screen. Hello, Ted. Rocky Jordan, remember me?
I remember you.
It's been a long time, Ted.
All right, it's been a long time. What about it?
Well, I'm just sorry you didn't look me up when you came to Cairo. I'd have warned you they play rough with knives around here.
I don't need your help. You or the cops or anybody else. What do you want with me?
Well, not a thing, Ted.
Then leave me alone.
Listen, Ted, I know my way around Cairo a little. I don't know what this is all about, but somebody tried to kill you. Maybe if you told me...
Why don't you mind your own business? I've got nothing to tell you.
Okay, if you don't want to.
Am I asking you why you left St. Louis?
We'll skip that.
Then shut up about me. Just leave me alone. Get out of here.
That suits me fine, Polanski.
Don't bother to come back.
I took a good long walk to cool off. Ted Polanski had changed a lot, and that was his affair. That's what I told myself. So I tried shaking him out of my mind. Too many times you try remembering things, and you get hurt. I was behind the bar at the Tambourine early that afternoon when I had a visitor. And for the second time that day, my mind went into reverse. She was American, smartly dressed, but not too much, with just a touch of platine, and a soft, clean face like something I'd known before.
Mr. Jordan, I'm Mrs. Saunders, Cora Saunders.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Saunders?
I believe you were at the hospital this morning to see Ted Polanski.
That's right.
I'd like to ask a favor of you, Mr. Jordan.
Look, before you go any further, I'll tell you I don't know who tried to kill him or why. I just happened to drop in and see him, that's all.
You're a friend of his?
I was once, back in St. Louis.
I'm from St. Louis, too.
Well, lots of people are.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you, but I've got to know about Ted.
Why?
I was once his wife.
Sit down, Mrs. Saunders.
Thank you.
Why not go and talk to him?
I wanted to. I've been trying all day to see him, but he won't talk to me.
What makes you think he'd talk to me?
I was hoping he would, Mr. Jordan. Ted and I were very happily married before the war, but the war seemed to change him.
Yeah, wars have a way of doing that.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was that episode in the Mediterranean, but
Ted never came home to me and our child, Linda. That was 5 years ago. I've never seen him since.
Maybe you ought to keep it that way.
I was able to trace him for a while, the Riviera, Casablanca, Alexandria, but it was as though Ted had turned his back on everyone who had ever meant anything to him before. I couldn't wait forever. I divorced him and married Evan.
All right, you got a husband. Why don't you forget about Polanski?
You know things aren't that easy.
Yeah. Did you come to Cairo to see Ted?
Oh, no, Mr. Jordan. My husband is here on business. He's in textile. He's here to organize a company, a new cotton process, I believe. I had no idea Ted was here until I saw the paper. Mr. Jordan, would you please get Ted to let me talk to him?
Oh, sorry, lady. I don't have any drag in that direction.
Oh, but Mr.
Polanski
Jordan...
doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to see him. Let's keep it that way.
Please, think it over, Mr. Jordan. I'll be back later this evening. I'm certain that what I'm trying to do is best.
Well, I watched Cora leave and tried to wash the thing out of my mind. But somehow I kept thinking of Polanski and kept wondering what would make a guy foul up his life. Trading a sweet little number like Cora and a kid for a knife in the back. Well, my day had been ruined already, so I knocked off and went over to the U.S. Embassy to ask the naval attaché a few questions.
Well, there's plenty here in the files about Polanski. Not that I have to look it up.
You mean he's been in Cairo before?
Yeah, off and on. You say you knew him back in the States?
Quite a while ago. What do you got on him?
Yeah, here we are. Sit down, Jordan.
Thanks.
Now, let's see. Theodore Robert Polanski, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Decorated March 7th, 1945. Heroism over and above the call of duty. Delayed parachute jump from burning reconnaissance plane to save valuable photographs which enabled Allies to advance on a broad front at minimum loss of life.
Anything wrong with that?
For a guy like Polanski, yes. Got too loaded down with medals. He cracked up under the strain.
I still don't get it.
Well, look at it this way, Jordan. Polanski's just a nice guy from the Middle West with a wife and kid. He goes off to war and suddenly he's a hero. Headlines everywhere, big shots hanging ribbons on him, dames with soft shoulders falling all over him.
Went Hollywood, you might say.
Well, that's the way we figured it. He began to like it too much, so now he's a celebrity.
Couldn't he be forced to go back home?
We tried. But when a guy gets that big, he can pull strings. Oh, his wife almost drove us nuts for a while. But she's lucky to be rid of him. He's gone from bad to worse, knocking around in scrapes with the police, women, and now they find him on the streets with a knife in his back.
Yeah, that brings me up to date. You got any idea why someone would try to kill him?
I don't follow him that closely.
Well, thanks. I'll be seeing you. Well, I left the U.S. Navy going through a racing form of some sort and went out into the street. One of the big questions the naval attaché couldn't answer. Why the knife in Polanski's back? I was working on that, walking up the Sharia Nauru, scouting for a taxi, when a shiny red car with plenty of chrome pulled up to the curb. The back door opened, just a little.
Step over, Jordan.
I knew the native in front with a gun was covering for the voice that came at me from the back seat. The voice must have had a face, but I couldn't see it. All I saw was a shoe wearing spats and a hand filing fingernails.
Been keeping busy, Jordan?
With my business?
Maybe I don't like your business.
Forget it, then.
Wait, Jordan.
We going somewhere?
That all depends.
Well, let me know when you decide.
That's up to you, Jordan. You've been having a lot of conversations today.
I know a lot of people.
Like Ted Polanski?
Maybe.
You had quite a talk with him at the hospital. All sorts of questions.
He's an old friend.
Polanski's got no friends.
I'm way ahead of you.
What did he tell you?
Nothing.
Let's keep it that way. He don't want you talking to him. Neither do I.
About what?
Keep away from him, Jordan. Stop asking people questions that don't concern you.
If I don't?
You know what'll happen. Come here, Jordan. Little closer.
Yeah?
Here's a sample.
He gave the door a quick shove right into my face. I went back and down like a kingpin in a bowling alley. My breath was gone, and for a second I couldn't move. When I got my eyes open again, there were a million sleek red cars pulling away from the curb. Cars that finally narrowed to one and roared down the street and out of sight. I knew right then and there, Ted Polanski was a hot article.
are listening to the St. Louis Blues, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The day of miracles is not done, and one way to work miracles today without leaving your home is to contribute to your Red Cross. Your contribution will go out doing the yeoman's service to your fellow humans that you would like to do yourself but cannot. Your contribution will perform miracles of aid for the homeless, the wounded, the hungry. Send your contribution out today to work miracles. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, the St. Louis Blues.
When I learned an old St. Louis friend named Ted Polansky turned up in the hospital after a knifing, he didn't want to see me or anybody else, including his former wife. That was the end of the line for me, till a man with a homemade manicure and spats moved in and warned me to lay off Polansky. Advice like that just doesn't sit well with me. I was back at the Tambourine patching up my face when Chris told me I had company. When I came down, I spotted him at one of the tables. Slightly bald, friendly face. Before he introduced himself, I knew who he was. Cora's husband, Evan Saunders, St. Louis.
Mr. Jordan, being frank about my personal affairs isn't easy for me.
Well, then maybe we can just have a drink.
Why, yes, of course, thank you. Straight, if you don't mind.
Couple straight, Chris.
Mr. Jordan, you'll pardon me if I come right to the point.
First, I'd better tell you that your wife was here ahead of you.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm here. Cora keeps nothing from me.
She tell you why?
About Ted Polansky. Mr. Jordan, I don't want Cora to see that man.
She seems to have ideas of her own. Oh, thanks, Chris. Set him down.
Then you must understand. Cora's gone through too much already. Waiting all those months.
Look, if you're worried about Polansky, you can forget it.
No, it's Cora, Mr. Jordan. I've always known that she was never quite able to close the chapter. Never quite sure.
She thinks a lot of you.
But it's not the same, and I know. I was well aware that she married me, not out of love, but because she needed a home for herself and her child. It was all right for me, Mr. Jordan. I loved her deeply enough for both of us, and we've had a good life.
I'm not arguing.
Now I found it necessary to come to Cairo on business, organizing a new corporation, revolutionary cotton process.
Yes, she told me that, too.
And now we run across that man again, stirring up all those old memories. I know you're an old friend of Polansky's, and that you've talked to both him and Cora, and I'll not stand for any meddling.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Mr. Jordan, I'll not stand by and allow you to bring them two together again. He has no right to her. There's something good about our marriage. And I tell you, Mr. Jordan, I'm willing to fight to protect it.
You better take that drink, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, of course. Sorry, Mr. Jordan. You understand, I feel very strongly about this. I'll protect her against that man at all costs.
After I got rid of Evan Saunders, I broke my rule and had another straight one during business hours. The more I thought about it, the more I thought Saunders had a point. So I was off again on my way to the Cairo hospital. This time I didn't wait for the nurse to show me in. I got to Polansky's bed and drew aside the screen.
I told you not to come back, Rocky.
Maybe I didn't hear you. I've been talking to some people, Ted. One of them is Cora. Oh, don't you remember?
I can forget her.
Sure, but she doesn't find it so easy.
Get out of here.
Not yet. Lousing up your life's your own business, Ted, but this concerns Cora. She's got a good thing with Saunders. Best thing you can do is have it out with him and wash yourself out of their lives.
Rocky, what do you know about me?
Enough. Being a hero made you too good for her. Bunch of medals and headlines meant more to you than a wife and child.
You think so? Rocky, I'm going to tell you something I've been living with for the past 4 years. Maybe it's time I unload.
I'm listening. Ted Polansky lay back in his bed, closed his eyes, and turned his face away. Finally, he started talking.
You despise me, Rocky, but not as much as I despise myself. But believe me, I've always loved Cora. That's why I could never go back to her. You see, I'm not a hero. I never was.
It's not the way the papers got it.
Sure. Heard the same story every time somebody pinned a medal on me. I risked my life to save top-drawer photographic information from a burning plane. Delayed parachute jump. Want to know why I delayed that parachute jump, Rocky?
Go on, Ted.
Because my parachute was torn to shreds. The other guy on the plane was wounded. So I took his parachute. He died in a crash. I parachuted to safety. I killed him, Rocky, as sure as I'm lying here. Now you got it all.
Yeah.
Somehow I couldn't go back to Cora and the kid knowing in my own mind I'd killed somebody. You know how I spent my time since then, bumming around. I was never going back because I just wasn't right for her. All I knew was that the best thing to do was to keep away from Cora. But now it's not so easy.
What do you mean?
Her life's not what you think it is. That husband of hers, Evan Saunders, a big cotton man's a crook. He's rotten crooked, and so's that phony corporation he's setting up.
Where'd you get that?
That's what's behind that knife in my back. He's in with a crumb named Vance Marco.
Shiny car, West Bats?
That's a guy. They're promoting a phony cotton refining process, starting a company selling a lot of stock, and after enough money comes in, Saunders and Marco pull out with their pockets full.
How do you know all this?
Because there was a third guy in the organization. Ted Polanski. Only I pulled out when I found out that Saunders was Cora's husband. I hoped I could stop the deal before Cora got hurt. All I stopped was Marco's knife. Now I'm flat on my back and can't do a thing.
But there wasn't anything to keep Rocky Jordan from doing something. I wasn't flat on my back, yet. So I started out sporting for trouble. And I didn't mind when a native started tagging me after I left the hospital. It was the same one who had covered me with a gun in Marco's car earlier that day. So I let him follow for a while. I took him down a dark side street a couple of blocks. Then I suddenly doubled back and he ducked into a doorway. This was a good time to let him make his move, so I kept coming. I reached the doorway. There was the flash of a knife, but I wasn't there. I had him by the wrist and twisting it back.
I killed the kill by flanker.
Drop that knife or I'll slap your brains against this wall. Come on, drop it. There now. Let's talk.
No. Let me go.
That the knife you used on Polanski?
No, I do not know what you mean.
Polanski knows. He got a good look at you.
He told you?
Yeah, everything.
Well, but it was an order.
Sure, Vance Marco's order. He sent you to get me, too?
Effendi,
Where do I find Marco?
I cannot tell.
Think real hard. Come on.
Yes, the Athens Hotel, Sharia Rakib.
Yeah, it's better.
But, Effendi, what will I do? Marco,
never mind. Where you're going, you'll get all the protection you need. I dragged him back down to the square and turned him over to a cop, along with a message to Captain Sam Sabaya. Then I was on my way to the Athens Hotel. Vance Marco had a big suite on the 4th floor front. I was about to knock when the door opened. Marco was inside with a couple of his men, and coming out was Evan Saunders.
Well, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, I'll bet you didn't, Saunders.
Mr. Marco, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you in my suite at the National Hotel tomorrow morning.
Goodbye, Mr. Saunders.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
I still don't like your face, Jordan.
You did your best to change it.
I was just giving you a friendly tip. It didn't take, did it?
I forget easy. You got a couple of muscles for help. Want to try again?
Maybe I will. What's on your mind, Jordan?
Great big deal, Marco. With a lot of little investors pouring their money into a phony corporation.
Either one of you guys know what Jordan's talking about?
Got it, Marco. Polanski told me everything. What happens to those investors when they find out they bought into nothing? A new cotton process nobody can produce.
Why ask me?
Or better yet, what happens to you and Saunders? The police aren't going to like it.
Let them talk to Saunders. He's on top of the deal. President, chairman.
Yeah, how do you fit in?
Me? I just helped out a little on the financial end.
Yeah. It always works, doesn't it, Marco?
Hasn't failed yet. What's your interest, Jordan? Trying to cut in?
I'm giving you a chance to call it off. Well, you got the chance.
Sorry, Jordan. Corporation's closed. Anything else?
Yeah, a lot more.
Well, I don't want to hear it. Throw him out, boy.
Sure, boss.
Come on, Junior.
outside! And don't come back, Jordan. Next time we drop you down the elevator shaft.
I picked myself up and got out the back way just in case he had somebody waiting for me. Well, even though I knew the deal, Marco felt pretty safe. I figured there was more to it than what I'd worked out. When I got back to the Tambourine, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Cora Saunders was waiting.
I haven't changed my mind, Rocky.
Okay, Cora. I think Ted's ready to talk to you.
You've seen him again?
Yeah.
Please tell me, how is he?
I think Ted Polanski's gonna be all right.
Thank you, Rocky.
Cora,
Yes?
how well did you know your present husband before you married him?
Well, I didn't know him so long before I married him. I met him in a summer resort where I was waiting tables.
Oh, what I mean is, what did you know about him personally?
All I know is he's been very, very good to me and my child. He's a wonderfully kind man, Mr. Jordan.
How about this cotton deal he's in?
Oh, he has great hopes for it. Evan thinks it'll make a lot of money and help a lot of people. Why do you ask, Rocky?
Oh, no, I'm just curious. You better go talk to Ted.
What are you trying to tell me?
Visiting time's 8 o'clock. Ted'll be waiting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rocky, maybe you could come along.
Oh, sorry, Cora, but I'm going to be real busy. I walked Cora to the front of the Tambourine and saw that she got a taxi. Then I caught one for myself. I wanted to see Evan Saunders just once more before he pulled out for St. Louis. At the National Hotel, I got Saunders' room number and went on up without being announced. I found his door open. Saunders was there, pacing the floor.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, come in.
Yeah, that's my plan, Saunders.
Where's Cora? Where's my wife, Mr. Jordan?
You're real worried about Cora.
Don't evade my question, Mr. Jordan. She went back to your cafe this evening. I have her message.
She tell you where she was going from there?
That's what I'm asking you. I demand to know where my wife is.
Where she is at this minute, I don't know. But in another hour, she'll be at the Cairo General Hospital, talking to Ted Polanski.
Mr. Jordan, I told you I don't want her to see that
now
man.
Tell me why.
I explained that to you. I made it perfectly clear. He's hurt Cora enough.
Any other reason, Saunders?
Isn't that enough?
Try it my way. You don't want her to talk to Polanski because you're afraid of what he might tell her. Why he got that knife in his back, for instance.
What happened to him has nothing to do
Got
with
it,
what...
Saunders. Happens Polanski told me everything.
What did he tell you?
Everything. The phony corporation you and Marco was setting up. How he moved in to spike the deal before Cora got wind of it. So you had to get rid of him.
Mr. Jordan, I don't understand what you're talking about.
I think you do. Didn't you wonder what I was doing at Marco's place a while ago?
Certainly not. Why should I?
He admitted the whole deal. The investors have been taken for every cent they put into your crooked racket.
I don't believe Marco said any such thing.
Ask him.
Get me Mr. Vance Marco at the Athens Hotel. I'll wait. Yes? Yes? Yes, thank you. Vance Marco just checked out of the Athens Hotel. No forwarding address.
Looks like you're on the griddle, buddy.
Mr. Jordan, I'm not a swindler. I've been taken in by Marco just like...
That's a pretty good act.
It's not an act. I'm innocent, and I can prove it.
Well, Evan Saunders started out to prove his innocence and prove that my thinking had been wrong. Mine and Ted Polanski's. He made another phone call, and then we went over to a building on Ibrahim Pasha Square. We went through a door marked Allenby and Allenby, attorneys. Allenby, number 1, was there waiting, and Saunders told him the whole story.
I said this is a beastly affair, Mr. Saunders, beastly.
I brought Mr. Jordan here, Mr. Allenby, to prove that I couldn't possibly have profited by the venture.
Well, under the circumstances, perhaps it's wise. I have a folder here. Oh, yes. Here you are, Mr. Jordan. This is a duplicate, of course. The original has been filed.
Just give me the quick once-over, Mr. Allenby. What's it all about?
Well, with this document, Mr. Evan Saunders hereby assigns and grants all funds and income from his share of the Cotton Processing Corporation to charitable organizations. The Association for the United Nations, the International...
Wait a minute.
And what?
Saunders was to receive nothing from the corporation?
Oh, absolutely nothing.
Mr. Jordan, I hope you're convinced now that I was acting in good faith.
Mr. Saunders could have had no possible motive for promoting a crooked venture such as this.
Just a second, Allenby.
Yes?
Why didn't you know it was a phony? You're the attorney.
Oh, not for the corporation, Mr. Jordan.
Vance Marco had that all set up with his own men. And he set it up very well. I was made president. My name was put on everything. And I'm left holding the bag. Right, Allenby?
Frankly, you are in a bit of a pickle, Mr. Saunders. Your reputation will suffer and all that.
No, I'll not have that. I'll repay every cent to the investors out of my own pocket. Clear up this mess as soon as possible.
Well, that sort of makes things look a little different.
Forget it, Jordan. We all make mistakes.
Going, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I got some clearing up of my own to do. It wasn't yet 8 o'clock, and I had to talk with Ted Polansky just once more. I got to the hospital a few minutes before visiting hours started, and Cora Saunders hadn't arrived yet. Took a little convincing, but I got to Polansky's bedside right away, and I talked fast. I made him see that Saunders was okay, that he was a good husband for Cora and good father for their daughter, that if Cora had a chance for happiness, it was up to Ted. And it was 8 o'clock, and Cora was standing at the foot of his bed, her face pale and tight.
Hello, Ted.
Hello, Cora.
How are you feeling?
All right. Cora, I'm glad you came. There are some things we can clear up.
I'll wait outside.
No, Rocky. That's not necessary. This won't take long. Cora?
Yes?
I want you to know I'm glad you married Saunders.
Oh, but Ted...
The thing that bothered me was that I left you flat with no one to take care of you.
Take care of me? Is that all I meant to you? Somebody to be taken care of?
Yes.
But I was your wife. Mother of your daughter. What about her?
I'm sorry, Cora. The child was just a weight around my neck, too. I stopped loving you long ago. Going away to war was just a good excuse for getting away. After it was over, I just couldn't go back to you.
Well, I guess there isn't much you can do when there's no love left. I'm just sorry it took so long for me to find this out.
Well, now you know. I never felt so good as when I left you in St. Louis.
Thanks, Ted.
Thanks for what?
I never realized until this moment how fortunate for me it was that you did leave. I see now how lucky I was to find a man like Evan. He's a strong man and an honest one. And he loves me and our child like you never could. Oh, goodbye, Ted. I don't think there's anything more we have to say.
Goodbye, Cora.
Goodbye, Rocky. I won't be bothering you anymore about Ted Polansky.
So long, Cora. Have a nice trip back to St. Louis.
Well, Rocky, how did I do?
Okay.
She'll be all right now, won't she?
I think so, Ted. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Thanks, Rocky.
Well, after a while, I left him. Later that night, I found out that Marco had been picked up boarding a plane at the Cairo airport. There wasn't much they could do to him about the phony cotton deal. He kept his nose pretty clean. But his knife man had talked, so they salted Marco away for the attempted murder of Ted Polansky. Before I turned in that night, I checked back on my day. Pretty unusual. Not a single dead body. I felt real good about it.
It's CBS again at this same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
He looked deeply into her eyes, which reflected his mood like twin lakes of azure blue. Azure blue. Why does a woman always have to have azure eyes? Why couldn't they be fire engine red? As his muscular arms tightened around her fragile... Susie.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, I'm not fragile, but I'm sure scared. Somebody's been following me.
With those legs? Why not?
I was petrified, afraid to look back even. His footsteps kept going click, cluck, click, cluck, real sinister-like. Oh, I bet that's him now.
Mr. Click Cluck?
Oh, Mr. Holliday, he followed me all the way from box 13.
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, this is a brand new twist. Besides a message from Box 13, Susie has brought a mysterious caller. Somebody who wants in, but definitely.
Don't answer it, Mr. Holliday.
Now, Susie. You didn't see this person, huh?
No, I just felt him following me like a phantom, except his heels went click, cluck, click, cluck. Oh.
That doesn't sound so dangerous. Let's take a chance. Come in.
Oh. Silly me. I ought to be ashamed for being such a fraidy cat. Look who it is.
Well, Susie, who is it?
I don't know. Who are you, mister?
My name is George Flitt. I'm a detective. And you're Dan Holliday, the writer. It's on the door.
A detective, huh?
Why, he isn't any bigger than me.
But I have nerves of steel and the heart of a lion.
Oh, I see. And what brings you here, Mr. Flitt?
Well...
Nerves of steel. Heart of a lion.
That was no fair, girlie. You took me by surprise.
Susie. Now, Mr. Flitt.
Why don't you open the envelope I put in box 13?
Here it is, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks.
Open it. I'm all gooselumps.
Okay. Well, what do you know?
Why, there's nothing written on the paper.
How about that, Flitt?
See how clever I am? I put that envelope in box 13 as bait.
As bait?
Yes, I knew it would lead me to the person who put the ad in the Star Times. Adventure wanted. Will go any place and do anything.
Very clever, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, what made your footsteps go click, cluck, click, cluck?
Oh, that. I lost the metal cleat off of one of my heels.
Oh.
Well, now that you've discovered me, Mr. Flitt, what?
Mr. Holliday, I'd say you're just the man for the job.
Job?
Something exciting, you hope, huh, Mr. Holliday?
I'd handle it myself, only I'm so tiny. Besides, I've done mostly divorce work. Just the right height for keyholes.
But about the job?
Well, I'm coming to that. Mr. Gilbert Bolton sent me $50 just to attend the party tonight.
$50? I should have been a detective.
Oh, you can be. I'll split with you if you'll go to the affair in my place as me.
You got the money. What's the catch?
Oh, there's really no catch. Only thing Mr. Bolton said, what there might be a little, bloodshed.
Well, this holiday is the wackiest situation yet from good old Box 13. Yes, Holiday, you must be hard up for story ideas. Hard up for brains, too. Otherwise, why are you riding with George Flitt, detective, in his hot rod jalopy? Destination, bloodshed. And you've never met this Bolton who's having the party?
No, but he phoned and explained that the party is going to be at his nephew's place, Kenneth Bolton.
Kenneth, huh? What about the bloodshed?
Well, as I understand it, Kenneth's father, that is, Gilbert Bolton's brother, committed suicide not so long ago.
Oh.
Gilbert said the boy is suffering from neurasthenia, I think he said.
Psychoneurotic, huh?
Yes. On account of the way his father died, Gilbert's afraid the boy may take his own life tonight.
Why tonight especially?
Well, it seems that Kenneth drinks a lot at these parties and gets depressed.
And my job is...
to see that he doesn't commit suicide tonight.
I've looked forward to more pleasant evenings.
I think that's the place up ahead with all the lights on.
Yeah, that's the address you mentioned. We must be about 15 miles from town.
14 7/10 by my speedometer.
Well, Flitt, I may as well take off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I'll sit here in my car and listen to the radio, sort of keep my eye on things from the outside.
Good idea. See you later, then. Here we go again, Holiday. Oops, the name's George Flitt, detective. Remember? Beyond this door, who knows? But it's a beautiful house. A beautiful night. And a beautiful girl.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. I'm looking for Mr. Gilbert Bolton.
Won't you come in? And you are?
George Flitt.
You say you're George Flitt?
That's right.
I'm Rita Martin.
How do you do?
Now, let's go in and find Gilbert Bolton, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, Holiday, here's a jungle cat. A vampire right of Terry and the Pirates. That jet black hair, those heavy-lidded eyes, that glistening crimson mouth. And something else. Yes, heavy, cloying, sensuous. A perfume such as you've never known before. That's something to remember this Rita Martin by. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you are. Oh, Gilbert.
Yes, Rita.
Gilbert Bolton. This is George Flitt.
George. How do you do, Mr. Flitt?
Mr. Bolton?
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll see you all a bit later.
So, you're George Flitt, the detective?
Yes, that's right.
Your voice seemed, well, different over the phone.
Well, you know detectives. Many disguises, many voices. Got to keep them confused, you know.
Somehow I pictured you differently.
Oh?
Well, no matter. You know why you're here.
Yes, to keep my eye on your nephew, Kenneth Bolton.
More than that, to keep him from chilling himself.
The way this man looks at you, Holiday. So cool, so calculating. With piercing eyes that thud against the back of your skull. He could be one of two men. A man of distinction or a man of extinction. Okay, Mr. Bolton, I'll keep your nephew alive.
That's your job.
Well, what makes you think the boy wants to commit suicide?
Well, since his father, my brother, took his life, Kenneth has been extremely upset.
It's only natural, Mr. Bolton.
I know, but I've heard Kenneth threaten suicide, and it's got me worried.
Anyone else heard him?
Yes, Miss Martin.
Anyone else?
What do you mean, anyone else?
I just wondered if anyone else had heard him make these threats.
I really wouldn't know. It's enough that Rita and I know about it.
How does Rita figure in this picture?
Aren't you being a bit presumptuous, Mr. Flitt?
A detective likes to know these things.
Miss Martin is an old friend of the family. Oh, there's Kenneth now. I'll bring him over.
Just as Gilbert Bolton passed me, there was something familiar about him. What was it? Who was it? Come on, think, Holiday. It may be an important clue. But here they come. The man of extinction and a typical boy from Princeton or Yale or Harvard.
George Flitt, my nephew, Kenneth Bolton.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Enjoying yourself, Mr. Flitt?
Very much. How about you?
Oh, so-so. These parties get to be a bore, you know.
Kenneth hasn't been quite himself since the tragedy.
Must you always bring that up, Uncle?
But you know you've been terribly upset, Kenneth.
So I've been upset. Why talk about it?
Oh, Mr. Flitt,
Yes?
will you come with me for a moment?
Oh, why, sure.
It's so close in here that I thought a breath of air.
It suits me.
In the garden.
The garden it is. Nice. A moon, too.
Mm-hmm. Lovely, lovely night. Ah, the scent of those flowers. Exquisite, isn't it?
Uh-huh. But not to compare with your perfume.
You noticed it.
Yes, it was so unusual.
It's called Whispering Gown.
Whispering Gown.
I like the name.
Say,
Yes?
I know where they got that name.
Oh?
From Cyrano de Bergerac. The passage where he describes Roxanne. Across my life, one whispering silken gown.
That was lovely. You're quite literary, aren't you, Mr. Flitt?
Well, yes and no.
Just what do you do?
Gilbert Bolton didn't tell you.
No, but let's sit on this bench and you tell me all about yourself.
As you come close to her, you get another whiff of... And suddenly you've got it. That's what bothered you about Gilbert Bolton. Her perfume rubbed off on him. It is an old friend of the family. She's young and a close friend of Gilbert Bolton's. She's brought you out here for a reason.
Well, aren't you going to sit down?
Oh, I sure, but just a minute. I want to buy some cigarettes.
I've got plenty of cigarettes.
I'll be right back. Something about this whole setup is as phony as a China egg. And as the crooks in your story say, better case the joint before you go inside. There's a window. Just pull the bushes back. Let's take a gander. Well, everything looks on the up and up. Kenneth with a drink on the table beside him, and there's his uncle coming up. He set another full drink right beside Kenneth. Hey, what else is he doing? You'd better get in there, Holiday, and fast. Mind if I join you, gentlemen?
Well, not at all, not at all.
You appeared quite suddenly.
Care for a drink, Mr. Flitt? Here, I haven't touched this one.
No, let me fix Mr. Flitt a fresh drink.
I think I'll just have one of these hors d'oeuvres.
Here, what's it? My drink.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Flitt, you awkward idiot. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, Uncle. Accidents will happen. I didn't really feel like another drink. It was your idea, remember?
Well, Mr. Flitt, were you able to borrow some cigarettes?
I was ambushed by hors d'oeuvres.
Glad you're here, Rita. I have a proposal to make.
Yes?
What say we all run up to my penthouse for a while?
Oh, sounds good. What do you say, Mr. Flitt?
Fine.
I think a change of scenery would be nice.
Well, you'll enjoy the view overlooking Green Hill Park from the penthouse, Mr. Flitt.
Oh, good. What's the address?
Tell you what, Mr. Flitt. Rita, Kenneth, and myself will go ahead in my car.
Then you can follow us in yours.
Well, maybe I'd better go with Mr. Flitt to keep him company.
No, I'd like you with me, Kenneth. There's something I want to discuss with you. Important.
Well, perhaps I should have the address in case I lose you.
That won't be necessary. Just follow me.
Of course, Holiday, you could be wrong, but it looks like Gilbert Bolton isn't too anxious to have you find his penthouse. But you're a suspicious lad, Holiday. You've created so many diabolical characters for so many fiendish plots. Maybe you've become a little touched. Time's a wasting, Holiday. Get to a phone. There it is, end of the hallway. Now, if Mac's on duty in the morgue of the Star-Times, we'll ask a few questions.
Star-Times reference room.
Hello, Mac. This is Dan Holiday.
Ah, Danny, what can I do you for?
Say, you got anything on the Bolton suicide?
Just filed those clips away yesterday. And even if this is a clips joint, I won't charge you a penny. Clips joint. You get it, Dan?
Yeah, I get it. What about Bolton?
poisoned himself. Left all his dough to his son, name of Kenneth.
Anything else?
Well, there was something about Bolton's brother, Gilbert. He sort of taking over and helping the boy. Kid was pretty broke up. Hey, Dad. Hey, did you hang up?
No, but someone did. Someone was listening on another extension. Hey, this is the fastest hot rod I've ever driven. We're keeping right up with the Bolton. And he's doing 70.
Wait until you shift into high gear. Where are we going?
To a penthouse, I hope. Gilbert Bolton's.
What happened at the party?
Oh, Rita Martin tried to get me into the garden, and I got suspicious.
Trying to keep you away from your job, wasn't she?
Yeah, so I rushed back into the house, stopping to case the joint through a window.
Case the joint. Detective talk.
Yeah, then I got into trouble with Bolton.
How?
By knocking a drink from his nephew's hand.
Huh? What did the uncle do?
He got insulting. Then all of a sudden he suggested going to his penthouse.
Watch it. He's slowing down.
Yeah, I wonder what his idea is. Oh, he's just slowing down for that train.
But he only slowed down for a second. Look at him go.
I know what he's doing. He's trying to beat that train to the crossing. He's trying to lose us.
Step on the gas. Step on the gas, Mr. Holliday.
Okay.
Mr. Holliday, are we going to make it?
He made it, but I don't know about us.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Next time I want such a close shave, I'll see my barber.
Yeah, me too.
Gosh, Mr. Holliday, I thought I could handle this hot rod, but the way you whipped her off the road just short of those tracks,
Not a scratch on her. Lucky us.
That train must be a mile long.
By the time it passes, Bolton can be in Alaska.
What's the address of this penthouse?
You're asking me. All I know is it overlooks Green Hill Park. Our next stop. Well, George, Green Hill Park.
I bet all these buildings have penthouses.
We'll try them all until we hit the right one. I'll go around this side of the park.
Okay, and I'll try the buildings around the other side.
Bolton's got to be in one. Do you have a Mr. Bolton in your penthouse?
No one here by that name.
A Bolton in the penthouse?
No, but we have a Botsford in the basement.
Why, yes, Mr. Gilbert Bolton came in a short time ago.
Hello?
No, with a lady and gentleman. Want to go up?
Please. Did Mr. Bolton say anything about expecting more guests?
No, sir.
Do me a favor. A little fellow with a squeaky voice shows up asking for Bolton. Tell him I'm here, will you? Dan Holliday.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you, sir. Your floor, sir. That's the penthouse door over there.
Right. I've got a sneaking hunch I won't be welcome.
Flip, how did you get up here?
You didn't expect me?
Yes, of course, but you've earned your money. You can go home now.
I'm sorry, Miss Maud, but Mr. Bolton hired me. It's up to him to fire me.
But he's not here. He and Kenneth both went out.
May I come in and wait?
No. Goodbye.
Now what? Now what does the intrepid hero of my stories do? He looks for another door. Like that one. He tries it. It's open. Leads into a hallway. And there's yet another door. The service entrance to Bolton's penthouse. And 10 to 1, it's locked, bolted, and barred. Maybe even nailed shut.
You're some gambler, Holiday. Offer 10 to 1 and lose. The door's open. Well, here we go again. Shh. Quiet, Holiday. Ah, there's a door leading to the terrace and voices.
Really an excellent view here.
Now get your ear up, Holiday. But don't let them see you.
Don't you think it's a little chilly out here, Uncle? Let's go inside.
Chilly, Kenneth? I'm really very comfortable.
Here's the view I was telling you about, Kenneth. Better lean over the rail a bit to see around that turret.
Oh, don't push against me, Uncle. That's a 10-story drop.
Now, look over there, Kenneth.
Uncle Gil! Kenneth, let's get away from that rail. Oh, Flit, you don't have to throw me back.
Better than having your uncle throw you forward.
What's the meaning of this outrage,
How did you get in here anyway?
I'm going to call the police.
Fine, and save me the trouble. Look, Kenneth, I was hired to keep you from committing suicide.
Suicide? Who, me?
Yeah, but instead I'm keeping you from being murdered. Feel in your coat pocket.
Ignore him, Kenneth. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
A bottle. It's marked poison.
Yeah, I saw your uncle plant it in your pocket through the garden window. He wanted to make it look like you poisoned that drink I knocked from your hand.
Stop right there, Holiday. This isn't a cap pistol. You too, Kenneth. Don't move.
Oh, you must be crazy, Uncle Gil.
And you knew I was Dan Holiday all along, huh?
Of course. I've seen your picture in the book review pages.
And I caught you a telephone conversation with the Star-Times. On the extension.
You get around.
I can't believe this. You, my uncle.
What's the play now, Bolton?
Well, first I walk over to Kenneth and knock him out with his gun. Nope. Don't move, Holiday. I've still got you covered.
Oh? And now that you've knocked out your nephew, what's your next move?
Mr. Holiday, before I heave him over the rail to make it look like suicide, I'm going to shoot you.
Oh, fine.
Then I'll wipe my fingerprints off this gun and press my nephew's hand around the butt.
His fingerprints on the gun will prove he shot me, huh? But what about a motive?
Very simple. You tried to stop him from jumping off the terrace.
And you're supposed to invent plots, Mr. Holliday.
But they'll trace the gun to you, Bolton.
Oh, no. It's Kenneth's gun. I took it from his room.
And you wanted a detective on hand to throw off suspicion.
Yes, Mr. Holliday. Who'd suspect Gilbert of murder when he'd hired a detective to protect Kenneth?
But why? Why do you want to kill your nephew?
Let's say I borrowed quite a large sum I can't make good.
Oh. Embezzlement, huh? And you need Kenneth's inheritance to keep out of jail. Wouldn't he lend you the money?
Not the amount we need.
We?
Obviously.
So we're taking it all. Clever, eh, Holiday?
You're killing me.
You're so right. Get rid of whoever it is, Rita.
If that isn't help, Holiday, forget about writing the great American novel. No room in a coffin for typing.
I tell you, I've got to go in and see. I know Dan Holliday's in here and nobody's...
Never mind, Rita.
I couldn't stop him.
I've got plenty of bullets.
Welcome to the party, George.
Hello, Mr. Holliday. A gun. Let me out of here.
Stop. Stop or I'll shoot.
Watch out.
Thanks for the distraction, Flit. Now, Mr. Gilbert Bolton, you know how your nephew feels. Well, I know how it feels to be on the right end of this Smith & Wesson.
You knocked him out. What are you going to do?
Do? Well, since the party's getting dull, let's invite a few more boys. Say from headquarters.
This is Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Holliday. Hello, Susie.
Ah, Mr. George Flit, detective.
How's the arm, Mr. Flit?
Oh, it's healing up fine. One of the bullets just grazed me. You know, I bled quite a lot.
Say, wasn't that awful, them trying to kill that boy? And he really wasn't psycho whatchamacallit at all.
Bolton cooked that up to support the suicide story.
Oh.
What's going to happen to them, Mr. Holliday?
Well, they've got Bolton for embezzlement and attempted murder. They're holding Rita as his accomplice.
And she was such a beautiful girl and so sweet, too.
Yes, George, you can say that again.
How's the rod hot these days, Mr. Flint?
Hot rod, Susie.
Hot rod. Rod hot. Red hot. Oh, how is it anyway?
Red hot. Oh, it's fine. And Mr. Holliday. Even if I did run away from that gun, I really do have the heart of a lion.
But of course, George.
Only thing is, it's a scaredy cat lion.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Ted Hediger. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Larry Kraft. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence tonight's Candy Matson story, it's a very great pleasure to welcome as our distinguished guest this evening the widely read radio columnist of the San Francisco Examiner, who conducts his own radio column under the title Day and Night with Radio and Television. Mr. Dwight Newton.
Thank you, Dudley Manlove. Recently, I conducted a popularity poll to determine our readers' favorite radio program originating in San Francisco. Heading the list, and a top-heavy favorite, was your Candy Matson program. In behalf of the Examiner readers who participated in the poll, I am happy to present this award, which reads as follows. 1950 San Francisco Examiner Favorite Program Award. This certifies that readers of the San Francisco Examiner have voted Candy Matson their favorite local radio program in a poll conducted by the undersigned writer of the column Day and Night with Radio and Television. Congratulations to all who participate on the Candy Matson program, to Monty Masters, who writes and directs it, and to you, Natalie Masters, the Candy Matson star.
Thank you, Dwight Newton. We're doubly proud of this award tonight because next week's program will mark Candy Matson's first birthday. From all of us here at NBC in San Francisco, to Dwight Newton, the San Francisco Examiner, and most of all, you, the listeners, who've made this award possible, our very sincere thanks.
We continue now with Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Just a moment, I'll be right there. How do you do?
You are Candy Matson, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. And who are you?
Willa Gray.
Come in, won't you, Willa? Is something I can do for you?
I don't quite know how to explain this, but it's my brother.
Your brother?
Maybe you've heard of him, Miss Matson. Gordon Gray.
Why, sure, the songwriter?
That's right.
Who doesn't know him? He's written almost as many hit songs as Irving Berlin. What about him, Willa?
Well, like many people I know, Gordon is a crime student for relaxation. He reads all the books, listens to all the radio programs, and naturally he's heard and read a great deal about you.
Well, I'm flattered.
When I suggested talking to you. He agreed immediately.
Talking to me, Willa? What about?
Well, it's his mental condition, Miss Matson. He's suddenly become extremely childish. All day long he sits at the piano playing nothing but uncoordinated notes.
Are you sure they're uncoordinated, or is it some new style he's trying to develop?
Miss Matson, you're familiar with Gordon's work. Songs like Lazy Old June, The Tenderness of You. What he's doing now is just musical gibberish.
How well I remember Lazy Old June. I was just a kid in high school at the time. Oh. Are you living with your brother, Willa?
No, I'm not. Just as well, too. I don't think I could take it.
Why do you say that?
These foolish notes he plays. He says he's working on a thing to be called Symphony of Death. That someone is going to kill him.
What? Now you've got me interested.
I hope so, Miss Matson. He won't talk to me. Every time I drop by, Gordon just sits at the piano, laughing horribly, and playing these kindergarten notes. As I said, he's a great fan of yours. Won't you go and just speak to my brother?
Sure, I'll see him. Gordon Gray with a shattered mind. What a pity if true. Think of all the jukeboxes that would have to settle for promissory notes.
Candy Matson, San Francisco's well-known gal private investigator. Merely trying to get her penthouse on Telegraph Hill cleaned, and she walks into a stack of memories. Memories created by a songwriter named Gordon Gray. Symphony of Death. It never became a popular composition, but it will always be on Candy's all-time hit parade, a tune she'll never forget, because it brought about a very strange chain of events and a fascinating finish to the entire story. Oh, and the in-between department? Well, here she is, the gal who never suffers from gaposis, Candy Matson.
When I went into the cold, hard world to make a living for myself, Gordon Gray was an American institution. That's when he wrote his never-to-be-forgotten The Rhapsody of You. I'd had no idea that Gray was in San Francisco. The last I'd heard he was in New York, working on the score of a brand-new musical. So when his sister confronted me like that, naturally, I was caught a bit off base. She wrote Gordon's address for me, and like the rabbity little elf she seemed, ducked out as abruptly as she came. Then I dressed, drove over to an apartment house on Powell Street, just down from the family club. I pressed the button. It blew an ugly little noise back at me. I entered, went up the stairs to 221. The door opened.
Yes?
Mr. Gray?
Yes, that's right.
I didn't call you on the phone. I thought I'd just more or less barge in on you. I'm Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Do come in. Oh, please, do come in.
Thank you.
So, my little sister finally got up enough gumption to call you.
Yes, she came by this afternoon. We had quite a nice little chat.
A nice chat? With my sister? Impossible. The little mouse doesn't know how to put one word after another. Oh, here. Do sit down, won't you? Place is a mess. I've got manuscript all over the floor, the highboy, the whatnot, everywhere. Highball, spot of sherry?
Thank you. No, not right at the moment.
As you say.
I beg your pardon?
It's nothing, really. I'm just thinking of my monstrous joke. I'm going to be killed, you know.
Yes, so your sister said.
Do
you mind?
My sister. Young. She's young enough to marry a grandchild. Do you know what? She thinks I'm slipping my cable.
Do you mind if I call you Gordon?
I'd love it. Providing I can call you Candy.
I'd despise myself in the AM if you didn't.
Candy, you're just as delightful as I had you pictured.
Thanks, Gordon. Now, frankly, what do you think? Are you slipping your cable?
Of all the idiotic... Of course not.
Willa seems convinced you are.
Willa's a mere babe, a suckling.
What about this new thing you're working on, Gordon, this Symphony of Death?
She told you about that, too, huh? That's part of my monstrous joke, Candy.
Want to confide in me? Let me know what this joke is?
I don't mind in the least. You have brains. Not many people have brains in this world, Candy, but you do. And because you have brains, I'm going to give you a challenge.
Okay, let me have it.
Oh, no. The challenge will only come after he kills me.
He? Who are you referring to, Gordon?
That's part of the challenge, Candy.
I see. Do you really believe that someone's out to kill you?
But of course. That's the delicious part of the whole thing. I'm going to be killed. It can't be avoided. That's why I'm writing my Symphony of Death.
Oh, sure. Now I see.
You're making fun of me, Candy.
No, I'm not, Gordon, really. It's just that, well, I've never met anyone who was happy about the prospect of getting knocked off.
I don't mind, actually. I've lived a full life. I've seen the world, made lots of money, been wined and dined by people in all walks of life. My music will live after me. That's all I care about.
Now I can understand.
There. You see? That's why I like you. You have brains. Shall I play my new composition for you?
If you like.
Very well. As you will discover after I'm dead. It's all part of my monstrous joke. Excuse me. Pay no attention to the technique, Candy, my dear. My fingers aren't quite as supple as they used to be. There. What do you think of it?
Gordon, I think it's a great, monstrous joke.
I knew you'd see it. It's part of the joke. You're very sharp. I knew it. That's part of the joke, and you can see it.
You pay wonderful compliments, Gordon. Thank you. But don't you think this Symphony of Death is a complete departure from your usual style? From something like, well, the Rhapsody of You, for instance?
Certainly. It's because of him. I had to write something dedicated to him, didn't I?
Well, to scramble a dangling participle, who's him?
The man who's going to kill me.
As I left, I tried to shake the picture of a cackling man playing one-fingered doodles on the keyboard, but I couldn't. The impression was indelible. When I arrived home, I was greeted by the sight of a familiar auto parked out in front. It was my number one boy, Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. I invited him up to sit a spell and chew the fat.
What's new, Cupcake? I haven't seen you for several days. Seems like weeks.
Ha! A compliment. That means you're after something.
I am not. Can't I ever say something nice without you misconstruing?
Oh, okay. Compliment accepted. What brings you around here this time of day, Mallard, dear? Aren't you on duty?
That's the trouble. I've been on duty for almost 48 hours straight. I had to take a little breather for myself.
Working on a deal?
Yeah, a hot one. No leads, no clues, no nothing.
For a slight consideration, I might be inclined to help you crack the case, Sherlock.
By the way, what are you working on?
Nothing but hope and what's left of the bank account.
You mean to say the great Lady Private Eye is temporarily at liberty?
I mean to say just exactly that.
Well, if I'm any judge of your business ability, you've got enough money tucked away to buy the Philadelphia Athletics from Connie Mack. What do you do with all your loot, Candy?
Sew it in hair mattresses and sleep on it. Oh, excuse me a moment, Mallard.
Sure, go right ahead.
Oh, hello, Willa. I didn't expect to see you so soon.
I hope you won't think me a nuisance, but I just had to see you.
I understand. Come in.
No, thanks. You've been to see Gordon. I just spoke with him on the phone, and he told me.
Yes, that's right.
What do you think, Miss Matson?
Very sad, Willa. How long has he been like this?
Just a week or so. He flew in from New York, and I could see the change in him right away.
How long ago did he leave for New York?
He left Hollywood for New York last month.
Was he all right then?
Oh, yes, just fine. He seemed so happy. He just finished writing the music for the new show in the East. But when he got there, the backers, as they say in show business, told him the music was no good. He said he'd return to the coast and redo it. But instead of going back to Hollywood, he came here, took that apartment on Powell Street, and he's been holed up there ever since.
Do you think being told his music was no good had anything to do with his present condition?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Miss Matson. He's always been such a sensitive person.
No, Willa. I've known several people who snapped momentarily under a terrific strain. Maybe it's not as serious as you think.
But what am I going to do?
Well, first he needs aid, immediately. I know a Judge Conway here in town. I think he'll help you get Gordon committed to a sanitarium where he'll get the finest medical aid available.
A sanitarium? Oh, no, Miss Matson, that would kill Gordon.
It's either that or have him get progressively worse.
I suppose you're right. Would you talk to Gordon? Explain what must be done? I don't think I'm capable.
Sure, I'll do it, Willa. You sit tight, and I'll call you just as soon as I speak with Judge Conway.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I imagine I should inquire as to how much you charge for your services.
No, forget it, Willa. Getting Gordon Gray back to normal will be pay enough.
You're just wonderful, Miss Matson. Goodbye.
Poor kid. So helpless.
Poor kid is right. I couldn't help overhearing. She's about 90% mouse.
She and Gordon must have been poured right out of the same mold as far as sensitivity is concerned.
Is that the Gordon Gray, Candy? The famous songwriter?
That's the one.
And he's cracked up.
Mm-hmm.
Downright sure. Well, thanks, pal. Just the sight of you has picked me up considerably. I'll be getting back to the grind.
Nellie, dear, hold me tight for just a moment, will you?
Sure. Don't let Gordon Gray get you down, Cupcake.
Well, it wasn't a very pretty sight. And I've got to face him again. Thanks for the hug, Mallard. I'll return it someday. Mallard released his grip and left. I snapped my ribs back in place and steeled myself for the ordeal ahead of me. It wasn't going to be easy, but it had to be done. So once again I found myself ducking down Green Street, over Powell, across California, and down the roller coaster of a hill to Gordon's apartment. He answered the door, and I was met with just as much enthusiasm as before.
Candy Matson, I was wondering where you'd been. You've been gone for ages, darling. Do come in. I've got a surprise for you. When did you get back from Europe?
When did I get back? Oh, just a day or so ago.
Your letters were wonderful. I especially adored the one from Naples. What a time you must have had.
Yes, quite a time, Gordon. How's the new symphony coming along?
That's the surprise, my dear. It's completed. Long last, it's finished. To be perfectly frank, Candy, I think it's great. I've been in touch with Toscanini. He's going to give it its premiere performance at Carnegie next month. I've already sent him the revised manuscript. Can you picture it, Candy? A hushed crowd. Maestro raps his baton. The orchestra comes to full attention. Then that magnificent, firm downbeat of Toscanini's and Symphony of Death is making its debut. First, the allegretto. Then the molto andante. The audience is at first inclined to scoff, to think that Gordon Gray could write serious music, from Lazy Old June to Symphony of Death. Too much of a step, they'd say. Then Toscanini glides into the con moto. The audience tenses, not believing their ears. Little by little, they understand what Gordon Gray is trying to express. Then, as if it were not enough, Toscanini moves into the breathtaking finale. It soars, it moves. It transports everyone in Carnegie Hall into another world. And abruptly, Symphony of Death. The Symphony of Death is over. The audience arises as one. They shout for Gordon Gray, the composer. History's being made. More shouts for the composer. But Gordon Gray isn't there. Gordon Gray's dead. Because of him.
Gordon, listen to me.
Because of him. The world will have to be denied any further music from the pen of Gordon Gray.
I said listen to me, Gordon.
Oh. Go on.
I want to talk to you. And you've got to listen very carefully. You're sick. You need help. Your sister and I are arranging to have you sent to a home nearby. They'll have you on your feet in short order.
Sent away?
Yes.
That means he will visit me sooner than I'd planned. Very well, Candy. Tell Willa to do whatever she thinks best. I won't give her any trouble.
It's for your own good, Gordon. Believe me.
I know. Candy, you never went to Europe, did you? You were here earlier this afternoon. Isn't that right?
That's right.
You just went along with the gag.
That's right, Gordon.
Yeah. You'll be here sooner. Much sooner than I expected.
Gordon Gray went into the other room and lay down on his studio couch, face down. That's when I tiptoed out of the apartment. If only I could have peeked into the future, I'd never have left, because that was the last time Gordon Gray was seen alive. I went home, fixed myself something to eat, turned the radio on low, and sat down with a book called That Frail Vessel, a book about the behavior of the human mind. Out of one corner of my ear, I heard it. It was the 10 o'clock news over NBC with Sam Hayes. And there it was. The body of Gordon Gray had been found in his apartment. The book clattered out of my hands, and I sat there for a moment stunned. But only for a moment. In another second, I was driving over to pick up an old pal of mine, Rembrandt Watson. There was a good reason for it. Rembrandt's studying to play the cello. On the way over, I noticed the headlines. The police had the net out for Gordon's sister, Willa. Rembrandt was home. He was agreeable to going to Gordon Gray's apartment with me. And before you could bat an eyelash, providing your batting average was good, we were in said apartment alone.
My word, girl. What a garish-looking place.
It didn't belong to Gordon personally, Rembrandt. He was merely renting it.
It still doesn't deny the fact that it's garish. Can't be the truth now. Why did you want me to come to this Victorian mausoleum with you?
Just a hunch, Ducky. Are you still taking cello lessons?
Taking them? Girl, don't be ridiculous. I'm now giving them.
Even better. Just as I thought. The boys in blue haven't touched anything. The manuscript for Symphony of Death is still on the piano. Can you play single notes on the piano, Rembrandt?
Well, I can try.
Good. Run your hangnails over this.
Strange. This isn't music. Just a series of notes with no meter, phrasing, or regard for the proper time to the bar.
Exactly. Play it just the way it's written.
Very well.
And call out the notes as you go along. I think I'm beginning to understand Gordon's Symphony of Death.
As you say, B, A, D, and for no reason at all there's a rest, Candy.
D, A, D, and a rest. Go ahead.
E, G, G, and another rest.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes D, E, A, D, then a long gap in the manuscript.
You know what that spells musically, Ducky? Bad egg dead.
Utter confusion.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I don't think so. As we say in the movies, continue on.
F, A, G, G, E, D. No timing at all.
That spells fagged.
So am I. However, it goes on like this. D, E, A, F. Another rest, then B, E, E. Finish.
What?
Through. It's kaput. Finish.
Let's see now. Bad egg dead. Fagged. Deaf. B.
Candy, love. If you're going with the notes of the musical scale, you could spell practically anything out of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, even from a tune like Ragmuff.
But this means something. I know it does. Gordon told me it was going to be a challenge. What? Who's there?
Don't be alarmed, Miss Matson. It's only me. Willa.
Willa, how did you get in here? Don't you know the police are looking all over town for you?
Let them look. I don't care. My brother's dead. I read it in the papers.
How did you get in here, Willa? The cops are surrounding the place.
I just walked in through the front door.
Oh, wait till Mallard hears about this. Willa, you didn't kill Gordon, did you?
No, Miss Matson. I didn't. Honestly, I didn't.
I believe you, Willa. Because I think I know who did kill your brother.
You do? Tell me. Oh, please, tell me.
Down at the Hall of Justice. Okay, let's go. Oh, Rembrandt, bring along that bust of Beethoven sitting on the piano, will you?
Pleasure, dear. I'll be glad to. Candy, this thing must weigh at least 15 pounds.
Well, you're the only man in the group.
Oh? Oh. Very well. Come along, bust. Hall of Justice or likewise.
Candy, what are you doing here at a time like this? Can't you see I'm busy?
Sure, I only want to see you busier. This is Willa Gray. Remember her?
Just the girl we're looking for.
Well, save your breath, Mallard. Willa's innocent. She had nothing to do with Gordon Gray's death.
Okay, you know so much. Who in tarnation did?
Put that bust of Beethoven on Mallard's desk, Rembrandt.
I was wondering how long I'd have to hold this thing.
What in the name of Schenectady do I want with that?
There sits your murderer.
Candy, are you out of your head?
No, it's so complex it's simple, Mallard. Gordon Gray works like a beaver for 2 months writing a musical score for a new Broadway show. He takes the score to New York. The producers tell him it's no good. It's the first time it's ever happened to Gordon. It does something to his mind. He broods. He comes to San Francisco. His mental condition becomes worse.
So is yours.
Where you're concerned, yes. But let me finish. Here, take a look at this.
Bad egg dead. Fag. Deaf B. Okay, I give up. What does it mean?
Bad egg dead. Gordon Gray is referring to himself. Fag, that means he had come to the end of his rope. His musical knowledge and creative ability were running dry. Gray had nothing more to live for.
Okay, Miss Edgar Allan Poe. What does Deaf B mean?
Well, that had me stumped for a while, too. Then I got to looking at this bust of Beethoven standing on the piano. It seemed to dominate the entire room. Then I put 2 and 2 together and got Ludwig von Beethoven. B was an abbreviation of Beethoven. Beethoven was deaf, Deaf B.
I don't get it.
You will. Beethoven is going to hit an all-time low. The answer lies inside that plaster bust, I'm sure. Stand back, Mallard. I'm about to splatter a genius. Take a look.
Good gravy. A small fortune in greenbacks.
That's right. And a note, too, if these eyes don't deceive me. Congratulations, whoever you might be. You learned the true meaning of my Symphony of Death. You've also just executed my killer, von Beethoven. Now perhaps he knows how it feels to be cracked up, too. Thanks for participating in my little joke, my last charade. This is my entire estate. Put it to whatever good use you may see fit. Gordon Gray. Oh, Rembrandt, do me a favor. Take Willa outside. The poor kid's pretty badly shot.
Certainly, Dove. Come along, young lady.
I still don't get it, Candy.
It's easy to fill in the gaps now, Mallard. Gordon's music was falling apart. He knew it. So he started swiping melodies from obscure Beethoven themes. But Gordon, with only his flair for writing popular music, couldn't grasp what Beethoven had originally intended. Consequently, the things he wrote were terrible. The more he copied, the more he realized that Beethoven was becoming an all-ruling obsession. It was Beethoven in the morning, Beethoven at night, Beethoven 24 hours a day until it drove Gordon completely out of his mind.
That I can understand, but what's this joke he mentioned?
Well, he was a great mystery fan. That's why he wrote this gibberish thing called Symphony of Death. A group of notes that spelled out bad egg dead, fagged, deaf B, and so on. All part of his warped mental condition.
Well, that makes sense. Except for one thing. How did Gordon Gray die? Exactly when he wanted to die.
Mallard, dear, I now know there are some mighty strange things in this world. Even a completely sick mind such as Gordon's has great powers of concentration. Gordon was like a captain without a ship. Like a man who's been married 50 years who suddenly has no wife. You probably won't believe it, Mallard, but Gordon Gray, knowing that his mind was shot, and knowing, too, that every last bar of creative music had been drained from his heart, his soul, willed himself to die. Fantastic? Not necessarily so. There are many stories about animals who have done the same thing. And if animals can do it, why can't a human being with a so-called higher plane of intelligence do it, too? So that's what Gordon had done. Taken his life savings, sealed them into a plaster bust of Beethoven, along with his last laugh note, and sat himself down to die. In Gordon's mind, Beethoven had killed him. I can understand why, too. For just before we left his apartment, I found another manuscript. I had Rembrandt run over it. Note for note, it was the Moonlight Sonata, backwards. But in one respect, Gordon had outscored the old masters. He had completed his Symphony of Death, and Beethoven was in little pieces. That left him one up on another old master, a fellow named Franz Schubert. He'd left one entirely unfinished.
The characters in tonight's story are entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Actors heard this evening were Phyllis Skelton as Willa Gray. John Grover was her brother, Gordon Gray. Jack Thomas as Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff as Inspector Ray Mallard. From the star of our program, Natalie Masters, and from her husband, Monty Masters, who writes and directs Candy Matson, and from the staff of the National Broadcasting Company, we wish to express our deep thanks and sincere appreciation to the San Francisco Examiner and Dwight Newton, radio columnist of the Examiner, for tonight's presentation, naming Candy Matson as the #1 program in the San Francisco metropolitan Bay Area. Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. When George Valentine opened his own office, he advertised to the world at large that no matter what problem might be troubling them, all they had to do was leave it to George. Since then, he has had a variety of clients with a variety of problems. Now it's early morning. George is just opening the door to his office.
Oh, here's Mr. Valentine now.
Well, good morning, Claire.
Mr. Valentine, this is Mr. Ralston. He's been waiting to see you.
Oh, fine. Glad to know you, Mr. Ralston. What can I do for you?
Mr. Valentine, do you like dogs?
Do I like dogs? Why, Mr. Ralston, you're speaking of man's best friend. Everyone else may fail you, but a dog remains faithful and loyal to the end. I guess I like him. Why?
Because I've got to find Snookums a home for a couple of days.
Snookums?
My dog.
Oh.
My wife calls him Snookums. She's a great one for nicknames. She calls me Bunny.
Where do I come in on this, Bunny, Mr. Ralston?
Well, you understand I can't trust just anyone with Snookums. He's a very valuable dog. Besides, my wife is quite fond of him.
But, Mr. Ralston, why do you have to find a home for him?
Well, I've got to have him out of the house for the next couple of days.
Why?
Because because I just do, that's all.
Well, why not send him to a kennel?
Oh, I couldn't do that. They might, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Snookums wouldn't be happy there. You see, he doesn't like dogs.
He doesn't like dogs?
No, just people.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Valentine, I believe you're just the man I've been looking for. Will you take care of Snookums for me?
Oh, but Mr. Ralston...
You'd have to keep him with you all the time. I'll be back here day after tomorrow to pick him up. Will you do it?
I don't know about that.
I'll pay you well, of course.
How well?
Suppose we say $200 for the 2 days?
$200 and expenses?
Oh, yes, of course, $200 and expenses.
Mr. Ralston, I'm your man.
But, Mr. Valentine...
It's all right, Claire. Where's Snookums now?
Downstairs in my car. You'll have to take him right away. I can't keep him with me for another minute because you see, I'm in a hurry.
Claire, get Sonny. Have him go with Mr. Ralston to my apartment. Sonny can stay with Snookums till I get home.
All right, Mr. Valentine.
Then I'll see you day after tomorrow, Mr. Ralston?
Oh, yes, certainly. I'll be here. Oh, and, Mr. Valentine, you'll be good to him, won't you?
Good to him? Don't you worry, Mr. Ralston. That mutt has got himself a mother. Okay, Claire, let's go. I bought Snookum something for supper.
What'd you get?
Quarter-pound of hamburger.
Oh, do you think that'll be enough?
Well, it ought to give him 2 good meals anyway.
What kind of a dog is he?
Well, to tell you the truth, Claire, I forgot to ask Mr. Ralston. He was in such a rush.
He certainly was.
Yeah. Snookum. Must be a lap dog with a name like that.
Think so?
Yeah. Probably a Pomeranian or a Peach.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like to keep bringing up a woman's instinct, but I wish you hadn't gone ahead with this.
Now, what's the matter with you, Claire? Why, what could be softer? $200 in expenses just to have a dog for a roommate.
Yes, but there was something about Mr. Ralston. He seemed to be keeping something from you.
Oh, women and their imagination. Come on, hurry up. Snookums must be getting hungry. I hope Sonny's been nice to Snookum.
Oh, you don't have to worry. Sonny's always been crazy about kittens and rabbits.
Yeah?
I suppose he likes little dogs, too.
I hope so. Yo! Hey, look out!
Mr. Valentine, it's a horse!
Down! Now, don't be afraid, Claire. It's just a great day.
Just a great... Mr. Valentine!
Down, Snookum! Down!
He wants the meat.
Well, I'm trying to give it to him. Get down!
Get away from me. Mr. Valentine, give him the meat.
But he wants my arm, too.
Well, throw the package on the floor.
Oh, here, Snookum. Yeah, there. Phew. Okay, Claire.
Oh, look at your apartment.
Oh, you mean what's left of it. Now, why would Sonny let him chew up the furniture? You'd think he'd have enough sense to take care of him.
You'd think you'd have enough sense to ask what kind of a dog it was.
Oh, where is that kid?
That's funny. I wonder what... Oh, Mr. Valentine, you don't think...
Now, Claire, don't be silly. He's a friendly dog.
Too friendly. Sonny, where are you?
On top of the mantel.
Sonny.
What are you doing up there?
He kept knocking me down. I had to get away.
Oh, Sonny, you're a coward.
He's bigger than I am, Mr. Valentine. I didn't mind when he knocked me down and licked my face, but I got a little nervous when he started putting my head in his mouth.
All right, come on down.
Now while he's there.
Claire, put Snookums in the kitchen.
Put him there yourself. You're his mother.
Oh, great. Here, Snookums. Snookums. Oh, follow me, Snookums.
You run, I'll follow you.
He will? Okay. Come on, Snookums.
Mr. Valentine, what happened?
He followed me. Now, stay in there, you big mutt. All right, Sonny, you can come down now.
Okay.
A little lap dog.
Well, how was I to know?
I've got news for you, Mr. Valentine. He eats 6 pounds of food a day.
6 pounds? What kind of food?
I'm not sure. He seemed awful fond of my head.
Okay, I'll get him a bone.
Mr. Valentine, if you listen to me, you'll take that dog right back to Mr. Ralston.
Now, Claire, I promised to take care of him, didn't I? Anyway, I don't even know where Mr. Ralston lives.
You see, there's something awfully fishy about the whole thing. Maybe it isn't even his dog.
Will you stop it?
All right, have it your own way. But I'm not staying. See you in the morning.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Sonny, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Oh?
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to stay here and help me take care of Snookums.
But, Mr. Valentine...
You heard me.
Where will I sleep?
Well, you can sleep with me.
And where will Snookum sleep?
In the kitchen.
Okay. But you tell him, will you?
Well, good night, boys, and sweet dreams.
Sonny.
What's the matter?
Will you please get your cold feet off my back?
You must be dreaming.
Oh, Sonny, stop it. Don't. Sonny.
It isn't me. It's Snookum.
Snookums? Why, you... Get out of this bed, you mutt. Now, go on, feed it.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, sweet dreams.
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Huh?
Snookums.
What?
Your turn, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, not again. Oh, Claire, it's you.
Good morning, Mr. Valentine. Beautiful morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Sonny.
Jeepers, says, how can you be so cheerful so early in the morning?
It isn't very early.
Well, we didn't get much sleep last night.
Oh, too bad. Where's the new boarder?
In the kitchen, eating his breakfast.
Horse meat, pounds and pounds.
He's practically got the whole horse in there.
I brought you the morning paper, Mr. Valentine.
Well, that's thoughtful of you.
Here, read this story on the second page.
Why, something special?
I don't like to say I told you so, Mr. Valentine. Read it for yourself.
Hey, what's it all about?
Go ahead.
Suffering cats, it's a picture of Snookums.
Read it.
Valuable dog stolen.
Stolen?
Hercules of Meadowbrook, owned by Madam Charlotte Cornwell Smith, famous retired opera singer.
Opera singer?
Disappeared from his home yesterday. Oh, I don't want to read any more. Go ahead. What does it say, Claire?
Madam Cornwell Smith entered him in the dog show tomorrow morning. He was expected to make his championship. Foul play is suspected.
Well, do you suppose Ralston stole him and then got cold feet and dumped him off on me?
He's your little charge. You figure it out.
Jeepers, Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do?
Well, we've got to get Snookums to Madam Cornwell Smith's home without the police seeing him. Maybe she'll believe my story.
It's going to take a little doing to get that big ox home without somebody seeing it.
But we can't keep him here. That dog is wanted by the police.
Yeah, we got a hot dog.
Down, Snookums, down. Okay, Sonny, open the front door and see if the coast is clear.
All right, Mr. Valentine.
Claire, where'd you park my car?
Around the corner, I couldn't get any closer.
Well, if the coast is clear, we'll make a dash for it.
You and Snookums make the dash. I'll catch up with you.
Mr. Valentine?
What's the matter?
There's a policeman crossing the street, and he's headed this way, toward this building.
Oh, great guns. Come on, we got to get him back upstairs.
You haven't got time.
Then we got to hide him.
Have you got a piano box handy?
Oh, wait a minute. Look, in front of Mrs. Jones' apartment. A buggy.
A baby buggy?
Yeah, come on, Sonny, help me.
But Mr. Valentine...
Mrs. Jones won't mind if we borrow it for a few minutes. Sonny, get his feet.
He keeps wiggling them.
Claire, help him.
I'm trying to.
Now, give him a shove.
Be a good dog.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, cover him up. You wheel him, Claire.
You wheel him. He's your baby.
Oh, thanks. Now, come on, fast. And don't stop to talk. Open the door, Sonny.
I've got all my fingers crossed.
He's coming this way, all right.
Oh, Lady Luck, stay with us.
Well, good morning, folks. Out to give the baby an airing?
Oh, that's right, officer. Come along, sweetheart.
Can I take a peek? I'm just crazy about babies.
Oh,
He's sleeping, officer.
Oh, too bad. Who does he look like?
Just like his mother.
Isn't that nice?
You're too modest, darling. Officer, he's the image of his father.
Really now?
Oh, yes. He has his father's ears.
Come on, Claire. Goodbye, officer.
Say, did you hear a dog last night? We got several complaints from this building.
A dog? Well, we were awfully busy last night, officer. Snookums kept us up.
I know how that is. I got 6 just like yours.
Yes?
I want to speak to Madam... Why, it's you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine.
I want to talk to you.
Not so loud. Come in.
Well, what are you doing here anyway?
Why, I live here.
You live here?
Certainly. I'm Mr. Madam Cornwall Smith.
Huh?
I mean, she's Mrs. Ralston.
Well, now, look, I don't know what this is all about, and I don't want to know. But I've got your dog outside my car. You come on down with me and get him, you understand?
Mr. Valentine, you promised you'd help me.
I don't want to be in on anything crooked.
But this isn't crooked. You see, first there was her voice.
Her voice?
I had to play second fiddle to my wife's voice.
Oh, that's right. She was an opera singer, wasn't she?
Then I bought Snookums. And since then, she's paid no attention to me at all. Snookums comes first. Why, I'm the one who's been leading a dog's life.
Well, I'm very sorry for you, Mr. Ralston, but I don't...
She said she'd enter him into this show, but she promised to give him away if he didn't make his championship.
Give him away?
My brother has children. They'd love to have Snookums.
Are they big, strong children?
You see, Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid that if he's in the show, he'll become a champion. And you know what my life will be like then?
You mean you want me to keep Snookums so that he can't be in the dog show? Is that it?
Will you do it?
Oh, now listen, the police are looking for him.
Well, I can't call them off or my wife will suspect me. But the dog belongs to me, not to my wife. And I have papers to prove it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ralston,
I'm
but...
your client. You can't let me down.
I don't like to, Mr. Ralston.
It's only until tomorrow. It's the only thing I can do to get a little attention around this house. Things have got to change. After all, I've been a chump for 30 years.
Okay, Mr. Ralston, okay. I guess I can be one for another 24 hours.
Well, George seems to be having a lot of trouble with his latest client, a Great Dane. We'll see what happens in a minute. Meanwhile, I'd like to talk about 2 of the best things in a motorist's life that are free. Sure, you guessed it. I mean free air and free water. And my point about these familiar conveniences is very simple. They really are free at a Chevron gas station. The Chevron dealer never wants you to feel that just because you want a tire checked, you have to buy a quart of RPM compounded motor oil or some Chevron Supreme gasoline. No, sir. He welcomes the chance to fill your radiator to check your tires. It lets him prove that he really is alert and cheerful about his service. All Chevron gas stations, you know, are home-owned. And the best way these local businessmen have of making good is to treat you right. Just remember that next time your radiator or tires need checking. Look for a cream, green, and burgundy Chevron gas station. You're always welcome. And your Chevron credit card will be good as gold. George promised Mr. Ralston he'd hide Snookums until after the dog show. Now, it's a few minutes later. George, Claire, Sonny, and Snookums are driving home.
Of all the crazy fool jobs, this takes the prize. Playing nursemaid to a dog, I quit.
Now, Claire, will you stop it? We'll get to my apartment soon, and all I have to do is keep him there until tomorrow.
Hurry, will you, Mr. Valentine? There's not much room in the back of this car for both Snookums and me.
Now, Sonny, with Snookums on the floor, you've got the whole back seat to yourself.
Yeah, we started out that way, but now our positions are reversed.
Mr. Valentine, don't pull up in front of the building.
What's the matter?
That policeman again.
Oh, no.
He's talking to some woman.
Mrs. Jones, we borrowed her buggy.
What are you going to do?
Oh, drive around to the back of our building. Sonny, you take Snookums up the fire escape.
But, Mr. Valentine...
Claire and I'll wait until the coast is clear, then we'll go up the front way and let you in.
Why do I have to be the one to take Snookums?
Now, Sonny, follow orders. Did you unlock the back door, Claire?
A few minutes ago.
Then what's keeping Sonny and Snookums?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, I'd better find out.
Sonny's probably got his hands full.
Not a sign of him.
There's Sonny, at the bottom of the fire escape.
Sonny, what are you doing down there?
I'm looking for Snookums.
What? Where is he?
If I knew, I wouldn't have to look.
What are you talking about? Sonny, come on up here.
Okay, Mr. Valentine.
I was afraid something like this would happen.
Now, Claire, a dog his size doesn't just disappear all of a sudden. Sonny, will you hurry?
I'm coming as fast as I can.
What happened? Where is he?
Well, you see, when we got to the fire escape, he went ahead of me. When I was on the second floor, he was on the fourth floor.
Why did you let him go to the fourth floor? I live on the second floor.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't think Snookums does.
Oh, never mind. Which way did he go?
Well, then I went up to the fourth floor, but he went down to the first floor. And that's the last I saw of him.
Do you suppose he's somewhere in the building?
Claire, you go to all the apartments on the first floor. I'll take this floor. And Sonny, you take the third and fourth floors.
Hey, why do I get 2 floors?
Because you lost him. Now get going.
Isn't that your telephone, Mr. Valentine?
Yes. Come on, Claire. Sonny, you go ahead and find Snookums.
I'll try, Mr. Valentine.
Want me to get it?
Never mind. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Yes?
This is Mr. Ralston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ralston.
Something terrible has happened. Dumpling has had a nervous collapse.
Who's Dumpling?
My wife,
Oh.
she's worried about Snookums. That's why I called you. Mr. Valentine, I've decided to tell her everything. I want you to bring the dog back.
Well, I can't do that.
You can't. Why not?
I mean, you can't do that. Now, look, Mr. Ralston, this is your chance to take a firm stand. You don't want to be a chump for the rest of your life, do you?
Well, no, I don't think so, but...
Mr. Ralston, be a man.
But she cries all the time, and it's so unnerving. I think I ought to get the dog back to her.
Yes, Bunny, I think you'd better.
Who said that? It sounded like my wife.
It is your wife. I'm on the extension phone.
Oh, Dumpling. Well, you see, dear, it was like this.
We'll discuss that later. Mr. Valentine?
Yes, Mrs. Ralston.
You bring that dog back here immediately, do you understand?
Oh, but, Mrs. Ralston.
I said immediately.
But, Snookums likes it here.
I don't care about that. I want Snookums.
Oh, well, you'll get him back when I find time.
Has something happened to Snookums?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, remember, he's going to be in a dog show tomorrow.
I know, but... Yes, you see, that's just it. You don't want him doing a lot of traveling today, do you? It might upset him.
Well, Snookums is sensitive.
Oh, he is. Very sensitive.
Very well. But if Snookums isn't back in time for the show and in good condition, you can do your explaining to the police. Is that clear, Mr. Valentine?
No, perfectly clear.
All right. Put him on.
Put him on?
Yes. I want to talk to him.
You want to talk to Snookums?
He'll recognize my voice.
Oh, he always recognizes your voice, Dumpling.
Put him on.
Just a minute. Claire, what am I going to do? She wants to talk to Snookums.
Figure it out for yourself, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, here's Snookums. Snookums. Oh, Snookums. All right, Mrs. Ralston. He's listening.
Oh.
Go ahead and talk.
Snookums. Hello, my precious. Hello, my angel. Speak to Mother. Sweetheart. Snookums, speak to me. What's the matter with his voice?
Bad connection.
Oh. Now remember, the first thing thing in the morning, Mr. Valentine. We'll meet you at the dog show.
All right, Mrs. Ralston. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Ralston.
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye, Dumpling.
You come upstairs.
Hello, girlie. I'm sorry to bother you, but have you seen anything of a dog?
Hey, how are you, girlie?
A large dog?
Hey, what are you doing this evening?
Looking for a dog.
Pardon me, but have you seen anything of a dog?
A dog?
Yes, ma'am, a dog.
He just got home from work. He's eating his supper.
Come on, will you hurry up?
Now where are we going?
Well, it's a cinch he's not in this building. We'll have to look in every building for miles around. Sonny, why didn't you hang on to him?
Jeepers, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're sorry. A lot of good that does. Don't you realize he's a very valuable dog?
Maybe we ought to call the police.
Oh, if they hear about this, then I will be sunk.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Will you stop saying that?
Now take it easy.
Well, can you blame me? I fail a client. His wife never speaks to him again. The man's life is ruined. And Sonny's sorry.
I'm very sorry.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Valentine.
What's the matter?
That policeman again.
Oh, just keep right on walking. Don't see him.
Wait, just a minute there. I want a word with you.
Oh, good afternoon, officer.
What were you doing with Mrs. Jones's buggy? I found it for her around the corner.
Oh, darling, we forgot to return her buggy.
You forgot, sweetheart.
Yeah, well, I'm terribly sorry, officer. I'll apologize to Mrs. Jones when I see her.
And another thing. Mrs. Jones tells me you don't even have a baby. Now, what's going on around here anyway?
Well, she didn't know about it. I mean, it just happened, yeah. I mean, sort of sudden-like. Wasn't it, darling?
Oh, yes. Very sudden.
Well, where's the little one now?
Where's the little one? Well, he's at Grandma's. Yes, we're just going to get him. Goodbye, officer.
I'll see you again.
I think he's getting suspicious.
Well, we have enough to worry about.
Hey, something's going on across the street.
Well, come on, let's go. Maybe one of them has seen Snookums.
Is that a restaurant?
Well, in a way. It's called Frank's Place. Ladies invited.
I never saw such a sight. He dashed over to our table and knocked it right over.
Uh-oh.
Hey, you almost caused a riot jumping up on everything.
It sounds like Snookums, all right. Come on.
Hey, this is no place for Snookums. He's not old enough.
Mr. Valentine, look.
It's Snookums.
He's sound asleep.
Asleep? He's out.
Poor Snookums.
Oh, he shouldn't have done it.
I guess he's going to the dogs.
You better wake him up so he can walk home.
He's in no condition to walk.
Then what are you going to do?
Carry him.
Mr. Valentine, aren't you overestimating your strength?
Well, I'll just have to do it, that's all. Sonny, give me a hand.
I can't budge him.
Claire, get his feet. Sonny, get under him. All together now. Steady.
Oh.
Don't stop.
Almost.
There.
Oh, what a load. Help me walk, Claire. Sonny, get on the other side of me.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Hey, is this safe to come out?
Oh, yes.
They fit your dog, Bud?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Not so fast, Bud. That dog did a lot of damage around here.
Okay. Claire, give the man my card. Just send me a bill.
You bet I will, Bud. You owe me for 3 tables, 6 chairs, and a dozen glasses.
Yeah?
Yeah. And 6 short beers.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it.
We're almost there, Mr. Valentine.
I'll never be the same again.
Uh-oh.
Now what?
That same policeman.
Outside your building.
Oh, cover Snookums up, Claire.
With what?
Use your coat.
Oh, no, you don't. I just bought this coat.
Hurry up. I'll get you another one.
With a fur collar?
And ermine tails. Come on, cover his face, too. Now, come on, walk fast.
He's looking our way.
Well, don't pay any attention.
Hey, you. What have you got there?
Oh, hello, officer. Just bringing baby home again.
I thought it was a new baby. That's an awful big load you've got.
Well, you see, didn't we tell you?
Tell me what?
You tell him, darling.
Oh, no. You tell him, sweetheart.
Well, somebody tell me.
Twins.
Twins? You didn't say anything about twins?
Well, I didn't want to brag.
Twins. What do you know about that? Now I've just got to have a peek.
Oh, Claire.
I'm sorry, officer. Night air, you know, bad for them.
Yeah, they're so young.
We can't uncover their faces.
It'd be very unhealthy for us, for them.
Yeah, sure.
We better get them right in, sweetheart.
Yes, darling.
What was that?
Burp.
Oh. And what was that?
That was his brother.
Okay, Mr. Valentine, I put some more ice in the ice bag.
Okay, put it on his head.
Here you are, Mr. Valentine. Another can of tomato juice.
Put it down, Claire, and help me rub his paws.
Why don't you just let him sleep it off?
Don't you realize this dog has got to be in a dog show tomorrow morning?
Jeepers.
Well, there's only one thing left. A cold shower.
But how are you going to get him in it?
One of us will have to get in with him.
Don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, no.
Well, folks, the judge has apparently made his decision. You know, this is the winner's class of the Great Danes. Now the judge is ready. He's walking over to one of the handlers. He's giving the ribbon to Madam Charlotte Cornwell Smith, owner and handler of Hercules of Meadowbrook. Best of breed.
Champion. Snookums a champion.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Ralston.
Oh, you did what you could, Mr. Valentine. There'll be no living with him now.
I wish I could help you.
No one can help me anymore.
Mr. Ralston, about my bill.
Oh, just mail it to me.
But there were a few expenses.
Expenses?
Yeah, 12 pounds of meat, one damaged apartment, one damaged restaurant. We'll forget about the damaged nerves.
Just send me the bill.
Bunny! Bunny!
We're over here, Dumpling. We wanted to get away from the crowd.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? At last my ambition has been realized. Snookums is a champion.
Oh, congratulations, Mrs. Ralston.
Oh, you're really the one who should be congratulated, Mr. Valentine.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, usually Snookums doesn't show at all well. He gets so nervous and skittish.
That's so?
I don't know what you did to him, Mr. Valentine, but I never saw such a change in a dog. Bunny, did you notice? He was so dignified, so sedate, so sober.
Yes. We finally managed to straighten him out.
I owe you a great deal, Mr. Valentine. I wish I could think of some way to repay you.
Uh-oh. I can think of a way.
Oh?
You see, Mrs. Ralston, I've become very fond of Snookums, and I'd like to know that he was happy.
You don't think he's happy now? Why, he's a champion.
Well, I don't think that means much to a dog. And Snookums is a very affectionate animal, Mrs. Ralston. He should be around children.
Children?
Yeah, that's right, Dumpling. And my brother's family.
Well, maybe you're right, Mr. Valentine. Maybe he's right, Bunny.
I think he's wonderful.
Snookums doesn't really need me now that he's a champion. And besides, I just bought Nero of Falconville.
You bought another dog?
Oh, yes. And if I devote myself to him, someday I may have another champion.
Dumpling.
Come, Bunny, I want to introduce you to Nero. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ralston, but I can't do anything for you.
Bunny, are you coming?
Yes, Dumpling.
Ah, the poor little guy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, no. Hello, officer.
Well, congratulations, young man.
Congratulations? For what?
For what? I see your twins won his championship.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, most everyone, I suppose, has heard of the hit show Harvey. It's all about a rabbit that no one ever really sees. Well, your neighborhood Chevron gas station has a Harvey, too. Only instead of a rabbit, it's a welcome mat. And as a matter of fact, this welcome mat isn't so very invisible if you look real close. There's welcome, for instance, in the smile of the attendant at a Chevron gas station. That clean, bright, cream green and burgundy paint job seems to say welcome, too. It's in the accommodating way the Chevron man checks your tires or wipes your windshield. And in the way he gives you street directions or says thanks a million when he returns your Chevron credit card. Naturally, there's a good reason for the friendliness you meet at Chevron gas stations. You see, they're all home-owned. They're local businesses that depend upon keeping folks pleased to keep their trade. And remember, all Chevron dealers carry RPM compounded motor oil and Chevron Supreme gasoline. Well, next week, Mr. Valentine is in for a mad chase, and you'll probably hear something like this.
Mr. Valentine, do something. She's trying to lose us.
Keep your eye on her tail light, Claire. I'll fix her.
What are you going to do?
Turn off our lights so she won't know we're following her.
Mr. Valentine, don't do that. I can't see a thing.
What are you worried about? I can't see anything either, and I'm driving.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Junius Matthews as Mr. Ralston, Georgia Backus as Mrs. Ralston, Willard Waterman as the policeman, Herman Waldman as the bartender, and Ed Harper as the woman, and Snookums was played by Earl Keane. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Usually, a district attorney can quickly spot the work of an amateur in crime. But it's not always easy for him to solve the crime itself. One of the most puzzling and vicious crimes we ever worked on had its start in a city bowling alley about 10:30 one night. A flashy red-headed girl in the cashier's cage is talking to a boy lounging at the window.
Oh, look, Nick, why don't you take me out?
You kidding?
Don't you want to?
Well, sure I want to, Angie, but I got no money. No job now. Ladino's fired me.
There's ways to get money.
Uh-oh, I better go. Here comes Ladino.
What of it?
I told you not to hang around here, Nelson.
He ain't hurting nobody,
Yeah,
Joe.
but I told him keep away from you, baby. Now, you get out and stay out, see? Okay. You come into the office, Angie. It's your quitting time anyway. Hey, Sammy, take the cage.
Wait for me, Nick, out back by the parking lot.
Shut the door. Sit down.
I'll stand. Well, what is it?
You know what it is. You're my girl.
Listen, I told
No
you.
bum like Nick Nelson's gonna hang around you.
What if I want him to hang around?
Oh, you two-timer little...
Stop it.
You're not selling me that.
Ow!
You're my girl, and you're gonna stay my girl, you see?
You dirty louse, let me alone.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. It's in my temper. You know how it is.
Hey, Joe! I need some nickels and dimes. What I say?
You know, it gets away from me.
Hey, Joe!
Yeah, all right. Look, baby, you forget about this, huh? Will you please? Good. I didn't mean to hurt you. You know, I'm crazy about you.
Baboon.
on with him. Nick.
Yeah, over here.
Get in, Nick. You drive.
Wait a minute, Angie. Whose car is this?
It's Joe's, if that makes any difference. Get in. Keys up over the sun bars. Drive over to the Parkway Theater.
What's the idea?
Don't ask questions. We'll show that louse of a Joe Ladino. We'll get money, plenty of it.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
Wait,
Angie.
nothing. You don't want to be a pin boy all your life. You look nice all dressed up, Nick.
But that theater...
I know the Parkway. Girlfriend of mine used to usher there. Manager's name's Fred LaSalle. He's made a couple of plays for me. Right now he'll be in his office cashing up.
Creepers. We can't get away with that, Angie.
Chicken, huh?
No, I ain't, but we ain't got a gun.
Look there in my bag. With that kerchief around it.
Where'd you get that?
Out of Joe's desk. His car and his gun. Cops will trace him right to him. Oh, pull in here, Nick. Just past the theater.
Leave the engine running?
Shut it off. Anybody going by might think it was funny. Engine going and nobody in the car.
Better let me have the gun, Angie.
Don't touch it with your bare hands. I'll keep it.
What if anybody's with him?
That's their hard luck.
Who is it?
It's me, Freddie. Angie Davini. Can I come in?
Yeah, just a minute.
Don't make any noise.
What? Hey, listen. Hey, is this a joke?
Yeah, on you. Shut that door, Nick.
Hey, you red-headed tramp. I'll... Creepers. You shouldn't have done that, Angie.
I didn't. Joe Ladino did it. Grab that satchel, Nick. Let's get out of here.
Evening, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. The manager, huh?
Yep. Name's Fred LaSalle. He was cashing up in here at the time.
Now, who found him?
The assistant manager. His name's Tomlin. He was inside the house, thought he heard a couple of shots, came out in time to hear a car start up.
Did he see who did it?
No. Thinks he saw the getaway car, though. Ran out front just as a big sedan pulled away. About a 49 model black.
He's not sure it was the getaway car.
No, but it got away so fast he thinks it probably was.
How much did they get, Harrington?
Tomlin thinks about 1,000, maybe 1,200. Said LaSalle usually marks some bills in every cash up, just in case. He was held up once before.
Oh, that might help. You got the mark?
Yeah, here on this slip of paper.
What about this assistant manager, this Tomlin?
Well, looks okay, Chief, but I'll check through on him.
Well, I hope you had a good sleep last night, Harrington. You may not get any tonight. Let's go.
District Attorney's office? Yes. Oh, you did? Where? Uh-huh. What time did they find it? About half an hour ago? That would be about 2 a.m., yes. Yes. Mr. Garrett may want to call you back on this, Sergeant. He isn't in right now. Thank you.
Anything on the theater MO boys, Miss Miller?
The Detective Bureau picked up Slips Madigan for questioning. They said he had a sound alibi.
Did they pick up anybody else?
No, they said no other logical suspect was in the area.
Well, that's no help.
But this may be. The report from Patrol Station 19.
Suburban, eh? Black sedan, 1950, 2 a.m., Montgomery Street. Unlocked. Apparently in good condition. Well, this time element isn't long enough to make it an abandoned car, Miss Miller.
But the neighborhood, Montgomery Street.
No, I don't recall that street. Where is it?
It dead ends on the city dump.
Oh, that's different.
The car was on the dump.
Police following through on the license tag?
Yes, sir.
Where have you been, Harrington?
Oh, hello, Chief. Down to ballistics.
You get anything?
Yep. LaSalle was shot with a .22. They've got the 2 slugs down there.
Pretty small caliber.
For an experienced hood to use, yeah.
He might have been an amateur.
Well, that's possible. Find out if any .22s have been reported stolen, Harrington.
I did. Nothing reported. They'll call us if anything comes in.
Well, we've got to find that gun. And the money satchel.
Yeah, just like that.
Do you want to talk to Sergeant Malloy?
We'll swing around there on our way out. Let's have a look at that sedan, Harrington.
This dump. Not exactly a garden of roses, Chief.
See anything in that sedan?
No, not yet. There's a car up ahead.
Patrol car. Well, there's a stand, just beyond it. District Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Got the flashlight, Harrington?
Yeah, right here.
Anything on that steering post?
Nope.
Now, let's have that light. Take a look at the floor. Sometimes the thing will drop down. What's that little bulge? Lift up the floor mat, Harrington.
Now, what do you got?
Cartridge. .22 caliber.
Beginning to add up, huh?
Not necessarily, but it's a possible. Enough so to have this car towed in.
Nothing in back, huh?
I didn't see anything when I flashed the light there.
What's the next move, Chief?
Have Tomlin look at that sedan. Check the registration. Then we may want to talk to the owner.
Afternoon, gents. Want a bowl?
No, we didn't come to bowl. We're looking for a Joe Ladino.
Well, I'm him. What's the pitch?
Can we go somewhere and talk privately?
Oh, sure, in my office. What do you want to talk to me about?
I'm the district attorney, and this is my assistant.
Oh. Oh, well, sure, right this way. Sit down, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. What's wrong?
Well, about an hour ago, at noon, you reported to the police that your car had been stolen.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, when did you find out it was stolen?
What's this all about?
Answer him, Ladino. When did you find out?
Well, last night. Around, midnight, I guess.
Why didn't you report it sooner?
Well, sometimes a friend of mine used the car. I thought, one of them might have borrowed it, so...
One of them?
Yeah, I let a couple of the boys who work in here use it once in a while. For a favor. Sometimes my cashier, Angie Davini, she borrows it. I didn't want to report it in, have one of them picked up. They've been embarrassed.
What did you do after you found the car was gone?
Well, I walked around, waited for him to bring it back. The air felt good,
Now, how long did you wait?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe an hour. Now, come on. What's wrong, huh? I told you all I know. What's wrong?
Plenty, Ladino.
There was a holdup and murder at the Parkway Theater late last night.
Huh?
And your car was used for the getaway. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of murder by amateurs, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The night Fred LaSalle, manager of the Parkway Theater, was robbed and murdered, a car registered to Joe Ladino, bowling alley proprietor, was found by the police at the city dump. In the car, we found a .22 caliber cartridge, the caliber bullet that killed LaSalle. We questioned Ladino. While his answers were straightforward enough, he couldn't furnish an alibi for the time of the murder. The next day at my office... Find anything on Ladino, Miss Miller?
Nothing in the criminal file, just a lot of traffic violations.
A lot?
About a dozen. I call that a lot.
No, for what?
Oh, mostly for overparking, a couple for speeding.
No wonder, when everybody uses a guy's car.
Did you check with gun records?
Yes, sir. A .22 revolver was registered to Ladino 2 years ago. He bought it at Henshaw's.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
Has Ladino a permit?
Yes.
Anything else, Miss Miller?
Lieutenant O'Brien phoned in.
And what did he want?
The police found that money satchel.
Oh, great. Where?
Out on the dump. O'Brien said he thought it was carried a short distance from the car and then thrown.
Probably. Has Tomlin at the theater identified it?
Yes, a positive identification.
That just about wraps up that car's the murder car, Chief.
Yeah, it looks that way. And call the lab, Miss Miller. Have them go over everything. Steering wheel, seat cushions, floor mats, the works.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we can find the gun.
And we'll find it, Harrington. Let's get over to Ladino's.
But how dumb can a guy get, Chief, to do the job in his own car?
Well, I'm not saying he did.
If he used his own car, he probably used his own gun.
Oh, that might follow.
And if he used his own gun, he'd either hide it in his room or in his office.
Or throw it away.
Yeah.
It'll probably show up in somebody's trash barrel on the other side of town. But we'll see.
Nifty little redhead in that cage, Chief.
Oh, she's got a boyfriend, too.
She ought to have plenty of them.
See you at the shop soon.
Yeah, it looks all right, huh?
Oh, wonderful.
Why not? You picked it out.
You look swell, baby. You hadn't ought to come in here. You know how Joe feels.
I had to show you the suit.
Oh, something you want, mister?
Is Mr. Ladino here?
No, he's out to lunch. If you want to leave a message,
How soon will he be back?
He's been gone over half an hour. Pretty soon.
We'll wait in his office.
You tell me your business with him, I'll go get him. I know where he eats.
We'll wait.
Get out of here. See you tonight.
Want the door closed, Chief?
Partly, Harrington. Now, that's good. See where that other door leads to, Harrington.
Yeah.
Maybe an outside entrance into this office. Harrington.
Huh? Find something, Chief?
Take a look in this desk drawer.
A gun, huh? Oh, hell, that ought to do it.
Well, we're not sure it's the one we want.
Uh-oh. It was an outside entrance. You guys again, huh? Hey, you got no right to look at my desk.
I have a search warrant, Ladino.
Listen, I had about enough of this. Make it easy for yourself. Sit down. Because so help me. Sit down, I said.
If you're clean, Ladino, you've got nothing to worry about.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll learn.
You got a spare handkerchief, Harrington?
Yeah. Here.
Oh, thanks. No point in getting my fingerprints on this revolver, too. 2 empties. When was this gun last out of the drawer, Ladino?
I don't remember. What difference, huh? I got a permit for that gun. I'll show it. We know you've got the permit. Now take it easy.
When was it last out of the drawer?
I don't know. Last month sometime.
What about these 2 empties, Ladino?
Well, could be I left them in there. I don't remember.
You'd better come along with us.
Well, Well, what for? I ain't done nothing. If you think I pulled off that theater holdup, you're crazy.
On your feet. I'll take along this revolver, too, for ballistics in the lab. Come on, Ladino.
District Attorney's Office.
Anything new, Miss Miller?
The lab reported in on the car. Some traces of face powder and lipstick on the seat cushion. A couple of red hairs.
No, that doesn't prove anything.
Where are you, Mr. Garrett?
Over at headquarters, detention. Call me here if anything breaks.
Yes, sir.
You get that report, Harrington, from ballistics?
Yeah, right here, Chief. Lab report's not quite ready.
About what I thought it would be.
Hey, look, this ain't reasonable. See, I gotta get back to work. I've been here already a couple hours.
You'll be here longer than that, pal.
That 22 of yours killed LaSalle.
What? You're nuts. How could it kill anybody? It'd been right there in the drawer.
They test-fired the revolver down in the basement. They compared the slugs with those taken out of LaSalle's body. They all came from the same revolver.
Yeah, Melissa, you can't pin that onto me. I don't know anything about it. I tell you, I never killed nobody.
And tell me this. Would anybody be trying to hang this on you?
Why?
I'm asking you, Ladino.
No, I done nothing to nobody. Why would they try to hang it onto me?
How many people have access to your desk?
Oh, I don't know. A couple, maybe half a dozen. Anyway, what do they want with the gun?
Who are they?
Who? The guys in the bowling alley that take over when I'm out. My cashier, Angie Davini, a couple others.
We'll be back, Ladino.
Oh, look, I gotta get back to work.
He's about ready to confess, Chief.
No, not unless he's lying.
What?
I can't buy it, Harrington.
Why not? Everything checks.
Well, I might go along with it if Ladino was hard up for money, but he isn't. He's doing all right with that bowling alley. Good bank account, excellent credit rating.
Lab report for you, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks. I want to get a drink of water, Harrington. Then we'll go back in and question him some more.
What's the lab report, Chief?
Traces of face powder on the revolver, same as the powder on the car seat cushions.
Looks like a new angle.
Harrington, those two kids in the bowling alley, the redhead and the boy with the new suit.
What about him?
Find out where he bought it. That cost good money. Go to the best stores in the area. And Harrington.
Yeah?
Find out what they used for money.
Where's the car, Nick?
I didn't get it yet.
Why not?
Well, they had to do a brake job on it. The guy said I could pick it up tomorrow.
How do you like that? I was counting on it to move my things to the new apartment this afternoon.
So, all right, we'll get a taxi.
Okay.
I want to eat first, Angie.
Now? It's only 4 o'clock.
I'm hungry. I couldn't eat much lunch.
All right. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's cross the street. I don't want to pass that cop.
Oh, he won't bother us?
Maybe not. I'm crossing over.
Look, Nick.
I don't feel right about cops. You told me Ladino was going to get tagged for that job, and now I read they let him go. I don't know what's going on now.
Oh, shut up. You're going to spend the rest of your life dodging cops? They'll never catch up with us.
Look, Will, grab a taxi. Go move your things now. I ain't as hungry as I thought I was. Come on.
At the apartment house, Chief?
Yes, the big one on the corner. We'll wait here a while.
Plenty dark here, away from that street light. Might be this car coming. Yeah, it is, Chief. It's the one the salesman pointed out this morning.
It was a good idea you had, checking the used car lots.
First thing they always want is a car.
Come on.
easy to get her a change of address, too. Once I got her old address from Ladino.
Oh, there she is. Just coming out. Take your side of the car, Harrington. I'll take the other.
Right.
See, it's a real dreamboat, Nick.
Don't start that motor.
I'll take the ignition key.
Hey, what's the idea? Give me back that key.
You guys got a nerve.
It's a nice car, Nick. Nice suit, too. Not bad for a pin boy who was fired.
So what's that to you?
Say, you're the guys who came in to see Joe Ladino.
That's right.
Who are you?
District Attorney, Angie.
The what?
Creepers.
What were you two doing out around Montgomery Street the other night?
We weren't out there.
What night?
The night LaSalle was murdered.
Oh, look, you got the wrong party, mister. Give us that key and stop being funny.
You won't find it funny, Angie. Not when the jury finds out how you and Nick killed LaSalle.
That's a lie.
Unfortunately for you, it's not. You should never try to spend marked money, Angie, or try to pin a murder onto somebody else. Joe Ladino, for example. It shows up quicker when you do.
I told you it wouldn't work, Angie.
Shut up.
I knew it wouldn't.
Oh, you chicken. You guys ain't taking me.
Watch it, Chief. He's got a gun in that bag.
Let go of it, Angie.
I'll kill you.
I'll have to hurt you.
It was Nick killed him. He had the gun. I didn't.
You did have the gun. Don't believe him, mister. It was her. I didn't know where we was going.
It doesn't make any difference now, Nick. It's bad news for both of you. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
You may remember the case. Nick Nelson turned state witness and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Angie Davini was convicted of murder in the first degree and is now serving a life sentence. The case was another in the long list of crimes by juvenile delinquents. A serious problem that can only be solved by the complete cooperation of parents and all agencies of law enforcement. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes. You know, the lives of Holmes and Watson were not always filled with action. They spent many a quiet evening at home in Baker Street, discussing the problems of the world over a glass of port. You know, it seems that no wine is more expressive of friendship and hospitality than port. And I'm sure there's no port wine more enjoyable than Petri California Port. Try a good glass of Petri Port after dinner some evening, or any time you get together with your friends. You'll love the rich, ruby red color of that Petri Port. You'll love its smoothness and full body, its remarkable and wonderful flavor. A flavor that comes straight from the heart of luscious, hand-picked grapes. Serve that Petri port alone, or serve it together with cake, or cookies, or with fruit. Yes, and serve it proudly. You can, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our old friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's tap on his study door.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Come over here by the fire. I was just having a cup of coffee. Would you care to join me?
Thanks, that'd be nice.
It'll prevent you falling asleep during my story tonight.
There's no chance of that, Doctor. From the hints you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a story. It began in a circus in Paris, you told us?
Yes, my boy, the circus. A colorful world of sawdust and spangles. A world, Mr. Bartell, that I may tell you confidentially, always held an irresistible fascination for me when I was a youngster.
Me too, Doctor.
In fact, when I was 8 years old, I fell desperately in love with a lady bareback rider. A stunning creature who wore pink silk tights with gold sequins on them. Unfortunately, my mother caught me writing her proposal of marriage, and I'm afraid that, it's another story, and one that you probably wouldn't find very interesting.
I'm sure I would, Doctor, but I think it would be safer to stick to your Sherlock Holmes story.
Yes, you're probably right, my boy. Well, it was a winter in the 1890s, and Holmes and I were in Paris. On our second day there, Holmes suggested we attend that night's performance of the Cirque Royale. Needless to remark, I was delighted, Mr. Bartell. And shortly after 9 o'clock that night, I found myself seated beside Holmes in a box near the ringside. It was an incredibly vivid scene, even for that city of color and light. The gay costumes of the women and the gaudy trappings of the ringmasters and clowns looked like a giant kaleidoscope under the blazing glare of the arc lamps. As we sat there, a brass band nearby blared forth some popular music of the day, and yet he didn't appear to be enjoying himself, and so I leaned across and touched his arm.
What is it, Watson?
Well, you're very quiet, Holmes. Aren't you having a good time?
A good time, I suppose, old chap. I was just wondering where Mr. Edwards is.
Mr. Edwards? Who's he?
An extremely distinguished client who was to meet us in this box at 9 o'clock.
Client. Oh, this little excursion was on business. After all, yes, I might have known it.
Don't worry, old fellow. In your case, I think you'll be able to combine quite a little pleasure with the business.
Well, can't you be a little more explicit, Holmes?
Here comes the ringmaster.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter ce soir la grande vedette du cirque, Mademoiselle Gisèle Girondet, équestrienne incomparable.
Gisèle Girondet, yes, I've heard of her. She's a bareback rider, isn't she?
Honest in France, old fellow. She also has quite a reputation as a femme fatale. 3 duels have been fought over her. A young English officer in the Grenadier Guards committed suicide last year because of her. And a famous French banker is at present languishing in prison because her extravagances drove him to appropriate funds that did not belong to him. Yes, Watson, she's an extremely colorful personality.
You know, Holmes, the funny thing, when I was 8 years old, I fell violently in love with a lady bareback rider. She wore pink silk tights with golden sequins on them, but unfortunately...
Here she is, old fellow. Here she is.
Holmes, she's exquisite. Look at the way she's jumping from the back of one horse to the other. Sheer poetry of motion.
The lady appeals to you, Watson.
By George, yes, indeed she does. In fact, Holmes, I don't mind telling you that if I weren't a married man and a poor
you'd like
man...
to court the lady, eh?
Yes, I should
Excellent,
indeed.
old fellow, excellent. That's the very reason for our attendance at the
Well, what in
circus.
heaven's name are you talking about, Holmes?
Ah, there you are. Good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Holmes, my dear fellow, how are you? I haven't seen you since that little affair at Windsor Castle when Mother...
Excuse me, sir. I am Mr. Mycroft, and this is my friend, Sir William Nigel.
Sir William Nigel?
Oh, of course. And I am Mr. Edwards. We must respect each other's incognitos, eh? How do you do, Sir William?
Well, I'm extremely honored to meet you, Your Royal... Mr. Edwards.
How'd you like Giselle? Isn't she a stunning creature?
Yes, indeed she is, sir.
The four of us to have supper together after the performance tonight, I understand, Mr. Edwards.
Well, unfortunately, I can't be there, Mycroft. There's some stupid affair at the embassy which I have to attend. We must postpone the dinner until tomorrow night.
Oh, very well, sir.
Come over to my hotel a little early and we can discuss the whole business. Personally, I think a lot of fuss is being made about nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I must go back and see Giselle for a moment and tell her that I can't keep our appointment for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, Mycroft. Good night, Sir William.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Et maintenant, pour votre plaisir, les frères Salini, les jongleurs internationaux.
Holmes, what's all this mystery? That wasn't Mr. Edwards. It was the Prince of...
Watson, please. Discretion, old fellow. Mr. Edwards, as you know, is extremely democratic. Too much so, possibly, when one considers his position and responsibilities. He's become quite seriously involved with Mademoiselle Giselle, the lady bareback rider who has just left the ring.
Oh, so that's it.
The Foreign Office, quite naturally, I suppose, is deeply concerned over the matter. And I've been entrusted with the delicate mission of protecting Mr. Edwards.
Oh, does Giselle Gironde know that his true identity, do you suppose?
That's the first thing that we have to find out. It's possible that she is simply captivated by having a rich Englishman at her feet. If, on the other hand, she knows who Mr. Edwards is, then we may be in for a great deal of trouble.
Yes, but how are you going to find that out?
By tempting her with a richer Englishman. And one with a title. That, my dear fellow, is why you are Sir William Nigel.
You mean that...
your job, old fellow, is to do your utmost to steal Giselle Gironde from Mr. Edwards.
But, I don't even know the girl.
We shall remedy that defect in a few minutes. As soon as the performance is over, my dear chap, I shall take you to her dressing room and arrange an introduction.
I must say, Holmes, the backstage life at a circus is even more colorful than in the ring.
What makes you say that, old fellow?
Well, I just saw a pinhead having tea with a bearded lady while a sword swallower was standing behind him practicing his act.
Oh, hello. See that man standing talking to the girl in tights?
Yeah, attractive, isn't she?
The gentleman is Inspector Vernet of the French police, an old friend and a distant relative of mine. Vernet, how are you?
Ah, Holmes, mon cher ami, comment ça va?
No, Vernet, please. On this occasion, my name is Mycroft, if you don't mind, and this is my friend, Sir William Nigel.
How do you do, Inspector?
Enchanté, Sir William. Permit me to introduce Mademoiselle Yvette Marat.
How you do?
How do you do, madame?
How do you do?
What brings you behind the scenes at the circus, may I ask, mon cher Mycroft?
My friend Sir William is most anxious to make the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Gironde.
But of course, every man wishes to meet Giselle Gironde. Why not ask Vernet? He will present you to her. Ha! He knows her well.
Oh, now, Yvette, chérie, do not begin that all over again.
You're in love with her. You've always been in love with her. I wish you were dead. Sometimes I think I could kill her myself.
Upon my soul, Inspector, she's a fiery little thing, isn't she?
Ah, ça c'est vrai, ça, Sir William. Many times I've told her that Giselle Gironde would never waste her time with a simple police inspector. She prefers a wealthy foreigner. But Yvette ne comprend pas. She does not understand and she does not believe.
Mademoiselle Marat was dressed in tights, Vernet. And what does she do in the circus?
She walks the tightrope. She's queen of the high wire. Mm-hmm. A charming and a talented girl, but a most jealous one.
Vernet, my distinguished friend Sir William Nigel is most anxious to meet Giselle Gironde. Will you introduce him? I should prefer not to appear on the matter at this stage.
Oh, mais certainement. I will take you to her dressing room. Please come with me, Sir William.
Yeah, right. I'll see you later, Holmes.
I'll be waiting for you, old chap. Good luck.
You're a lucky man, Sir William. Giselle has quite a penchant for the Englishmen. And when they are rich and have a title, I am sure she finds them irresistible.
You really think so?
Oh, but of course. Ah, quel dommage that I am only a poor policeman. Here we are.
Entrez.
Giselle, mon chou, permit me to present to you Sir William Nigel. He's a great admirer of yours.
Yes, indeed, madam.
Ah, Sir William Nigel. Come and sit here beside me, Sir William.
I shall leave you. Au revoir.
Sit closer. There. That is much more cozy, no?
Oh, it's very nice of you to see me, Mademoiselle Gironde.
Oh, don't be so formal, my Englishman. You may call me Giselle, and I shall call you... Let me see, I shall call you... Sir William, not...
Willie. I shall call you Willie. You do not mind?
Mine. It's very delightful. Quite delightful, my dear. I was hoping perhaps that you care to have a little supper with me tonight, Giselle. So what about some oysters, a cold pheasant, and a bottle or two of Pomeranian Green 72? You get to taste rather well, don't you think?
Oh, Willie, I can see you are a perfect host.
I don't know about
One
that.
moment, I get my cloak.
Well, you know, Giselle, it's a funny thing.
What is the funny thing, Willie?
When I was 8 years old, I fell violently in love with a lady bareback rider at a circus. History seems to be repeating itself.
Here.
Alfieri, do you no longer knock when you come to my door?
Who is this man?
My name is Nigel, Sir William Nigel, my good man, and who may you be?
I am Alfio Alfieri.
I am Alfio Alfieri. And what is he? A trainer of wild animals. An imbecile. Va-t'en!
You must not speak to Alfio in that way. You belong to me. Send this stupid Englishman away.
Founded impudence.
Grossier. Belong to you. Giselle belong to no one.
Do I have to take my whip to
Put
you?
down that whip. Put it down, you scoundrel.
That's the time it will be your face, Carla.
You infernal blackguard. Raising your hand against a woman. Shocking.
Bravo! Monsieur Willie has knocked him down.
He certainly deserved it.
Oui. And you in turn deserve something, Willie.
Oh, what was that?
Come close, Willie, and I give it to you. A little kiss.
Oh, yes? Thanks awfully.
Oh, Willie, you are so strong, so resolute, so brave.
Oh, it was nothing, my dear Giselle. Nothing at all. Here, more champagne, Gus. More champagne.
Oh, Willie!
Giselle?
Oui, Monsieur Edwards?
Have a box for the opera tomorrow night. I was hoping that
Oh,
perhaps...
I'm sorry, Monsieur, but my time is occupied. I am showing the delights of moment to mon cher Willie.
Mademoiselle aime mieux le collier de perles à 5 rangs ou celui à 3 rangs?
He says, which do I prefer, the 5-string color pearls or the 3-string color pearls? What does my Willie think?
So that you can't hang too many pearls on a pretty neck like yours. I'll take the 5-string collar, my good fellow.
You're doing splendidly, Watson, splendidly.
Yes, but Holmes, I felt such a blasted fool handing that jeweler fellow a check signed by Sir William Nigel. Are you quite sure that it'll be honored?
Don't worry, old fellow. Remember who our client is. Money is the least important concern in this matter. On with the masquerade, old fellow. On with the masquerade.
More champagne, garçon.
Willie, you are such a headstrong boy.
More champagne. Citadel, you dear little thing.
Good evening, Vernet. Has Mademoiselle Girondet come in for the evening performance yet?
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I escorted her to her dressing room half an hour ago. Monsieur Edwards is in there with her now. At last, it seems, she has use for a poor policeman. Last night, she found a threatening letter on her makeup table. Since then, she has been most grateful for my company.
A threatening letter, eh? Any idea who might have sent it?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm afraid I have, Monsieur Holmes. I told her to pay no attention. By the perfume of the notepaper, I recognized the sender. A jealous tightrope walker called Yvette Marat.
Oh.
Poor Yvette. She would make a very inferior criminal, I'm afraid. Still, Giselle asked me to stay outside her dressing room till the performance starts. You wish to see her?
Yes. Oh, good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Evening, Mycroft. Evening, Inspector Werner.
Comment ça va, Monsieur Edwards?
Look here, Mycroft. I think this little game's gone far enough. Giselle has just refused another invitation of mine. Now, I know who Sir William Nigel is, and I swear I'll tell her.
Don't you think, sir, that the lady is hardly worth bothering about? Surely this whole incident with Sir William proves that she's a scheming little adventuress. A fictitious title and an apparently bottomless purse have shown her up in her true colors.
I could have told you the same thing without such an experiment, my friend.
Well, I suppose you're right, Mycroft. I've been a fool. An idiot who lets a pretty ankle turn his head. A conceited dope.
Let us just say, monsieur, that you have been a man.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just going back to see Giselle for a moment. I brought us these flowers for her. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Just a minute, Watson. I hate to dampen your ardor, old chap, but the masquerade is ended.
Ended? What do you mean it's
It is no
ended?
longer necessary for you to impersonate Sir William Nigel or to pay court to Giselle.
Oh, really? 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 Well, that's a great relief, sir. Great relief. I've hated the whole business.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you have. We appreciate the sacrifices that you've made, don't we, Sir Edward?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I must go back and see her once more, though. We had a rendezvous for tonight, and I must cancel it. A gentlemanly thing to do, you know. I won't be a minute.
Never have I seen a man more downcast. Obviously, with him, my dear Holmes, business was a pleasure. Alfieri, where are you going?
That Englishman. I just saw him go into Giselle's room.
To whom are you referring?
That man that called himself Sir William Nigel. 2 days ago, he struck me. I have to settle with him. No man may strike Alfieri.
Do not cause any more trouble, Alfieri. From what I've been told, you thoroughly deserved what happened to you.
Here he come now. You, English, you. Alfieri challenge you to a duel.
Holmes!
What's old chap? What is it? You're as white as a ghost.
It's Giselle.
What's wrong with her?
She's dead. She's lying there in her dressing room. Strangled.
Strangled? And only half an hour ago I spoke with her myself. Since then I've been standing in this corridor, guarding her door at her own request. Only 2 men have entered Giselle's dressing room since then. You, Monsieur Edwards, and you, Sir William Nigel.
What are you suggesting, Vernet?
I am suggesting nothing. I am stating that these 2 gentlemen are under arrest for suspicion of murder.
Dr. Watson's unusual story will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to take to remind you that one wine that seems to be the outstanding favorite among the ladies is Petri California Muscatel. That's probably because, like a beautiful woman, Petri Muscatel is subtle and intriguing. Petri Muscatel is the color of burnished gold. And its flavor, well, it's the flavor of big, plump Muscat grapes, picked by hand, carefully and tenderly, and they're just full of wonderful, delicious juice. If you want to show that you really know the wine that women prefer, serve Petri Muscatel. Serve it after dinner or later in the evening. It's wonderful. And why shouldn't it be? It's a Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so you and the mysterious Mr. Edwards got yourselves arrested on suspicion of murder, huh?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Holmes did everything in his power to persuade Inspector Vernet to release us, but it was useless. And so, while Mr. Edwards and myself were languishing in detention cells at the local Sûreté, Holmes and the French inspector were examining the dressing room of the dead woman.
I'm sure, Inspector Vernet, that being as keen a detective as you are, you must suspect the true identity of Mr. Edwards.
Of course, Monsieur Holmes. But that is the danger of incognitos. If he chooses to assume the identity of plain Monsieur Edwards, then he must run the risks of plain Monsieur
And
Edwards.
you're convinced that either he or my friend strangled Mademoiselle Girondet?
It is obvious.
Then I'll have to prove to you that they didn't. Let me examine the body again, will you? If she had been strangled by either of my friends, why would her body be lying here under the window? It's as far away from the door by which they left this room as possible.
That proves nothing.
No, but it's odd.
Giselle was a strong girl. There might easily have been a struggle. Perhaps she tried to get away through the window.
And yet there are no marks of violence on her throat. Just this piece of very fine cord that did its deadly work so cleanly. Cut with a knife.
Please do not remove the cord, Monsieur Holmes. The body has not yet been photographed.
Dear me, Vernet, you're making it very hard for me, aren't you? You notice, of course, that the window is open.
Yes, but we have examined the snow outside. There were no footprints within 3 yards of the window. The murderer must have entered by the door that I was watching.
Yes, it would be hard, even for a professional acrobat to jump in. An acrobat? Vernet, your young friend, Mademoiselle Yvette Marat, is a tightrope walker.
Yvette, but...
Yes, she certainly had a motive. She'd even sent a threatening letter. I heard her express hatred and jealousy for this dead woman. It's conceivable that she could enter a room by a window without leaving footprints in the snow. Where was she at the time of the murder?
I do not know. I was waiting for her in the corridor.
Then I suggest that we investigate her alibi at once. And after that, Inspector, I must pay a visit to the Sûreté. I don't want my friends to think that I've deserted them. sir.
Yes, Holmes.
I'm afraid it looks rather black. As I was telling you, Yvette Marat, the tightrope walker, was able to establish a completely satisfactory alibi. Vernet still suspects you or Dr. Watson.
Well, that's ridiculous.
May I ask you a very straightforward question, sir?
Of course.
I can well understand that if you had gone into the dressing room and found the woman already murdered, you might easily be tempted to conceal the fact, to avoid a scandal involving your person. Will you swear to me, sir, on your true identity, that Giselle was alive when you left her?
She was, Holmes. I swear it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I wanted to know.
Holmes, I'm glad to see you. You know, I've been thinking. All this depends on Vernet's evidence. But supposing he was the murderer. He told us that Giselle had turned him down, you know.
I'd thought of that, but Mr. Edwards swears that Giselle was alive when he left the room. And yet that means that Mr. Edwards... Oh, no. It's unthinkable.
Holmes, you're not suggesting... Holmes, if I thought that were possible, I'd confess to the murder myself. My life wouldn't matter if it'd save a scandal like that. Great Scott, it'd shatter the empire.
Dear old Watson, you shall not sacrifice yourself. You're as valuable a British institution as the Lion himself. No, my dear fellow. We shall never sacrifice you, not while my mind is still capable of... My mind? That's it. Thank you, Watson. You've given me the answer.
Holmes, what are you burbling about
Be patient,
now?
old fellow. In half an hour, you'll be out of this cell, and the real murderer will be in it.
Questions. Why must Alfieri answer so many questions?
Because he will not yet tell the truth. You murdered Giselle Girondet.
How many times I have to tell you I did not kill her? Why should I want to harm her?
Because you were jealous. Because she humiliated and tormented you.
But I was not in her dressing room. I've already proved that fact. Am I a magician that I can kill somebody without entering a room?
Alfieri, I know how you killed Giselle Girondet without its necessitating your entering this room.
You're a smart man. Please to tell me.
I don't need to tell you. With the aid of Vernet, I'll show you. Open the window, Alfieri.
What game is this?
Very well, then. I'll open the window myself. Put your head out. Come on. So. Who do you see? Inspector Vernet, standing 3 yards away, where you stood, and he's got your long training whip.
No!
Don't move! Stand there. The inspector hasn't your skill with a whip, but he wants to try a little experiment.
No, leave him alone!
All right, Vernet. I'm holding him.
Well, Mr. Edwards, I mean, well, sir, this is a pleasant change from a prison cell, isn't it?
It certainly is. Holmes, I can't tell you how grateful I am. I still don't quite understand how you did it.
Watson, in rather a roundabout way, was responsible for giving me the clue.
Oh, how was that, Holmes?
Well, on more than one occasion, old chap, I've had cause to deplore your rather florid style of writing. Tonight, I was very thankful for it. When I began to speak of the capabilities of my mind... suddenly I remembered a phrase of yours in which you referred to its whip-like rapidity and accuracy. That, of course, made me think of Alfieri, the animal trainer.
Exactly how did he kill the poor girl?
Well, sir, he stood outside the window, far enough away to leave no incriminating footprints. Called to Giselle, probably persuaded her to lean out, then snapped the whip around her neck, pulling it tight and strangling her.
And then I suppose he cut the cord and let the body fall back into the room.
Precisely, old fellow. We found a whipstock among his tackle, a whipstock from which the lash had been cut. The stub of lash left matched the cord around the dead girl's throat.
Amazing business. And I don't mind telling you, fellas, I'm very thankful to be through with it.
Yes, so am I, sir. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if this whole incident cures me of my love of circuses.
Oh, I didn't know you had a predilection in that direction, Watson.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, if you don't mind my saying so. When he was 8 years old, he fell in love with a lady bareback rider. Didn't you, Watson?
Indeed. What happened?
Well, sir, I don't remember her name, but she wore pink silk tights with golden sequins on them. And I wrote her a rather hot-headed letter. Unfortunately, my mother...
Well, Doctor, that was one of the most unusual stories you've ever told. And I might say you played a very prominent part in that case yourself.
Oh, I suppose I did at that, Mr. Bartell. Giselle was a beautiful girl. Beautiful.
Boy, I sure love that nickname she gave you. Wheelie.
Yes, I thought it was rather nice myself. Well, that is, I mean...
Don't get embarrassed over a nickname, Doctor. You should hear the nickname I had. When I went to school, all the girls called me Bottles.
Bottles? Oh, I see, from Bartell. Bartell. Oh,
some nickname, like a prophecy.
What do you mean?
Well, they called me Bottles, and now that's what I like to talk about most. Bottles. Bottles of Petri wine.
Oh, I should have known.
And I'd like to talk about Petri wine because, as far as I'm concerned, it's the swellest wine that ever poured from a bottle. That's because the Petri family really knows how to make good wine. Well, they ought to. They've been making good wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And since the Petri family has always personally owned and operated their business, they've been able to keep that fine art of winemaking right in the family, handing it on down from father to son, from generation to generation. So it's no wonder, whenever you want a good wine, you want a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us about next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Holmes and I had in the swampy fenlands of Norfolk. It concerns a gypsy encampment, a child that vanished, and a horrible death in the murky depths of a fearsome quagmire.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Three Students. Music is by Dean Fostler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to... Let George do it. Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. When George Valentine got out of the Army, he had an idea and just enough money to set up a small office and put an ad in the paper offering his services as a dog walker, a crime solver, a wife spanker, or whatever a client wants done. So far, he's met with fair success. He's had plenty of clients, but not all of them paid off. That hasn't discouraged George. He's an optimist. Right now, he's striding up to the side door of his office, the door that lets him into his private office without going through his waiting room.
Ah, good morning, Sonny. Sonny? Claire? Hey, where is everybody?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Valentine. We were in the waiting room. We've been kind of busy. I've been taking him up and down the elevator. He never rode in one before. And now Claire's pointing out the tall building.
Hey, look, wait a minute, Sonny. Slow down, will you? What are you talking about?
Your new client.
Oh, have I got a new client?
Yes, sir, and this is his first visit to the city.
Oh, great. Where's he from?
Three Oaks.
Three Oaks. Hey, that sounds familiar.
Oh, I bet you'll like him, Mr. Valentine. He's very nice.
Three Oaks. Oh, I know. My mother had some cousins living in Three Oaks.
His name is Jeff Williams.
Jeff Williams. Cousin Jeff.
Hey, is he your cousin?
Yeah, that's right. Haven't seen him in 25 years. He's probably married and has a dozen kids.
Is he really your cousin, Mr. Valentine? Why, he isn't a bit like you. He's very nice.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sonny. All right, carry on with the office work. I'll see about Cousin Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Valentine.
Good morning, Claire. Well, Cousin Jeff.
Hello, Cousin George.
Say, it's been a long time, Jeff. How are you?
I never felt better in my life, George.
Your cousin was telling me that this is his first visit to the city, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, is that so? Sit down, Jeff.
Oh, after you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome, ma'am. Well, I guess you're surprised to see me, George. I've been looking forward to this trip for a long time, but that farm sort of kept me tied down.
But, Jeff, how'd you know where to find me? Am I, famous, even in Three Oaks?
Oh, I saw your advertisement, George. I have the newspapers mailed to me. Rural Route 4.
Oh, I see. Well, what's on your mind, Jeff?
Well, it's like this. I had a little extra egg money put aside.
Egg money?
Mr. Williams has chickens. He sells the eggs.
Oh.
Oh, my chickens are sure good to me this year. I figure after I pay my hotel bill, I'll have about $100 for you, George.
Well, what do you mean? Why give me $100?
Well, it's like this, George. I like my farm, you know. I was born and raised there, but it's pretty lonesome, especially winter.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you, Jeff. You want me to find you a wife?
Oh, I figure I'm doing my own courting. Only trouble, I can't find a girl to court.
Really, Mr. Williams?
Well, you see, ma'am, most of the women in Three Oaks is already married, and those that aren't are spoken for.
Oh, I find the girl and you court her. Well, that's fair enough.
But I got to meet her by Wednesday night. Got to get back home. Have to start my corn husking.
Did you have any special type in mind?
Well, hope you'll forgive me, Miss Brooks, but I'd like a pretty girl like Miss Brooks.
Claire? Claire, what are you doing next Wednesday?
I quit.
Well, don't worry, Jeff. I'm sure I can help you.
Well, there's only one other thing, George. She's got to be a girl who'll love my little Dolores.
Dolores?
And all her brothers and sisters.
All her brothers and sisters? How many have you got?
57.
57 children?
No, 57 pigs.
Pigs?
Pigs.
He raises pigs, Mr. Valentine.
I hope you won't think I'm loony, but those pigs mean a lot to me. I'm fond of them, and they're fond of me.
Okay, Jeff. Just leave everything to me. I'll find a girl for you, all right? Someone who'll love Dolores and all her brothers and sisters. All 57 of them.
I don't want to bother you with questions, Mr. Valentine. But what are we doing here?
Working for our new client. I promised I'd find him a girl, didn't I?
Do you expect to find her in this alley?
Well, this alley leads to the stage door entrance.
Stage door? A showgirl?
Sure, why not? She's got to be pretty. And I'll bet these girls are sick of the bright lights. They'd probably give their eye teeth to settle down on a farm.
What are you going to do? Tap them on the shoulder and say, "Pardon me, but do you like pigs?"
No, of course not. I'm going to be subtle about this. I'll tell them I'm an inquiring reporter. You get it, Claire?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's 5:40. The matinee's over a half hour ago.
Yeah, they just sat
Hey, here they come now. Say, there's a beauty.
Yeah, she'll do.
Oh, Miss. Oh, wait a minute, please.
If it's a date, my mother don't let me go out on no date. Besides, I'm booked solid for 2 months.
Oh, no, I'm the inquiring reporter. I just want to ask you a question. Would you mind telling me, what's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal? Mink.
Mink?
Yeah, mink. My mother likes ermine.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks a lot.
Maybe you could get Mr. Williams to raise mink instead of pigs.
Now, I'll try a brunette this time. Oh, miss.
All right. Give me a pencil and I'll give you my autograph.
Oh, no, thanks. That's not it. You see, I'm the inquiring reporter, and I'd like to ask you a question if you have a minute.
Shoot.
What's your favorite animal?
Male.
Male?
Male.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks a lot.
Is that all?
Yes, miss, thanks. That's plenty.
If you'd like an interview for your paper and pictures, I'm at the Brayton Hotel.
I see. Well, I'll give you a buzz.
And if a man's voice answers, don't hang up. That's me. I'm at the Brayton Hotel.
All right. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, look at this. Coming towards us. The baby doll type.
Huh? Oh, miss.
You mean little old me?
Yeah, that's right. Little old you.
They call me Kathy Phillips. What do they call you?
Well, they call me the inquiring reporter, and I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, I think that's just darling of you. What do you want to know?
Well, I wish you'd tell me, what's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal?
That's right.
Promise not to laugh.
I promise.
Cross your heart, hope to die.
Hope to die.
Well, then, don't you dare tell a soul, but I'm just mad about piggies.
Oh, well, that's a nice thing. Piggies? Claire, we found her.
I don't mean to rush you, Cousin
That's not why I phoned. I'm just a little anxious, that's all.
Now, will you be patient, Jeff? I think I found the right girl for you. She's small, she's pretty, she's blonde.
But does she like pigs?
Does she like pigs? The girl's mad about pigs.
She sounds like the one I've been looking for, all right. When can I meet her, Cousin George?
Why, she's in my office right now. I'll arrange a date for you tonight. You can take her out to dinner.
Dinner? Say, maybe I better get my hair cut.
Yeah, you do that, Jeff, and I'll call you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Sonny.
Yes, sir?
Send Kathy Phillips in here, will you? I want to talk to her.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine wants to see you, miss.
You want to see little old me, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, sit down, Kathy. I want to talk to you.
Did I win some sort of contest? Is that what this is all about?
Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. Kathy, do you like farms?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I adore farms. Of course, I've never been on a farm, but then when you adore something, well, you just adore it, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Just so you like pigs. Can you cook?
Cook? You mean mix up things in the kitchen?
Yeah, well, that's sort of the idea.
Oh, I don't think anyone can mix up things in the kitchen like I can.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, never mind. Just so you like pigs.
I brought my collection down for you to see, Mr. Valentine.
Collection? What collection?
It's in this box. Go ahead, open it.
Yeah, well, what is it?
Oh, they don't hurt you, silly. Go on, open it.
All right, I'll buy it. What in the name of heaven are these?
I told you, I just adore piggies.
Great Caesar's ghost. Piggy Banks.
Piggy bank.
Well, how was I to know? When she said piggies, I thought it was just her baby talk.
She's got over 100 piggy banks, Mr. Valentine. I counted them.
Never mind the piggy banks. We got to do something.
Good afternoon. Let George do it.
Hello, Miss Brooks. How are you?
Oh, fine, Jeff. Just a minute. It's your cousin.
Oh, I got to stall him. Hello, Jeff.
I phoned to ask you about my date tonight, Cousin George.
Oh, well, now look, Jeff, you'll have to be patient. She can't make it tonight.
Oh, shucks. I had my hair cut.
Well, Jeff, it'll keep. She'll have dinner with you tomorrow night. Now, this girl is worth waiting for.
I don't want to rush her, but I have to get back to start my corn husking.
Yeah, you'll make it. Now, don't worry. Goodbye, Jeff.
Yeah, goodbye.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like this. Jeff is too nice to try to put something over on him.
Now, Claire, what are you talking about? Kathy's a wonderful girl.
Yeah, but Mr. Valentine, she won't know any more about pigs tomorrow night than she does right now.
Oh, yes, she will. Because you two are to go down to the library and pick up all the books they have on pigs.
Then what'll we do with them?
You see to it that Kathy reads them.
What makes you think she can read?
Then you read them to her. Take her to your apartment. Spend all day, and all night if you have to. But I want that girl to know everything there is to know about pigs. You understand? Now get going.
Chandler Bookshop.
Hello, this is Sonny Brooks. Is it too late to send out some books to us right away?
Why, no, I don't believe so.
We went through all they had in the library, but she still doesn't know anything about pigs.
Pigs?
Yeah. Send us everything you've got. Send it to apartment 5306 Sharp Street.
What street? Spell that, please.
Sharp. S is in swine, H is in hogs, A is in animal, R is in ribs, and P is in pig's feet. Where's that waitress? Why doesn't she take our order? All that talk about pigs made me hungry.
Oh, never mind, Sonny. She'll get around to us soon. Now, come on, Kathy. Name the different kinds of pigs.
Oh, Claire, I'm such a tired little old thing.
Now, Kathy, Mr. Valentine has big plans for you. But you've got to know your pigs.
Well, let me see. There's the Yorkshire pigs. They've got the darlingest little spots all over them.
Hey, that's not right, is it, Claire?
Kathy, Yorkshire are white. You mean the spotted Poland China. Its head is rugged, medium in length, and slightly dished in the profile.
Oh, Claire, you use such big words. I guess I'm just a little old dummy. I wasn't very smart in school. I never will forget the trouble I had in 5th grade.
You mean you got to the 5th grade?
Sonny. If you could only talk to someone who really knows pigs.
Well, what'll it be, folks? Can I take your order?
You order for us, Sonny.
Well, we might as well stay in the spirit. We better have the best pork chops from great big pigs.
Oh, the best pork chops come from the medium type, like the Berkshire and the Hampshire.
Hey, Claire, listen to our waitress.
Oh, I was raised on a farm. Well, what'll it be, folks?
Never mind the food. Just tell this girl everything you know about pigs.
Yeah, and please, use words of only one syllable.
Come on, come on, open up, open up. Say, where is everybody?
Oh, it's you.
Oh, good morning, Claire.
Come in.
Did I wake you?
Wake me. I haven't been to bed yet.
Well, you can sleep tonight. Say, how's our pupil getting along?
I don't know about Kathy, but whenever I close my eyes, I see pigs. Yorkshire, Berkshire, Hampshire, Durham.
Hey, you know your pig's all right.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, good morning, Sonny. Where's Kathy?
She's still learning her lines.
Her lines? What are you talking about?
Well, we finally hit on a system that works with her. We pretend she's playing a part in a show.
Yeah, we write the lines and she learns them. I'll show you. Kathy? Oh, Kathy.
I'm coming. Oh, Mr. Valentine, it's you.
Yep, little old me.
Go ahead, Kathy. Recite for him.
All right. The pole in China has a head that is rugged in appearance, medium in length, and slightly dished in the profile.
Well, that's wonderful, marvelous, tremendous. Jeff will be the happiest man in Three Oaks.
Jeff? Who's Jeff?
Oh, sit down, Kathy. The time has come for us to have a little talk.
Oh, I just adore that, Mr. Valentine.
Kathy, how would you like to settle down on a little farm?
A farm?
With 57 pigs.
I think that'd be just darling. Could I name them?
Oh, sure, of course. Now, look, Kathy, I'm not promising you anything, understand? But you'll have dinner with him tonight.
Dinner? Oh, I am fond of eating.
Yeah, I'll bet. Now, you meet him, he meets you. The rest is up to you, too.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I mean, if he likes you and you like him, then you make your own plans. I'm just sort of bringing you together, that's all. Arranging a date for the night.
About that date, Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it.
You won't? Why not?
I hate to disappoint you, Mr. Valentine.
Why? What's wrong?
Well, I'm afraid he might not like it.
Who might not like it?
My husband.
Your husband?
You've got a husband?
Well, of course. Didn't I tell you? He's just the sweetest little old thing. He collects piggy banks, too.
Well, George certainly finds himself in an embarrassing situation now. While he's figuring out an answer, I'd like to have a little talk with you. You know, most folks are alike. We all enjoy doing business with the neighborhood grocer, the druggist, or the hardware man who gives us a friendly smile when we come in. Kind of a chap who asks about the kids when he wraps up our package. That's one reason why many folks like to trade at home-owned Chevron gas stations. They're run by local men who've made good, friendly, capable fellows who know most everyone in town and know their cars equally well. They're all mighty nice people to do business with. That's why you always feel at home when you stop at a Chevron gas station. There's another thing you can count on finding at Chevron gas stations. They all carry that climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. All of them honor your Chevron credit card, too. So whenever you're on a trip, make it a habit to stop at Chevron gas stations. Well, George found a girl for his client, all right. Kathy was small, pretty, and blonde, and she learned all about pigs. There was only one catch. Kathy was already married. Now George, Claire, and Sonny are still in Claire's apartment.
Why didn't you ask her if she was married?
Well, I didn't think about it.
The most important thing of all, and you didn't think about
Well,
it.
it just didn't occur to me. I did mention settling down on a farm.
But you didn't mention the farmer.
Oh, I forgot. It slipped my mind.
Oh, fine, wonderful. And after all we went through teaching her about pigs.
Yeah. Well, I can't even bear to look at bacon. And when I sleep, I don't snore anymore. I just go oink, oink,
Oh,
oink.
Sonny, will you get out of here?
Okay, I know what I got.
Now, Claire, what are we going to do? Jeff is supposed to phone me here, and I'm supposed to have the date all set. What'll I tell him now?
That's your problem, Mr. Valentine. I wash my hands of the whole thing.
Oh, now, Claire, don't say that. Jeff's been looking forward to this trip for years. If I can't get him a bride, well, at least I can get him a dinner date.
Besides, there's the $100.
Claire, you don't think I'd accept money from my own cousin? You make me sound like a heel.
Well?
That must be Jeff. You talk to him.
Oh, no. Talk to him yourself. Take your medicine like a man.
Oh, a fine secretary I've got. Hello?
Hello, this is Jeff.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
I got another haircut, Cousin George.
Another haircut. That's great.
Now, what about my date for tonight? You know, I've got to get back to the farm tomorrow.
Well, you see, it's like this, Jeff. You see, this girl knows her pigs, all right.
Fine, that'll give us something to talk about.
You know, she knows all about pigs. And you see, well, this girl is very pretty.
I'm anxious to meet her.
And you see, this girl is...
Married.
Will you stop it?
Stop what?
No, not you. You see, Jeff, it's like this. Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
Why can't you have dinner with him?
Me? Oh, no, you don't.
What'd you say, Cousin George?
Well, you're beautiful.
I am.
And you know about pigs.
Well, I ought to. I was raised with them.
Well, how about it?
You'd hand me over for a measly $100.
Oh, now, don't get dramatic. It's just a dinner date.
Well, it's more than just a dinner date.
It's more than just a dinner date, and you know it.
Now, look, it's his first trip to the city, and he's my cousin. How can I let him down?
Let who down?
You know he likes you. Remember, he said he wanted to meet a girl just like you.
Like who?
You'd sell your own grandmother for $100.
Whose grandmother?
Oh, Grandma's fine, thank you, George.
Oh, now, listen, Claire. All you have to do is have dinner with him. Is that too much to ask of you?
All right, I'll do it.
You will have dinner with him?
With who?
I'll have a lot of dinners with him. I always wanted to live on a farm.
Claire.
Tell your cousin to get a haircut and meet me at Pierre's.
It sure is nice of you to have dinner with me, Claire.
It's nice of you to think it's nice of me.
I won't try to figure that out.
No. I like it.
You like what?
Your haircut.
Yeah, I had it cut twice. Say, maybe we ought to eat something.
Yes, sounds like a good idea.
Well, let's see what's on this bill of fare. Oh.
What's the matter?
They don't spell very good.
Huh? Oh, it's in French.
You know, that's one thing I didn't learn on the farm.
Never mind, Jeff. I don't like this place anyway. It's much too expensive.
Oh, that's all right. You're forgetting about my egg money.
Now, look. Those chickens didn't go to all that trouble just so you could throw your money away on me. Come on.
Oh, where'll we go?
There's a restaurant in my neighborhood that has good food. And it's cheap, too.
See, you're saving my money for me already. How'll I ever be able to thank Cousin George?
You won't have to thank him. Just give him the $100. That's all he's interested in. Come on, Jeff. Let's go someplace where they know how to spell.
Sonny. Sonny, wake up. Sonny.
Yorkshire, Berkshire, Hampshire,
Sonny.
Polandshire,
Sonny.
and Duroc. Oh,
Claire isn't home yet. I've been sitting here waiting for her to come back.
what time is it?
3 o'clock.
It is? Then why'd you wake me? Let me go back to counting pigs.
Oh. Sonny, why would a dinner date take so long?
Maybe he's a slow eater.
Sonny, you don't seem to realize how serious this is. She's been gone for 8 hours. I've been sitting here watching the clock.
Why don't you read something?
I don't feel like reading.
We got quite a choice of books. There's breeding pigs and pig breeding and pigs and their breeds.
Hey, do you suppose she's purposely staying out late just to worry me?
Well, she is. She has.
Sonny, Jeff liked her. He liked her a lot. Sonny, did she like him?
Well, my sister goes for the shy type.
Oh. Would you call me shy?
Well,
don't answer that. You know, Sonny, I like her.
So do I.
Sonny, I think I love her.
I think I do, too.
And I threw her at him. I forced her to go out with him. I'm a fool. I'm a sap. I'm a
fathead.
A fathead. Thanks a lot, Sonny.
You're welcome, Mr. Valentine. That's the telephone.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello?
Claire, where are you?
What are you doing at my place, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I was waiting for you to get back.
Oh, you don't mean you were worried.
Worried? Why should I worry? Claire, where are you? It's 3 o'clock.
I thought you weren't worried.
Well, it's just that... Well, I don't want you showing up late for work tomorrow.
I won't be at work tomorrow, George.
Claire, you call me George.
Well, I'm in a sentimental mood.
Hey, Claire, will you please tell me, where are you calling from?
From Dr. Hutchison's house.
Dr. Hutchison, are you hurt?
He's a minister.
A minister? Claire!
Cousin Jeff said to send you his love. Goodbye, George.
Eloped. Are you sure, Mr. Valentine?
Sonny, will you get dressed and shut up?
Yeah, but where are we going?
We're going to annul the marriage.
Mr. Valentine.
You don't want Jeff for a brother-in-law, do you? And how'll I get along without her? What'll happen to me?
What'll happen to me? I don't want to go to Three Oaks and live with pigs.
No. Here's his address, Dr. Hutchison, 310 G Street. Come on.
Yeah, but what'll we do there?
He can tell us where they went. He can tell how to find her. I'm not giving her up, Sonny. Not without a fight. This is the place. Come on.
Don't you think it's a little late to be busting in on people?
No, we can't help that. I'll do the talking.
Don't you think it's a little late to be ringing doorbells?
Well, we've got to find her before he takes her to Three Oaks.
Can I help you?
I want to speak to Dr. Hutchinson right away. It's very important.
Are you sure? I hate to disturb him. He had to get up a little while ago. We had a wedding party here.
A wedding party? Sonny, a wedding party.
I heard her.
Such a lovely young couple. And so much in love.
Maybe it was some other couple, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, maybe. Was the groom tall and outdoorish looking?
Oh, he was a very wholesome young man. He told me all about his pigs.
Oh, pigs. It's the right people, all right.
I never saw a happier bride in all my life. And I've seen a lot of brides.
Are you sure she was happy?
She was all smiles.
She was all smiles, Mr. Valentine.
Well, maybe it was just an act.
Oh, no. At the end of the ceremony, when they kissed, well, I never saw such a kiss in all my life. And I've seen a lot of kisses.
Oh.
Now then, what did you want to see my husband about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Come on, Sonny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Mr. Valentine? Mr. Valentine, what time is it?
4 o'clock.
Don't you think it's a little late for us to be out taking a walk?
What else could we do?
Sleep?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, I guess I couldn't either.
Look, there's just the two of us left now, Sonny. We'll have to stick together.
Then you're not going to try to stop her?
Stop her? How can I stop her? We've got to think about her, Sonny. If she's happy, then, well, we'll just give her up.
But, Mr. Valentine...
We've got to be men.
Well, I'll try.
Come on, let's go in this restaurant and have some breakfast.
We haven't had dinner yet.
All right, then we'll have dinner. Not that I can eat. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat again.
Is this table all right?
Oh, what does it matter? I can't eat anyway.
Well, then why'd we come in here?
Well, I just want to sit and look at the food and feel miserable.
What'll it be, gentlemen? Scrambled eggs and a nice side order of ham.
Ham? Don't even mention... Claire!
Claire, what are you doing here?
Working.
Working?
Excuse me, they want me in that booth. It's a wedding breakfast.
Here, well, I don't get this. Why should
Mr. Valentine, look. In that booth. It's Jeff.
Jeff? Oh, of course. It's their wedding breakfast.
Well, then why is she working here as a waitress?
Oh, well, maybe they haven't got enough money to get back to Three Oaks.
Hey, he's coming to our table. You won't start a fight, will you, Mr. Valentine?
Fight? I haven't got any fight left in me.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Cousin George.
I told Jeff you were here.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Cousin Jeff.
Thanks a lot.
I hope you'll be very happy. And that comes from the heart, Claire.
What heart?
Well, I guess the best man won. Be good to her, Jeff.
You bet I will. Oh, Cousin George, about the $100.
Ah, forget it.
Why, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no, I don't want to forget it. After all, you kept your part of the bargain. You got me a date, and now look what happened. And about the $100, Cousin George.
Buy yourself a wedding present, Jeff. A pig or something.
A pig? Well, thanks a lot. Now I better get back to Margie.
Yeah, you go right ahead and get... Margie? Who's Margie?
Well, I thought you knew. Margie's my bride.
Your bride? What about Claire?
Claire is our bridesmaid.
Claire? You mean...
You remember Margie, don't you, Sonny? She waited on us when we were here yesterday.
Hey, she's the girl who knows all about pigs.
She sure does. You know, Margie was born just 10 miles from my place, but can you beat it? We never met until Claire brought me here tonight.
I knew it'd be love at first sight.
Oh, well, Claire, look, I got to talk to you. Sit down.
I can't, Mr. Valentine. I'm working for Margie for the rest of the day. I don't get off duty till 6.
Then I'll stay right here and wait for you.
Well, I'll say goodbye. Our train leaves in a little while. I want you to know, Cousin George, that I'm the happiest man in the world.
Oh, no, you're not. I am.
Me too.
Now, Jeff, you remember to look us up when you come back to the city.
Oh, we won't be coming back. Margie and I decided that we'd stay in Three Oaks for the rest of our lives.
Why, Jeff?
Just settle down on a little farm and raise pigs.
You'll hear George's voice again in just a moment. In most parts of the West, motorists are facing the time of year that's hardest on cars. Cooler weather and rain or snow always bring with them some annoying car troubles. Most of these can pretty well be avoided, however, by a checkup trip to your neighborhood Chevron dealer. He'll put the right grade of RPM compounded motor oil in your car's crankcase, see that its transmission and differential have the right kind of grease for the season, and he'll check your battery and accessories like windshield wiper blades, spark plugs, and lights. You can depend on getting a good job of winter checking at a Chevron gas station. Chevron dealers, you know, are in business for themselves. They've had plenty of car service experience before branching out on their own. So you can count on a competent, conscientious job. See about that winter checkup this weekend. Talk it over with your neighborhood Chevron gas station man. Well, next week, a celebrity brings his problem to George, and you'll probably hear something like this.
Well, sure, of course I know you. Jimmy Jones, the greatest cowboy star in pictures.
That's right. I work in horse operas. Mr. Valentine, you've got to help me.
Sure, what's on your mind, Jimmy? What can I do for you?
Look, now you mustn't breathe a word of this. It'd ruin my career.
You can trust me, Jimmy. What's the matter?
Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid of horses.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Frank Martin as Jeff, Jane Webb as Kathy, Rena Craig as Margie, and June Foray as Mrs. Hutchinson. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
District attorney knows that crime is no respecter of social position. It can strike in the slums of the city, or it can strike, as this case did, in the vast and wealthy estates in the suburbs. The time is 1:37 a.m., and Howard Morton, a wealthy industrialist, is awakened from his sleep by the sound of his daughter screaming.
Daddy! Daddy, help me! Help me!
Honey, what's the matter?
Bob. He's dead, Daddy. He's dead.
Ah, dead? What happened to him? Connie, get hold of yourself. What happened?
I'm frightened, Daddy. There was a man with a bandana over his face.
Where, Connie? Where?
The old road near the lake. We were parked there listening to the music on the car radio. When all of a sudden... Oh, it was horrible.
Sit down. Sit down while I call the police. Then you'd better have a doctor. Get something for your nerves.
He tried to hold us up. Bob had a gun in the car. They fought for it.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report a murder.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy.
Connie! Connie! Walters! Meade! Wake up, somebody! Wake up! Wake up! The butler said we could wait here in the library, Chief. The doctor's still in with the girl. She had a mighty bad shock.
She tell you where the killing took place, Harrington?
Yeah, one of the old roads down by the lake, over in the state park. I've got 3 squads beating around the lake roads now. They'll call us as soon as they find the body.
Now, what time is it?
Almost 5 a.m. Be getting light in half an hour.
If the girl can't talk to us soon, we'd better get over to the lake with the men.
Oh, here's the girl's father now. How are you, Mr. Garrett? I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
I understand, Mr. Morton. May we see your daughter now?
I'm afraid not. The doctor put her under sedation. She must have absolute rest for a few hours.
Well, we'd better come back later then.
Well, thank you. I think that would be best. I'll walk out with you.
Is there any way we can get to the lake from here without driving back to the highway?
Yes, there is. Go around to the rear of the house, past the guest house and the stables. You'll find a road there that intersects several of the neighboring estates. We use it more or less as a bridle path, but it's suitable for a car.
Fine. That'll save us a few minutes. What time was it when your daughter got home, Mr. Morton?
Just a minute or two before I made my call to the police. A little past 1:30. I'd only been in bed about an hour. The servants locked up at about 12:30. Remember, behind the house and past the stables.
We'll find it. See you later. Well, Harrington, Ma Brady must have been standing right beside his car when he was killed. Tire tracks are pretty heavy where the car was parked.
Yeah. I only saw the Morton girl for a minute before the doctor got to the house. Couldn't make much out of what she was saying, but I gathered that Brady was killed with his own gun.
How come?
Well, one of the servants told me that Brady carried an automatic in the glove compartment of his car.
I guess it was robbery, all right, though. Brady doesn't seem to have a cent on him. No wallet, no wristwatch, nothing.
Yeah, no doubt about the motive. Well, I guess we can have the body moved into town. Somebody will have to notify his folks.
Yeah. Keep a squad of men out here, though.
What do you want them to do?
Beat the brush and look for Brady's gun. While they're looking, we can follow this extra set of footprints, see where they lead.
Yeah. Hey, you fellas. Comb this area. Find that gun.
Okay. Tracks head this way.
Well, whoever he is, Chief, he didn't make much of an attempt to cover up his tracks.
No, unless he had a car parked along here someplace waiting for him. Oh, wait a minute.
Footprints leave the road here. This may be where the trouble starts.
No, they just turn off to this footpath. What's down the path? In that clump of trees.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, it looks like a small cottage. Oh, this is state parkland, Chief. Can't be a private home.
Well, it must be a caretaker's cottage. State fire warden.
You think he could be our man?
Well, the best way to find out is to ask him. Keep your eyes open.
Coming to the cottage. It isn't even 7 a.m. yet. He was out late last night. Might still be asleep.
Take a look through the windows.
Yeah, he's there all right, Chief.
Yes. He may still have Brady's gun tucked under his pillow someplace. Let's see if we can take him before he wakes up. Easy.
Door isn't locked.
Good. You in.
Bedroom. There he is.
Covered. Here are the boots. Right beside his bed. Look.
Yeah, they made the marks. We've been found, all right.
Wake him up.
All right, you. Wake up. Wake up.
What's the matter?
Get up.
Hey, what are you guys doing in here? Who are you?
Well, my name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
What is this? One of Charlie's gags? You friends of Charlie's?
I told you who I am, and it's no gag. What's your name?
Brennan. Mike Brennan. What's the
Let
matter?
us ask the questions, huh, mister?
Where were you last night, Brennan?
In town to a movie. Why?
Anybody see you in there?
Friend named Charlie Ridgway. We ate together.
Anybody else?
Clerk at Walton's Photo Supplies. I picked up a gallon of developing solution. I take a lot of pictures to my own developing. There's the solution on the table. You'll find the bill for it in that paper sack.
What time did you start back from town, Brennan?
Got the last bus out this way at midnight. Dropped me off out at the highway about 12:30. About a half-hour walk from there to here.
You see anybody after you left the bus at the highway?
Why, yeah. Yeah, come to think of it, I did. I saw a fella and a girl on the old road coming through the woods. I passed their car. Thought maybe somebody had a breakdown. I looked inside, but there wasn't anybody in the car. Then I walked on a little further and I met them, walking too. I asked them if they were having any trouble and...
Go ahead.
He said no, so I left.
Better get dressed, Brennan. You're coming with us.
But why? What have I done?
If you don't know, you'll find out later. If you do know, we don't have to tell you. Watch him, Harrington. I'm going to look around for that gun.
A gun?
You heard him, mister. A gun. Just like the one I'm pointing at you. So get dressed and no tricks. I hope the Morton girl can give us some more information, Chief. We sure can't hold that Brennan for long unless we get more on him.
No, he didn't have Brady's gun or anything else.
There's Mr. Morton now, out front waiting for us.
Yeah.
Secretary told me you arrested somebody when I called to say Connie could see you now.
Just a suspect, Mr. Morton. Nothing definite. May we go in?
Oh, sure. She's upstairs in a room. She's still very nervous, though, gentlemen. Before you speak to her, I want you to know I'd consider it a personal favor if you try not to upset her any more than is necessary.
We'll try not to, Mr. Morton, but a man has been murdered, and we must have all the information we can get.
Of course. Mr. Garrett and his assistant have come back to talk to you, dear.
Hello.
Hello, miss.
Hello, Miss Morton. Miss Morton, would you mind telling us about last night?
Well, there's very little you don't already know. Bob and I hadn't dated for a long time. But last night he called, said he wanted to see me. We drove around, then parked down on that lake road.
Mm-hmm.
We talked for quite a while. You see, Bob was planning to get married next month to a girl named Mildred Peters. She's a school teacher, I think he said.
Go ahead, Connie. Tell them everything.
While we were talking, a man came up to the car. It was dark. He had a bandana over his face.
You couldn't identify him by his features, then?
No. He held us up. Made us get out of the car.
Did he have a gun?
I'm not sure. He had something in his hand. I don't know what. I was too frightened. He took Bob's wallet and his wristwatch. And then he told us to stay right where we were.
And he didn't take anything from you?
Oh, yes. Yes, he took my purse.
And then what happened?
Well, all of a sudden, Bob made a dash for the car. He got his gun from the glove compartment. But the man was right after him. They fought. The other man got the gun. And then he shot Bob and ran away.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I think...
Just a minute, please, sir. Miss Morton, what were you wearing last night?
Just a plain blue taffeta dress. It's right there on the chair.
No topcoat?
It was a warm night.
You were in bed when your daughter drove home, Mr. Morton.
Yes, I told you. I turned in about 12:30.
Servants go to bed, too?
Same time I did. I watched them locking up.
All right, Harrington. We'd better run along. We can find our way out.
Goodbye.
That girl can make our case against Brennan when she calms down.
I don't know, Harrington. Somebody's lying around here. Mr. Morton claims the house was locked up tight when he and the servants went to bed. But they both admit that his daughter came tearing into the house and up to his bedroom.
Well, what's wrong with that?
How did she get into the house if Brennan stole her purse? Her keys would be in the purse.
Well, not necessarily, Chief. She might have had her house key in the pocket of her dress.
That's why I took a look at that dress, Harrington. And that's why I know she's lying. That dress didn't have any pockets.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had been murdered with his own gun in a Lover's Lane killing. Suspicion pointed strongly at a state park caretaker. I had the dead man's mother and his fiancée brought to my office for interrogation. I was with them when Harrington came back to the office with some vital evidence.
Hello, Harrington.
Hi, Miss Miller. Chief in his office?
Yes, Brady's mother's with him and, Miss Mildred Peters.
Peters. Oh, that must be the school teacher Brady was going to marry.
Probably. She looked like she'd been doing a lot of crying. What's that you got?
Well, fingerprints. Nice matching set. Lab crew lifted this set from the door of the death car. And we took this set on Brennan when we booked him.
They're identical, all right.
Yeah, Brennan's our boy. This ties it on him, but good. I wonder if the chief wants me in there.
You'll want to see those. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Only boy I had left. Brother died 6 years ago.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Brady. Come in, Harrington. Sit down.
I thought you might want to see these right away, Chief.
Please, Mother Brady, try to calm down. Mr. Garrett needs our help.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. This is Mr. Harrington, my assistant. Harrington, this is Mrs. Brady, and this is Miss Peters.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, Miss Brady, how long did you say it had been since your son had been out with Connie Morton? Before last night, I mean.
6 months. I thought it was all over between them. I thought she'd leave him alone when she knew that he and Mildred were going to be married.
Did he brood about her much during the time they stopped going out together?
No. He knew it was for the best. She was spoiled. She never really wanted him. Until she found out he was planning to marry Mildred.
Do either of you have any idea, then, as to why he called her and asked her to see him last night?
He didn't call her. She called him.
You're sure of that?
I was there when he answered the phone. He didn't want to go. She must have been insisting, because after a while he said all right, he'd meet her just once. For the last time.
That was the last time, all right. Well, thank you, ladies. That'll be all for now. You've helped a great deal.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Is it true what the newspaper reporters told us when we were coming in, that you've arrested the killer?
Well, I wouldn't count on that just yet. You'll be informed.
Thank you.
I don't get you, Chief. Why did you say that? Those fingerprints on Brennan, you've got enough to get an indictment for murder right now.
I can get more than an indictment with them, Harrington. I can get a conviction. But I don't like convicting the wrong person. Now, let's go down to the lab. I want to set up the mug shots they made of Brennan when he was booked. Going to the lab, Miss Miller. Photo gallery.
Yes, sir.
What do you want Brennan's picture for, Chief?
I want Connie Morton to look at them. See if she can make an identification.
Well, she said the man who stuck him up had a bandana over his face.
She said a lot of things. Basement, please, Marty. Was a bandana found in Brennan's clothing out at the cottage?
Yeah. He says he wore it around his neck. Lots of guys who work outdoors do wear him, you know.
I want to stop someplace and buy a different bandana. Different color and pattern.
Oh? What for?
You'll see tomorrow. I want to find out how many lies Connie Morton can tell. Because I won't be satisfied with the case against Brennan until we find Brady's gun and the things that were supposed to be stolen.
Miss Morton must be feeling a lot better this morning if she's out at the stables.
Yeah, a lot better.
There she is now, over in the ring. Hey, what's she doing?
Working out a jumper.
All right, Caesar. Now back again. Over. Fork at a jump, will you? I'll teach you. When I want you to jump, you'll jump.
Take it easy with that horse.
Oh! Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington. I didn't see you.
Glad to see you recovered from your shock.
I had to find something to occupy my mind. Jeffries, get Caesar out of the ring and unsaddle him. We can talk at the house. I thought working Caesar might relax me. I've got him entered in the garden show next Sunday.
Be nice if the horse lives that long, the way you use a whip.
It happens to be my horse and my business, Mr. Garrett. What do you want?
A little help. We may have the man who killed Bob Brady.
So the reporters told me. A park worker named Brennan.
News gets around, doesn't it?
Here's a photograph of him. Is he the man?
He could be. He looks like the one.
Well, what do you recognize? The scar on his chin?
Yes. No, I mean no. His face was covered.
Uh-huh. With a bandana. We found one on Brennan. Was this the bandana you saw?
Well, it was dark. But it was just like that one.
I see. Well, thank you. Come on, Harrington.
Is that all you wanted to know?
Yes. That's all for now.
Well, she took the bait on that bandana, all right, Chief. It's nothing like the one Brennan was wearing.
I know.
Hey, isn't that a Central Division car coming up the drive?
Yes. Well, that's Miss Miller with the driver.
Wonder what's up to bring her out here.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. I'm glad I got here before you left.
What is it?
This letter. Came in the morning mail about 5 minutes after you left the office. I thought you'd want it right away.
Look at this, Harrington.
Ah, hand-printed on cheap stationery. Addressed to you.
Look in crevice of oak tree 50 yards behind Brennan's cottage. That's it.
Ah, looks like Brennan trusted a friend who decided to double-cross him.
What do you think it means?
It means we're about to find a few stolen items, including Bob Brady's gun. You take a cab back, Miss Miller. Let the squad car follow us.
Yep. Something else in here if I can get my fingers on it. I got it. Yeah. Hey, Chief. Look at the inscription on the back.
To Bob from Mildred. Brady's wristwatch, all right.
Yeah, nice haul. Gone, girl's purse, Brady's wallet and wristwatch. All practically on Brennan's doorstep.
And here are Connie Morton's keys. The keys she let herself into the house with. They couldn't be in this tree and with her at the same time.
Why would she kill Brady?
Oldest motive in the world. Jealousy. Now, we'll have to hold Brennan another 24 hours. That'll be long enough to get what we need. Then Connie Morton can take his place.
Well, we still can't prove anything.
We'll have enough when I send that anonymous note through the lab for handwriting analysis.
But the note isn't written. It's hand-printed.
There'll still be similarity in letter formations. We can compare them against Connie's printing.
Where are you going to get your sample to compare?
The registration blank she sent to the horse show to enter her mount for the jumps. Ever see one of those applications?
No.
They say, please print.
Why do you have to see my daughter again, Mr. Garrett? You men have been seeing her every day. You've got to leave her alone.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Morton. This is our last visit.
Why can't I answer whatever it is you want to ask?
Because you weren't there when Brady was killed.
There she is, Chief. In by the stalls.
Mind if we come in, Miss Morton? Or would you rather come out?
What do you want this time?
We thought you might like to know that we found Bob Brady's gun. An anonymous note told us where it was. A crevice in a tree right behind Brennan's place.
Well, now you've got a good case. You can stop bothering me.
Oh, we've got a good case, all right, but not against Brennan. Brennan didn't kill Bob Brady.
Then you still don't know who did it.
Oh, yes, we know. You did it, Miss Morton.
I did it.
How dare you make such an accusation against my daughter? Get out of here. Get off my property. My attorneys will break you for this, Garrett. Get out!
We'll go, but we'll take your daughter with us.
What evidence do you have?
A hand-printed anonymous letter that matches the printing on the registration blanks your daughter sent into the horse show.
You better come along, Miss Morton. You're not going to be showing your horses this Sunday.
You!
Give me that quick.
That's something else you won't be using again, Miss...
We'll get the best legal talent in the country. We'll beat you on this, Garrett.
It's your privilege to try. But be true to yourself, Mr. Morton. You began to suspect she was lying the same time I did.
She's not lying. She didn't know anything about it. I did it. I shot Brady.
No, that won't work either, Mr. Morton. We've got her pinned down tight.
Daddy, help me. Talk to them. Give them some money. What kind of a father are you if you can't help me?
Shut up!
You hit me.
Yes. I should have started 20 years ago, before I let you become what you are. Maybe I'm not legally guilty, Mr. Garrett, but I'm guilty of raising her the way I did.
It's too bad you didn't think of that sooner. All right, Connie. Let's go into town.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
When Connie Morton's attorneys saw that her protestations of innocence in the face of the evidence against her was not impressing the judge or jury, they persuaded her to enter a voluntary plea of guilty to murder in the second degree. She was sentenced to a prison term of 50 years. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Now, tonight's story, The Case of the Assassin in the Dark.
Now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A criminal is a cunning animal. He trains himself to break the law just as the district attorney trains himself to enforce it. Each regards the other as an enemy, and enmity leads inevitably to violence. But violence was far from my mind the night this started. Harrington and I were driving home from the annual police frolics. What are you laughing at, Harrington?
Oh, those cops. Dressed up like can-can girls in that chorus number. Did you ever see anything like it, Chief?
They were very funny.
Yeah. And the commissioner, old Stoneface himself. I almost died when he did that imitation of that dame, why don't you come up and see me sometime?
Oh, the commissioner's a good sport.
Yeah, tonight. But let one of the boys goof on an assignment tomorrow, and whoom, through the roof.
Oh, that's his job, Harrington. If things go wrong, he catches it from the mayor.
Oh, speaking of the mayor, Chief, he's worried about you.
About me? Why?
I'll give it to you in 2 words. Johnny Giannetti.
Oh, forget it.
The parole board never should let him out.
The parole board had no choice, Harrington. Giannetti served his minimum time. He's been a model prisoner for 6 years. He's entitled to a break.
You mean you told the parole board that in your recommendations?
Yes.
For a guy who swore he'd get you the minute they put him on the streets?
Harrington, I've heard the same threat 100 times from 100 different men. Some of them are decent citizens today, and I'm still alive. A man can change a lot in 6 years.
Oh, sure. But someday one of them's going to hold on to his grudge, though. And Giannetti was the best candidate I ever saw.
Forget it. I will be at your house instead of mine.
Oops, sorry, Chief.
Well, thanks for the ride, Harrington. See you at the office in the morning.
Oh, Chief.
Yeah?
Watch yourself, will you?
No, I'll be fine. Good night, Harrington.
Good night, Chief.
No lights. Oh, that's funny. That plug must be loose. Who's in here? I see your shadow there in the corner. Now, who are you?
Goodbye, Mr. D.A.
Taking us so long. Why didn't the doctor come out?
Hannah, just take it easy, Miss Miller. There's nothing we can do but wait.
They've been in surgery for 2 hours.
One of the bullets is lodged right near the heart. Don't worry, though. The chief is in good condition. He's tough.
Don't try to cheer me up when you don't believe it yourself.
Miss Miller,
What if he dies? If only I could talk to him. If only I could talk to him for just a minute. You work for a man for years. Your heart's all wrapped up in him. You have to have pride and dignity because you're a girl and you can never say anything about it or do anything about it. I want to see him. Just for a minute. Is that too much to pray for?
Miss Miller, Edith, listen to me.
What?
Even if we can see him later, whether the doctor thinks he has a chance or not, make sure of what you intend to do or say.
Why? He doesn't even know I'm alive. Except for being a secretary in the office.
Oh, he knows you're alive.
Oh, yes. Not the way I want him to know it. You know how I feel about him.
Yeah. But he doesn't. Suppose you tell him. Suppose you do, and later on he's all right. What are you going to do then? Go back to the office and just work like nothing happened?
You mean you could never care for me, don't you?
No, wait a minute. I didn't say that. Some people they just can't afford love, Edith. They can feel it inside, but they can't show it for fear of hurting it. Someday, if he lives, Chief may run for a different kind of office. Mayor or governor. Something safe that he can share with a woman. If you've got anything to say to him, that would be the day to say it.
Thanks, Harrington.
As long as I'm making speeches, I'll tell you something else. Maybe it'll help you understand. There was a time for 2 years when you first came to work for the chief. But I thought of quitting, asking a girl to marry me.
I never knew that.
I know you didn't, but you should have. You were the girl.
Harrington.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I got over it. Now, do me a favor, will you? And forget I ever told you. Okay?
No. I'll never mention it, but I'll never forget it. I'll be all right now.
That's all I wanted to...
What is it?
Doctor just came out of surgery. He's coming down the hall.
How is he, Doctor?
We managed to remove the fourth bullet all right, but...
Give it to us straight.
And it's critical. If we can keep him alive for a few days, he's got a chance. About 1 chance in 4. He's going to need transfusions of whole blood every day, starting right now.
I may be.
We need type O.
Oh, then you can start with me. I'm type O.
Good. Go down the hall and tell the nurse. She'll make the preparations. I'll be there in just a minute.
You sure it's okay, Miss Miller?
I'm all right.
I'll have a man from the staff check with you. Typing. And you can count on any cop in the city as a donor.
Good. We'll need him. Say, is that one of your men looking for you? Just came in down there?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to wait?
No, I still have a job to do. I'll keep in touch by phone. See you later.
Oh, Jeff. Oh, there you are, Harrington. I was looking in the waiting rooms. How's the chief?
1 chance in 4. But I swear to you, that's more of a chance than Janetti's going to have. What have you found out?
He got a job driving a laundry truck yesterday, the White Flash Laundry.
Uh-huh.
We also got a statement from a woman who lives around the corner of Mr. Garrett's apartment.
What?
She couldn't sleep. She heard the shots.
So did a few other people.
Well, her statement goes a little further than that, though. The shooting happened at 1:30.
Yeah?
About a half hour before that, when she couldn't fall asleep, she looked out her front window. There was a White Flash laundry truck parked in front of her house. When she heard the police cars after the shooting, she came out into the street. The truck was gone. Want an all-points pickup on Janetti?
Yes. And make it dead or alive. We'll play it whichever way he wants it.
You guys want to see me?
That's right. You own this laundry?
Yeah. You come about the ad for route men?
No, this is police business. You got a driver named Johnny Janetti?
That bum. What's he done?
We'll tell him. Where is he?
Huh. Where is he? Wish I knew. Because wherever he is, that's where his route collections are, too, the bum. He worked 1 day and he doesn't show up this morning. I even had to go over the truck.
You're a pretty trusting soul for 1 day. What's your name?
Charlie Drake.
I've seen this boy someplace before, Harrington.
Yeah, so have I. I don't think his name is Drake. Charlie Frisco in my book. Talk up, Charlie. You're one of the Frisco brothers, aren't you?
It's Drake now. I had to change legal.
Didn't you know Janetti was an ex-con when you hired him?
Well, don't think so much before you answer, Charlie. You might guess wrong. Janetti's first conviction was with one of your brothers.
Okay, so I knew. I figured he wanted a chance to go straight, so I gave it to him. A bum.
Did you report your truck missing when he didn't come in this morning with the route collections?
No.
Why not?
I don't blow no police whistles.
Watch Janetti's address. Come on. You picked the truck up there. Watch the address.
3120 Mason Street.
Can I use your phone?
For a dime you can, copper.
You get it.
We won't need a squad, Harrington. He's on the run.
Just the same, I want to stake out there and here while we search the place.
Closet's empty. Drawer's empty. Whatever he had, he took it with him, Harrington.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, maybe he's gone to... What is it?
Somebody out in the hall.
Boys outside would have spotted him.
I told him to keep under cover. Let him come in if he's shown. Get your gun ready.
Okay. Open it.
Miss Miller.
I couldn't see the room numbers in the dark hall.
What's the matter?
I've been back to the office. There's no phone here, so I had to come out.
Why?
The police across the river found Johnny Giannetti an hour ago.
Where?
Chief Hotel. He's dead.
Dead?
He left a note saying that the police would never get him as long as he'd had the pleasure of killing Mr. Garrett.
First time a killer ever saved us the trouble of finding him. Maybe he isn't the one who shot Mr. Garrett after all.
He's the one, all right.
How do you know?
Lab reports. Sent wire photos through to our ballistics department for comparison. The gun Giannetti killed himself with is the same one that was used to shoot Mr. Garrett.
That does it, then.
Yeah. What's the latest on the chief, Miss Miller? How is he?
I called the hospital just before I came out. He's worse. He's in a coma.
A man I couldn't see in the darkness had attempted to assassinate me in my own apartment. Harrington suspected and sought a man who was newly paroled from prison and had once threatened to kill me. But when the man was found, he was seemingly a suicide and had written a note of confession concerning the attempt on my life. For more than a week, I hovered between life and death. And then on the morning of the 9th day...
Just a little more oxygen, nurse.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Pneumonia complication is gone. His fever broke about an hour ago. It's just a question of bringing him around now.
You hear that, Miss Miller?
Oh, yes.
That transfusion you gave him right after we removed the bullets helped a great deal. Well, now we're getting someplace. It's coming out of it. All right, nurse. Take off the inhalator mask.
Hiya, Chief.
Harrington. Miss Miller. Well, there's nothing to cry about, Miss Miller.
Well, he's out of the woods now. You can stay about 15 minutes. Just don't tire him.
Oh, we won't, Doc. We won't. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. I'll help you wheel that out.
I told Miss Miller, Chief, you were too tough to kill. Didn't I, Miss Miller?
Yes.
Whoever did it tried hard enough.
Oh, we know who did it.
Who?
Johnny Giannetti. I warned you about him, Chief.
You sure you're right?
Oh, by his own confession, written just before he killed himself with the same .38 he used on you. I guess he knew we'd get him sooner or later.
He wrote a confession.
That's right. He said... Come in.
Harrington, can I... Oh, Mr. Garrett, you're all right.
What they call doing as well as can be expected, Jeff. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Garrett, but I just stopped in for a second. I have to see Harrington about something. Can you step outside for a second, Harrington?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Secrets?
Oh, no, just something personal.
I'll be right back. Well, just don't stay with the Chief, Miss Miller. Talk to him.
All right.
Come on, Jeff. What's up?
I just rode into the emergency ward downstairs in an ambulance. A kid about 15, all cut up by a broken bottle.
Uh-huh.
He says a gang of hoodlums jumped him, beat him up, and robbed him. Took $6 worth of nickels.
What is he, a newsboy?
No, a high school kid.
Why so many nickels?
He says he hit the jackpot in a slot machine on his way home from school.
Where?
Back room of a candy store near the school.
A slot machine?
That's what he said.
You send anybody out there to look for the machine?
Well, the kid doesn't know the address of the store or the name of the owner. There are half a dozen places within 2 blocks of the school. Besides, a back room. We need warrants.
Well, get them. Go to Judge Brennan and get an order to search every place within a mile of there. That's the first slot machine in this county in 5 years.
It's the first of a lot of things in 5 years, if you ask me.
What do you mean by that?
There's a mob moving in. I can feel it.
Get the warrants. Come back and pick me up.
Okay.
You got back just in time, Harrington. I just finished telling Mr. Garrett about...
Yeah, I know. I heard. Giannetti saved the state a lot of trouble.
What's wrong, Harrington?
Oh, nothing. Not a thing, Chief. Everything's just fine.
You'd better tell me, Harrington, because I've got something to tell you.
Well, a kid's just been hurt after hitting a slot machine. Whole county feels tight and restless, like it's going to bust wide open.
Who's behind it?
We don't know.
Want me to tell you how to find out?
How?
I'm the man who tried to kill me.
But it was Giannetti who tried...
Yeah, it wasn't Johnny Giannetti.
But he said...
Left a written confession. Written by whom? Don't you remember when we arrested him? He was an illiterate. He couldn't read or write.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Doctor, a problem has come up
That may put you right back where you started from. I ask you not to tire him or excite him.
It's my fault.
Give me a wrist. Stop trying to sit up. Yeah, pulse is way up. You'll have to leave.
Oh, Doctor, give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes to outline a plan. From there on, if you'll cooperate with Harrington, he can handle it.
I know you're not a fool, Mr. Garrett, so this must be important. All right. What do you want?
Get a couple of chairs over here, and I'll tell you.
What do you got to hug the whole table for, Charlie? Why can't I take a cue and play?
Because I don't want you to, Poggin. You act like a dummy, so stand there and look like one, too.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to you. Look at that newspaper. Garrett's getting better. He knows it wasn't Janetti who gunned him. With Janetti, you make it good, but with him, you gotta louse it up. I'm not gonna take a chance on you, Poggin.
What's that supposed to mean?
I can hire other guns to make sure nobody talks about me. If the heat comes on, you go out like a light. Unless you pick up the job you started and finish it.
Now? What's the matter? You crazy? How do you think I'm going to do that?
Grace!
You want?
Come in here. You ever been a nurse?
One of them things bounce up and hits in the head?
Get Benny to forge you some papers. Then go to a private nursing service and register.
What for?
Because Poggin's going to need a nurse when he goes into the hospital tonight. You'll case Garrett's room, find out when he's alone and asleep, and when the night nurse is off the floor. Then, I'll get going, both of you. And let me finish my game.
We got a bite, Chief. Just admitted downstairs. Special request for a room on the 5th floor.
I just want to get away from the sound of street traffic.
No, not this baby. Torpedoes spelled all over him. Well, this guy asked him to call a nursing agency, too. Wants his own nurse. He don't look that sick.
That could mean something. You set for the night?
Oh, yeah. You know what you have to do.
Yes.
Did the doc okay it?
Just once. He got me bandaged up pretty good.
Well, if you can't make it, yell right away.
I will. Go ahead now so I can put the lights up here.
Good night, Chief.
Good night, and good hunting.
Poggin, where are you?
Yes, in bed.
Aren't you up and dressed?
I am. I had to keep covered, didn't I? What time is it?
A little after 1 a.m. Go ahead and get it done.
Give me the getaway again.
Charlie's waiting in the parking lot with the car.
Yeah.
The fire escape outside Garrett's window. When you do the job, go down. We'll pick you up.
Yeah.
I'm taking the elevator now. Go ahead. 514. Next to the last door on the left.
All right. I'll see you in a few minutes. This time, mister, I'm not gonna miss.
That window's shut tight, Mr. You. Remember, if Johnny moves around the fire escape, don't go out. I'll kill him. All right, you got him, fellas. Chief, you all right?
Hot in this closet. I fainted.
Yeah. Good thing you didn't faint before you got that bed stuffed with the pillows and got yourself in here. After that guy's nurse looked at you. Was she?
What's that?
Parking lot down behind the building. What's the matter? What's happened down there?
It's me, Harrington. Yeah. We got two of that guy's playmates trying to take off in a car.
Who?
The nurse and Charlie Frisco.
I didn't want to do this, Rob Pop. I'll tell you anything.
Dress them up and take them in, Jeff. And on the way, pick up Frisco's brothers. Aye. Hear that, Chief?
I heard. You'd seen all the regular patients that moved out of this wing.
Yeah, let me give you a hand in another room down the hall. You don't want to sleep here until they cart that torpedo out, whoever he is.
What to do with more pleasant surroundings. Mind if I ask you something personal?
Oh, go ahead.
What's been going on lately? Between you and Miss Miller.
I don't know what you mean.
She's been looking at you strangely lately. I noticed it during visits. There's something about you puzzled her.
Oh, just a little private joke I played on her. I got a puzzle. Let's go in here.
What kind of a joke?
Well, nothing much. I'll tell you about it someday.
You will, huh?
Mm-hmm. Now, lie down. I'll call the doctor to come up and look at you.
Oh, Harrington.
Yeah.
You don't want to tell me, do you?
Sure. Sometime. Nothing important, just a little joke.
Oh, okay. It's your secret. Just remember what I told you before.
What?
You're a very bad liar.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good night, Harrington.
Good night, Chief.
He must have told her how he felt about her. Boy, Harrington. I guess he thought I didn't know. I thought something like that could be going on in my office without my sensing it. Faced with the incriminating testimony of Grace Brewster, Charlie Frisco and his three brothers entered pleas of guilty to conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts, and accessories to murder, 1 count. They are serving sentences of 99 years each. For complicity, Grace Brewster is serving 20 years. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's what noted throat specialists reported in a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days.
Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test, the sensible, thorough cigarette test, and see why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, put up or shut up.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Helen.
You busy?
Oh, like a hibernating bear.
No business?
I've seen more action in a bankrupt turtle farm.
Oh, things can't be that bad.
I'm even getting an echo in here.
Rick.
Really, listen. Hello?
Hello?
See?
Rick, was that really an echo?
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, my girl wants to know if you're really an echo.
I beg your pardon.
Honey, I'll call you back. This echo has a man with it.
Bye.
Bye. Can I help you, sir?
I am looking for Mr. Richard Diamond.
Why?
Now, that's an extremely unique question. I want to sell him 10 tons of pig iron.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I made a New Year's resolution that I wouldn't build another battleship until I paid up my bill at the automat.
My name is Barr, David Barr. Now, if you'll stop talking like a television comedian, I would like to discuss a business arrangement.
Well, my name is Diamond, Richard Diamond. And if you're rolling in money, I'd be very happy to discuss any arrangement you could dream up.
How much do you charge, Mr. Diamond?
Well, that depends. Anything short of a felony, $100 a day in expenses.
How earthy?
Well, it keeps my ribs from showing.
Have you ever heard of me, Mr. Diamond?
Well, I have a feeling this may lose me a quick sale, but very frankly, Mr. Barr...
No matter, I can see by your clothes that your wardrobe must be fashioned exclusively by popular mechanics.
No. Well, okay, we've kicked it around. It's been fun, but I'm beginning to get winded. What do you want to see me for, Mr. Barr?
I want you to guard my store.
Store?
Yes, I have the most fashionable men's haberdashery and tailoring business on Madison Avenue.
And you want it guarded?
Perhaps I should give you some background concerning the disgusting incidents that led me to your,
office.
For the lack of a more sordid description, yes, office.
I'm sure the whole background must be very disgusting.
2 nights ago, my shop was vandalized.
Somebody broke in and swiped something.
Yes. To be exact, 1 blue serge suit.
1 suit?
One. I reported the incident to the police, and they summed it up with the same brilliant observation as you. To quote the sergeant, somebody broke in and swiped something.
Now, look, Mr. Barr, don't tell me you want me to find that blue suit.
No, this was not the end of the trouble, Mr. Diamond.
Somebody lifted a hand-painted tie, maybe?
Naturally, my employees were questioned, and the following day the police returned to their little precinct, satisfied that somebody had merely...
busted in and swiped something.
Yes. Well, the following night, my shop was again the object of vicious vandalizing. This time, the party, or parties responsible, took every foot of blue serge material in the shop.
Oh, now, wait a minute. First somebody breaks in and takes 1 blue serge suit. The next night, all the blue serge material in the store is stolen. What's the matter? Did you run out of suits?
All my suits are custom tailored, Mr. Diamond.
Oh.
My stock of finished merchandise is generally sparse. We complete only 2 or 3 suits a day. The missing blue serge was hanging with 2 other suits. The property, of course, of one of my best customers.
And the thief didn't touch the other 2 suits?
No. And on the following night, the night of the second burglary, a gray flannel was left untouched.
The suit and the cloth stolen were both blue serge?
Correct. Naturally, I had to order another stock of the same material. It's in the shop now, and I should not be able to sleep a wink unless I was certain that it was safe.
And you want me to sit up with the blue serge?
Exactly. I am considerably interested in finding the motive behind these unusual robberies.
Oh, well, this is certainly a first in my life. I've sat up with a lot of things, but never 15 yards of blue serge. The illustrious Mr. Barr handed me a $100 retainer, ran a white glove over the top of my desk like an inspecting general, made an observation on the pursuit of happiness, and went out of my office faster than a bad molar at a dentist convention. We had agreed to meet at his shop at 6 o'clock that evening. So I pasted the $100 bill to my instep, put the instep up on the desk, crossed the other instep over it, leaned back and dozed off, secure in the knowledge that money would never go to my head. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, this is Mr. Barr.
Oh, yeah. Well, it isn't 6, is it?
It's 4:35. Mr. Diamond, am I correct in assuming that the moment you grabbed that $100, you became a member of my employ?
Well, you're correct. $100 worth.
Then please come immediately to number 6 Park Avenue. Something's happened, and I feel a complete breakdown coming on.
Oh, come in.
Oh, what's happened?
Oh, if this keeps up, I may be living on dream pills. I've been eating them like peanuts.
Well, maybe if you gave me a hint.
I have been robbed.
Well, didn't we go through this thing in
Here, I've been robbed here in my apartment.
What?
I came home, took a bath, went in to get dressed, opened my wardrobe, and to my complete horror, found 3. My only 3 blue serge suits were missing.
Oh, no.
A potent reaction. Oh, no. Now, why didn't I think of that?
I can't imagine. It's certainly simple enough.
We'll spend a whole day insulting each other after you solve this mystery. So for now, strain yourself and try looking like a detective with a $100 retainer in his pocket.
Well, it's not in my pocket.
But if we go into that, I'll leave myself wide open. Show me your wardrobe. Mr. Barr's apartment was as overdone as he was. I stepped down into the living room and found myself wading through a carpet that called for a dog sled to negotiate it. The smell of incense made me keep looking back over my shoulder for the dancing girls. He led the way into a bedroom that George Washington wouldn't have slept in without an armed guard and opened his wardrobe. 2 dozen $300 suits stretched from one end of the closet to the other. And there was enough material in that wardrobe to drive a frustrated moth into a complete fit.
They were hanging right here in this space.
You sure they couldn't be at the cleaners?
They were here this morning.
Oh, what's that on the bed? That's a blue serge suit.
Mr. Diamond, that is the suit I was wearing when I came into your office.
No, well, I was so busy looking at your money.
Well, what is to be done?
Well, I got to admit it's sure a strange one.
You are constantly coming up with the most astute observations.
Oh? Well, wait till I get around to your personality.
You'd really be a likable fella, Diamond, if I could bring myself to look at you.
Oh, I'm not so bad. Think of what you must go through shaving every morning.
Oh, really, Diamond? What do you think is behind this ridiculous situation?
Now, very honestly, I don't know. Except the obvious. Somebody wants your blue serge suits and all the blue serge material you've got.
That blue serge on the bed is the last one I've got. Do you think this could be some kind of a practical joke?
Not very. It could get somebody 10 years.
Well, have you got any ideas at all?
Yes, I have. Take that last blue serge and hide it. I'll sit in your store tonight and see that the new material you ordered doesn't get lifted.
You take the suit, Mr. Diamond. You're being paid to protect it.
Okay.
And remember, it's new. Brand new. It would cost you $300 to duplicate it. So for the sake of your home and kiddies, don't stuff your big shoulders into it.
He gave me the key to his store and told me how to shut off the burglar alarm. He gave me the phone number where I could reach him that evening in case something happened, draped the blue suit over my arm, and hurried me out of the room like he was getting rid of a plague victim. I grabbed a cab, and 10 minutes later I was unlocking the door to my apartment. I started to toss Mr. Barr's suit on the bed, but thought better of it, so I went to the closet, opened the door, and reached for a hanger. Now, unlike Mr. Barr's wardrobe, I generally sport a variety of items. A couple of sport coats, a few old Letterman sweaters to fill up the space, 4 pair of slacks, and usually, mind you, I say usually, 2 suits. One of which I was wearing at the moment. The other was a blue serge. Was right, because where my blue serge suit once was, it wasn't. That did it. First, Barr loses everything in sight that happens to be blue serge. Then I come home and find that one of the 2 suits I had to my name had been swiped. I burned. Barr could get dozens of suits and use them for bath mats when he got tired of wearing them. Me, I was going to have to sew sleeves on the bath mats. I called Barr at home, but he'd left. I thought about calling with the number he had given me, but decided against it. I sat down to try and figure it out. But a half a dozen camels later, I was still facing a big fat zero. One thing was sure. I had Mr. Barr's last blue serge suit, and nobody was going to get it away from me. Big shoulders or not, I put it on and headed for Barr's shop on Madison Avenue. I never made it. Hold it. Hey, what is this? Well, I'm only considering it because he's got a gun in my back.
Walked under that sedan by the curb.
Oh, I get car sick.
You heard him.
Oh, fellas, I haven't been well. Doctor recommends lots of walking. Told me to stay away from cars.
Move!
Oh, now look.
You heard him.
Yeah, I heard him. Would I be nosy if I asked?
Yeah, you would be very nosy.
How about you, friend?
You heard him.
Get in the back.
Look, can I interest you boys in a deal? My secret decoder and my ray gun, if you'll only... They were both big boys, and they both had big guns. One of them slugged me with one of the big guns, and my head swelled up to match the whole ugly situation. I went down and out faster than a left fielder trying to steal home with a Charlie horse, and they rolled me into the car. We drove for a long time, me lying on the floor of the back seat, trying to bring myself back to a conscious way of thinking. Finally, I snapped out of it, and they let me sit up and take a look around. We were on a lonely stretch of road, and although the car was green, not black, and didn't look anything like a hearse, I had a gloomy feeling that we were heading for a funeral.
Get out.
Now, look.
You'll hide him.
Okay. Look, fellas, the least you can do is tell me...
Get out of that suit.
Get out of the suit?
You'll hide him.
Take it off. Take it off quick.
Well, okay. Would you mind turning your backs?
You want to get belted again?
No. I'll take it off.
Take the coat, Hunts.
Yeah, Hunts. Here.
Now the pants. Come on.
Oh, all right. But it's cold. I'm getting goosebumps.
Hand him the pants.
Now you are, Hunts. Oh, so you're the guys who've been after the blue serge suits.
Walk him off the road, Hunts.
Yeah, what if a car came by, me in my hand-painted shorts?
Get him off far enough so they won't find him right away.
Move! Oh, now look.
You'll hide him.
Yeah, I sure did.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here's an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
There's one sensible way to find out. It's not just a sniff, not just a puff, but steady smoking. For only then can you find out how well a cigarette agrees with your throat day in and day out.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of people smoked only Camels for 30 days. Each week, their throats were examined by noted throat specialists who reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos for 30 days and find out just how mild a cigarette can be, how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. It's the sensible, thorough test, a test that will pay off in years of smoking enjoyment. You'll discover why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I kept walking with Hunts right behind me, his big gun pointed to the middle of my back. I could stand losing my clothes, but I'd grown to enjoy my life. So I decided I'd have to get that gun away from Hunts somehow. We were 50 yards from the road when I tried it.
Give me that gun!
Come on, give it to me! Well, I guess you didn't hear what I said. Hunts had tried his best to put a hole in me, but like most guys who think they've got a sure thing, he forgot a small item called luck. In this case, all of it on my side. I left him lying on his face in the moonlight and headed back for the car. But the other gunsel evidently saw my white shorts bounding over the landscape and decided it was time to leave. I tried a shot at him and then went back to find Hunts and borrow a pair of pants. Sometimes when things happen that fast, a guy gets careless. Now, I'd figured Hunts, being wounded, would be in the same spot I left him. But when I got back to the spot, the one-sentence killer was nowhere in sight. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a branch snap, so I knew that Hunts was on his way back home. I was getting too cold in my undies to start chasing him, so I went back to the road and walked until I spotted a house. Any other time, I would have considered carefully before walking up to a front door, attired only in my underwear. Thank goodness they weren't blue serge. I figured I could say I was a cross-country runner with a bad sense of direction. I rang the doorbell and waited.
Yes?
Could I use your phone? Oh, shut up, Walt.
Boy, did you look silly when they dragged you in here.
I don't know. Otis thought it was a burlesque raid and asked me for a date.
Would you mind telling me what you were doing running around like that?
Well, that woman's husband was chasing me. What did you think I was doing?
Well, you can't blame the old man for chasing you. You scared his wife right out of her wig. Now, why don't you tell me what this is all about?
Because I don't know.
Well, how'd you lose your clothes?
Let me make a phone call, and I'll tell you all about it. I put in a call to David Barr and asked him to meet me at the store. Then I briefed Walt on everything up to date. Walt said...
Are you nuts?
And I left before I had to lie. I went back to my apartment, climbed back into the only suit I had left, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in David Barr's shop on Madison Avenue. I explained the events of the last couple of hours, and Mr. Barr said...
Disgusting.
You bet.
I just can't understand it.
Move over.
Don't you have any theories at all?
Well, vague ones. That blue suit that you gave me. Tell me about it.
The material was originally ordered for a customer who failed to show up, so I had it made up for me.
Where did you get your cloth?
Black & Winterfield. Although I'm certain you've never enjoyed the benefit of their merchandise, you must have heard of them.
What customer was the material ordered for originally?
Oh, not one of my steady customers. He left a deposit.
Well, what was his name?
Kingsley. Leonard Kingsley, a small man with a preposterous stomach. I had to order 4 yards.
Well, this Mr. Kingsley. He's never called or gotten in touch with you?
No. So needing another blue suit, I use the material for myself. If he comes in, I can always order more material.
Didn't you take his measurements?
He was in a hurry. He picked out the serge from the book, gave me a deposit, and told me he'd be back that afternoon for the measurements. That was over a month ago. What are you driving at, Diamond?
How do I know? I'm just fishing. The whole thing has got something to do with blue serge material and that blue suit.
You're getting disgustingly repetitious. I suppose you're going to tell me this Kingsley sent 2 hired killers to steal my goods because he thought it was easier than coming in for a fitting.
I don't know. Where's your phone?
On the desk. It's the only thing in the whole shop that looks anything like a phone. Honestly.
I got more of a description of Leonard Kingsley and put in a call to Walt at the precinct. I gave him the information, asked him to run a check. Then I said goodnight to Mr. Barr and settled back in a chair to guard the store. I'd been sleeping about an hour when Walt called back.
What do you know about this Leonard Kingsley, Diamond?
Oh, now, there's a brilliant question. Why do you think I called you up? I don't know anything. I want to find out.
Well, where did you hear about him?
From my client.
That bar guy you told me about?
That's right. This Leonard Kingsley came into his store, ordered a suit, never came back.
That was because he couldn't.
Come back?
Yeah. About a month ago, this Leonard Kingsley was killed in a car accident. Stepped off the curb and a car hit him.
You sure it was an accident?
Yep. Woman hit him. There was an inquest. Witnesses say it was all Kingsley's fault.
All right. What's the rest?
Rest?
Oh, stop with the little Red Riding Hood. Something's up.
Well, this is confidential, Rick.
Well, it'll stay that way.
The FBI have got a share in this thing.
What?
It seems that when a check was run to find Kingsley's home and relatives, all of the credentials he had on him turned out to be phonies, particularly his passport.
What did the feds find out?
Kingsley was from one of the Iron Curtain countries. Espionage.
All right. Well, Paul Revere with a shoulder holster.
I want some answers, Mr. Barr. How many customers can you remember who came into your shop and ordered only one suit in the last year?
Half a dozen.
How many never came back after they got the one suit? Well, what's the matter?
That's peculiar. Everyone I can remember, and they're comparatively easy because most of my customers are steady.
Go on. What about these single customers?
Every one of them ordered a blue serge.
And you got all the material from Black & Winterfield?
Yes.
The whole thing was beginning to make sense. What better way of getting information out of the country than in the material of a suit? I dragged Barr down to the store again, got the names of all his single customers who had ordered blue serge suits. Then I went over to the 5th Precinct and had Walt make a check on them. 2 hours later, the U.S. Customs Department sent in an interesting teletype.
Rick, every one of those guys have left the country and hasn't returned.
And 8 to 5, the FBI can find out plenty. Now, give them the information. Let's go over to Black & Winterfield. I want to take a look at that store. See if I can find out how anyone can hide any kind of information in 3.5 yards of blue serge.
There it is. Dark.
Yep, come on.
What do you think you're going to do?
Well, we're going in that store and take a look around.
You can't do that. Not without a warrant.
All right, Fatty, just so you won't disgrace that lovely badge, I'll go in first, and you can come in and arrest me for breaking and entering.
Now, Rick, you wait a minute.
Walt, they know I got away. We can't wait. Hey.
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
That car in the alley.
What about it?
Looks like the one those two killers took me for a ride in. Come on.
Well?
Looks like it. Wait a minute, I took a shot at it, and maybe I can...
Wait, I'll light a match.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir, here it is. Nice little bullet hole.
Well, I
think one of my little headhunters is in that building. Still want to get a warrant?
Let's go. How are we going to get in?
Oh, you'll figure something out. You're really a second-story man at heart.
Rick, wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at this. Isn't that blood?
Oh, looks like both of them are here. Leads right in the door.
Locked.
Let's go around back. We ducked around back and spent the next 10 minutes jimmying the window. And Walt couldn't have been more professional if he'd done time in Sing Sing. He jammed it without a sound and knew just how to disconnect the alarm. We squeezed through and dropped to the floor. We were in a basement, and from somewhere in another part of the building, we could hear a radio playing softly. We went up the steps to the first floor and stopped to listen. The radio was to our left, down a long corridor. We stayed against the wall and edged our way toward a door at the end of the hall. A thin strip of light showed at the crack, and we moved up and listened, holding our breath.
How you feeling, Hunts? Well, try and take it easy. And the boss is coming with the doctor.
They're both in there.
Let's take them.
Hold it.
Music making you feel better, huh?
No, Gabe.
Well, you want something better, maybe? Artie Shaw pick you up, maybe?
No, turn it off.
Okay. Don't you worry. I'll get that shamus for shooting you. And the boss will be real happy when he sees we got the suit.
Okay, let's take them, Walt.
Look out behind you, Rick.
It all happened so fast there wasn't any time to think. Suddenly, there were two men standing behind us in the hall. By the time the smoke cleared, both of them were down, and Walt and I were shaking like a hula dancer with a hot foot. Then, before we could catch our breath, Gabe came running out.
I'll get him, Rick.
No, I'll get him. You go in and take care of the wounded one. Walt went in after Hunts, and I took off after the other. I caught him just as he dove through the front door. Hold it.
Okay. I'm bleeding.
All right, let's have it.
I'm bleeding. Get a doctor.
The ambulance is on the way. Now tell us about it.
What do you want to know?
We want to know about the suits and about the material, and who the guys are in the hall.
One of them's a doctor for Hunts here. The other one's the boss. He runs the store.
You were getting information out of the country and the Blue Surge material.
Yeah.
What kind of information?
All kinds. Defense plans, radar locations, that kind of stuff. Done all in code numbers.
How did they do it?
Stuff was invisible like. Just drew it on the Blue Surge. When the guy got out of the country, he'd take the suit and dip it in something. Then the writing come out.
And when Kingsley got hit by the car, you found out he didn't have the suit.
The boss did. How about it, Hunts? How do you feel?
Why did you swipe my suit?
We was tailing Bar. Saw him going to your office. Figured maybe he'd give you the suit.
Well, there it is, Rick.
How about it, Hunts? Your partner telling the truth?
You heard him.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, a study has been made. Again, this question was asked of doctors all over the country and in every branch of medicine.
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, again and again, surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels. than any other cigarette.
Friends, smoke Camels for 30 days, and you'll see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
And say, how about giving a carton of Camels for Valentine's Day? Makes a swell gift.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camel and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, each week for many years, the makers of Camels have been sending gift cigarettes to hospitalized servicemen and veterans in this country. Now, gift Camels are also being sent to hospitals overseas. This week's shipping list includes U.S. Naval Hospital, Yokosuka, Japan. Camels are also on their way to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, and Fort Howard, Maryland. U.S. Air Force Hospital, Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can soon be seen in his new RKO picture, Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
PA stands for two things, Pipe Appeal and Prince Albert. They go hand in hand. For Prince Albert's choice tobacco has a rich flavor and a delightful natural aroma. PA is crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and it's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Time now for Rocky Jordan.
It's not that I ever objected to publicity about me or my Cafe Tambourine appearing in the Cairo newspapers, but this particular item I didn't like. It said, Captain Sam Sabaya of the Cairo police announced today that the body found floating in the Nile last night has definitely been identified as that of the local cafe owner, Rocky Jordan. Well, the news came as something of a shock.
Again, we bring you a story of adventure with a man named Rocky Jordan, proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine, which stands in a narrow street off Cairo's native quarter within sight of the Mosque Sultan Hassan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men from the world's waterfronts, alive with the babble of many languages. Now, Rocky Jordan, and tonight's story, The Man in the Morgue.
I was comfortably planted at a back table in my Cafe Tambourine, reading the afternoon paper, when I happened onto that item announcing the death of Rocky Jordan. My chair almost went over backwards. As soon as I could stagger to my feet, I got to a phone. I was certain that Captain Sam Sabaya knew as well as I did that the news of my death, and I quote, had been greatly exaggerated. Sam wasn't at headquarters, so I headed for the morgue faster than a relative going after a will. And I didn't stop for flowers. And there, seated calmly beside an occupied marble slab, was Sabaya himself. His face registered mild surprise and no signs of grief.
Well, Jordan, you look very natural.
I'm not laughing, Sam.
I appreciate your respect for the dead. Incidentally, I'd hardly hope for the chance to question you.
Why not get a Ouija board and commune with me in the spirit world, huh? Come on, Sam, what's the gag?
There is no gag. Your body was found floating in the Nile River. The coroner reports death by persons unknown. You were murdered, Jordan.
Okay, so I've been murdered. There's only one slight catch in your theory, Sam. I never felt better.
One moment, Jordan. Take a look at these.
What about them?
An American passport, a birth certificate, both wet. Made out for Rocky Jordan.
Yeah?
Well, what have you to say about this?
Plenty. They're my papers, and they belong in the American consulate. And unless you get a search warrant,
Calm yourself, Jordan. I did not take your papers from the American consulate. They were on the man found in the Nile River last night. Now are you convinced that you are dead?
All right, so he stole my papers and was murdered. That still doesn't explain how you decided it was me.
You will see for yourself, Jordan.
Oh, let's stop this routine, Sam.
Now, perhaps you understand.
Begin to see what you mean. About my build, height, weight, same color hair.
And Jordan, observe that the face is no longer recognizable.
So that just wraps it all up, huh, Sam?
Now you see why this man is Rocky Jordan.
Okay, so I'm dead and murdered. And my papers have been stolen from the consulate. Well, thanks for finding my body, Sam.
Jordan, I agree that this is no joking matter.
Good.
Note the wire tied about the feet of the corpse. His body was never intended to be discovered.
It's pretty thin wire.
Indeed. And so it broke here. Thus the body was probably tied to a weight. When the wire broke, the body floated to the surface.
Sam, somebody plants phony papers on the guy, then buries the body in the Nile so it won't be found. What kind of sense is that?
That is what I want you to tell me about.
Oh, what I know.
Stealing passports from the American consulate is not an easy task. I therefore assume you took your own papers. This, of course, is legitimate. Tell me what you did after that.
Sam, the first thing I knew about this was in the afternoon newspaper.
Jordan, please get to the point.
There isn't any point. I had nothing to do with it.
Very well, Jordan. We will wait until you decide to cooperate. In the meantime...
How about letting me have my papers back? I'm kind of particular who turns up dead with them.
Very well, Jordan.
Thanks, Sam. See you later.
Jordan, on your way out, please do something for me.
Yes, Sam?
Stop by the florist and cancel the wreath I ordered for your funeral.
I came up out of the morgue and breathed some fresh Cairo air. The American consulate was within walking distance, and there was a matter of missing papers that needed explaining. When I reached the consulate, it was locked tighter than a saloon on election day. I rapped on the glass door, but no answer. Peering in, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a face from the inner office, like the face of a terror-stricken child. It disappeared, so I knocked again. Just as I was about to wear out my knuckles, the face reappeared, and what went with it wasn't bad. Dusty yellow hair braided into loops that wrapped around her head. Her mouth was small and trembled into a smile. She raised her eyes to mine. They were not the eyes of a child. Finally, she opened the door, just a crack.
I am sorry. The consulate is closed. Please come back tomorrow.
Tomorrow may be too late, lady. This will only take a minute.
But everyone has gone home for the evening.
You're still here?
I do not count. I am only the consul secretary.
Look, lady, there have been some peculiar operations going on with my papers, and I want to straighten it out.
Your name, please?
Jordan. Rocky Jordan.
Rocky Jordan. I am sorry. The consulate is closed. Please return in the morning.
Oh, sure, but in the morning I may be dead. Again.
Dead? Again?
Look, Miss,
Ralph. Laurie Ralph. Please, what is this about being dead in the morning? Again?
Maybe if I could have a look at my files, I could explain it a little better.
Well, Mr. Disney would never permit it, but come in, please. I will get your folder. Are you planning to leave Cairo? Is this why you wish to see your papers?
Maybe.
You could go to America if you wished. Before the war, my father and I dreamed of America. But?
Well, war's over. Maybe you'll have better luck now.
No. I've been in Cairo 3 years, Mr. Jordan. There are many of us, and quota numbers are few. Only you Americans can afford to be impatient. Here are the files. Now, let me see. Jenkins, Johnson, Chopner, Judson.
Gone, huh?
Why, there we are.
What? You mean you found him?
Of course. A little out of place is all.
Yeah, everything's here.
You act as though you didn't expect me to find them.
Maybe I didn't. Better keep a padlock on those files. Next time somebody might drop a death certificate inside.
I beg your pardon.
See you later. I left the consulate twice as confused as when I went in. That made 2 sets of passport papers. One in the consulate, one found on the body of the man floating in the Nile. Both identical and in my name. I was halfway down the steps when I saw a tall Atlas-type guy in a pink robe that hung to his ankles turn and drift around the corner. I walked the other way, but about halfway down the block, I stopped to think. It occurred to me that Laurie Rothens had made it just a little too convenient for me to get into the consulate after hours. It wouldn't hurt to check on her. I waited, and she came out a few minutes later. I shadowed her down the Sharia Kamal and finally saw her stop in front of a faded 5-story sandstone building that passed itself off as the Hotel Lydia. It catered to the uprooted of the world at 25 piastres a day. It was filled with people waiting for a quota number or people just waiting. Laurie glanced back, and I dodged into the alley, and then he caught me. It was an arm that reached out first, followed by the tall Atlas-type guy in a pink nightshirt. His big hands reached for my throat.
You! Go, I kill!
Hey, Max, slow down.
Dirty pig! You follow her! You follow my lovely Laurie, my sweetheart!
Get out, will you? What's the big... Okay, you asked for this.
What is this? You hit me? Have you no sense, pig? You can get hurt this way.
Then we'll start all over again.
You fool. You have struck the prince twice. This is an insult. So now I will make you suffer.
Come back here.
I will choose my own time to kill you. Later. Yes, later I will kill you.
The tall man walked back to the street, stopped under a streetlight, shook his pink robe arrogantly, and strode off into the night. I stood under the streetlight, pondering whether or not to follow him when I saw a pink card lying on the sidewalk where it had fallen from his robe. I picked it up. It said, Pharaoh's Jive Palace. Well, I had the night off anyway, and maybe I could find some answers there. I headed down the street. The place was under 2 rug shops and what passed for a native drugstore. I took the stairs down into the basement. A glaring pink sign over a pink door shouted, Pharaoh's Jive Palace. I went in. Maybe it was too early for the jive crowd because the place was almost empty. In one corner of the smoke-filled room sat a small oriental version of Frank Sinatra laboring over a tobacco-stained keyboard. He was about 19 with black eyes, olive skin, and a white turban tilted rakishly on his head. Modern Egyptian, gone jive happy. I drifted over to him.
You like it, huh? Really solid, man.
Like a rock. Listen, you know an overgrown fellow who goes around in a pink nightgown?
Sure. That's Hakeem, the doorman here.
Well, then maybe you can answer a few questions for me.
Oh, sure thing, Jack. Everything from Beiderbecke to Boogie. Piano's only a sideline. I'm really a songwriter. Name is Elhad Bey. But everybody calls me Moonlight. Moonlight Bey. Get it?
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
I've written lots of stuff. Till the Nile runs dry, baby. That's my tune. Also, the Camel Hump Jump. My latest, Sahara Sioux. Real gone.
I guess I don't listen to much music.
Oh, well, you wouldn't have heard these anyway. Nobody to publish them. All these guys want to listen to is twang, 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 twang. Hey, what part of the States are you from, Jack?
Oh, St. Louis. A little of everywhere.
No kidding. Say, what's your handle anyway?
Rocky Jordan.
Rocky Jordan. Look, Jack. Last night I'm sitting here when in comes this guy. Looks a little like you, same size. Starts talking to me. And what do you think his name was? Don't guess? I'll tell you. Rocky Jordan.
Hey, go on. What did he talk about?
He wants me to run an errand for him. Take some stuff over to the radio station. Says if I will, he'll give me some old Benny Goodman records. Tells me to meet him at midnight at his hotel.
Which hotel?
The Lydia, room 309. So like a chump, I do it. You think he shows up? He does not. I sit there till 4 in the morning. Some jerk. I hope he drops dead.
Room 309, huh? That all? He tell you anything else?
No.
Well, thanks for the info, Moonlight. I'll be running along.
Oh, hey, stick around. The band's coming in. Don't you want to hit them?
Sure, but not now. If you meet any more Rocky Jordans, let me know, will you? Oh, drop by the Cafe Tambourine sometime. I'll donate a record. Helen Morgan, St. Louis Blues. At least one item was beginning to make sense. The Hotel Lydia. I hailed a taxi, and we fought the evening traffic out of the native quarter. In 15 minutes, I was back at the Hotel Lydia. Just as the cab pulled away, I saw the tall shadow. He looked like he was holding up the building across the street. He and his pink robe again moved out of sight. Then, as I turned back toward the door of the hotel, I saw her.
Why, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect to see you so soon again.
Hello, Miss Robbins. Who's your friend?
Of course. This is Mr. Disney. He also works at the council. Mr. Disney, Rocky Jordan.
Rocky Jordan? Don't tell me you got an uncle named Rocky Jordan.
I don't think I've ever heard the name before.
Say, Disney, you seem pretty upset. What's the matter?
Mr. Disney suffers from a nervous ailment. The war. It has a long name. I do not know it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mr. Jordan, we were just going out to dinner. Will you join us?
Oh, sorry. I've got to see a man about a room.
Here? In the Hotel Lydia?
Why not?
Oh, nothing. I'm sure you'll like living here, Mr. Jordan. Very much.
Lori Ralphins drifted on up the street with Disney walking nervously alongside her. Maybe the doctors had a long name for what was wrong with him. I had a short one. Right. I went into the lobby and over to the main desk. Behind it sat a clerk, his nose buried in a magnifying glass over a piece of dusty parchment. I took a chance he wouldn't know one American voice from another without a program. I asked him for the key to room 309. He tossed it on the counter without looking up, and I headed for the elevator. I pushed the button marked 3. It started with a bounce, stopped, and started again. And the sliding door opened on the 5th floor. I closed the door, pushed button 3 again, and hoped for better luck the next landing. Finally, it ground to a stop at the 3rd floor. Room 309 was halfway down the hall. I unlocked the door, stepped in. The ashtray beside the bed was filled with the butts of yellowish Egyptian cigarettes. On a table in the corner of the room sat an American phonograph recorder gadget. On a chair next to it was a small suitcase affair. I opened it and saw it was more recording equipment, only this was a portable outfit. I shuffled through a pile of records on the table. The third one down had no label. I'm a curious guy, so I put it on the turntable and flipped the switch.
Hello, America. This is Bill Booth reporting to you from Cairo. I've come here on the trail of one of the biggest international rackets of modern times. Although the story is yet incomplete, I have learned enough to make both Cairo and New York sit up and take notice.
I was reaching over to turn up the volume when it happened. My head made a sound like a sack of cement hit with a baseball bat. Before I closed my eyes, somewhere through the haze, I saw a tilted white turban above a frightened face. The face belonged to
outrageous chances.
Moonlight Bay.
Rocky Jordan returns in just a moment. This coming Thursday is Thanksgiving. Be certain that for you and yours it will be a day of real Thanksgiving and not one of sorrow due to careless driving. Take it easy. Drive carefully. Obey traffic signals and regulations. It may take a minute or so longer, but you'll be there to enjoy the turkey and the trimmings. Now, back to Rocky Jordan and tonight's story, The Man in the Morgue.
I pulled myself to my feet and looked around the dingy hotel room. I sat down on the bed to think. It all started with a corpse with my passport, then a girl secretary and the consulate with a perfect set of duplicates. From then on, everybody began to react to Rocky Jordan like poison. A tall man in a pink robe, a jive-crazy songwriter named Moonlight Bay, a nervous consulate official named Tom Disney, and finally a reporter named Bill Booth, whose voice I'd been listening to on a record. I wondered how Moonlight Bay and the man in the pink robe fitted into the picture. Then I got an idea and headed for the door.
Oh! Why, Mr. Jordan.
Lori Ralphins. I thought you and Disney were going to dinner.
Why, yes. I forgot my purse. My room is right next door. Oh, but you have been hurt.
Have I?
Mr. Jordan, could I talk to you privately?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening, lady.
Come into my room.
Well?
The man who had the room next door. I know who he was.
Oh, great. That makes 2 of us. His name was Bill Booth. He was a reporter. Unless I missed my guess, it was his body that the police fished out of the Nile.
But how do you know these things?
I try to keep my ears open most of the time.
I know why Bill Booth was killed.
Because he was too good a reporter, is that right?
Yes. You see, Mr. Booth came here to expose a powerful ring who have been smuggling aliens into the United States at a very high price. The scheme was almost perfect, for the immigration officials had never discovered.
Simple trick with duplicate papers, maybe.
Yes.
Huh?
Excellent copies were obtained from the original papers belonging to Americans in Cairo, who had no reason to need their own passports.
So the aliens traveled as citizens. Tell me, where do you fit into this?
When the American consulate learned of Mr. Booth's discovery, they asked me to assist him in every way. I introduced him to various people as an American who wished to return to his country, but could not, legally.
Working him from the inside.
Together we learned everything, except who was the brains behind the scheme.
You don't know who killed Booth?
I think I do know. It was Prince Hakim.
Come again?
The Prince in Pink. That's what he calls himself. Of course, he is not a real prince, only the doorman at Pharaoh's Jive Palace.
You seem to know a lot, sister.
Mr. Jordan, Tom Disney is my husband. He is a sick man. He tried to work with Mr. Booth and I, but he could not. We had established the headquarters of this gang as the Jive Palace. Tom was to go there, but...
It was too much for him, huh?
He was such a strong man when I first knew him. But now, my husband is a coward.
You mean he gave up the chase?
If this gang killed Bill Booth, they will kill us next. As you said, we know too much. Mr. Jordan, can you help us?
Well, what's wrong with the police? They have telephones, you know.
No. The consulate has told us to have positive proof before we go to the police. We must be most cautious.
Look, Laurie, suppose you and your husband lay low for a while. Somebody planted me in the middle of this.
Rocky, you are going to help us.
Laurie, tell your husband he won't have to worry much longer. See you later. Now, for the first time in a long series of blind alleys, things were beginning to make sense. I headed back for Pharaoh's Jive Palace on the double. I figured some of the final answers were there. But standing outside the door when I arrived was one more obstacle, which made me slightly over par for the course.
Jordan, what do you come here for? Go away.
Yeah, the Prince in Pink. Look, Hakim, I don't want to play.
Jordan, how often must I warn you? Well, I suppose I have to kill you now.
Oh, why don't you come off it, Hakim? I got some questions I think you can answer. Second-grade stuff.
Jordan, now you insult my intelligence. This is too much. I know like
Get your paws off my collar, Hakim.
Ha! Maybe you hit me again?
It might take me all night to carve you down to my size, but I'm in a hurry. Listen, about Laurie Ralphin.
I warn you to stay away from my love. I am upset now. You go. Go!
The Prince in Pink towered before the pink door under the pink sign. My fist was already sore from hitting him the first 2 times, so I took another tack. I walked around the building and up the back alley. There was a small window that sent a shaft of light out into the darkness. It was open. I didn't wait around for an invitation. I let myself down through it and landed on a plush couch. The room wasn't as well lit as I thought, but over in the corner I saw one of the things I was looking for. His white turban was pushed back off his face, and his eyes lolled toward the ceiling. He was listening to a piano that sent notes all over the room. The man in the turban was my ex-friend, Moonlight Bay. Hello, friend.
Beat it, Jack. Oh, Rocky Jordan.
Moonlight, you and I have some things to chat about.
Now, take it easy. Rocky boy. Wait till my man finishes his lick. Well, this is short wave right from the States. He sends me.
No more licks. Especially like that one you gave me across the head.
I didn't mean to do it. Honest, Rock. It's like this. When I read this other Rocky Jordan was dead, I remember. He's promised me those Goodman records. I just couldn't see them get shipped back to the States,
So you broke into his hotel room?
Sure. Then you came in. I hid in the closet. I got scared. I was afraid you'd find me.
So you slip up behind me and let me have it?
Rock, don't turn me into the cops. Give me a break, huh?
That depends on you, kid.
Anything you say, Mr. Jordan.
First, tell me about that character outside. The one who calls himself a Prince in Pink.
Oh, him? Another big dope. He's okay. But at least he was. Till he met that dame.
What dame?
I don't know her name. She used to come in here all the time. Looks like a kid. Blonde hair, done up in braids. Gee, she's got the prince jumping through hoops. Look, Rock, you mind if I turn the radio back on? I gotta get back with the band in a minute. I want to hear this boy.
So ends an interlude of piano music which replaced the usual broadcast of Bill Booth and his up-to-the-minute news analysis. We repeat, our studio in Cairo informs us that the wire recording of tonight's broadcast has not been received. Mr. Booth is engaged in extensive research in the Middle East. Until tomorrow night, this is the
Moonlight started dialing for boogie music, and I went out the way I came in. It took me 10 minutes to reach the Cairo morgue and another 5 minutes to talk the sergeant into letting me into the place. I got to the corpse of Bill Booth, but the autopsy boys had beaten me to it. What I was looking for was no longer there. Then I got another bright idea. It was a long shot, but the kind you bet on in spite of the odds. Booth's clothing was neatly piled on a little table by the sink. Sure enough, there it was. under a corner of the water-soaked coat, neatly wound and marked Exhibit D. The long shot paid off on the nose. It was a coil of thin wire, a wire that had been wrapped around Bill Booth's ankle. It looked strong enough to tie a man with and bury his body in the Nile, but it wasn't. It was shiny and brittle, the kind of stuff you'd use only if you were in a hurry. Maybe it wasn't very strong for some purposes, but it might be strong enough to hang a man.
Rocky Jordan brings you the ending of tonight's story in just a matter of seconds. If you enjoy adventure, mystery, and excitement, then reserve Sunday nights for CBS. For not only will you hear Rocky Jordan at this same time, but you will enjoy Dashiell Hammett's famous detective Sam Spade and the Whistler. But it's time now for Rocky Jordan with the ending of tonight's story.
I felt sure now that the strand of wire found wrapped around the ankles of Bill Booth held the identity of his murderer. I grabbed a taxi and headed for the Hotel Lydia. When we pulled up in front of the battered building, I didn't wait for my change. The key to room 309 was still in my pocket. I decided against another excursion on the temperamental elevator and took the stairs 3 at a time. I opened the door and stepped inside. A little suitcase still sat on the chair. It contained the portable wire recorder on which Bill Booth had transcribed his broadcasts from the United States. I opened the recorder, took the strand of wire from my pocket, wrapped it on the spool, and put the spool in place. I plugged in the machine to a wall socket and turned it on.
Lawful Prosecutive Sierra Nosripa Esapusa.
Might have known I'd get it on backwards first. I reversed the strand of wire and again turned on the machine.
And so tonight, I believe I can finally reveal the full details of this scheme. For tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I have a date with the ringleader of the group. The amazing part of it is that they themselves have led me to this person. And here is the biggest surprise of all.
Turn it off, Jordan.
For at this time,
I say turn it
I
off.
am able to give...
The door was open. Coming toward me was a little girl with braided blonde hair, a gun in her hand. Just behind Laurie Routhen stood her husband, Tom Disney.
I realize this is very dramatic of me, Jordan, but give me the wire.
Sure. Doesn't matter. There was nothing on it I didn't already know.
Booth had to be eliminated.
Laura, you're telling too much. Maybe he doesn't know.
Too late for that, Disney. My story's as pat as a full house.
We're holding 4 aces, Jordan.
The deuces aren't wild, lady. Booth had all the answers to the slickest little immigration racket in the Middle East. So you killed him.
One mistake, Jordan. I did not kill Bill Booth. My stupid husband did it.
But you made me.
Your own stupid jealousy made you, and you bungled the job at that.
But how was I to know he was the one with Jordan's papers?
It was your job to know, and only a blundering idiot would have used the wire.
Look, the family quarrel is very touching. One point I missed. How does Hakeem fit into this?
Another one of her boyfriends. She wrapped them about her fingers like twine.
Sometimes strong men come in handy. Let's get down to business. We will make sure, Jordan, that your body will not be found.
So I'm following in Booth's footsteps?
Immediately. The Nile will swallow any traces of Rocky Jordan.
I never argue with a lady with a gun. She directed me down the hall to the ancient elevator. Her husband, Tom Disney, fluttered nervously behind us. The door slid open and we stepped inside. She nodded to me and I punched the button marked basement. It almost jerked out from under our feet, but the gun in Laurie Routhen's hands didn't waver. Then things began to happen like I hoped they would. The elevator bounced twice, settled, bounced once more, and came to a stop. The doors slid open. The temperamental elevator had done it again. We had landed in the lobby. And there, framing the doorway, stood Hakeem, the prince in pink. But what made the picture complete, standing slightly behind him, flanked by 2 of his men, was Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police.
Jordan!
Well, one thing you can say for Sam Sabaya, he knows a grand entrance when he sees one. It seems Sam's leading suspect had been Hakeem, so he followed Hakeem when Hakeem followed me, which led them both to the Lydia Hotel and Laurie Routhen's. Well, Sam is happy. He got 3 new customers for the Cairo jail. Moonlight Bay is happy. He came by my cafe the next day and collected his record of St. Louis blues. For an hour, he converted the Cafe Tambourine into a bedlam of jive. Now I'm happy, because he's gone. Real gone.
Rocky Jordan is presented from Columbia Square in Hollywood and stars Jack Moyles in the title role. Tonight's story, by Robert Libet, was produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Milton Charles. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By transcription.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been?
I've been tasting the bitter with the sweet at Miss Wigginson's School for Girls, sort of a special course in homicidal apiculture.
Apiculture? Mm-hmm. There were apes involved?
Effie, where is your Latin? Apis, apianus, of or pertaining to bees.
Oh, bees, of course. It was a bee caper?
It was a beekeeper caper.
Oh, that's funny, Sam. That's a honey.
Effie, put these words down in your little book. Honey, sweetness, hives, combs, etc. Never mention them again.
What?
Keep things humming, sweetheart, and I'll be right down to drone my way through my report on the queen bee caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, during the summer, when you spend so much of your time out of doors, it's important to pay special attention to the care of your hair. To keep it right in place, to help keep it from getting dry, use America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Use it every day. If you've never tried it, ask for it in the 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle, and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
To be or not to be? Hum.
Oh, hello, Sam. Hiya, Sam. How's tricks?
Oh, Effie, really, this jargon, this patois. Don't you think it's about time we spoke like educated people?
You know best, Sam.
Every time I visit one of our institutions of learning, I find out something I didn't know.
Oh, Sam, that's incredulous. Well, you just know everything.
Yeah, I guess I do when you come right down to it. The bee, for instance. Bees are a genus of insects of the Hymenopterus order.
The what?
Hymenopterus. Living in society is composed of one queen, or perfect female, a few males, or drones, and an indefinite number of undeveloped females, or neuters, which are the workers.
That's me, I suppose. A neuter.
Well, that's for you to say.
Of course.
And you know what else about the bee?
What, Sam?
Confidentially, it stings. Date, July 10th, 1949. To Miss Elizabeth Cowley, Miss Wigginson's School for Girls, Seacliff Drive, San Francisco. I wonder about girls sometime. And that's bad, Effie. Bad.
Oh.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Queen Bee Caper. Dear Miss Cowley.
I was singing a medley of sorority drinking songs as I opened the wrought iron gate, walked up the garden path, past those cast iron deer, and presented myself at the big brass bell pull beside that massive paneled door that stands guard between the outside world and your sheltered inmates. A little housemaid wearing dimity let me in and led me to your office. I sat on your chintz-covered sofa and looked at your drapes with their thriving beehive motif and waited for you with my back half turned to the open door. Yeah, hello, how are you?
All right, girls, break it up now. Go on. Haven't you ever seen a man before? Run along now. You'll be late for physical ed. Go on, quick.
Miss Cowley?
No, I'm not Miss Cowley.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I was just hoping.
You're Mr. Spade, aren't you? Glory Thomas. I'm Miss Cowley's assistant.
Nice day, yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to move. I'll lean over you. Put this report on her desk.
Sure.
Miss Cowley will be here in just a minute.
Thanks. So warm in here.
Next time, wear a mailman's uniform and a 50-year-old stoop. You'll find the temperature's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am.
See that you do, then. Oh, Glory, there seems to have been a misplacement of some of the hockey. Would you check on it, please?
Oh, surely. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Spade.
I'm Elizabeth Cowley. You may sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spade, I'll be painfully frank with you. A thief is at large in my school.
Oh? Well, you probably have a good answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Why not call in the police?
I have a good answer, Mr. Spade. My girls come from San Francisco's finest and wealthiest families.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Wigginson's has had an untarnished reputation for more than 3 generations.
I'm sure.
As headmistress, I must handle this matter with the utmost discretion. Frankly, I already know the thief. Are there any questions?
Well, only one timid one. Who is it?
I regret to say a faculty member is to blame. Glory Thomas. She was in here a minute or two ago.
Oh, really? Well, why, Miss Thomas, you find any of the loot stashed away in her room?
Well, no. No, not exactly. I haven't recovered any of the stolen articles, but I'm sure Glory's responsible. I'm certain she's the thief.
You're just sure?
I thought perhaps you might establish definite proof against Glory.
You mean you want me to frame her?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. You misunderstand me.
I don't think so, Miss Cowley.
Oh, dear. I was afraid this would happen. I told Ursula. But then
All right, I'll ask. Who's Ursula?
Mr. Spade, I think I can trust you. It was Ursula who instructed me to call you. Ursula Cavanaugh. You know the name.
The Ursula Cavanaugh inherited all the real estate, lives in Cavanaugh Towers penthouse, hasn't set foot out of there in 20 years?
Yes. Mrs. Cavanaugh is our school's benefactress. She is, of course, on the board of trustees. She is, moreover, a dear personal friend.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yes. We were classmates together here many years ago. Ursula's quite unlike myself. Married well, though a widow now. Rather aggressive. Frankly, she wishes to have Glory Thomas discharged. But her connection with the dismissal must not be known. Now, I don't suppose I can ask you to take the assignment now.
I'm a detective, Miss Cowley, not a frame-up artist. I had to have my name called up in the lobby, and then 2 elevator trips later, I faced her on her penthouse terrace. Ursula Cavanaugh looked like a 1910 stock company lead out of Charlie's Aunt, smoking a black Italian stogie and gripping a cane like a shillelagh. 2 men were on the receiving end of her black snake whip of a tongue. A youngish guy, stockbroker type, and an individual in a morning coat who looked practically nude without a butterfly net.
Oh, you're a fool and a nincompoop, Jelinek. I lost all patience with you ages ago. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also dishonest. Don't mind telling you that when the board of directors meets on Thursday, I intend to instruct them to have...
Miss Cavanaugh, I've tried not to discommode you in any way. I endeavor in every detail to fulfill my responsibilities as manager of this hotel.
Don't interrupt me.
Auntie, I think you've got Jelinek and me all wrong. Now, the truth is...
The truth is, Gerald, you're both a pair of thieving scoundrels. Now, get out, Jelinek, before your weasel face ruins my digestion.
Very well, madam. I remain at your service.
No backbone, no spunk. And as for you, my dear nephew...
I think I'll toddle along, Addie. I ought to get back to the office.
Control your little impulses, Gerald. I admire a little larceny in any man, but not at my expense.
I was beginning to think I'd become invisible in that rarefied penthouse atmosphere. She hadn't even blinked at me while Jelinek slunk back to the lobby and Gerald toddled along to his office. The terrace was a riot of bloom. I don't know much about flowers, but she must have had them all there. Off to one side, a little man in a blue smock puttered around a wooden structure on a stand. I'd become aware of bees humming amidst the flowers when she finally spoke to me.
You're Tom Spade, aren't you?
Sam, ma'am, the fun-loving Spade.
Take your photograph out of the other detectives. Looked like you got spunk. Why'd you come here?
Curiosity. I met Glory Thomas out at Miss Wigginson's. I liked her. I wanted to see the type that would strong-arm her out of a job from a safe distance.
Spunky. Come over here, Mr. Spade. I want to show you something. Piggott.
Yes, ma'am.
That'll do for now. Work at the other end of the garden for the time being.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Piggott's my gardener and beekeeper. Most taciturn individual. You know what this is?
Well, I didn't, but now I can see it's a beehive.
Yes, my own beehive. Fresh honey from a tea and fruitcake every afternoon.
Fine old tradition.
Observe this hive, young man. Honeybees are the most intelligent of all insects, surpassing even the ants. And why? Because one female controls a community of many, many thousands.
I'm against it.
Yes, Mr. Spade. The queen bee reigns supreme. The males are drones, quite useless. The female workers perform all necessary labor, no waste motion, no dissension.
Well, some of my best friends are drones, and I just can't stand them.
I think you understand me, Mr. Spade. I wish Gloria Thomas removed from San Francisco for an excellent reason. My nephew, Gerald Long, the young man who just left here, has developed absurd romantic notions about her.
Yeah, so you want the romance busted up, but if you try to break it up openly, your nephew might get stubborn and even marry her. On the other hand, by framing her as a thief, you ward off the affair until you can figure out some other dirty trick.
I knew you'd understand me, Mr. Spade. I admire bluntness in moderation. Well, what do you say to joining forces with me?
Just one thing, Mrs. Cavanaugh. Nuts. Next morning, I put through a call to Nicholson School for Girls. It had been my intent to talk to you, Miss Colley, to tell you I'd left my hat in your office, but somehow I found myself talking to Glory Thomas. And somehow our talk resulted in a cocktail date at the 10 o'clock Scholar Bar and Lounge.
I shouldn't have come, of course.
Exam papers to grade, no doubt?
Stacks and stacks?
Soft velvet-type hands. Well, what's this on them?
Stains. I teach our girls chemistry, among other things.
How about me taking on a night school class for the other things?
You're crazy. You don't need any education.
Well, I can always use a postgraduate course.
You're really crazy, Sam. I needed this.
We'll make a night of it.
Maybe.
Gerald won't object, huh?
What's that mean? Who have you been talking to? That hateful old woman?
Mrs. Cavanaugh wants to put the boots to you, Glory. She called me in to frame you.
I could kill her.
Oh, easy now, Glory.
Don't talk to me. I thought I could take it. I thought I could be patient and wait while Jerry ironed everything out. But not now, though. I hate that selfish, domineering old woman. I hate her nephew, and I hate you.
Well, that'll do to start with, honey. Now let's get down my list. I hate...
Don't let me go. I've had all I can take for one night.
Wait a minute, Glory. Hey, you forgot your bag. Hey! She disappeared around the corner as I came out into the street. It was starting to rain. As I stepped off the curb, I slipped and turned my ankle. As I limped onto Montgomery Street, I saw her disappearing into one of the tall buildings on my side of the street. It could have been the Cavanaugh Towers. I step and a half into the lobby thereof a few minutes later. As I came in, Jelinek, the manager, was getting off the elevator. He swatted himself several times in the neck and then went into a door marked private. No trace of Glory in the lobby. I looked in the bar. She wasn't there, but Albert Piggott, the beekeeper, was having a stinger.
Oop. Now I'm beginning to feel good. Hey, who's this? I know that. Why, it's Mr. Spade. Sit down, Mr.
I don't have time just now, Mr. Piggott. Tell me...
Sit down, sit down.
Easy.
I'm fired. Have you heard? I'm fired. Just a worker out of work. Turned out by the queen bee.
Well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Piggott. I imagine Mrs. Cavanaugh wasn't too easy to work for.
I told her to keep away from the bees when I wasn't there. Well, she's gone and disobeyed me. One of the workers must have stung her. She's got a temper, you know. Ooh, my. Must have smashed the eye with her stick. Bees were everywhere, all over. And then she fired me.
When was this, and why did she fire you?
Just now, maybe half an hour ago. I knocked, and then there wasn't any answer, and then I let myself in. It was all dark. I couldn't even see her. Heard the bees, of course, but couldn't... Ooh, I'm sorry. And I said, Mrs. Cavanaugh, you disobeyed me. And in this voice, this awful voice, she said, Mr. Piggott, you're fired. Get out. This awful voice from the dark. And Mr. Piggott, mind you. Never before, just Piggott this and Piggott that. And hey, where are you going? Hey!
I didn't bother to stop at the desk to get myself announced. I took the passenger elevator, then operated the penthouse elevator myself. No hands. Nobody answered my ring. The door was unlocked. I went inside. Crossed through the empty apartment to the terrace. The rain had just stopped, and the sunset cut a sudden shaft. First I heard it, the humming of swarming bees. Then I saw the overturned beehive. Then I saw Ursula Cavanaugh sprawled back in her chair, her stick and Italian stogie on the floor, while the bees clustered greedily over the fruit cake and honey set out on the table. I wondered if those most intelligent of all insects had the answer to Shakespeare's question, "O death, where is thy sting?"
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Queen Bee Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Miss Wigginson. Miss Cowley speaking.
Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. You shouldn't have gone to see Mrs. Cavanaugh.
I didn't make any promises, ma'am.
Ursula was quite upset by your visit. Called me after you left her. Quite angry about it, Mr. Spade.
Oh?
She wanted to see me today. Our weekly half-day holiday, you know. But I simply couldn't face her. I'm sorry if I I finally managed to doze off after everyone left for the afternoon. Have you called before?
No, this is the first time. I'm at Mrs. Cavanaugh's place right now.
Indeed. Does Ursula wish to talk to me?
She can't.
I beg your pardon?
It might be a good idea if you'd come over here, Miss Cowley. Mrs. Cavanaugh's dead.
What was that?
Mrs. Cavanaugh's dead. And since you're her oldest and closest friend...
Yes, Mrs. Spade. I'll come immediately.
Well, you came on over, Miss Colley, but meanwhile, nephew Gerald Long arrived, also Piggott, whom I called down at the bar and who sobered up with remarkable rapidity on hearing the news. Gerald was shaken up by his great aunt's demise. We waited for the family doctor to arrive and watched Piggott entice the bees back into the hive. You turned up soon after and tried to soothe Gerald's nerves. The hotel manager, Jelinek, also flooded in. The doctor diagnosed cause of death as shock from formic acid, the secretion bees inject into the bloodstream with their stingers. We all stood around thinking our various thoughts as the doc voiced this verdict. Piggott was the one who voiced an epitaph.
She really knew nothing about bees, you know. The queen bee was all important, she thought. But there's always a rebel in every hive. The queen bee is always deposed sooner or later. The worker bees go on and on, but the queen bee can't reign forever.
After that, we all left and went our various ways. Poor old Piggott shouldn't have said that, and he must have been a lot drunker than he seemed, because he was found next morning in his garden in Marin County beside his overturned beehive, a victim like his late employer of fatal bee stings.
If you think you'll get away with this.
Don't threaten me, Mr. Long. I've been bullied long enough. I don't intend to lose my position here now Mrs. Kavanaugh's gone. I've taken all I could stand from her, and I don't intend to let you walk all over me.
I'll do whatever I think needs to be done, Jelinek. Well, if you're trying to insinuate that I
can
haven't...
cause you as much trouble as you cause me, maybe more. With what I found out about you now,
Get out of here. Go on, beat it before I break... How did you get in here, Spade?
Door was open.
Well, if you're here to collect any kind of bill, I want to know what services you rendered.
Nothing's rendered yet. But I figured you might like to know that Aunt Ursula was murdered.
Murdered? You can't say that. Not in my hotel.
Shut up, Jelinek. You need proof to back that up, Spade.
I've got it. Piggott.
What? Piggott's dead.
How do you know?
His doctor just called me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I know your aunt was murdered. I've just been out to Marin, had quite a session with that doctor.
Well, where's your proof, man? Who'd want to kill her?
Well, oh, stop it. Practically everybody who knew her.
Really, now, I must protest this disrespect to the memory
Shut
of
up. Go on, Spade. Go on. Start getting specific.
Well, specifically, Piggott's doctor, because of what I suggested, examined the dead man again, found the mark of a hypodermic, plus the fact that a concentrated solution of formic acid killed Piggott. Piggott's next-door neighbor said he'd been stung as often as 10 and 12 times a day. That meant he'd built up a certain immunization to bee sting.
Are you suggesting that someone murdered him with an injection of commercial formic acid?
I thought I'd made that fairly clear.
And what would the motive be?
To keep him from talking about his employer's murder.
I see. Well, is that all?
Yeah, except that his neighbor told me somebody answering your description called on him this afternoon.
Mike? Oh. Well, yes, but, Spade, look here, I can explain that.
Allow me. Hello.
Gerald, hello, darling. I'll be through in about an hour. Just got to check supplies in the chem lab, and then I'll be home and show you what a cook I am. You better be pretty.
I'm sorry, just a second. Here's Gerald. For you, Gerald, your wife.
Oh. Hold on a second, honey. Spade, look here. Now, you can't drag her into this thing.
When did you get married?
Yesterday afternoon.
Husband and wife. No testifying, huh? Well, I don't think I'll need your testimony. Jelinek's face fell 4 inches into his ascot tie as he heard himself lose exclusive hush money rights to the above information. Pausing only to enjoy a hearty laugh at his discomfiture, I went on to my next and final port of call, Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. This time there was no girlish tittering as I entered, Miss Colley. No dewy young Amazons clutching hockey sticks in their grubby little hands. For a very good reason, as you told me.
My girls are dismissed for the day, Mr. Spade. Because of poor Ursula, of course. Really disrupts our routine. First our weekly half-day holiday yesterday, and now today.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Miss Thomas in the chemistry lab she is, I think.
Very well. I'll take you to her. She knows nothing of our first meeting.
I've talked to her.
Oh, well, in here.
Yes? Oh. What do you want?
Thought we might talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, we could talk about this hypodermic needle.
Put that down. I'm using it for an experiment.
Or, how about a formula, HCOOH or CH2O2?
What? That's formic acid.
Mm-hmm. Miss Cowley, you said yesterday was a half-day holiday. Did Miss Thomas stay here in school?
Why, no. She rarely does on Wednesday afternoon.
That's why Mrs. Cavanaugh had a visitor, didn't she, Glory?
Did she?
After you ran away from me?
All right. I did go up to see her. I was so mad about what you told me. I intended to hand in my resignation and give her a piece of my mind, and but she was dead when I got there.
Oh, Glory, no.
And I just got panic-stricken and ran.
Yeah, murder's a pretty scary thing.
Murder? What do you mean, Mr. Spade?
Mrs. Cavanaugh died from a hypodose of formic acid. Somebody familiar with chemistry would use that method.
Then that could mean...
Mm-hmm. The acid could be made up in this lab. The hypodermic could be this one here.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
You say you were scared. You were so scared you ran all the way to City Hall and married her nephew.
You found out?
Jelinek found out first. He intended to squeal the old lady, but she was dead when he got back. He knew her will disinherited Gerald if he married without her auntie's approval while she was still alive.
We married after she was dead. But that didn't matter. After I saw you, I told Jerry if he was any sort of man, he'd marry me, will or no will. He did.
And yet this morning he drove over to Marin County to see old Piggott.
You think he was trying to shield me. I tell you, she was dead when I got into that room. I don't know anything about Piggott.
One moment. I believe I recall that Mr. Piggott said Ursula spoke to him when she discharged him. Glory, you must be mistaken about the time you entered that room. She couldn't have already been dead because...
Yes, she could have and was. The killer was almost caught by Piggott. She hid behind the curtain in the dark and spoke to him. Miss Cavanaugh was already dead, but...
I see. Mr. Piggott thought it was Ursula's voice, but it was yours, Glory.
No, it was yours, Miss Cowley.
What?
You committed both murders. You had access to the murder weapon. You had the half-day holiday to do it in.
Mr. Spade.
Even at that moment, the finishing school schoolmarm had to say, Mr. Piggott.
Well, I'm not sorry for it. Ursula misused her power shamefully.
And now the queen bee's deposed again.
You're brighter than most men, Mr. Spade. You, too, understood the significance of Mr. Piggott's remarks last night.
Yeah, I could have been a little brighter, a little sooner. You helped give yourself away when you asked me if I'd called you earlier yesterday afternoon.
But why, Sam? How could she?
Well, Cavanaugh bullied her since childhood. Then you came on the staff, and your ability scared her. The queen bee being deposed and whatnot. When Cavanaugh wanted you framed, she saw a chance to get rid of both of you. She hoped her murder would look like an accident, but if it was recognized as murder, you'd be the logical suspect.
Oh, you're much too clever, Mr. Spade. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, let's. It's up to those drones at homicide from here on in. Period and a report.
Sam,
Yes, Evie?
how come Gerald went out to see Mr. Piggott?
Well, Gerald didn't care about the will, but he didn't want to boot a fortune out the window either. Glory hadn't told him she'd seen his aunt, so he called on Piggott to find out when Piggott last saw Auntie alive. Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, Sam.
And now, listen to this. Shopping notes. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island. And I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my two most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell at the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If you'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl, in this case, to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No. No.
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many Hopalong Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back. Now, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh, you shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
Have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refused to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why?
Because if she said she'd talked to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talked to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
Right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. You think I'm stupid?
Lieutenant.
You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York and the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah?
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer.
Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant.
Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead?
I got the girl's personal effects.
Well, give them to me.
Okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure butts things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes.
He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Oh, go to blazes.
Nice fella.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's that?
Meet me at the house at 5:15 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Out to the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. My face...
Not you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a strain.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mention where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
She and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur. Yes.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Oh, where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Jack Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet. And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night. I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him, Lieutenant.
You should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with the writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stays right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to understand.
No, you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written and it was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. Bisma-Rex. Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
Here's the party list she told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
There's a typewriter.
You got that note you had in the purse?
Yeah, here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Now, let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, about 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Huh?
Bye. I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter had made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
Well, if she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
No?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Oh, quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
Why, June used to tell me how terribly he treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
My husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
You remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
Oh, right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him, and I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
There he comes.
Yes, what did... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much for modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice, but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright, disguised your voice, and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him. But she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. This the coat?
Yes.
And to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She had been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swiped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not. Come back here, Farnsworth.
He's going for the window.
Farnsworth, stop. Let me go. Let me go.
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get hold of his hair. No.
Got him.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a Lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit-forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. With only 6 shopping days till Christmas, thoughts go quickly to the many happy, hurried preparations for this wonderful religious feast day. There are presents for the children, the turkey for dinner, and 1,001 important things to plan and arrange before December 25th rolls around. Sunday is probably your day to rest. Your day to take it easy. And it's on Sunday that NBC brings you a whole evening of great entertainment to help you relax, put you into a holiday mood, and provide you with many hours of pleasant radio listening. Today, hear The Big Show with stars including Rosalind Russell, Phil Silvers, Jack Carson, Sarah Vaughan, and many more. Yes, a full 90 minutes of great entertainment is yours. Comedy, drama, music. It's The Big Show. Then Phil Harris and Alice Faye are featured in a half hour of mirth and music. Later, Theater Guild on the Air presents Tyrone Power and Loretta Young in Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis. Stay tuned to NBC, now entering its second quarter century as the leader in radio programming. And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Pickup.
It is 11:30 on the night of July 15th, 1948. In a hobo jungle just outside the freight yards of Stone Canyon, Texas, two men crouch beside a small fire.
Ain't that coffee ready yet, Whitey? Before you know it, the freight'll be here.
Well, it ought to be ready now. Hand me them 2 tin cans.
Catch.
I wish we was already riding that rattler, Joe. I'm getting cold.
You're always getting cold.
Well, it's my chest. Ain't been right since last winter.
Yeah.
Well, here's your coffee. You know, I've been thinking, Joe, maybe we ought to stick around a while.
What for?
Well, there's plenty of work here. Besides, I'm getting tired. Always moving. Never getting set long enough to rest. Now, what's the matter?
This coffee. What'd you put in it?
Well, I bet it's the same as always, Joe.
I ought to know better than let you make it, Whitey. You never could make a cup of coffee fit to drink. Come on, let's grab that rattler.
Hey, you're pouring the coffee on the fire.
That's all it's good for. Put out fires. Come on, let's go.
Well, let me finish my coffee first.
Come on, Whitey. You want to miss this freight?
Well, okay, Joe. Joe, wait. I can't run so fast.
Come on, Whitey.
Joe, no, I'm trying, Joe. Wait.
It's not empty, Whitey, with the door open.
Yeah, all right.
Hurry up, will you?
I can't make it, Joe.
Give me a hand. There you go. I don't know why I bother with you. More trouble. Move out of the way. I want to get the door closed. Might be some railroad ticks around. Yeah. That's better.
Joe.
Yeah?
There's somebody else riding in this car. Over in the corner.
Well, so what? You don't own the railroad.
Well, he's laying on his face. Something's wrong with him.
He's probably drunk. Leave him be.
Well, maybe he's sick. I'm going to... Joe.
Now what's the matter with you?
This guy, he's dead.
What? Here, let me see. Yeah. We had to pick this car.
We got to get out of here, Joe.
You crazy, Whitey? This rattler's moving too fast now. We get killed.
Well, if the cops find us in here with that stiff, they'd send us away for good. We got to get out of here, Joe.
Wait, I got a better idea. He's going to get out.
You're going to throw a dead man off the train?
Why not? He won't care.
I still think we ought to leave him be. Get out soon as the rattler slows down near a town.
What's the matter, you chicken? Come on, get hold of his other arm.
Joe, no.
Go on, grab it, Whitey. Now, let's get him over to the door.
Oh, I feel sick.
You're always feeling sick. Sure is rough country out there. Okay, throw him out. There we go. Don't have to worry about him no more. Okay, Whitey. What do you say we get some sleep?
The body was found in a rocky ravine a day later by a Mexican nester, Julio Ramirez, who rode to the nearest town and reported his discovery. In the absence of the sheriff, the Rangers were notified. Within 2 hours, Rangers Jace Pearson and Clay Morgan were riding toward the ravine together with Ramirez.
How much farther, Julio?
Oh, he's not far, senor. Just over this slope. The dead one, he's there at the bottom.
You sure you never saw him before?
Yeah, pero no, senor. And I would know, because in a whole year I seen maybe like 6 people. This one I never seen. That's why it was such a great surprise to find the dead one. Oh, Rosita, she was so scared.
Rosita?
Yeah, that's my burro, senor. She was so scared. Senor, there is the dead one. He's down there by the rocks.
Oh boy. Sharky. Oh, boy. Yeah, Jace, railroad tracks on the other side of the ravine. Uh-huh. Julio?
Si, senor.
How often do the trains come past here?
2 times a day, senor. But they do not carry a lot of people.
You mean the freight trains?
That's it, freight trains.
He could have fallen off one of these freights, Chase.
Yeah, we'll know better when we get a look at the body. Get up, Charlie.
Come on.
Arre, Rosita, arre. No, Rosita, don't be scared. The dead one will not hurt you, querida.
Easy, Charlie. Easy, boy.
Yes, senores, my Rosita, she's still scared. If you don't need me some more...
You can go now, Julio. Thanks for helping us.
Por nada, senor. I'll be in my shack over that hill. Arre. Adios, senores.
Ooh, Charlie.
Oh, boy, whoa.
Let's get to work, Clay.
Hey, shirt's torn. There's dirt and rock dust all over his back. Looks like he did fall off one of those freights or got pushed.
Yeah, turn him over, will you?
Yeah. Jace.
Yeah, shot in the chest. Well, that's our first break. Bullet didn't go through the body. We'll be able to turn the slug over to ballistics.
I'll check him for identification. Not what you'd call a pretty boy, is he?
Rolling down that hill didn't improve his looks any. You find anything?
Not yet. Pockets are clean. I don't think we'll get much from the dungarees and the shirt. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
The laundry mark on the shirt. CJ405.
That's some help.
Not too much. We'll have to check every laundry in Texas to find out where this came from.
I got a hunch we may not have to do that. That stain on his shirt and those two on his dungarees. What would you say they were?
It could be crude oil.
Uh-huh. And take a look at his shoes. Some more stains on top and oil caked in the soles.
Yeah, looks like he worked in the oil fields.
We'll have the lab go over these clothes, but it sounds like a pretty good bet.
An awful lot of oil towns in Texas, Jace.
Yeah, but only one I know of on this rail line.
You mean that boom town south of here?
That's it. Ralston.
Well, suppose we find out he did come from there. How'd he get in one of those freights and who pushed him off right here at this spot?
We'll worry about that later. Come on, Clay. We got a lot to do before we head for Ralston. We arranged for the local justice of the peace to bring the body into town. Then we photographed the dead man and the laundry mark on his shirt. 3 hours later, we were in Ralston checking the laundries. The second one told us what we wanted to know. The dead man was Carl Jessup, an oil well rigger who worked for an independent operator named Hamlin. We located Hamlin at one of his drilling rigs.
Well, what can I do for you, Rangers?
We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Excuse me just a minute. Scotty, tell Al over in the knowledge house to come on out and check that bit when you get her up. All right, what kind of questions?
You know a rigger named Carl Jessup?
I did.
What do you mean you did?
Well, he worked for me till 2 nights ago. Didn't show up for work the next morning, so I figured he took off.
Any reason why he'd do that?
Well, he'd just been paid a month's wages. Maybe he just wanted to move on, work someplace else.
But he didn't tell you he was going to quit.
No, he didn't. Wasn't surprised, though.
Why not?
Well, Carl was always kind of restless. Big, homely boy. Got the idea he was always unhappy about something.
Anything in particular he was unhappy about?
Well, I don't rightly know. Seemed like he was carrying a grudge against the world because he was born so homely, I guess. But that's only a guess.
Clay, show Mr. Hamlin the photo.
Yeah.
Is that Jessup?
Yeah, that's him, all right. Looks kind of funny, Ranger. Was he hurt or something?
He was murdered, Mr. Hamlin. Shot through the chest.
Murdered? But who'd want to...
That's what we're trying to find out. Did Jessup ever fight with any of the other oil workers around Ralston?
Not that I know of. Like I say, he was quiet and never cracked a smile, but I never seen him fight with nobody.
When was the last time you saw him?
Well, like I say, 2 nights ago. I just paid the men, and most of us went down to the Bonanza Cafe for a glass of beer. Jessup was there.
Did he seem upset about anything?
Upset? No, matter of fact, he was looking happier than I ever seen him look. Can't say as I blame him, neither.
How do you mean?
Well, he was talking with the prettiest redhead I've seen in a long time.
Oh? You know her name?
No, never seen her before.
But can you describe her?
That ain't hard. She's about 5'4" and built like a... Well, you know what I mean.
Didn't it strike you funny, Mr. Hamlin, that a pretty girl like that would be hanging around an ugly fella like Jessup?
Well, maybe it did a little, but you never know about women. Besides, I figured that was strictly their business.
Did you see them leave the cafe together?
Might have. Couldn't swear to it. I remember looking up once, and they were both gone. Say, you figure this gal shot Carl?
We don't figure anything yet. This Bonanza Cafe, is it near the freight yards?
Yeah, about a block away.
Uh-huh.
How much money did Jessup get paid that night?
Well, I'd have to check my records to tell you exact, but I know it was a right fair amount. Worked a lot of overtime. Must have come to $600-odd.
Are you thinking the same thing I am, Jace?
Yeah, sounds like the old confidence game, all right. And from what we know of Jessup, he was a sitting duck for it. Mr. Hamlin, you mind taking a trip to Austin with us?
Well, what for, Ranger?
We want you to go through our mug file of confidence girls. Maybe you can identify a pretty redhead. How about that one, Mr. Hamlin?
No, that ain't her. Now, look, Ranger, I'm glad to help out if I can, but I'm getting a little tired of looking at gals' pictures.
We don't have many more to go through. Hand me that last bunch of folders, Clay.
Sure.
Here. Take a look at this one.
Nope. Don't even look like her. Besides, that one's a blonde. Gal you once got red hair. Real red.
It might be dyed. This one look familiar?
I don't... Wait a minute. Yeah, let me take another look. Yeah, that's her, Ranger. That's her.
Who is it, Jace? Lil Dunlop. Served 3 terms at Gorey. Confidence record.
I didn't recognize her at first. Looks a mite younger in that picture.
It was taken 4 years ago. You sure she's the one?
I couldn't miss her. She sure got a pretty face. So she's the one that shot Jessup, huh?
More likely the man she works with.
Man? I didn't see no man with her and Jessup.
You wouldn't have. He was probably waiting outside the cafe, maybe in the freight yard.
Well, how'd you find out who the man was, if there was one?
Lil Dunlap's record ought to tell us something. Yeah.
You find something, Jace?
Could be. Each time Lil was arrested, she was with a man named Charlie Bond.
Want me to get his file out?
Yeah, but first take Mr. Hamlin over to the Colonel and see that he gets transportation back to Ralston.
Sure. Come on, Mr. Hamlin. All right, that's you.
Meet you back here, Jace?
No, by the teletypes. I'm going to get out an all-points bulletin on Lil Dunlop and Charlie Bond.
In a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Charity is all mankind's concern, and especially at this time of the year, we must, in our charity, remember there are many less fortunate men, women, and children who have not even shelter, much less a comfortable home where families can be reunited. We must, in our charity, remember the poor and the lonely who will not receive a Christmas present or be remembered by anyone if we forget them. We must, in our charity, remember those suffering in hospitals, shut in and yet shut out from Christmas joy. We must, in our charity, remember young children whose dreams of Christmas we can help come true. Yes, charity is all mankind's concern. You can show your concern for mankind by supporting the Salvation Army Christmas Appeal. Through the Salvation Army, your charity brings Christmas happiness to legions of lonely and poor people. We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Pickup.
We got out an all-points bulletin on Lil Dunlap and Charlie Bond with orders to spot and keep under surveillance, but not to apprehend. Clay worked south and I worked north, hoping to get some line on them. The first day passed without results. So did the second. The third day at noon, I received an urgent radio call from Clay. I met him back at company headquarters.
Well, you got back here in a hurry, Jace.
What's up, Clay?
Phone call from San Antone about Lil Dunlop.
They ever spotted?
Well, not exactly, but a rancher identified her as the girl who picked him up in a cafe last night. She invited him to a party.
Then a shortcut through the freight yards. A man jumped out, slugged him, and rolled him for all his money. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Same old pattern. Did the rancher get a look at the man?
No, Jace, it was too dark, but it's a good bet it was Charlie Bond.
How much did they get away with this time?
Over $800.
Doing all right.
Yeah, not for long, I hope. You know, they must be pretty confident to start operating so soon after they murdered Carl Jessup.
Yeah, but at least they're operating. And sooner or later, we'll get them.
Probably not in San Antone, though. Chances are they moved on as soon as they made their haul there last night.
Maybe. Hey, wait a minute.
What's on your mind?
San Antone. Where's that folder with Charlie Bond's record?
Over on the other desk. You got an idea, Jace?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Here's what I want. Take a look at that page, Clay. Second paragraph.
I don't get it, Jace. This just says Charlie once attempted escape from Huntsville with his cellmate, a guy named Earl Dorn.
Otherwise known as Mousy Dorn.
You know this fella?
I sent him off on his last trip to Huntsville. He worked the confidence racket, same as Charlie Bond.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with...
San Antone, Clay? That's where Mousy lives. Never operated any other place.
You don't think he was in on that job with the other pair last night, do you?
No, but if he was as good a friend of Charlie as I think he was, Charlie wouldn't leave San Antone without seeing him. Maybe he and the girl even stayed with Mousy.
Could be worth our paying a visit, huh?
Yeah. Come on, Clay. Let's get to San Antone. This is it.
Doesn't look like anybody lives here.
We'll soon find out.
Not what you'd call a fancy house.
Mousy never did go in much for trimmings.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody was here.
Try the door.
Yeah. Jay, she's going out the back window.
Yeah. Hold it, Mousy.
Let me go. Come on, let me go, huh?
Stick around, Mousy. It's not polite to walk out on your visitors.
I ain't done nothing, Ranger.
Why are you trying to run away?
I wasn't trying to run away. I just got scared. Let me go, huh?
Sure. Come on, let's go sit down. We want to have a little talk with you.
Well, what are you after me for, Ranger? I've been living right ever since I got out of Huntsville.
Sit down, Mousy.
Yeah, sit down.
Jace, over here on the sink.
Yeah, you been having visitors, Mousy?
Huh? No. I ain't had no visitors, no.
You usually drink coffee out of 3 cups at once?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. My aunt and uncle from Houston. They come by for a cup of coffee.
I see.
Yeah.
A middle cup, Clay. Hold it by the bottom and bring it here, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. So your aunt and uncle were here?
Yeah, my aunt and uncle, yeah.
What color's your aunt's hair, Mousy?
Huh? She got gray hair, yeah.
Hey, you sure it isn't red, Mousy?
Yeah, why?
Because the lipstick on this cup is bright orange, the kind a red-headed woman might wear. You sure it was your aunt and uncle that were here?
It
could have been Lil Dunlop and Charlie Bond, couldn't it, Mousy?
Charlie? I ain't seen him in a long time. A real long time, Ranger.
How many times you been in Huntsville?
I don't remember. Twice, I think.
3 times, I know.
Yeah, I remember now. It was 3 times, yeah.
You know what happens when you get sent up again?
Oh, you can't send me up again. I ain't done nothing.
We're looking for Charlie Bond and Lil Dunlop. They were here, weren't they?
No.
If they were here and you don't tell us, the charge will be harboring criminals. The judge will throw the book at you.
They weren't here, I tell you.
All right, Clay. Let's take these cups down to the sheriff's office. We'll bring Mousy along for company.
Oh, you can't take me in. I ain't done nothing.
We won't keep you long, just till we take the fingerprints off these cups.
Fingerprints?
Uh-huh. As soon as we find out they don't belong to Charlie and Lil, we'll bring you back home. You ready, Mousy?
Wait a minute.
You ready to start talking?
Maybe they was here.
How long ago?
Early this morning.
They say where they were heading?
No, they didn't say.
Come on, Mousy. Let's go.
Oh, wait. Okay, Ranger. They're going to Gulf City.
It sounds like they're going to try their luck with a seaport for a change, Jason.
Yeah. Which cafe will Lil be working, Mousy?
I don't know. She and Charlie were talking about it. They figure they decide when they get there.
Come on, Clay.
I don't know. After Charlie and Little Ranger, you got to believe me. If I'd have known, I'd have told you right off.
I'll bet. Next time, just be more careful about who you invite for coffee. I phoned the Gulf City chief of police and asked him to stake out his men in every cafe where Lil might be expected. As soon as one of them spotted her, he was to keep an eye on her and phone the chief's office. Then Clay and I headed for Gulf City.
Yeah, just 20 more miles to Gulf City, Jace.
Yeah. We ought to make it before dark.
Yeah, the chief's men on the job. It shouldn't be too hard to spot Lil.
Our problem's to take Lil and Charlie together. We'll have to set a trap, Clay.
I don't follow you.
As soon as we get to Gulf City, I'm going to borrow a pair of dungarees and a denim shirt.
What for?
So I can pose as a seaman who's just been paid. Walk into the cafe where Lil is and try and get her to pick me up.
Well, let's say she does. Then what?
And she'll lead us to Charlie Bond.
But, Jace, Charlie's a killer. You won't be able to carry a gun in that seaman's outfit.
No, but you'll have a gun. And you'll be tailing me from the minute Lil and I leave the cafe.
Well, I hope it works.
Not half as much as I do, Clay. Not half as much. We arrived at Gulf City around 7 o'clock. I outlined my plan to the chief, and he arranged for some seaman's clothes. I changed into dungarees, and then Clay and I settled down in the office to wait.
10 o'clock. Maybe she's not going to show tonight.
Give her time. She's probably waiting till the cafes fill up, so it won't be so noticeable when she walks out with her latest sucker.
Only tonight, that's going to be you.
If things work our way, there'll be 2 other suckers tonight. Lil and Charlie Bond.
If things work our way. I still don't like it, Jason.
You got a better idea?
No, I reckon not.
What's the matter?
Yeah, it's not really funny, but I can't get over you in that seaman's outfit. You look like you haven't spent a day on land in 10 years.
Just so it convinces Lil.
And it ought to. I'm convinced and I know you. I'll get it. Ranger Morgan. Where? Yeah, right away. Come on.
Lil?
The Anchor Cafe. Let's go, sailor.
The cafe was crowded with seamen when I walked in. I spotted Lil at a corner table and passed her on my way to the counter. Took out a wad of bills and made sure she could see them, and then I asked the proprietor for change to play the jukebox. I put in a nickel, and when I turned around, she was standing at my shoulder.
Hello, sailor.
Hi.
You like music, huh?
Uh-huh. We don't get to hear much aboard ship.
You off one of the tankers?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Jack.
Jack. That's a real nice name. Mine's Lil. Buy me a beer, Jack?
Sure. Come on over.
I hope you don't think I did wrong coming up to you and speaking first.
Glad you did. 1 beer and coffee, please.
But don't you drink beer?
Yes, sometimes.
Oh, I knew when you came in you'd be nice to talk to. I was right, too.
It's funny. I was thinking the same thing when I saw you.
Were you? I didn't even know you'd noticed me.
Oh, with that pretty red hair and... How could I miss you?
You are nice. Gee, I wish we could dance in here.
Yes, so do I.
Hey, I got an idea. A few friends of mine are having a party tonight. Why don't we go? We could dance there.
I couldn't go in these work clothes.
Oh, that won't make any difference. Come on, Jack.
Well, but don't you want to wait for your beer?
There'll be plenty at the party. Come on.
Okay. Forget that beer and coffee. Maybe I ought to go back to ship and change into some better clothes.
I told you it won't make any difference. My friends won't care.
Which way?
Right down here. Sure, I'm glad I met you tonight.
Yeah, me too. Only I wish we'd met a long time before this.
You see, I was right. You are nice. Oh, we take a shortcut through here.
Freight yards?
Mm-hmm. My friends live right on the other side. This'll save us a couple of miles of walking.
Well, if you say so.
It only takes a few minutes. How come you're so quiet all of a sudden?
Reckon I don't have much to say.
Oh, I expect we'll have a lot to talk about before the evening's over.
You can say that again.
Well, now, that's more like it. For a minute there, I was beginning to think you didn't like me.
You scared of something, Lil?
Well, of course not. Why?
The way you're looking around,
No, you don't.
Slug him, Charlie. Slug him.
Give me that gun.
Charlie, look out.
Grab the girl, Clay. I got this one. Yeah.
Get your hands off.
Come on.
Get him off.
Come on, I said give me that gun, you.
Charlie. You killed Charlie.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
You okay, Jace?
Yeah. Put the other pair of cuffs on Charlie.
Sure.
Dirty, dirty cops.
Hey, you sure hit him hard, Jace. He's out colder than a fish.
I should have known you were a cop. I should have figured it out the minute I saw you.
Don't worry, Lil. You'll have plenty of time for figuring from now on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard. Music means all things to all people. Music is relaxation, adventure, Elysian fields of dreams come true. We of NBC feel proud of our Monday evening lineup of truly fine music programs. Tomorrow means more fine music on NBC, with the Railroad Hour featuring Gordon MacRae. Tomorrow, Nadine Connor will guest on the Railroad Hour production of the Romberg-Gershwin musical Rosalie, to add to your Monday evening listening pleasure. Also tomorrow, there's The Voice of Firestone with guest Jerome Hines and Howard Barlow directing the orchestra in March of the Toys. Later, there's the Telephone Hour with guest soloist Michael Rabin and the orchestra under the direction of Donald Voorhees. And enjoy the Mario Lanza Show with Mario Lanza, lovely Giselle McKenzie, and Ray Sinatra and the orchestra. Yes, Monday is your invitation to hear the Railroad Hour, The Voice of Firestone, the Telephone Hour, and the Mario Lanza Show. Hear it on this station. And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Faced with ballistics proof that his gun killed Carl Jessup, Charlie Bond admitted shooting him and placing his body in a freight car. Bond and Lil Dunlop received life sentences in the penitentiary. Early in 1949, Whitey Holmes, a vagrant dying of tuberculosis in a county hospital, confessed that he and another man had thrown the body of Carl Jessup from a moving train, thus clearing up the unsolved element in the case.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. The cast included Tony Barrett, Tom McKee, Brad Brown, Herb Ellis, Bob Sweeney, and Joan Banks. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Peet. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And now, tonight's story, the case of the moving van murders.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man's home is said to be his castle, and it's up to the forces of law and order to uphold this principle. But the individual householder should exercise diligence in maintaining the security of his domicile, particularly when the family leaves for a vacation. As in the story you are about to hear, this is the time when thieves often move in.
Oh, now, look what you've done. What's the matter with you, anyhow? Don't you know how to handle a piece of furniture?
Listen, that was just as much your fault. You were supposed to balance it.
I ought to poke you right in the mouth.
Don't try it. There'll be more furniture busted around here and over your head.
Easton ain't gonna like it when we show up with that piece all marred up.
Let's leave it here. Easton don't have to know nothing about it. We've been here too long now anyway. Some of the neighbors might be getting wise.
Hey, what's that?
Sounds like somebody coming. What's going on here? Who are you men?
We're moving these people out. Who are you?
I just happen to be the owner of this house, that's all. We thought you were away.
Shut up.
You thought I was away on vacation, is that it? I think you're a couple of crooks. I'm going to call the police about this.
Oh, you ain't calling the police, buddy!
That's what you think.
Hey, get him, Brody! Here.
I didn't hit him square enough to keep him down.
I'm not wasting no time.
Yeah, here he comes. He's going to chase us in the car.
That ain't going to get him nothing but trouble.
Take the road through the park, Duke. Ain't much traffic there.
Yeah, that gives me an idea. Hang on.
Yeah, here he comes right after us.
Well, there's a park right up ahead. That's where we'll take care of him.
What are you going to do?
Just hang on tight. You'll see.
No real rough stuff, Duke. I don't want to kill him.
You want to end up in a pen?
No, I don't want to end up in a pen.
And we got to take care of this guy. We can't lose that car. You know that, don't you?
We can get out and slug him again.
Too complicated. There's only one way to do this.
Hey, he's going to try to crowd us over, Duke. Get in front of us.
He's going to be sorry.
Watch it, Duke. Watch it.
Let him watch it. This is where he gets it.
You got him, Duke. He's catching fire.
That's his tough luck. We're getting out of here.
Hi, Chief. I've been wondering if you'd get here.
Hello, Harrington. Now, I was in court when Miss Miller reached me with your message. She said something about a man being killed in a fight with moving men.
Well, that's my idea, Chief. And I'll tell you why. First, a man by the name of Meyer was run off the park road about 2 hours ago. Car caught fire, and when they pulled him out of it, well, you know what.
Yeah, that's a hard way to die.
Lucky for us, there were a couple of kids playing ball in the park. They said it was a hit and run with a truck involved.
Did they say what kind of a truck?
A moving van. And when I got here to the man's address, I find the doors wide open, the house empty of furniture, and this hat on the floor. Now, the neighbors say they noticed the moving van, and it didn't have any name on it. The whole thing was covered by a big canvas. I've got a theory.
The furniture was being stolen.
Check. Mr. Meyer happened to walk in on them unexpectedly. They clobbered him and got going. But he chased them. And that leads us to the wreck in the park.
I think you've got it, Harrington. Now, let's take a look through the house. Well, I left the phone anyway. Wonder if it's still hooked up.
It is. I called Miss Miller from here.
Oh. Well, here's something. Looks like a furniture pad.
Yeah, that belonged to the moving van.
It's a brand new one, too. Let's see if we can find the name of the maker on it.
Here it is, Chief. The Acme Awning Company, 234 Front Street.
Where's that phone?
District Attorney's Office.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, did you find Harrington?
Yes, I'm with him right now. I'd like you to check up on something for me, Miss Miller.
All right, Chief.
Now, this thing looks like a robbery and a murder setup. Some crooks emptying a house of furniture killed the owner of the place when he showed up unexpectedly. And we've got just one real clue. A furniture pad.
Furniture pad?
Those big canvas pads that moving men use to protect furniture.
Oh, sure.
Call the Acme Awning Company, 234 Front Street.
I've got it.
If they've sold more than one, get the names of all the buyers.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
We'll see you later at the office.
I only hope the awning company has a record on it.
I hope so, too. Oh, and there's something else.
Huh? What's that, Chief?
We'll need a list of the items of furniture that were taken.
Well, neighbors ought to be able to help out on that.
That's a good idea. Let's try them.
There's Easton waiting for us. We're going to tell him about that guy?
I'm going to tell him plenty.
Get that truck to the back end of the lot. I told you before about leaving it here.
I want to talk to you.
So you want to talk to me? Brody can drive it back, can he?
Okay, I'll drive it back.
Getting in kind of late, ain't you, Duke?
Listen, Easton, that's your fault.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You got us into a mess because you didn't have that job case right.
You got the furniture, didn't you?
Yeah, you said those people were going to be away.
They were away.
Then why did the guy come walking in on us?
So he happened to come home. You can't figure out everything.
He come home all right. And we had to run him off the road to keep him from chasing us right into this yard.
All right, so you got rid of him. What are you beefing about?
I figure we took a big chance this time. I figure we ought to have a bigger cut.
Duke. You got a nerve coming in here and talking to me like that. You know, I got a notion to throw you right out in your face.
Don't get tough with me, Easton. I wouldn't like it. No. Well, let's see how you like this. I'm running this show, Duke. You do like I say. Why, you... Show you like this. Like I said, Duke, I'm running the show. You're a good man. You want to play it smart and stay with me, all right. But tell me, right now. Okay. You're with me. That ain't answering the question. Okay. So I'll stay with you. That means you're taking orders and no beats. Okay. All right. Now look, with that new load we got, there's too much in the warehouse. You and Brody take the rig over there and load up for a trip out of town. Where? I'll tell you later. Looks like we got company. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
You're the owner here?
That's right. Who are you?
Name is Harrington. This is Mr. Garrett, district attorney.
Yeah? What do you want me for?
The sign says you rent out trucks.
That's why I put the sign up there. I'm going back and help Brody, Mr. Easton.
In just a minute. You work here?
Yeah.
What kind of work do you do?
I just work around the yard, moving trucks, that kind of thing.
What's your name?
Duke Conlon.
How long have you worked here?
6 months, maybe. Ain't that right, Mr. Easton? Yeah, that's about right. Anything else, mister?
No, that'll be all for now.
What do you mean, for now?
Did you rent out any trucks today, Easton?
Look, what's this all about? You come in here asking a lot of questions. Why should I have to tell you my business?
A house was robbed a few hours ago. All the furniture was shoved into a truck and carted away. When the owner tried to stop it, he was run off the road and killed.
So what's that got to do with me?
The truck left a pad behind that came from this lot.
A pad?
A canvas-covered furniture pad. We checked with the awning company that made it. They said it was sold to you.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I run a truck rental yard. I rent out rigs to whoever comes in here and puts up the price. Did somebody use one of my trucks to pull a robbery? I can't help it. I got no control over what they do when they leave the lot.
How many trucks did you rent out today?
3 or 4, maybe.
Are they all back?
Yeah, they're all back.
Could we see your records for the day?
Yeah, just a second. I'll get them for you.
What do you think about this setup, Chief?
I don't like the looks of it.
No, I don't either. Look, there's another guy at the back of the lot. This is a pretty small place. They all work here. They must be tripping over one another.
Here comes our man back.
Look, I've been thinking about this. Why should I give you my records?
Well, they could be important to our investigation.
Sorry, nothing doing.
We've got ways of getting them, you know.
Sure you have. And when you come in here with a court order, I'll hand them over. But not until.
You don't want to help us at all, do you?
Why should I? Nobody pays me to be a cop.
Let's go, Harrington.
Yeah, that guy's got a disposition like a bucket of worms. Why don't we just take him in? Might not be so lippy when we get him downtown.
We need something specific to go on.
What about the pad?
He's got the answer for that. It could have been lost by someone who rented a truck.
You don't believe that. Neither do I. But he's going to dummy up a phony record that'll make it look that way. Then he can blame the robbery on someone who doesn't even exist.
Now, that's the reason he won't let us see those records right now. But I might surprise him by getting here with a court order before he expects it.
Now, why would they be driving that big van off the lot? Hey, did you see who was at the wheel?
Yes, the yard man.
They got a gas pump here and a lube rack. No reason to drive it out when it's not rented.
Unless they want to move some furniture on their own. This could be the break we're looking for. I can take a cab into town. Get in your car and follow them.
Right.
With the family away on a vacation, a home has been broken into by crooks who loaded the furnishings into a moving van. But the man of the house had appeared unexpectedly, and the crooks had killed him. An important clue was a heavy canvas furniture pad that we traced to a truck rental yard. The operator of the yard, a man named Easton, refused to help us. So while I went to pick up a court order to compel his cooperation, Harrington followed a truck that left the yard under suspicious circumstances.
District Attorney's office.
Here's Harrington, Miss Miller. Chief, come in yet?
Not yet, Harrington. Any message?
Just tell him I followed the truck to a warehouse on Stacy Street, 312. I'm calling from a phone booth right near the place.
You gonna make an arrest? Will you need help?
I don't know yet. I'm going in now and find out.
Okay, dude, come back a little more. A little more. That's it.
All right, let's get this thing loaded.
You got the key?
Right here. Give me a hand.
Yep. Man, that's a lot of furniture we got here.
A lot of dough in it, too. Let's get going.
How about this one to start with?
Okay. Lights on.
All set?
Check.
Hey, this is all fancy stuff. They ought to be able to peddle it quick.
Now, the quicker the better.
Uh-oh.
Put it down.
It's a cop.
Better let me handle it.
I thought you fellas were supposed to be in the truck rental business.
We are.
What do you do, rent them furnished?
This is just a moving job we're taking care of.
Quite a job. Who are you doing it for?
We'll have to ask the boss about that.
I don't see the boss around.
Well, you can find him if you go back to the lot.
You'd like me to do that, wouldn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's go inside and see what you've got in there.
Listen, mister, we got work to do. We got no time to gab with you.
You can take time.
I'll stay out here and load this piece into the van.
Wait a minute. You better come in with us. Let's go. You've got enough stuff here to stock a department store.
Well, that's a warehouse. That's what it's for.
Where did all this furniture come from?
Well, like I said before, why don't you talk to the boss?
Did you fellas bring any of this stuff here?
Yeah.
Where'd you pick it up?
Different places.
What kind of places?
Houses, stores, I don't know.
This table here. Where did it come from?
I don't remember.
Well, I think I can tell you where it came from.
I don't see how you can.
An oval dining table, antique pine. That happens to be on a list of articles stolen from a house this morning. There's more in this same group that are on the list. You want to hear them?
Why tell us about it?
Because you probably brought them here.
Oh, you're crazy.
You're under arrest, both of you.
What for?
Suspicion of burglary and homicide.
What do you mean, homicide?
The owner of that house was run off the road and burned to death. You're going to have to tell us about that, too. Let's head for my car.
They ain't heading nowhere, mister. Don't you make any moves or you get a bullet through your back.
Well, the boss.
Yeah, that's right. The boss.
It's a good thing you got here, Easton. He was going to horse in.
He never had a chance. I saw him followed you, and I followed him.
You people are in a mess. Now, if you're smart, you won't make it any worse than it is.
Yeah? What should we do? Roll over and play dead? Look, I don't figure it's going to get any worse than it is. All right, get his gun, Duke.
Yeah, Now, listen. You're under arrest, too, Easton. And I'm warning all of you. Anything you say might be used as evidence.
These guys never know when they're losers, do they?
Shut up. What are you going to do with him, Easton?
Well, I ain't going to let him picket the place. I'll show you what I'm going to do with it. Yeah. I ought to take care of him for a while.
Yeah, but what about when he comes out of it? This guy knows all of us. He can identify
Don't
us.
worry, I got plans for him. All right, pick him up.
All right, come on, Brody.
Yeah. Brother, is he out?
That's what we want. All right.
Take him out to the van. Yeah.
Mr. Garrett, better keep the engine running.
Is something wrong, Miss Miller?
I was hoping I could catch you down here.
Oh, what's the matter?
Harrington phoned a while ago.
What'd he say?
He said he followed a truck to a warehouse on Stacy Street. Said he was going to move in and might make an arrest, and I got the feeling he might need help.
Get in. What was the number on Stacy Street?
312. I probably shouldn't have left the office, but I knew you'd be driving into the parking lot, and I thought this might be urgent.
You did just right. It could be urgent.
All set?
Yeah, we're all set. That guy still unconscious?
He's out cold.
He ain't dead, is he?
No, he's still breathing.
That's too bad. Hey,
Where are you going?
Well, I was just going around back.
Come here.
What do you want?
Trying to sneak away, huh?
Well, I didn't have nothing to do with this thing, and I think you guys in pretty deep.
What do you mean you didn't have nothing to do with it? Look, you're in with us. Right up to the top of your yellow streak.
No, wait a minute, Easton. I didn't hire on to come and murder.
You're gonna do like I say.
You can't kill cops and get away with it.
We can't leave this one alive and get away with it. He's right, Brody. We gotta do it.
Not me. I'm getting out of here.
Now, you try that again and the next one goes through your back.
Okay, Easton, okay.
Get in the truck with Duke. How do we do this, Easton? Head north out of town. To the freeway? No, not to the freeway. We want some privacy on this job. Head for the road alongside the river. Okay. Where on that road? Turn off just before you get to the bridge. To the right, there's a road there. Yeah, I know. Go about 100 yards and then pull over. I'll follow you. What about this guy's car? I'll be in it. When we get through with him, we'll leave his car alongside the road so it'll look like an accident. That's a good idea. Go on, get going. Come on, Brody.
I hope I'm all wrong about this, but when Harrington says he'll call, he usually calls.
Well, you'll soon find out if anything's wrong. Here's the warehouse.
You gonna drive right in?
Might be better if we stop right here across the street. Doesn't seem to be a truck there.
Mr. Garrett, wasn't that Harrington's car?
It certainly was, with a stranger driving it.
Then something must have happened to Harrington.
Yeah, it looks that way.
You better stay with that car, Chief.
Don't worry, I will.
We're almost there, ain't we, Duke?
Yeah, you asked me that a dozen times already.
Well, Easton ain't behind us yet.
Don't worry about Easton. He knows where we're gonna be.
I don't like this deal, Duke, you know that?
Yeah, you already said so, but we're going through with it anyway, so come on. Let's get him out of there.
He's conscious.
All right, you. Get out.
I'd be delighted. Here comes Easton.
I told you he'd show up.
That's another one against him. Stealing a car.
Keep your mouth shut. Good. You got him out of there. Better close the doors, Brody. Yeah. All right. Let's get him down the river. Come on, Cap. Move.
What are we going to do with him?
We're going to hold his head on until he drowns. Then we'll put him in his car and run it into the river. Does that sound all right? Sounds great.
Not to me. Nice and hard.
You try that again and you get a bullet right through the head right now.
A minute ago, you said you were going to drown me. You mean I got a choice?
Let's get him down there. It'll be easier to do this if we tie his feet, Easton. All right. Take off your belt and strap him up.
You fellas are crazy if you think you can get away with this.
Who's going to find out about it? That's right, cop. They're going to have a hard enough time just finding you. Come on, Duke. Get the belt off. We'll use Brody's belt.
You'll stay right where you are without moving.
Cops! Go on. Shoot some more, Captain. I got your man in front of me. Go on, shoot some more.
Just think you got me, Easton. We're both going into it. All right, don't try to get away.
Well, I quit, mister. I'm not trying to go nowhere.
My arm. I think you broke my arm.
You were firing at me. I had to do something about it.
I'll take care of him, Chief.
All right. Up the bank.
Give me time. You twisted most of the breath out of me.
You all right, Harrigan? Yeah. I'm fine, Chief. But how did you happen to get there?
Oh, you can thank Miss Miller for that. She had an idea you might be able to use a little help.
Oh, was she right? Thanks, Miss Miller.
Anytime, Harrington.
How's the man's arm?
I'm all right.
You're all under arrest.
Yeah? What for?
Several things, including murder.
Not me. I didn't kill nobody.
Then you'd better be ready to tell us all about it.
You keep your mouth shut, Brody, you hear me?
You're wasting your breath, Easton. With a bunch like this, somebody always sings. Loud and long. And you're going to find that out the hard way, Easton. Come on, let's go. This was a case that hit the front page. The man we called Duke was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. With Brody, he was also found guilty on charges of breaking and entering and burglary. Easton was convicted for receiving stolen goods, for being an accessory before and after the fact, for conspiracy to commit murder and assault with intent to commit murder. Duke and Easton will spend most of their lives in prison. Brody received a lighter sentence for turning state's evidence. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam.
Now take it easy.
The papers are on the street. I saw them.
So did I. There'll be some red-faced editors ducking behind their green eye shades tomorrow.
What do you mean, Sam?
You don't print up the score until the returns are all in, F. This applies to presidential elections, boxing matches, and executions at San Quentin Prison.
Sam, you mean Willie?
I mean Willie. Batten down the hatches and turn over your foam rubber cushion, Wonder Girl, for even now I'm homeward bound with a stride-by-stride account of a 12-hour marathon, which I shall call, for obvious reasons, the Hail and Farewell Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
I've been robbed. Heffy?
Sam?
Trot in here this minute.
Oh, yes, sir. Have I done something?
That's what I was about to ask. Have you been sticking your delightful, freckled-covered, upturned little nose into my schnapps bottle? Well, answer me, girl.
Sam, you know I don't do...
All right, then, who?
Well, the nervous little man who was here did open the drawer to find a pencil and paper and leave a note.
Okay, you're clear.
Oh, Sam, what about the little man?
A good and leading question, F. Shall we attempt an answer?
Oh, I'm at the ready, Sam. Shoot.
Date, fill it in. To Justice Edward Benjamin, State Supreme Court, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Hail and Farewell Caper. Dear Justice Benjamin, my relationship with the spindly little man goes clear back to a week ago, Thursday, possibly even before that. But that was the day I first noticed him. I remember it was Thursday because I was having corned beef and cabbage at Schroeder's. With him, it was a glass of water at the next table. He was paying little mind to the menu, having decided to spend the lunch hour staring at me. A couple of times, he put down his glass of water and pushed back his chair as if he were going to come over and talk. But he changed his mind. I put away the corned beef and cabbage and was halfway past the pie when he finally did it.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello?
You, sir, are Mr. Spade?
I am.
The detective, Sam Spade Detective Agency?
At your service, sir. Now, what can I...
You see, do you have a match?
I gave him a match, and he thanked me and went out. On Friday, I saw him in Ben's grotto over a plate of wrecked sole. We got just about as far, then he returned the match he owed me. The following week, I saw him 4 times, once as I was going into a show, once at the post office, and twice as I was going into my office building. Each was the same. We'd get up to the point where he was about to tell me something, then he'd back down and ask me what time it was, or did I have a horse in the fifth at Golden Gate, or would I lend him a cigarette. Then he'd bustle off as fast as his spindly little legs could carry. And thus matters stood yesterday. Place, my office, time, 1:37 p.m. Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, This is a gentleman who
Yeah, don't tell me I know the voice. Now, what is it this time?
I do like to see you, Mr. Spade. I must see you.
I know. I'll save us both a trip. The
It is
date
vital.
is April 26th. The time is 1:38 p.m. All
it is
trains,
really urgent.
planes, and streetcars are leaving on schedule.
The most
And for the
important-
favorite at Golden Gate tomorrow, consult your nearest
Please,
bookie.
please, sir, please, Mr. Spade, please, do not jest. This is a matter of life and death.
I see. Fine, then. I'll see you tomorrow for lunch, huh?
I won't be here, Mr. Spade.
Oh, where'll you be?
Dead. Dead.
Look, I'm tired of this, Mr. Spindley. Give it to me straight or sign off. Now, what is it?
Gotta listen to me, Mr. Spade. It's most important. It's a life or death. It's a life.
Hello? Mr. Spindley? Hello! It almost seemed as if he were in earnest this time, so I didn't hang up. I hustled down the hall to the next office, found another phone, and sweet-talked the supervisor into tracing down Mr. Spindley. It was a pay booth in a drugstore opposite the Park Emergency Hospital. The clerk in the drugstore was just getting over it when I punched in. Spindley had collapsed in the booth and had been hauled across the street to the hospital.
On the bed there.
Oh, thanks, Doctor.
Life and death, Mr. Spade. Terrible. You've got to stop it. It's murder.
He's been
Legal
muttering
murder.
like that ever since we brought him in.
Yeah, hop, huh?
The legal kind. You see before you an overdose of sleeping tablets.
You mean he tried to kill himself?
I can't think of an easy way anyone could feed him 2 full bottles, can you?
Pull through?
Probably. We gave him a good pumping.
Don't let them do it. Don't.
All right.
It's
all
murder.
right. Now, Mr. Doe, don't carry on so.
But I know who did it, sir. You must stop him.
All right.
I know who is
Take it easy. He's got a lot of strength for a little guy.
Mr. Doe, huh? No name.
Yeah, nothing to identify him. Funny thing, that.
What do you mean?
I'd almost guarantee the man's undernourished, hasn't eaten for days, shabby clothes, and so on. Yet look at the roll I found in his pocket.
How much?
Almost $800.
Oh, did you find anything else?
Yeah, this. Huh? What do you make of it?
Well, front page of the Star Times.
It's a galley proof, isn't it? Kind they run off in the linotype room before they start the presses.
Yeah. Killer dies tonight. Willie Johnson, hitchhike murderer, to enter gas chamber at midnight.
Innocent man.
All
It's murder. It's murder.
Down you go, Mr. Doe.
But I know who did it, sir. I know everything. Everything. I know. A frame. It's a skillful frame.
You mean Willie Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know who it was. It was hail and farewell, sir. Hail and farewell.
Who was it? Come on, Mr. Doe. Wake up.
Mr. Doe. Yeah. I was waiting for that.
Hit him?
Like a ton of bricks. He'll be incommunicado for the next 24 hours or longer.
Hail and farewell. A broken down actor.
Huh?
Only an actor would think more of an exit line than an innocent man's neck.
You mean you believe he knows?
I don't know what I believe. The guy's been trailing me for 10 days, driving himself nuts, tries to knock himself off. It's a cinch he believes it.
Well, there's no chance of bringing him around before tomorrow.
Yes, and Willie Johnson dies tonight.
So what happens?
So I'm stuck for taxi fare to San Quentin.
Believe in him? Believe in Willie Johnson?
Yeah, I know you're his lawyer, Mr. Grayson.
I'm his lawyer because I volunteered to serve you, Mr. Spade. I've been in the law a long, long time. I've defended a lot of phonies. Sometimes you've got to if you want to eat. They all sing the same song. I was framed. Oh, I know all 89 verses. But Willie...
Yeah?
Willie's song is different. Because Willie Johnson's an innocent man. Willie was framed. 4 appeals. 4 appeals, 4 stays. And we've had our last one. It's folded up now, Spade. I'm going to take the walk with him at midnight. So do something for me, will you?
Sure.
When you walk into a cell, remember you're talking to a man who's going to die in less than 8 hours. We're trying to build his spirit up so he can go out with the colors flying, you know?
Yeah.
Don't give him a lot of false hope, Spade. Because there isn't any.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Spade, sir.
I told my story so many times.
I'd like to write something about you for the papers, Willie.
Oh. Yes, sir. All the newspaper gentlemen been here and gone.
Yeah, I know. Could you tell it just once more, Willie?
Well, all right, sir. It's more than a year ago, I guess you know that.
Yeah.
I was broke, you know. Things hadn't been going so well, sir. I was down to my last 2 bits that night. I walked into Sherry Dugan's.
That's the bar on the waterfront, huh?
Yes, sir. I got to talking with a fella sitting at the bar there. He bought me beer.
Who was he?
I never did find his name. I ain't seen him since that night. If I could find him, I don't reckon I'd be where I am, sir. He had a paper with him. Was reading the classified ad section. You know the part about autos, transportation, and so on?
Yeah.
Well, there was an ad there. I'd say, we'll pay $500 plus expenses to drive car to Mexico City with a phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And the fella said if he were in my shoes, he'd call up and inquire, so I did. I inquired, and I got the job. Well, sir, about an hour later, I met a man with a car at Southern Mason by the gas station there. And he gave me the $500, and I started out for Mexico City.
Who was he, Willie?
Never found his name either. We tried too, Mr. Grayson. Me. Never could find him.
I see.
Well, it was raining that night, sir. I remember. It was raining. And I hadn't gotten more than 50 miles south of town, somewhere around Morgan Hill it was, when a siren blew off behind me, and the first thing I knew, well, they was asking me questions about a girl. A girl named Georgia Lyon. It was her car, it seems, and the officer claimed I stole it. They made me raise my arms, and they searched me. And there was a knife in my pocket, you see, with blood on it. There, and I don't know how it got there. And the $500, that had blood on it, too. And there was blood on the seat. And when they opened the turtle back, there she was. This Georgia Lyon I told you. All doubled up there and dead, and they said I'd done it for the money in the car, and I guess I just went crazy, Mr. Spade, with this all coming at me at once that way. You see, I tried to make a break for it, and I got away. And I knew it was a terrible wrong thing to do. I know that.
Yeah, what about the trial, Willie?
Well, sir, Mr. Grayson done everything in his power, sir. And so did I. I told the truth as close as I could recollect it, but it didn't make no sense. We never found the man in the bar or the man who drove up in the car.
What about the phone number in the ad?
Oh, that turned out to be a fancy dress shop on Powell Street called Mason Francine. And the classified ad, sir, that was the queerest thing of all.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Mr. Grayson went through every newspaper in the country for 2 weeks either side of the night, and there wasn't any such ad in any of them. So they said I was lying. They said I was lying. I made it all up in my head. And now they're going to kill me for it.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Spade. I've heard it so long now. Maybe I did kill her. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right.
But there was something in the way he said, maybe they're right. I told you they were wrong. I thanked him and told him I had what I wanted for my story and said goodbye. There was no hope in his face, but no despair either. He knew what was coming, and he was ready. And that's all. I hit the homeward-bound commuters on the wrong side of the Golden Gate Bridge, so it was almost 7 when I checked in at Sherry Dugan's bar on the waterfront. A girl was sitting 3 stools down from me, a class-type dame in a black file suit from Magnum's, and a hat that must have set some good-time Charlie back $50. That's the kind of a dame you'd expect to be sitting in Sherry Dugan's, least of all as drunk as she was.
Well, here you are, Jack. 60 cents. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
This is a one-man operation, isn't it?
Yes, why?
Well, then you'd be Sherry Dugan, huh?
No, I bought the joint from Sherry a few months back. Why?
Well, I'm doing a story for the papers on Willie Johnson. Tell me, was Sherry here on the big night?
Oh, yes. Only Willie Johnson wasn't. You could look it up, what Sherry testified.
Where is he now?
Oh, South America.
And there he'll stay. You know why?
Why?
Sherry has brains. For a man in his shoes, there's no better place right now than South America.
Oh? Well, tell me more.
He needed a rest the worst way, Sherry did, after all he'd been through. Tending bar can be difficult at times, right, Tim?
Oh, yes, indeed. Show me a good bartender, and I'll show you a barn diplomat.
And more besides. Well, here's to Sherry, wherever he is. Keep running, Sherry. Keep running. You know, Sherry's like a dog running away from a can tied to his tail. We all are.
Who's we?
All of us, the world. Give me another drink, Tim.
Oh, now, listen, lady. I don't think I
Don't
better,
give
you know.
me any lip. This is a first-class wake, isn't it? A send-off for Willie, isn't it? Poor.
Marilyn, what are you doing here?
Oh, just in time, Georgie. Sit down.
Come on, we're going home.
Take your time, George. 2 of the members present. 1 more. We'll have a quorum. Pour him a drink, Tim.
You want me to carry you out of here?
Might be fun. Where's Daddy?
He's pacing the floor. Now, come on.
You know something, George. You've got a can tied to your tail, too. No use running, George.
Oh, you're out of your head. Whatever made you come here?
Kind of appropriate, don't you think? Special night tonight. Black dress. See, all fixings. Gonna have us awake.
Not here we aren't. Are you coming?
Nope.
All right.
Where we go?
Going home.
Bye, Timmy. And you, whoever you
Hey, wait. How about to have
Hold it. How much does she owe you?
That's $3.45.
Here. It's worth it. Now tell me, who is she?
Oh, it's a model. Some dress shop uptown.
Oh? Like the Maison Francine, for instance?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Just a hunch. What's her name?
Oh, Marilyn Hale. Her old man runs the Star Times, you know, the publisher.
Yeah.
The guy is his partner, George Farewell. You must have heard of the firm Hale and Farewell.
I had, but it was a slightly different reading from the one Mr. Spindley gave me at the hospital. I looked at my watch. Willie was 4.5 hours from the end of the line when I took off for the press room at the Star Times.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and music for you tomorrow evening with the Dennis Day Show. There'll be songs by Dennis and another typical tangled comedy situation, the kind of hilarious mix-up that could happen only to Dennis Day. And now, back to the Hail and Farewell caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Time 8:11. I got out of the elevator in the basement of the Star Times building on Mission Street and started looking for the press room foreman, somebody named Joe Fortescue. I finally found his feet sticking out from under a sick linotype, hauled him out, and tried to make him understand what I wanted.
Yeah, I know who you mean. I know, a little bandy-legged guy.
Can't hear you.
I say, he's a little bandy-legged guy.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Hello, what about him?
Come on. Go ahead, you first. Now, who is he?
Charlie Forrest, he's nuts.
I know, but that's not what I care.
Been off his rocker for a year. Look, you see that picture on the wall over your head?
Yeah.
That's Mr. Hale, the Iron Fist.
Oh.
Won't tolerate no inefficiency, you understand? But this screwball, this Charlie Forrest, I personally canned him twice, and both times Iron Fist sends it back to me.
Yeah.
So it don't make no never mind to me, brother. Leave him come to work stewed all the time. Leave him lay off for 2 straight weeks like this time. Don't make no never mind.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm up with you now. How long's Charlie been this way?
A year or so. I know just when it started.
When Willie Johnson was hauled in on the hitchhiking killing, right?
Oh, you've been talking to Charlie, huh?
Yeah.
Funny thing how that hit him. You'd find him sitting in a corner by himself, mumbling all the time about the guy being innocent. Mm-hmm. What do you suppose Charlie had to do with that? Oh, I don't know. Got real crazy toward the end, you know. Said he was killing Willie Johnson. And you'd ask him with what, and he'd say a linotype machine and a hunk of newsprint. One day he even offered to prove it, you know.
How?
Oh, I don't know. He said he had proof. He said he had the evidence that would save Willie's neck, hid in his room.
Mm-hmm.
boy, was he off his trolley?
Look, I've got to find out where he lives. They don't know upstairs.
I don't know. We don't know downstairs neither. He moved out of his apartment 3 weeks back, and don't nobody know where he went.
Look, he was in this morning. Picked up a galley proof of page 1.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who might know where to find him.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, about 10 o'clock he leave here. Said he was going to look him up. Somebody named Spade.
Thanks.
Sam Spade. He's a detective.
That remains to be seen.
Message, Sam?
A bandy-legged little guy named Charlie Forrest, F. He must have been in around 10:30 this morning.
Dear, I didn't get here till 11. They're still clearing stuff off the tracks from the MacArthur reception.
Yeah, never mind that now. Listen, write this down.
Oh, wait till I find a piece of paper.
Hurry up.
Here, under the ashtray.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
Call Jeremy Grayson. He's a lawyer, and he's with Willie Johnson in the death row at Quentin. Tell him to get hold of a justice on the state Supreme Court and hold the line open till I get him. You got that?
Yes, sir. Is there anything else?
No, I'll get back to you in a little while.
Sam, wait a minute. Don't hang up.
What's the matter?
This paper I'm writing on under the ashtray. It's a note.
Well, go ahead.
Mr. Spade, please contact me at once. Charles W. Forrest, Bellflower Hotel, 338 Stockton Street.
It took 20 more minutes to cross town and 10 on top of that to convince the clerk at the Bellflower I had a right to the key to Charlie's room, which I had not. I tossed the room from the light fixture to the floorboards, covered everything from the window shades to the bathroom plumbing. Result, 1 batch of dirty laundry, 6 soggy cigarettes, and 2 empty bottles of sleeping pills. I was on my way out when I remembered one more thing. It wasn't an accident like in the movies. It was on purpose. I unscrewed the tops of the iron bedposts. Inside number 3, I found it. There was a payphone at the end of the dark hallway.
Sam, I warned you about this. We've had 4 stays. They won't come through with the 5th.
I've got a fair hold card, Grayson. Did you get the judge?
Yeah, Benjamin, State Supreme Court.
What'd he say?
What I knew he'd say. No evidence, no stay.
Tell him I got evidence.
It better be good, Sam.
It is. A phony newspaper, a copy of the Star-Times for the night of the murder with a special page in the classified section carrying the ad that Willie answered. How does that sound?
You've got it now?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, hang on to it. I'll get back to the judge. Say, wait a minute. Who's behind it?
It's a long story. I'll tell you when I see you.
Hang up.
When you what? Spade. Spade.
Hang up or I'll kill you.
Spade.
That's it. You can turn around now.
Well, Iron Fist.
We've met.
I've seen your picture, Mr. Hale.
It flattered me, no doubt. Give it to me.
What?
The paper, stupid.
I haven't read the funnies.
All right, Mr. Spade, if you'd rather.
Iron Fist knew other games besides publishing. He moved up, I went for the gun, which suddenly wasn't there, and he was giving me a fast demonstration of judo for beginners. First thing you know, I was sprawled on the floor, and he was looking down at me along the barrel of his .38.
I could kill you, I suppose, but why? Why?
He backed off toward the window, spread out the paper, and crumbled it up.
Now.
You know what you're doing with that match, Hale.
Shut up.
You're burning Willie Johnson at the stake.
I said shut up.
He touched the match to the pile of papers, watched them flare suddenly, lighting up the entire hallway. He looked like a medieval devil.
I'm sorry about Willie Spade, but it has to be, that's all. It has to be.
What did you have to do with Georgia Lyon?
Nothing. Nothing at all. And her name wasn't Georgia Lyon, really. It was her stage name.
No?
Her real name was Farewell.
Your partner's wife?
Why, Spade, didn't you read the testimony at the trial? She was leaving George that night. She'd made a noble decision to walk out of his life and leave him free.
For your daughter, huh, Marilyn?
That's right. And it was such a tragedy Georgia had to run into Willie Johnson the very night she left. Wasn't it, Spade? Wasn't it?
He bent over the fire, watched it die down into a pile of ashes. I was looking at something else. A draft from the stairwell behind me had picked up a glowing scrap and set it down at the foot of a sleazy window curtain behind him.
Well, that's it, Spade. The last of Willie Johnson. The last of...
I hit him at the knees as the curtain went up in a blinding flash. No judo this time, just an old-fashioned hammerlock.
Let me go.
Come on, give me that gun.
No, the fire.
I'll break your arm, Hale. I'll break your arm. There. Well, that's better. Now get up. Get up. Hale, stop. Hale!
he hit the top of the stairway. He took off like an eagle, lit on his neck halfway down, and toppled the rest of the way like a loose-packed sack of laundry. He was dead when I got to him. Score, with an hour and 5 minutes to play, no evidence, one dead witness, one unconscious one killer, and accomplice at large. There was only one way left to go, and I took it.
Floor, please.
George Farewell's apartment.
That's the penthouse.
Yeah, is he home?
Oh, I don't know what's the matter up there, sir. I think something's wrong, awfully wrong. He went up there early this evening with a young lady, and the door to the roof is locked at the 8th floor. That's never happened before.
Any other way up?
Well, you might try the fire escape if it's urgent.
It is. So I climbed the fire escape at the 8th floor and went up onto the roof. Or rather, into George Farewell's patio. I worked my way through a maze of potted shrubbery around a fish pond with a fountain in the middle. Piano music was coming through a pair of French doors. But before I saw where the music was coming from, I knew it was the radio and not the piano. Because the piano, a 14-foot grand, had George Farewell sprawled across the keyboard with a bullet through his head. I crossed to the set of French doors on the other side of the house. And there I saw her, standing up on the 3-foot parapet surrounding the roof, looking 8 floors down into the street.
Don't come any closer.
You're not really going to jump, Merrill.
He did it his way. I'm going to do it mine. Don't come any closer. Don't.
I won't. So George shot himself, huh?
Why not? Can't go through life with a can tied to your tail. No running away from that.
No, there isn't. Well, you're going to jump?
Give me time.
Oh, you want to do it the dramatic way, don't you, Marilyn? Only 35 minutes left until Willie checks out over at the...
Will you shut up?
And to make it really ironic, you'll want to take off before he does, right? The one person left who can save him. I talked to Willie, Marilyn.
He must hate the world.
He doesn't hate anybody.
Poor jerk.
I think he'd feel even sorrier for you, throwing your own life away while you can still save his. You can't run away from this tin can, but you can untie it. You can climb down off that wall and ride over to Quentin with me. You can tell him George Farewell killed his wife, that the 3 of you and the little linotyper made a pigeon out of Willie. I held my breath. She swayed, looked down into the street, poising herself. Then she turned round and stepped onto the roof again.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Only George Farewell didn't stab his wife that night. I did.
We pulled up at Quentin with 6 minutes to spare. The foregoing Justice Benjamin is submitted in support of the stay of execution granted Willie Johnson and will be set forth in detail in Mr. Grayson's petition for a new trial. Period. End of report.
Gee, Willie can say. What can I say?
Well, I have one constructive suggestion.
I could say you're the greatest, finest, most wonderful...
Yes, but you'd only be repeating yourself, Tara. The proper line at this moment is, I shall have the report ready for you immediately following the next announcement. Right? Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon McRae, plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah. You're invited.
Here it is, Sam. Sam? Here's the report.
Oh, yeah.
What are you writing, Sam?
Look, how's this? Man of the world, dashing, debonair, cosmopolitan, temporarily at liberty, desires employment.
Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
What does it mean?
All right, we'll drop it down a few notches. Private investigator, accomplished raconteur, will tell troubles to listening public. Nice telephone voice. Contact Sam Spade, 1 East 48th Street, New York.
1 East 48th Street?
Yeah, my address during the summer months, Cherub. You got it?
1 East 48th Street,
Mm-hmm.
New York City.
Oh, maybe a lot of people will write, Sam. I'm sure they will.
Think so?
There'll always be a Samuel Spade Incorporated.
Will there?
Look ahead. Smile through the tears, Sam.
I am.
The day will come soon again when
When the phone will ring and you will say...
Sam Spade, detective agency.
Yes, and I will say... Me, sweetheart. Buck up, old girl. Stout fella, stiff upper lip. Good show.
Not goodbye, but au revoir, Sam.
Hail and farewell. Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn, Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Also in the cast were Junius Matthews, Olin Soule, Wally Mayer, Sidney Miller, Kathy Lewis, Paul Frees, Ed Max, and Lou Merrill. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's too hot for you to handle and far off the beaten track, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear sir, if you're a moviegoer at all, you must know me, Peter Murch, the small, ineffectual man everyone laughs at as soon as he appears on the screen. But there's nothing humorous about my present dilemma. After 30 years, I'm to be starred in my next picture. But unless you can help me, I'll have to say no to this dream of a lifetime. This is hard to explain
in so many words. But if you'll meet me at the Farm Food Vegetarian Restaurant at 1 o'clock today, I'll explain everything. Signed, urgently, Peter Murch.
Oh, sure, Brooksy. You know, that gnome-like character from the movies?
Oh, Casper Milquetoast himself.
That's the guy.
The hand-picked little man who puts galoshes over his rubbers when it rains.
George Valentine, maker of stars. Hey, I wonder how I fit into this picture.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
Well, then, on to Mr. Murch.
Oh, but just one thing, George.
Yeah, what's that, Angel?
Well, if we have to have lunch at a vegetarian restaurant, could we stop off for a hamburger first?
Veggie burgers. I insist we have veggie burgers for lunch.
Veggie burgers?
Yes, indeed, Miss Brooks. And if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know they were made of nuts and choice legumes. Peas, beans...
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be real tasty. But what about your letter? What's on your mind, Mr. Murch?
Oh, dear. I knew that letter would sound confusing.
To say the least.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I had a long talk with my psychoanalyst. And you know what?
What?
I'm schizophrenic.
Oh, no.
I'm not one person, I'm two, battling furiously with each other.
Who's winning?
I'm not really that mild, retiring little man that millions of people know. No. There's another side of me that craves excitement, even violence.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Murch.
But it's quite true, young man. My psychoanalyst tells me I just can't go on being a house divided. No. I simply must involve myself in some kind of exciting adventure.
Well, what does your doctor expect you to do? Go out and kiss the first beautiful blonde you see on the street?
No. I'm serious, Mr. Valentine. Look at me. Practically a nervous wreck. I simply can't go on being the prim Peter Murch my public expects of me. When the director says, lights, camera, I begin to shake. So that's the other side of me coming out.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, I break into a cold sweat. I feel like screaming. Right out there in front of everybody.
Well, maybe all you need is a good scream.
No, it isn't that simple. My psychoanalyst says I've been playing the timid soul in my personal life as well as on the screen. And it's affecting me. Anyway, I can't go into this new picture.
Oh, but Mr. Murch, you've worked so hard all these years. And this is your first starring role.
And it would be my first failure, too, in my mental condition.
And, you want me to provide the excitement?
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Perhaps introduce me to some low, disreputable characters. Take me to places where almost anything can happen, you know.
You really think that would help?
Well, my psychoanalyst seems to think so. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Valentine?
Well,
I'll pay your regular fee and whatever expenses we incur.
Well, okay, it's a deal. We'll see what forms of mild excitement we can find for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I'll be grateful to you as long as I live. Can we start now?
Oh, hey, wait a minute. I have to make some plans. What about 8 o'clock tonight? You see, I usually don't go out hunting excitement, Mr. Murch. As a rule, it just happens.
Oh, no, George. You're not going to take poor Mr. Murch to Mark Logan's grotto.
Well, he wants excitement.
Yeah, but not that low dive. He'll faint as soon as he gets in the door.
Oh, darling, Mark Logan is a respectable citizen these days. He's gone straight.
Yeah, in a crooked sort of way.
He's running a genteel pool parlor and so-called grill. And if a fight breaks out now and then, you can't blame Mark.
Try and hit me with a pool cue, are you?
You had it coming. I seen you move that number 7 ball when you thought I wasn't looking. Why do you...
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Oh, my goodness.
This'll show you.
Well, here you are, Mr. Murch. Life on the raw.
Oh, my, this is exciting. 3rd brawl in 1 hour.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Okay, let that mug get up or beat his brains in.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you apart.
Come on now, you two lugs. Break it up and get back to your game. I'm running a respectable joint here.
Not yet, Logan. Not before I split his skull with his chair.
My goodness.
Oh, another inch, Mr. Murch, and that chair would have parted your head.
Yeah, and permanently.
Okay, beat it, both of you. Finish it out in the alley.
All right, Logan, it won't take me long.
I'll make you look like a pound of hamburger, brother. Now,
You gotta excuse him, Mr. Valentine. The boys get kind of playful once in a while.
Oh, sure, Mr. Logan. And you lose more pool cues that way.
Oh, Mr. Murch, we'd better get out of here before things really get rough.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it for a moment. I'm just beginning to feel better.
Oh. Mr. Murch.
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
Here's a nickel.
Well, thank you.
Why don't you get something on the jukebox over there? I want to talk to Mr. Logan a minute.
This is so exciting. Evening out in week.
Don't pay no attention to them numbers, Mr. Murch. Wherever you put your nickel, all you get is Mother McCree. That's my favorite.
George, I'm afraid we've underestimated our timid soul. He can't get enough.
Yeah, and you certainly did your best, Logan.
Yeah, which brings up a point, Mr. Valentine. I don't want to be mercenary or nothing like that.
Yeah?
But there's a question of money. Joe and Alex just now almost killed themselves. There's them other 2 fights we framed up.
Okay, Logan, here you are. This ought to take care of the boys.
Yeah, thanks. Say, if I knew you was willing to pay this much, I could have fixed up something real messy for the old boy. Oh, that song. Ain't it beautiful? Mother McCree.
Yeah, sure. Got any other ideas for excitement, Logan?
Well, that little guy don't scare easy. Now, wait. How about this? When you people leave the joint, I'll get the boys to drive up in a big black sedan.
Yeah?
They grab the little guy and take him out in the country for a spell.
You mean kidnap him?
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Miss Brooks. They lock him in a cellar for a couple of days, keep him tied up. Ain't gonna hurt him none.
Hey, hold it, Logan. That's going a little too far.
Yeah. I've got an idea. Yeah. And I think it'll work, too.
What's that?
Here's what you do. You take Mr. Murch out to the Seaside Amusement Park.
Oh, after this, a ride on the Ferris wheel is going to leave him cold.
It's nothing like that. You're going to take him through the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, Mr. Logan, I'll admit you can find a certain kind of excitement in the Tunnel of Love. But I doubt if Peter Murch is my type.
He was talking to me, Brooksy.
He's not your type either.
What I was thinking, Mr. Valentine, is I happen to know the guy who runs the Tunnel of Love. His name is Len Dimmick.
Oh, goody, George. Maybe we can get a special discount.
What I mean is I'll call up Len and have him take the trip through the tunnel with you, personal. He's one of them practical jokers, so he'll play along with the gag. Now, dream up a couple of stunts. Leave it to Len to find a way to scare the pants off you, Mr. Murch.
Well, it's worth a try, Logan, and the night's getting shorter. I gotta earn my fee.
If you want to get out of that amusement park quick, better take Walton Boulevard. They're tearing up Grayson Avenue.
Okay, thanks a lot, Logan. Oh, Mr. Murch,
Yes, Mr. Valentine?
If you can drag yourself away from Mother McCree, we'd like you to join us in a blood-curdling journey through the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, just think of it. The three of us, alone, together. This should be real exciting.
Nice racket you got here, Dimmick. Selling 5 minutes worth of darkness?
Darkness is a valuable commodity, Mr. Valentine.
It is?
Yeah, just like I was telling Mr. Murch here.
Well, after all those gruesome things you've been telling us, I don't think I want to hear any more.
Well, facts are facts, Mr. Murch. Dimmick is right. Now, could you find a cozier place for a murder than a tunnel of love?
Yeah, that reminds me. I remember a happy couple who took a ride through here just for a little innocent smooching. And then...
Yes?
Suddenly, death struck. A silent, cruel blow.
I wish we had some light in here.
What? In the Tunnel of Love?
Oh, yeah, I remember that, Dimmick. It was an unsolved crime, wasn't it?
Often wondered how the poor man was killed, and how the young lady felt when she heard him scream. Here, in the darkness.
Mr. Dimmick, what was that?
Oh, one of the many voices of darkness that echo through the Tunnel of Love.
Just calm yourself, Mr. Murch.
Well, I wasn't really frightened at all, Mr. Valentine.
You're a brave man, Mr. Murch. Nobody knows what the next step into the darkness may lead to. Nobody knows...
Mr. Dimmick.
I think our friend missed his profession. He should have been an actor.
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Dimmick, I think he's fainted.
Huh?
Fainted?
And his hair. I think it's blood.
Oh, what are you talking about? Wait.
My head.
Let me get to it.
George, he's not through.
I'll light a match.
Look at him. We've got to get him out of here, get him to a hospital.
In my...
He's trying to say something to you, Mr. Valentine.
What is it, Dimmick? What is it? What are you trying to say?
In my pocket.
Oh.
Transfer.
Yeah.
Take it. Bus. Transfer. Hold on. Huh?
We'll get a doctor, Mr. Dimmick. He'll take care of you.
Here, strike another match, will you, Mr. Murch?
Yes.
I don't think Dimmick has much use for a doctor now, Brooksy.
George.
But, Mr. Valentine, this can't be true. Why, the things like this simply don't happen.
I'm afraid this is an exception to the rule, Mr. Murch. Dimmick's been murdered.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about how to be kind to your starter. It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time, and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, here's the situation. You take on a cockeyed job because that happens to be your business. A character actor wants you to provide him with some excitement because his psychoanalyst told him he's been playing the meek, timid type so long, it's beginning to affect his work. So you give Peter Murch a ride for his money, including a ride through the Tunnel of Love in an amusement park. And then, murder strikes in the darkness.
Valentine?
Yeah, Lieutenant Riley?
Usually people manage to get killed in bed, in their home, or on the street. But Dimmick gets murdered in his own tunnel of love. And you're right there with him.
Oh, I know it sounds fantastic, Lieutenant. But believe me, we were just trying to introduce a little excitement into Mr. Murch's life.
That's right. It was all very innocent.
Oh, well, how was George to know anything like this would happen?
Miss Brooks, I'm just a public servant. I get paid a reasonable sum each month to maintain law and order. And I don't like it when somebody gets paid to promote pool room brawls and instigate other forms of public disturbance.
All right, stop quoting the police manual, Lieutenant. Whatever happened here tonight would have happened whether I was in on this deal or not.
It's just that my psychoanalyst said...
Mr. Murch, why don't you go somewhere and have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown?
Oh, my
When
psychoanalyst...
I'm through here, I'll come and join you. Murder in the tunnel of love.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Brennan?
The doc just got through with Dimmick. Skull fracture. Blunt instrument.
All right, I'll be right there. Tell the boys to get some lights set up in that tunnel. We're going to go over it inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
Now, Valentine, I suppose you're going to go home to your nice warm bed.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to stick around, give you a hand.
No, thanks. I've got enough trouble. But I want to see you the first thing in the morning in my office.
Sure.
And you too, Miss Brooks.
Yes.
And Mr. Murch.
Yes?
It might give you a little extra excitement to see the inside of a police station. So be there at 9 sharp.
But looks like we're not wanted around here, so come on, Mr. Murch. I still think I ought to drop you off at your hotel, Mr. Murch.
Yes, you've had enough for one night.
Well, my wife and I are staying at the Fenmore right here on Grayson Avenue. But I can tell, Mr. Valentine, you're not just giving up this case like that. Oh, no. You're up to something, aren't you?
Well, yeah, you stirred up a hornet's nest somehow or other, and I want to see what it's all about.
And I'm going to be right there with you.
Oh, hey,
No,
wait.
there's no use arguing.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy?
Was that part of a bus transfer Dimmick wanted you to have? What do you make of it?
I don't know yet.
Well, why should anyone keep a piece of old transfer? Now, that's probably one of the most worthless things in the world.
And only a third of a transfer at that.
That man insisted that you have it. With his dying breath. Must mean something.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the lieutenant makes out of it. I gave it to him. Told him what Dimmick says.
But you've made something out of it already, haven't you, Doc? Come on, let's have it.
Well, as a matter of fact, you can tell a lot from a bus transfer, Brooksy. Even a third of a one, if you look at it real careful like.
Meaning what?
That it was issued by the Orange Bus Company, route number 411. And the little punch holes, one for the year, one for the month, and even the day and the hours during which it was good.
You noticed all those things?
That transfer was issued July 29th, 1943, between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m.
All of which still means nothing to me.
Oh, me either at this point. But I have an idea the late Mr. Dimmick meant it to provide free transportation for his murderer to the end of the line.
Hey, why are we turning off, George? Where are we going?
Hey, you know something, Brooksy? Riley and I don't always agree, but he knows his business, and so do his boys. We're going down to police headquarters.
Well, what for, Mr. Valentine?
The police don't miss much, and when they do, they make a record of it so they'll never forget. And that's where we're headed, Mr. Murch. The Department of Unsolved Crimes.
Oh, it's you, Valentine.
Yeah, and this time I brought you a container of coffee, Dawson. Thought you'd need it.
Well, the sleepier we can get down in this department, the better we like it. Who are your friends?
Oh, my assistant, Miss Brooks and Mr. Murch.
How do you do?
What do you want, Valentine? You know these files aren't open to the public.
Well, I'm not just the public, Dawson. Your boss, Riley, told me to be down here tomorrow morning and be sure I had the right information.
He said that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go on. Call him up. Check for yourself.
Oh, no, as long as he said so. What do you want to know?
If there were any unsolved crimes on July 29th, 1943.
July 43, let's see. Oh, it's that file in the corner near the window.
Okay, thanks.
Just what are you looking for, Mr. Valentine?
The murderer, I hope.
You and I ought to be used to being left in the dark, Mr. Murch.
Let's see. Yeah, July 1943. Let's see what we got in this folder. Stolen car, front of Grant & Company, burglary, and...
Yes?
And on July 29th, 5:35 p.m., $200,000 jewel robbery at Smith & Allenby Jewelers on 5th Street.
The date on the transfer.
Uh-huh.
And that picture. That's our Mr. Dimmick.
Leonard Dimmick, 38, clerk at Smith & Allenby's. No suspicion of collusion and holdup.
But Dimmick was operating a tunnel of
A
love.
lot of things can happen in a man's life in 5 years, Brooksy.
Let's see that, George. No getaway car used in robbery as far as known. Passerby observed man in gray suit carrying briefcase board orange bus outside jewelry store almost immediately after holdup. Witness positive man was running from store.
Oh, dear me, this is just too much for me.
Traced bus driver number 602, but no information on man in gray suit. Well, that's that, kids. Now we've really got to work fast.
What's the rush, George?
If we don't move fast, Brooksy, there's going to be another murder.
Mr. Valentine, as I told you, this is the busiest time of the day for us here at the depot. You know, getting the buses out on schedule.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Eldridge. But look, this is very important. Who was your bus driver, number 602, on July 29th, 1943?
Oh, very well. If you can't wait, I'll look it up for you. See, we have a file here on every man who ever worked for us. 44, 43, July the 29th. Oh, yeah, here we are.
Yeah?
Yeah, number 602. It was a Bob Gray.
Still work for you?
Oh, yeah, Bob's still with us. As a matter of fact, he's one of our steadiest men. There's nothing wrong, is there?
I don't know yet. Well, where can I get hold of Mr. Graves?
Why, I don't know. This is his day off.
All right, what's his address? Come on.
1411 Dever Street.
1411. Looks like a rooming house.
Yeah, with the inevitable sign. No rooms.
Could you take these steps a little slower, please?
Oh, Mr. Murch, I almost forgot about you.
Well, I'm not just as young as I used to be.
Who is? But right now, I'm interested in seeing that someone else has a chance to grow a little older.
Wait a minute, George. There's a name here under this bell.
What does it say?
Bob Gray.
That's our man.
But who is Bob Gray?
An honest toiler, Mr. Murch. To be more specific, a bus driver. To be more specific, bus driver number 602, who had a very busy day, July 29th, 1943.
Yeah, who is it?
A friend of yours sent me over to talk to you, Graves.
Go on, beat it. Get out of here.
Okay, Bob. But Len Dimmick wouldn't like the way you treat me.
What'd you say? Who are you?
There's nothing much I can say with that gun stuck in my midriff.
Never mind that. Who are these two?
Just friends. What do you say we go inside and close the door? It'll be much easier that way.
Okay. But what's this about Dimmick? Come on, talk.
I wish he wouldn't keep pointing that gun. It makes me nervous.
Nothing like excitement, is there, Mr. Murch?
Look, mister, you said something about Dimmick. What about him?
He's dead.
So what? You bringing me an invitation to his funeral?
No, I'm just trying to postpone your funeral.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just this, listen. You're going to have a visitor any time now. I'm surprised he hasn't shown up before.
I still say what's that supposed to mean?
All right, friend, if that's your attitude. And I thought you had to have some brains to be a bus driver.
How do you know so much about me?
And being a bus driver, you should appreciate the value of a transfer. Even a piece of a transfer.
Transfer?
That's right.
All right, spill it. And remember, I got this gun in your gut.
George, be careful.
Don't worry, Brooks. He's much too curious to shoot.
Yes, but that gun may go off accidentally.
Who's that? Did you bring the cops?
I didn't bring anybody. That's your visitor.
What?
Cool down your trigger finger and listen to me.
What's this all about? Are you a cop?
I'm strictly on my own. But if I'm right, whoever's knocking on that door is here to kill you. I'm not kidding you.
Well...
And no one knows it better than you. You gonna do as I tell you?
Oh. All right.
Brooksy, you and Mr. Murch get over there in that corner. Away from the door. Make it snappy.
Yes, George. Come on, Mr. Murch.
Now, Graves, open up. Try to be natural. Put that gun away.
Yeah.
I'll be standing right here in back of the door.
Well, Graves, I was beginning to think you were out.
You know how it is, Logan. My day off. I guess I fell asleep.
Awful thing happened to Len Dimmick, didn't it?
Yeah, I heard about it. Come inside, huh?
And just when we were going to split everything 3 ways.
Yeah, that's right.
That makes the gravy all the richer for you and me, don't it?
I don't get it.
And if there was only one, there'd be nothing but gravy left.
What are you talking about?
You want me to interpret?
Valentine, you...
What Logan means, Graves, is he was going to kill you just as he killed Dimmick.
You're out of your mind.
Maybe, but you killed Len Dimmick.
When I heard about Len, I thought it was something like that.
Don't listen to him, Bob.
You were just too clumsy about it, Logan. I took Grayson Avenue coming back. It wasn't torn up at all the way you said.
So what?
You sent us the long way so you could get to the Tunnel of Love before us.
That's right, George. And he'd be the only one to know that Dimmick would be inside the Tunnel of Love with us. He arranged the whole thing.
Oh, my goodness.
You sneaked into the tunnel before us, Logan. You were waiting on the platform for the boat to pass.
Yes, but in the darkness, it could have been me. I could have had my head bashed in. I don't think I feel so good.
No, it wouldn't have been you, Mr. Murch. Len Dimmick was doing all the talking. Made himself the perfect target.
Graves, you're not going to believe this guy, are you?
Yeah, I believe him. You killed Len, and you came here to kill me so you could have all the gravy you was talking about.
Put that gun down, Bob. Put it down.
Double-cross me, will you?
Yeah, let me have that, Graves. You got a big enough rap against you now.
Johnson, let's go.
He shot Mr. Logan.
And the first one who moves will get what he got. I'm getting out.
Stay where you are. Drop that gun.
Huh?
I said drop it. That's better.
Oh, Lieutenant
Glad to
Riley.
see you, Lieutenant.
Sergeant Dawson called and said you were snooping around the Unsolved Crimes Department, so I had you tailed. Now, who's this guy on the floor here? How bad's he hurt?
My arm.
You should have blown your head off.
Brennan, get this man out of here to a hospital, whoever he is.
That's Mark Logan, Lieutenant. Ex-con. Now runs a pool parlor.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, Logan's one end of a triangle. Len Dimmick, former jewelry clerk, was the second. And Graves here, bus driver, is the third. They're the trio who waltzed through that Smith and Allenby job back in 43.
How do you know all of this, Valentine?
Lieutenant, I think that if you go through Logan's clothes when he gets to the hospital, you'll find a third of a bus transfer on him. Wouldn't you say so, Graves?
Why not? Sure, we pulled that job, the three of us, Dimmick, Logan, and me. We decided to wait 5 years because the jewels were too hot to touch right away.
Where are they now?
Buried under the water in the Tunnel of Love.
But those transfers.
Yes, what about them?
Lots of things can happen in 5 years. Guy can die, get put in jail. So we decided whoever showed up with a third of the transfer from my bus would get his share.
Valentine, how did you stumble onto Graves?
Well, Lieutenant, why a third of a transfer? Why not a quarter or a half? I knew about Dimmick and Logan. That makes two. But there was still one more to account for.
I get it, and it had to be the bus driver.
That's right, Brooksy. They wouldn't leave their getaway to chance. And they were sure the bus would be right there at the exact minute.
Well, I'll be...
Almost $70,000 for a third of an old transfer. No wonder Logan was willing to go to all that trouble to get rid of Dimmick and Graves.
Well, is that enough excitement for you, Mr. Murch? Mr. Murch.
What's the matter, Brooks?
He's fainted.
Well, here we are, Mr. Murch. Feeling better?
Here's your hotel, Mr. Murch.
I don't know what you think about me fainting like that, but I really do feel like a new man. My psychoanalyst was so right.
Think you're up to playing that star role now?
Oh, yes, of course. Now that I'm convinced I'm the swaggering, masterful type at heart.
Good for you, Mr. Murch.
Oh, just one thing.
Yes?
Would you two mind coming upstairs with me?
But why?
I stayed out so much later than I promised.
Oh?
You see, Mrs. Murch is such a forceful personality.
If you're planning a motoring trip, here's something you should do to make it a safe trip. Stop in at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station before you start out and have your tires inspected. If you find they're worn smooth, have risky cuts or bruises, don't take a chance. Play safe and get a new set of grip-safe Atlas tires. The wider, skid-resisting Atlas tread gives you greater driving protection. There's more rubber to grip the road to give you quick, safe stops and absorb road shocks. With each new Atlas passenger tire, you get a full year's written warranty against damage to the tire from road hazards. No wonder Atlas is the tire known nationally for its safety, long life, and economy. Another tip, when you're on the open road, keep safe by keeping the right amount of air in each tire. And that's a job for the folks at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying,
Look, Miss Brooks, my feet hurt. Let's get back to the house.
Oh, please, Lieutenant. George and Maud have been away so long, I'm really worried. Let's take one look up here in the lemon grove.
Well, all right. Wait till I put the flashlight on.
Look, over there.
Valentine.
George.
Oh,
Hello, everybody. I was just thinking of getting up anyway. Ooh. Somebody must have been staging an atomic test around here. Hey, where's Marta?
Here's your answer, Valentine. She's right over here, but no hurry. She couldn't move if she tried.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Mr. Murch, Joe Duvall as Logan, Paul Frees as Dimmick, Arnie Phillips as Graves, and Dick Ryan as the manager. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
It has long been recognized that crime constitutes a disease in the bloodstream of democracy. A disease so serious that it can even threaten the life of a nation. Unless it is fought fearlessly at every turn, crime can build unto itself an organization of such magnitude that it could conceivably put a stranglehold on our very way of life. On this particular morning, I was in my office, carefully going over a series of reports. They all pointed in one direction. A serious crime wave was sweeping across our city. A crime wave that undoubtedly had behind it a well-organized criminal group. What is it, Miss Miller?
Phone call for you, Mr. Garrett. Tom Carter.
The Daily Clarion reporter?
Yes, he says it's extremely important that he talk to you.
I see. Put him on, please. Hello, this is the district attorney.
Mr. Garrett, I'm sure glad I cut you in. This'll knock you right out from under your hat. I'm just about certain I know who Mr. Big is.
Mr. Big?
Yeah, Mr. Big, believe it or not, Mr. Garrett. The big wheel of the mob.
Carter. Carter, what happened?
Venus. Venus.
Carter. Carter, can you hear me? Carter. Well, it's no use. Miss Miller.
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
Please have this call traced immediately and advise homicide.
Homicide?
Oh, and Miss Miller.
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
Get hold of Harrington and have him follow through on this. I'm going to the office of the Daily Clarion and see what I can find.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
Come right in, Mr. Garrett. The receptionist told me you were coming up. Well, we feel quite honored to have the district attorney pay us a visit.
Well, this isn't exactly a visit, Mr. Harris. I'm after a little information.
I'll be glad to help.
Your newspaper has been conducting what you call a crime expose. I'd like some details as to the assignment of your reporter, Tom Carter.
Afraid I can't help you much on that, Mr. Garrett. You see, my city editor handles all the actual assignments. I'll get Walker in here. Herb, could you come into my office for a minute? Good. Walker will be right here. He knows everything about our operation.
I see. Mr. Harris, does the name Venus mean anything to you?
Venus? No, nothing more than the famous statue.
No, I'm afraid that's not the one.
Oh, come on in, Herb. You know Mr. Garrett, our district attorney?
How are you, Mr. Garrett?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Walker.
Herb, the district attorney wants to know about Carter's work on the crime expose.
Well, Carter was put on roving assignment. We gave him a free hand. Tom wants it that way because of his underworld contacts.
So you wouldn't know where Carter might be working right now?
No, afraid not.
Come in.
Harrington.
Hiya, Chief. Miss Miller told me you were here.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Walker, this is Len Harrington, my assistant.
How are you?
Harrington?
Oh, Chief, I have some news that I...
Well, that's all right, Harrington. You can talk.
Well, they found Carter's body. He was shot in the back. Dead.
What? Tom Carter killed?
Where did it happen?
A phone booth back of a service station uptown. No witnesses.
Oh, Tom Carter killed.
Can't believe it.
I was afraid this had happened. That's why I came here. We've got to put a stop to this terror, gentlemen, and soon. Mr. Walker, perhaps Carter's last expense account could give us a lead as to where he was working.
Oh, that's very possible. I can let you see the records. Come with me, gentlemen. Mr. Harris is very upset. This is an awful blow. Carter was our top reporter. Now, here's the accounting office. Come right in. This is the current expense ledger. Let's see. Yeah. Here it is. Here's Carter's account.
No, thanks. Oh, Harrington, write down some of these places.
Yeah, sure, Chief. Hey, Club 7-Eleven seems to be a favorite hangout of Carter's.
He was certainly there often enough in the past 2 weeks.
That's Harry Trigo's joint, isn't it?
Yes. I'll drop down to the Club 7-Eleven.
Okay, Chief.
Thanks for your cooperation, Mr. Walker.
Glad to be of help. Any help I can.
Hey, you. You, Tippy.
Hi, George. How are you?
Get going. We don't want no cheap dips grabbing a customer's wallets.
Not George. I ain't working tonight.
Out, you crumb, before I bust your hat.
Now, listen, George.
I don't mean to interrupt this party, but are you George?
Yeah, that's me. What are you after?
The man up front told me you'd take me to Mr. Trigo's office.
Yeah? Who are you?
I'm the district attorney. Would you show me to Mr. Trigo's office?
Yeah, follow me.
Who's there?
It's me, boss. DA's here. Wants to talk to you.
The DA. I'll be right there.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, this is a real occasion.
Well, hardly that. Can we talk inside?
Sure, why not? Okay, George, wait outside. What's on your mind, DA?
Some information. What can you tell me about Tom Carter?
Carter? What am I supposed to know about him?
You spent a lot of time around here the past week.
So what? Can't help who comes into my place.
I see. This picture. A very attractive girl.
Huh? Just one of the dolls that worked in the club a while back. Loretta Nelson bills herself as the blonde Venus. Why are you so interested in her?
Because Tom Carter knew of Venus, too. Where can I find her?
Oh, last I heard, she was staying at the Stanley Hotel. That's all I know.
In that case, that's all for now.
I hope you find it, D.A. Come on in, George. So long, D.A.
Goodbye.
Everything all right, boys? Yeah, sure. Everything's just Jim Dandy. You can come out of the closet now, Venus.
Harry, believe me. I didn't tell that reporter anything. I swear it.
I know. George.
Yeah.
Make it talk. Some truth.
Please, Harry, keep him away. You gotta believe me.
You heard the boss.
That'll be enough of that, George.
DA again, huh?
I didn't go very far, Trigo. You see, there was a strong smell of perfume in here, and my hunch was you had a hidden visitor. Now, young lady, she's gone.
She took off like a scared rabbit. I couldn't stop her.
I'll talk to you later.
Can I talk to you a minute, D.A.?
Oh, Dippy. Say, did you see a girl run out of here?
To Venus? Sure, she was in a big hurry. Grabbed a taxi and scrammed.
Thanks.
But D.A., I gotta tell you something.
Later, Dippy.
No, this can't wait. I found a wallet. I happened to find this wallet, see?
All right. So you found a wallet.
Honest, it's the truth. I found it. And there was this note in it. I didn't know what to do.
Let me see that. Your newspaper better lay off or the undertaker will lay you out. No signature, of course. What else, Dippy?
It was in his envelope. It wasn't even open. When I read it, I felt pretty bad. I figured the guy didn't even have a chance.
Give me the envelope. Addressed to Herbert Walker, city editor, Daily Clarion.
You gotta believe me, D.A. I found the wallet.
For your sake, I hope so, Dippy.
Well, Mr. Garrett, come in.
Sorry to disturb you at home, Mr. Walker.
Oh, it's perfectly all right. Oh, Mr. Harris is in the next room.
Good. I want to talk to him also.
We were working late at the office. Special edition on Tom's murder. I got a bit of a migraine headache, so Mr. Harris drove me home in my car. We figured we could finish up here.
Well, I hate to bother you, but this may be important. Ever seen this letter before?
Let's see. Yes, it was lying on my desk.
You didn't read it?
No, I got busy, stuck it in my wallet. Why?
Please read it now.
Of course. Your newspaper better lay off.
Hello, Mr. Garrett.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
I didn't hear you come in. Say, Herb, what happened? You're so pale.
Just another touch of migraine, that's all.
He's always getting them. I've told you, Herb, you're working too hard.
And we've got more important things than my headache to worry about. Can we help you in any way, Mr. Garrett?
Well, it would be a big help if I could see the last stories Carter wrote on the crime expose. Would you have them?
Well, in this case, yes. They're on my desk at the office.
Well, I'd like to see them.
All right. I'll go down and get them. Oh,
that headache again?
Yeah. Come up rather sharp. This tragic business with Tom isn't helping any either.
Look, you just stay put, Herb. I'll take your car and get those stories to the district attorney.
Well, I can drive you down.
No, you stay with Herb. Make him relax. Well, Herb, give me the keys to your car.
Oh, yeah. Here they are. I'm sorry about this.
Just take it easy. I'll be right back.
How's the head, Mr. Walker? Anything I can get you?
It's easing up. It comes and goes.
I'm afraid these hoodlums mean business.
So do I, Mr. Garrett. That's why I carry this gun.
Well, that sounded like an explosion.
An explosion? Mr. Garrett, look out the window. The car.
Blowing to bits. A bomb on the starter.
A bomb? Mr. Harris?
He didn't have a chance. Operator, this is the district attorney. Get me the police. Immediately.
For me. That bomb was meant for me. Now I've got 2 deaths to avenge.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the dead reporter, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
It can be a very frightening thing to see the ruthless force of organized crime at work. As district attorney, it was my sworn duty to follow through on every lead, no matter how thin, to put a stop to the unleashed terror. I had to find the Mr. Big of the criminal gang and find him quickly. I assigned Harrington to do a must job of locating the whereabouts of Dippy, the pickpocket, who might have information I needed. And I desperately wanted to talk to the Venus. But she had moved away from her apartment without notice. And this is the district attorney.
Mr. Garrett, I know where the Venus is.
Good. Great work.
A hairdresser she goes to gave me the information. The Venus moved in with a girlfriend. The Lido Arms Apartments on Sylvania Street.
Fine. I'll meet you there, in front of the apartment, Miss Miller. Wait for me there.
I'm on my way.
You got here in a hurry, Mr. Garrett.
Time's not on our side in this case, Miss Miller. Which apartment is the Venus in?
I'm sure it's 126 on the ground floor.
Let's go.
She may not be here.
Oh, we'll hope for the best. No, this is it. 126.
It's open, dear. Come in. I'm on the phone. Be right with you. Oh, it's you, Mr. Garrett. Honey, I have visitors. I'll call you back.
Very neat, Venus. I'm sure the person you were talking to on the phone got the idea.
Huh? What idea?
He or she is now well aware that Miss Miller and I just entered your room.
Oh, it was nothing like that. I was just talking to a girlfriend, that's all.
If you say so. I have a compact here. It's engraved with the words, "To my Venus with love." It's yours, isn't it?
What? Well, yeah, it looks like mine. Where'd you find it?
Where did you lose it?
Well, you know how it is. A girl leaves these things in lots of places. You understand, don't you, Miss Miller?
Yes, I certainly know how compacts can be misplaced.
Ordinarily, yes. But it might be very awkward to explain how a compact came to be found in the wreckage of a bombed car in which a newspaper publisher was murdered.
What? You found my compact in a bombed car?
Exactly. How did it get there, Miss Nelson?
I don't know.
I think you know a lot more than you're telling. I want some answers. About Tom Carter.
Poor Tom. He was so nice, so friendly. I liked him very much. But I told him he was going to get in trouble.
And what about the name of the man behind the crime syndicate? Who is it?
I don't know, I tell you. Tom asked me to keep an eye on Trigo at the club. Trigo and I have been going together for almost a year.
I'm sorry, but I have to know. What happened to them?
I was sure Trigo was mixed up with this crime syndicate. One day I saw he had a letter. It was addressed to someone at the Daily Clarion. I told Tom.
Well?
Well, that's all. That's all I know. Please, no more questions. I'm so frightened.
Take it easy, Mr.
I'll answer that. Hello.
Chief, so you're still there, huh?
Seems that way, Harrington. What's up?
I finally located Dippy's hideout. You still want him?
Yes, but I think I'd better get over there and talk to him. Where's the place?
It's a shack down on Front Street, just off Terminal. Should I wait for you?
I'll meet you there, Harrington.
Any news?
Harrington's located Dippy. I'm going there.
Me too?
No, you stay with her. I'll check with you the first chance I get.
All right, Mr. Garrett.
See you soon.
There you are, Chief, right over there. That's the shack Dippy uses to hole up in.
There's no light inside. He might be asleep. The door's open.
What's that?
Sounds like a moan. Come on. You got your flash?
Yeah. And it works, too.
Over there, behind the bed.
It's Dippy. Shot bad.
Dippy. Dippy, can you hear me? Who did it? Who shot you?
Didn't see no light. I heard a cough.
Dippy, you heard a cough?
Cough. To the dark.
That's that, Chief.
Poor Dippy. You got caught in somebody else's dirty game. All right, Harrington, let's go. I think we're very close to finishing up the job Tom Carter started. I want to get to Trigo's private office without being announced, Harrington.
How, Chief? The guy with the fishtails is already looking at us.
Talk to him. About anything. Table reservation, inspect the kitchen, anything. I'll slide around. You come on back to Trigo's office as soon as you can work it.
Shall do. Here I go.
Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
What are you doing back here again?
You mind if I step inside?
What for? Trigo ain't here.
And you and I will talk. Inside.
Look, DA, you better go. I don't want no trouble.
It's too late for that. You've already got trouble. The kind of trouble that ends up in the electric chair.
Electric chair? What are you talking about? Who are you trying to scare?
Dippy's dead. Shot to death in the dark. But he lived long enough to point the finger right at you, George.
At me?
Come on, talk.
No, I ain't talking. This gun, it'll do the talking right now.
I almost got here too late, Chief.
Just in time, Harrington. Shut the door.
Yeah.
How is he?
He'll be all right. I aim for the shoulder.
Obviously, we're not going to get any information out of George for some time. Trigo's our man now.
Where is he?
Oh, that's a good question, Harrington. You better call the ambulance for George.
Right.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, I'm glad you're here.
Mr. Walker.
I've been looking all over for you. Here, take a look at this. It's Tom Carter's last story.
$1 million question. Who is the brains behind the unholy gang of mobsters trying to run our city? $1 million answer. Perhaps a certain nightclub operator would come up with it if he could be persuaded to give an interview at his cabin hideaway at North Cove on Lake Pinewood. Yes, this is something, Walker. Where did you get it?
I played a hunch. Practically tore Carter's desk apart. This was hidden under a drawer. I'm going to get that interview, Mr. Garrett. If I have to ram this gun of mine right down Trigo's throat.
Well, that won't be necessary, Mr. Walker. Put it away. Harrington, Walker and I will start out. You get hold of an officer to take charge of George and then meet us up at the edge of North Cove. We'll go to Trigo's cabin together.
Okay, Chief, but be sure to wait for me. Hey, that's a pretty fancy cabin Trigo's got.
The head man of the crime gang can afford 100 like that.
Hold up. The light just went out.
Why are we stopping?
Just taking it easy, Walker. This Trigo can be dangerous.
So can I with this gun.
Somebody's on the porch, Chief.
Watch out.
Don't shoot, Walker. I see the flash.
Walker, stop it.
Hey, Chief, you all right?
It's the Venus. Come on.
You killed him! You killed Harry! You murderers!
It's Trigo, all right. How is he, Harrington?
Pretty dead, Chief.
Well, Mr. Garrett, I lost my head. But I never dreamed at that range I just shot in self-defense.
Sure, Mr. Walker.
You killed the one man I loved, my sweetheart. He's dead, and all we wanted was to get away together.
All right, Venus. You can turn it off now.
What? Haven't you got any heart?
Yes, and eyes, too. You shot Trigo yourself, Miss Nelson.
I shot him.
I saw the angle of the first flash. And Walker could never in the world have shot him from there.
But, Chief, Trigo was her sweetheart.
Oh, no, Harrington. Mr. Walker, he's her man.
Me? Well, this is utterly ridiculous.
I was pretty certain when we found Miss Nelson's compact in your blown-up car. It had probably slipped behind the seat long before the bombing.
You're crazy. I led you up here to get Trigo.
A neat double cross. Miss Nelson waits here with Trigo. You bring me here with a phony story, supposedly from Carter. They're shooting in the dark while the Venus kills Trigo so we can have our patsy and set you up with a case of self-defense.
It's a lie. It's all lies.
Look, Garrett, you can't make that story stick.
I think I can, Mr. Big of the crime syndicate.
Why, you...
Grab his gun, Harrington.
It's grabbed, Chief. So is Mr. Big.
You too, Venus. Just stay where you are.
Oh, I should never have listened to him. He said Trigo was just in the way. He'd be our fall guy. We'd have it all to ourselves.
The rats are leaving the ship, Chief.
Oh, no, Harrington. They've gone down with it. I just wish one thing.
What's that, Chief?
That Tom Carter were alive to write this story. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Every case of crime that comes to my office is important, but this one had special significance. Here was a vicious group of criminals masterminded by a man in a position of great influence. Herbert Walker, Mr. Big, planned to use a newspaper as a force for evil. Well, the people heard the truth about Walker, about the Venus, and about George. And, as always, the people made their decision and ended the career of these hoodlums. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that time and distance are the implacable enemies of law enforcement, because they can mean the difference between preventing a crime or being forced to solve one. This case started with a phone call in the middle of the night from a lonely rural area on the outskirts of the county.
Operator, oh, please. Operator.
Operator, number, please.
Thank heaven. Operator, get me the sheriff's office quickly.
Oh, is that you, Mrs. Deneen?
Yes,
Oh, this
yes.
is Mary Lou Jones, Mrs. Deneen. I'm working nights now. Something wrong.
Mary Lou, stop talking and get me the sheriff's office. He's got to send somebody to my house right away.
Well, I have to take the number on all police calls. What's your number there?
It's J247 ring 3. Will you hurry? Somebody's trying to break into the house and I'm all
Well,
alone.
there's nobody in the town office at night. I'll have to look up the deputy's home number.
Oh, please. He's trying the door.
Well, isn't your husband there?
He's away in Pittsburgh on business. Get help for me, please.
Well, I'll get it as fast as I can. I don't have all the numbers yet. I have to look them up. Oh, Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen, what is it? What's happening?
He's in the house.
Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen.
Who are you? What do you want? Oh, please. Oh, please don't hurt me, please.
Deneen. Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen.
Hi, Chief.
Hello, Harrington.
Better come inside out of this wind.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, about an hour and a half ago. She was trying to get a call through to the deputy sheriff when she was shot. He couldn't have gotten here in time to stop it, even if she had reached him.
Shot twice, huh?
Yeah. Phone operator heard the shots right after Mrs. Deneen screamed and dropped the phone. Phone's off the hook there, rural party line.
Any special reason for the two squads you have posted down the road?
No, just cut off curious visitors. Phone operator's a young girl, a little bit of a character. She's been waking people up on the lines to tell them what happened.
Any idea how the killer got in?
Yeah. Side door, I'll show you.
Oh, wait. I want to hang this phone up now in case the office wants to reach us here.
Fat chance of anybody getting through while that girl is calling. Only call she's placing on her own.
You said the dead woman is Mrs. Deneen?
Yeah.
Where's her husband?
Now, she told the phone operator he was in Pittsburgh on business. I've got Pittsburgh police checking all the hotels. He'll be notified if they find him. Oh, here's the door. It was wide open. That's how we got in to open the front door.
The lock doesn't seem to be broken. It must have been picked. I don't suppose you know if anything's been stolen.
I doubt it. Everything's neat. Drawers haven't been ransacked. Matter of fact, there's Mrs. Deneen's purse on the sideboard. There you see. About $40 in cash. Hasn't been touched.
Well, that wasn't the motive, then. Only one other thing it could be.
What?
Hate, Harrington. Can you think of any other reason for breaking into a house in the middle of the night and murdering a woman in cold blood?
No, I guess not, Chief.
Now, let's take a look around outside. You got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Flash it around.
Right. Ooh, boy. Cold.
Oh, wait. Throw the beam that way again.
And what are we looking for?
I saw some shoe imprints on the ground. I'd like to see which way they go.
Yeah, there's a couple of marks here.
Yeah. Seem to lead back that way, behind the house.
You think the killer was on foot?
I don't know. Let's go back a way.
Keep going, all right.
Yes, and a set of prints leading toward the house. He came this way and went back this way. Is there a road back here anyplace?
I've been out here once before, about 5 years ago. Yeah, a suspected arson case. Farmhouse burned down about a mile back this way. Family named Mullen.
Oh, yes, I remember. You decided the fire was accidental.
Yeah, that's right. There was a dirt road leading to the farm. It cuts into the main highway further down.
Oh, man may have been headed for that dirt road.
Why?
He must have had a car. He didn't drive up to the house in it. He left it someplace away from the scene.
Back on the dirt road?
That's what we're going to find out. Never mind the footprints. Head right for the road.
Wind is dying. Be getting light soon. Here. Here's what you want, Chief.
Yes? The car was parked here all right.
Yeah. Footprints again, too. Coming and going from where the car was standing. Now, that's where the car turned around to go back to the main road.
Yeah. He left something, though.
What is it?
Cigarette butt.
Oh. He didn't smoke much of it.
No, didn't even burn down to the brand mark. Well, that's one thing we know about him. What kind of cigarettes he smokes.
That's about all we do know, Chief. We won't be able to follow these tire marks past the main road.
Tread impressions won't do us any good either. It's a standard tread, no distinguishing marks. Tires were fairly new.
Well, what now?
Back to the house.
Hey, whose car is out at the side of the house?
Not a squad car. Not the medical examiners either.
The boys had orders not to let anybody through except on official business.
It's between the house and the garage. Could it be Deneen's car?
Deneen? How? Even if the Pittsburgh police had located him right away, he couldn't have made it this soon.
Oh, unless he drove back during the night. Let's go around front.
Yeah, there's a man sitting there on the porch, Chief. Got his head in his arms.
That must be the husband, all right. Mr. Deneen?
Yes?
My name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney. This is Mr. Harrington.
I don't care who you are.
Look, Mr. Deneen, we can't tell you how sorry we are that...
Then don't, please. What good does it do to be sorry?
Let me handle it, Harrington. Mr. Deneen, it would help us a lot to know one thing. Did you or your wife have any enemies?
Enemies? Could there be anybody with enough hatred in their heart to do this? And even if I knew, do you think I'd tell you? I'd take care of it myself.
That's not the right way to talk, Mr. Deneen.
Don't tell me how to talk. You didn't drive home from Pittsburgh 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife the way I found mine.
Maybe you'd better rest for a while, Mr. Deneen. We'll talk to you later. I want to go around to the side door and use the phone. See if that telephone operator from the local exchange is on her way out here yet.
Yeah, long enough since I sent for her. We should... What's the matter? What are you looking at Deneen's car for, Chief?
Design of the tire tread. Same as we saw on the back road.
Yeah, but like you said, they're standard on lots of cars.
I know. Well, let's look it over anyhow. Look at this. On the frame of the car door.
Service station lubrication record. Local station.
Yes, dated 3 days ago. 18,106 miles. Now look at the mileage on the speedometer.
18,217 miles. Hey.
Just a little more than 100 miles. He couldn't have driven to Pittsburgh and back since that record was pasted on. I'm going to get a few answers from him.
There comes a squad car. Girl in with the driver.
That must be the phone operator.
Looks like Deneen went in the house, Chief.
And as long as we know where he is, we'll get back to him in a minute.
Are you Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Well, that policeman drove me out and said you wanted to see me. I'm Mary Lou Jones. I heard the whole thing on the telephone. I'm the operator on the local exchange.
Exactly what did you hear, Miss Jones?
Well, I heard the whole thing. It was just dreadful. I heard her crying, and then she said, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the shots, and that was all.
You're sure you heard her say, "Who are you"?
Yes, that's what she said. I heard the whole thing. It was just terrible. Then I finally found the deputy's number, and I called him, and he said he'd come out right away, but that I should call the district attorney's office, too, and I did.
Well, thank you, Miss Jones. The policeman will drive you back to town.
Don't you want to know anything else? I mean, an idea about who might have done it or anything?
Well, whose idea?
Well, people around here, some of them think it might have been Ted Mullen.
The Mullen place that burned down, Chief.
Well, why do people think that?
Well, Mr. Deneen works at the bank, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Sure. He's president of the bank. When the Mullins had that fire a long time ago, well, Ted Mullen said it never would have happened if Mr. Deneen had okayed a loan he wanted to put in a water pipe instead of just using a well. Ted hated Mr. Deneen right up until the time he moved away 2 years ago.
I see. Better get through to radio division, Harrington. Put out an information wanted bulletin on Mullen.
You don't want to talk to Deneen again, then?
I guess not. Not anymore. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the silent killer, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A woman had been murdered in her isolated home. The commission of the crime had been overheard by a frantic telephone operator trying to reach the police for the victim. Our only suspect was a former neighbor thought to be harboring a 5-year grudge against the dead woman's husband. We put out an all-points bulletin for the suspect. Meanwhile, as a matter of routine, I checked the alibi of the dead woman's husband.
Here's a report from the Pittsburgh police, Mr. Garrett. It just came in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Miller.
Mr. Deneen was there, all right. Registered at the Penn Plaza Hotel day before yesterday.
Now, when did he check out?
Just after midnight last night.
Telephone operator said the murder took place about 1:30 a.m.
He couldn't have gotten back in time to do it.
No, not if it was really Deneen.
The hotel clerk's description checks out 100%.
Well, that's it then. But...
What?
Teletype them again. I want one more bit of information.
Yes, sir.
Ask if the Penn Plaza Hotel has its own garage or parking lot. I want to know if Deneen had his car with him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, Chief, I was wondering where you were hiding. You get any word in that pickup of Ted Mullen yet?
No, except that he's moved out of the state. That's all we have so far.
I bet you all the insurance companies. Walter Deneen carried a few small policies on his wife. Nothing exceptional. Deneen's been doing some speculating in the stock market, though.
You check brokerage houses?
Yeah. He's been buying unlisted stocks against their advice.
Now, how have his investments turned out?
From what I gather, he's been losing his shirt.
Strange conduct for the president of a bank. Even a small bank.
There's something else.
What?
He became president of the bank in a hurry. 6 years ago when he married Mrs. Deneen.
What was he before that?
A bookkeeper.
Yeah, that is a big jump. How did it happen?
Simplest answer in the world. His wife had money. An inheritance from her father. He left her about $250,000. He was in the steel business.
Steel business. That would explain his trip to Pittsburgh. Deneen might have been checking on his wife's holdings. I wonder who he saw while he was there.
Well, who'd have charge of Mrs. Deneen's affairs?
Father's attorney. I can find out by checking his will. The attorney's name should be listed. Tell Miss Miller to cancel that teletype. I'll get my information directly. Call the motor pool and tell them I want a car and driver to take me out to the airport. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Hey, where you going?
Pittsburgh.
Yes, Walter was here to see me, Mr. Garrett. I've handled his wife's affairs just as I handled everything for her father before her.
And you saw him here in Pittsburgh last night?
Yes, he had dinner at my home.
You seem to be disturbed about something, Mr. Medford.
Well, I don't know if disturbed is the right word, Mr. Garrett, but I wondered about Walter's visit. It seemed unnecessary.
Would you mind explaining that?
I don't quite know how I can explain it. Well, he just seemed to be preoccupied with the fact that he intended to drive all night in order to get home. As a matter of fact, he became such a bore on the subject that Mrs. Medford, my wife, said she had a headache and asked to be excused.
Did Deneen drive out to your home?
No. We met here at the office and went out in my car. Took a taxi back to the hotel. But, well, there was one other thing I suppose I should tell you under the circumstances.
Yes?
After my wife left us, he did it almost as a joke. Walter asked if his wife had changed her will lately. I don't like to say anything that I'm uncertain of, but I had a feeling that he was trying to draw me out, to obtain information.
Has the will been changed?
No, it has not. Walter Deneen gets everything.
You don't like Deneen, do you?
He's an avaricious man, Mr. Garrett, with no special talent.
Well, I don't quite agree with your appraisal, Mr. Medford. I think Walter Deneen has a very special talent. He just missed his calling.
I don't follow you, sir.
Deneen is an excellent actor. Thank you very much for your help.
Oh, I'll see you out.
Morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Harrington.
Chief in yet?
No, he got home late last night, but I'm expecting him any minute. What's that you got?
Report on Ted Mullen, but he's not our baby.
You got an alibi?
Yeah, read it. Los Angeles Police. Mullen is out there. Camarillo State Hospital for the insane. He's been under lock and key for more than a year.
Oh, that's too bad. The poor man, I mean. Mr. Garrett will be...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning,
Mr.
Chief.
Garrett.
Well, we've come to a dead end on that Ted Mullen thing. Chief,
Never mind. It's not Mullen I'm after now. I'm interested in Walter Deneen.
You mean he wasn't in Pittsburgh?
No, he was there all right, but his car wasn't with him.
How did he travel then?
Same way I did, by plane. I found an airline stewardess who remembered a man of his description.
Oh, great. I check stockbrokers, you take the airline stewardesses.
She checked her flight list. The man she thinks was Deneen traveled under the name of Art Folger. I want you to run that name through the record bureau, Miss Miller.
Art Folger, yes, sir.
Why do you want to run a make on a phony name?
Because I think it may not be a phony name, Harrington. I think it may be the name of the killer.
Oh? How come?
Deneen inherits a fortune through his wife's death. I have every reason to believe his trip to Pittsburgh was to establish an alibi. He was seen at the hotel, dined with his wife's attorney. A perfect alibi for him.
Yeah.
But the actual killer needed an alibi, too, just in case. And he's got one. If his name is Art Folger. He was on an airplane from Pittsburgh when Mrs. Deneen was killed. The airline records say so.
Pretty neat. But, what about Deneen's car?
The killer used it.
Chief, why wouldn't he rent a car?
I'll ask you. Figure it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If we checked rental places, he couldn't be on an airplane and driving a rented car at the same time.
Have you seen Deneen since I left?
Yes. He hasn't left the funeral home for a second. He's playing the bereaved husband to the hilt.
That's what I was hoping he'd do. That's all I want from you, Miss Miller. You can go down to the record room. I'll wait for your report on Folger.
Yes, sir.
You want me to pick up Deneen, Chief?
Not yet. Not until we can tie him to the killer he hired. We need indisputable physical evidence of association between Deneen and the killer.
Well, that's something we can't get.
Yes, we can.
Where?
From Deneen's car. If the killer used it, his fingerprints may be in it someplace. Call a lab crew. Take them out to the funeral home. Have them...
I'll take it. DA's office, Harrington. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, don't let him see you, that's all. Jeff Wallace, Chief. He's been keeping Deneen under surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Deneen pulled a feint to the funeral parlor. He let them talk him into going home for a rest. Jeff followed him.
Did he go home?
Yes, by way of the bank.
The bank?
Uh-huh. Jeff says he stopped about 5 minutes, went into the safe deposit section. I wonder what he's up to.
Same thing the county cashier is up to every week before you go to see him.
What?
Getting the payroll ready. Killers get paid, too. Come on.
We gonna go over the car just the same, right at his house?
We certainly are.
He's liable to see us.
That's a chance we'll have to take. Once he pays off, our killer will head for parts unknown.
Hey, perfect timing.
Not quite. That's an up car.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. It's a good thing I caught you. Here's the record on Folger.
Well, then there really is an Art Folger.
Yeah.
Huh?
What have you got?
1 conviction, assault with deadly weapon. 1 charge of manslaughter, no indictment. 1 charge of murder, no indictment.
Sounds like a pro killer, all right.
There'll be an indictment this time. Give me the file. We'll see you later.
Going down, please. Get the door handles, too, fellas. Yeah. Get as many sets of those prints as possible.
Harrington.
Oh, Chief, I was just going to come in the house after you. Morgan just pulled a set of Art Folger's prints from the dashboard of the car. We've got it.
We've got trouble, too. I've been through the entire house. Deneen isn't in there.
Well, he must have gone out the back, or Jeff would have spotted him leaving. He's got to be on foot. Now, where would he be going? The only place back there is that burned-out ruin where Mullen used to live.
The back road. He's walking back there to make the payoff.
And we can grab Folger, too.
If we can get there in time. You say that road runs into the state highway?
Yeah, it angles in about 2 miles down, then cuts around that way.
Let's go, then. Maybe we can drive the 4 miles before he can walk the 1.
You here? In here. Watch those charred beams.
Don't worry. Thought you were going to walk out here to meet me.
I did.
I thought I heard a car along the road while I was coming through the trees.
I didn't hear anything here. Oh, there's nothing on the road.
You can only see 50 feet to where it turns. You got the money?
Here, 700. I gave you 3 when we made the deal. Now get lost and forget that you ever saw me.
You forget you saw me, too.
Yeah, all right. Get going.
Just stay right where you are, gentlemen.
Who's that, Deneen?
I don't know.
Who is it? Where are you?
On both sides of you. And on.
So what?
Try that again and you'll get it back.
Don't, Folger. They might shoot and hit me.
What do you think will happen if they get us? I'm coming out. I'll kill anybody who tries to stop me.
Hold, Folger!
I'm hit.
No more, please.
Hands high, then.
Grab my gun, you yellow belly. Grab it or we'll burn.
I can't. I'm afraid.
Just lie there, Folger. You'd never get to it in time.
Don't make me kill you, mister.
He got me out here to sell me some information about who killed my wife.
Never mind that, Deneen. We know who was responsible.
Oh. How did you find out? Who told you?
A service station attendant, an attorney, and an airline stewardess. Just a bunch of average citizens, Deneen. That's what society is. That's what the law is. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Walter Deneen and Art Folger were tried and convicted on a charge of murder in the first degree. Their pleas for executive clemency were denied by the governor, and they were executed in the manner prescribed by law. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.